Welcome everyone to the Pokémon World Championships 2024 in gorgeous Honolulu, Hawaii. Hello everyone and welcome to our pre-show. My name is Zoinks. I am representing Pokemon Unite and I am joined by three incredible commentators, analysts, experts of their field for the three other titles. Amanda for Pokemon Go, Huga for Pokemon TCG, and Scott for Pokemon Trading Card Game. Welcome, Amanda. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. You know, we were talking a little bit before, and even though Pokemon Go is relatively new to the world's scene, there's so much that has changed this year. This is our first season for championship points. This is our first season that we have open team sheets, and this is only the second tournament in the actual meta that we're playing in right now, so it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Amazing. And Puga, you are back in Hawaii after quite a while, so how's it feeling to be back at another World Championships here?
Feels incredible. There's nothing like the World Championships. I've been coming to these since 2004, so about 20 years, but it's always the most exciting event of the year. You just feel the energy from people all over the world coming together, a shared love of Pokemon, and the TCG, it does have the longest history of the World Championships of all the games, but the exciting part is that we all come together here.
That is true. And Scott, you got history here as well. So how does it feel to be back in Honolulu, Hawaii?
I'm really excited to be back in Hawaii. I competed in the video game championships here one year. It's crazy how much things have grown. You know, I feel like you could fit the VG play area about 4 times into just our backstage area now. Really excited to see as you know, Miraidon and Calyrex have come to terrorize our format.
Okay, fair enough. Now, we've had some pretty interesting seasons, all 4 of us, in our different games that has been the culmination now here for the World Championships. Of course, the event we've all been looking forward to all year. So why don't we get a bit of a recap of what your season's been like and what we're looking at it now. So how about for Pokemon Go, Amanda?
I mean, this season, like we talked about, has brought about a lot of changes. This is actually also our largest competition so far. Around 250 competitors were invited to Worlds, and I mean, it could be anyone's game at this point. We have some people from all over, and I know that we have a couple crowd favorites as well, and we'll have to get into those a little bit later.
Okay, fair enough. And how about you for TCG, Puka?
Yeah, TCG's been exciting. You know, we've had record-breaking attendance at our regionals, internationals. It's been a huge year for the TCG. In terms of decks that are being used, you know, we're fully in the Scarlet and Violet era. Pokemon EX, you know, we have Pokemon like Gardevoir EX did extremely well at NAIC. I think we're going to see a lot more of that at the World Championships, but we are introducing a new expansion, the Shrouded Fable expansion, which has some cards that will mix things up a little bit. So I'm excited to see how it's going to all play out.
I'm excited too. That's a great pitch for Worlds. I'm really pumped to see some Shrouded Fable cards. And Scott, for VGC, we're now in year 2 of Scarlet and Violet. So what's the season been like?
Yeah, it's been very exciting. You know, we started out the year with a format more similar to what spectators may have seen at last year's Pokemon World Championships, gradually adding Pokemon from the Teal Mask DLC, which, you know, was mostly just Ogerpon, and then a bunch of really powerful Paradox Pokemon in the following regulation. And now trainers have a new unique challenge, which we've never seen at the World Championships before, where only a single restricted Pokemon, the most powerful legendary Pokemon, are permitted on their teams. So trainers really having to figure out how to stop each potential restricted Pokemon only using one of their own.
All right. Ooh, that's a lot to look forward to. The Unite side of things has been super exciting, of course. We really like to make that happen, but we've had so many tournaments all year with a international tournament at EUIC for the AOS Cup, and now this is our second international tournament. So a lot of big names returning to the main stage. So many names that have been making their name for themselves in recent tournaments as well. It is super exciting. So our event is going to be a blast as well. I mean, you came to the right place if you're looking for exciting Pokemon, right? And if you're looking to earn a little bit as well while watching the event this weekend, all 4 of our games have something to show you. I think Scott, VG wants to show a little bit about what we have on the giveaway front.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the cool things that kind of have been a part of the circuit the past few years, where we celebrate a previous champion by distributing one of their Pokemon. And this time it is the Senior Division World Champion last year in Sylveon. So you can make sure to enter that code before it's too late. I always forget and am very disappointed later. And perhaps we'll get to see him later on. He is now competing in the Masters Division. So I don't know if they'll bring that Sylveon. I didn't expect to see it last year either, though. So hey, you know, maybe it'll break through.
Ooh, a spicy pick for the code giveaway. I love that. That's super exciting. Now, Puka, I know TCG's got some pretty sick rewards as well. So what can people get if they're tuning in and watching the stream?
Yeah, for your TCG Live account, you can go ahead and insert this code, Outburst Worlds 24. That will get you a special illustration rare Pecharunt EX. Put it in your deck. You know, it's from the new Shrouded Fable expansion, one of the mascots of that expansion. So pretty exciting card with some cool artwork. So make sure you put in that code, get that card. But that's not the only thing we have for TCG. We also have Twitch drops. If you're watching throughout the weekend, you can earn some kind of exclusive cosmetics, you know, coin, sleeves, deck box, and some other stuff you can earn. So yeah, be sure to watch throughout the weekend and get some cool stuff for your Pokemon TCG Live account.
The magic word feels like exclusive sometimes, you know what I mean? So yeah, make sure you are tuning in for those Twitch drops. And Pokemon Go, no exclusion here in the Twitch drops category.
Yeah.
So Amanda, what can people look forward to when they watch the Pokemon Go
Listen,
Championships?
I don't want to brag, but I think out of it all, we have the best Twitch drops. You're going to want to make sure that you're watching the Pokemon channel, because not only do we have Twitch drops, we have different ones for each day. So day one is going to be around its accent, our previous world champions, Sableye. So you can get some Sableye candy, XL candy, an Elite TM Stardust. And then day two, a little sneak peek maybe into the next upcoming season. You can choose their team options where you're going to get some spawns around these specific Pokemon. Very, very interesting.
Oh, I love that. I mean, if we're getting a sneak peek of those Pokemon, there's some I'm super excited for. Pangoro, please make a splash in Pokemon Go. That would be fantastic. Pokemon Unite as well, we are going to be jumping in with the Twitch drops. So you'll be able to earn some item enhancers if you were tuning in and watching at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. And if you're watching that grand finals event on Saturday night, you will have a chance to earn a Unite license box as well. So make sure you're tuned in there for a chance to win. And we got a code that you can enter in the game as well to earn a Platinum Gengar Boost emblem. Gift code WCS2024. You got to make sure you claim that by August 19th, but it's a pretty sweet emblem. It's snazzy. Add that to your collection, and you're going to be feeling a lot better in your ranked games. Trust me, I really like that look. It is awesome. But let's face it, I mean, those are exciting, but what we're all here for is the competition that is going to be amazing all weekend long. We got some players to watch for each of our games. So Amanda, who are these players that you want to spotlight for Pokemon Go?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad that we're getting into this, because we have trainers that are coming in from all over. We're just going to highlight 3 of them real quickly here. The first one I want to talk about is Rubik's Master. He came in, he actually got 2nd place in the World Championships last year, and he only lost to the world champion, It's Axon, the whole season. So this season, not only has he qualified for Worlds, he hasn't played that many tournaments, and I think he's going to really make a strong run. Our second person up is Palasha, a really, really well-known trainer in Europe, known for using Magnezone, which is like a pretty spicy pick, and she top cut 5 of the 8 tournaments that she actually played in, and she qualified for Worlds off of these alone, not even using any championship points from locals. And our very last one is Jakobovich from Australia. He is a trainer. He was actually our very first trainer this season who won 2 regional competitions in one season. And we had a couple of them do it, but he can claim that #1 title.
Wow, okay, I mean, each of them champions in their own right already, but going for a brand new title in World Champion. That's exciting. There's a few players in the running for TCG as well, Puga, so who should we be looking out for in the card game?
Yeah, there's so many competitors in the TCG, and so many with a long history at the World Championships. But Andrew Hedrick is more of a newcomer to the Pokemon TCG scene, has really burst onto it in the last couple of years, has 3 regional wins in the last 2 years, plus just fresh off that NAIC victory and a very, very exciting down-to-the-wire win with that Lost Box deck. But, you know, for TCG, it's typically all eyes on Tord Reklev. He is the guy everybody's watching. He got an agonizing 2nd place at the World Championships last year. You know, that was his kind of final thing he needed. You know, he's won so many international championships. He's won basically every kind of tournament except Worlds, and he's gotten top 4. He's got 2nd last year. He was just 1 turn away from winning. So, you know, he's going to be super focused for this event. I ran into him. He said he's been in Hawaii for 2 weeks, and he's just had his head down practicing the whole time. He has not done any vacationing, any sightseeing, just full practice the whole way. He is here to win. And the last player from Oceania is Brent Tunnison, who I believe is actually the #1 ranked player in TCG in the Masters division for the season. He's traveled the entire world this season, which is pretty difficult. You know, he's in Australia, and he's flying to tournaments all over the world, and he's placing in top 8 all over the place. So he's a player to watch for sure. He's been on a roll this season.
Amazing. I mean, all 3 of those players sound incredible. Definitely have a chance at that World Championship title. I mean, we're skipping vacation to be locked in for games. That is definitely a big big showcase. Scott, for VGC, we also have some amazing competitors with storied seasons. Who are 3 players that you want to spotlight?
Well, I think perhaps this year more than ever we could see a surprise, but the big names are going to make it difficult. One I think that no one's going to be too surprised to see here is Wolf Glick. It feels like he's been on stream every event. He's actually only played a few events this year. He won 2 different regional championships, and he's actually coming off his weakest finish of the season, which was still 22nd at the North America International Championships. He's the 2016 World Champion, the only North American World Champion who's competing, and he also got second the last time we were here in Hawaii. And speaking of second place, poor Aurelian Sola always seems to wind up in that second place spot. Second place at the Lille Regionals, second place at the Utrecht Special Event, and second place at the North America International Championships. 10 years ago on the stream, I kind of reverse caster cursed Seijin Park when I said that perhaps he was the best player who'd never won a World Championships. I think Aurelian has earned being in that conversation now, so hey, maybe we'll see it again. And then finally, we see the Japan National Champion on the other side of the screen. Never want to count out the winner of the Japan qualification system, no matter who it is. They always seem to wind up very deep in the tournament, and I think Japan in general is just going to be super scary. I think the finals of that tournament was definitely an upset where the runner-up may be just as scary, and I believe Japan also has 4 other world champions competing in this event, including both of last year's Master and Senior Division world champions.
Okay, well, everyone is here. They've all gathered for this competition, the champions alike in their own right, but alchemy like silver into gold medal might be on the way very soon for some of these competitors. In the Pokemon Unite scene, we have 3 teams that I wanted to spotlight, but there is so many like tournament favorites, if I wanted to call it. But 3 teams that I wanted to call out is going to be Fusion from LATAM South first. A region in LATAM South, a very exciting one, but Fusion have been a dominant force all season long. They haven't lost a single tournament, regional events and international events, including the AOS Cup at EUIC. They have won every single event they participated in. 100% win rate, pretty good. Fennel from Japan is a somewhat newer squad, relatively, but they did win the Japan regional competition. Zeta Division coming in second place, but they did win the Asia Champions League, and they got second place at that AOS Cup for the international event. So with so many good squads coming out of Japan, it really does feel like it's their year, but right now, our only world champions we've ever had in Pokemon Unite come from North America, back-to-back champions, and now we're playing on that home turf, so maybe North America will make a showing as well. I mean, who knows? There is so many exciting teams to watch, so I think a lot to look forward to in this event. I personally cannot wait. Any final thoughts before we close out here, Amanda?
I mean, I'm just really excited for Pokemon Go. I mean, obviously, no shade. I'm excited for all the games, but really best Twitch drops, most exciting battles. You're going to be watching Pokemon Go.
Fair enough. How about you, Puka?
There's just such a long history for TCG at the World Championships. There's players like Ross Cawthon who have qualified for every one. He's taken second place twice. He's just every year trying to fight to get that World Championship victory finally. We actually have, I believe, 13 players who are in the running to be a 2-time world champion, which is really exciting. We've only had 1 multiple-time world champion in the TCG. So that's something I'm going to be watching as well to see if any of those players can, put their names in the history books as a 2-time world champion.
Awesome. How about you, Scott?
I'm just really excited to see how players navigate this format. We've never really had anything like it, and with so many players competing this year and a format where I think like the top team archetypes are better defined than in most years, I don't think it's going to work just to kind of like have nothing unique and just expect to win your way through on skill alone with a bunch of matchups that may be very close to 50-50. So I'm excited to see what competitors do to give themselves a little bit better odds. I think whoever wins this tournament is going to have a really clever solution.
Oh, I love that. I think Unite's kind of in the same boat. I think this might be the tournament we've had the most parity of any World Championships yet. These teams feel very close together across the board. So I personally can't wait, and I know all of you can't either. So make sure to tune in and follow all of the channels, youtube.com/Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and tune in. Sunday will be the grand finals for Go, TCG, and VGC. Pokemon Unite will be concluding on Saturday night, so make sure to tune into that. Now, the next thing that you all are going to want to stay tuned in for is a pretty exciting event that I'm personally pumped for. It will be the opening ceremony. So the opening ceremonies will be happening very soon, and right after that, the competition. So tune in and enjoy the World Championships.
ka hele a ka waine ui, me haka leo I ke kule, a ohe hawala a wana manu, wala I ka nona me ka malui. Hele loa mai noa ako mo mai loko nei o ka ale, o ka inoa no hoi o ku uhale ku mai la ipuna o mauli ole. Ano kau noi ho ike maila no kau make make ho I au me oi ko hale o halau a ole. Ke ai aku nei au I kau noi, oi ai he mai ke noi. O e umai nei ka ne uhe aloha lai, aloha wa nei o e hi a ka lai, hi a ka I ka poli a o pele lai, aloha o e pele honua me a lai, mena kini a ka mahula e a e, kane ku a ka mahu pule lola e, hua ina apu la e ka honua ka levalani levali ili ile ka nei a ka honua e a lai ka balili pu vai a he aloha lai aloha e na hoa o ka vau e ke kini a ke akua ke kini a ka naka ke kini a na mamo ka hua a ke
We came from far away to share our love of the game, while the island sunset glows, making new memories with my Ohana, my family. Hey, come on, my, it's time to go. Hey, come on, my, it's time to go. Hey, come on, my, and let the games begin.
Now you're the next in line. Now it's your chance to shine, while the island sea breeze blows.
2024 Pokémon World Championships. We're here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii, with the best to ever play the game. But you never know.
It could be you on Dixie.
Oh my, it's time to go.
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo, Moon, and our amazing dancers! That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience of Pokemon trainers. Thank you again. And Ekumo Mai means welcome, come on in, and welcome to Hawaii.
I know I'm going to be singing A Como Mai all weekend long. Tell us a little bit more about that first dance.
The opening hula was about Pele, who is one of our goddesses. We have many gods and goddesses that embody all of our elements that surround us. Pele embodies fire and volcanoes, creation of new land, and that opening number was about her and her sisters and their competitive relationship with each other. And
I love that. And I can't wait to learn a little bit more about Pele later. I know I'm going to be singing those songs all weekend long. Thank you so much. I'm just filled with that Hawaiian spirit.
Ekumo Mai simply means welcome, but also it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community. So thank you so much for having us in the Pokemon community.
Yeah, we're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you so much. Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 of the best trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet, the Pokémon trading card game, Pokémon Go, and Pokémon Unite. But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokémon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokemon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。
Hello, Pokemon trainers!
ワールドチャンピオンシップス2024を迎えることができ、大変嬉しく思っています。
I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
この世界大会は、ポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして楽しむゲームです。世界中から集まった皆さんが互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは、私にとって大きな喜びです。
The Pokemon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokemon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
私は今日から皆さん一人一人を応援したいと思います。まずはこの場にたどり着いたことを心からお祝いいたします。世界チャンピオンになるために全力で頑張ってください。
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend. Congratulations on making it here. And please give it your all and strive to become the world champion.
そしてトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。皆さんのサポートはトレーナーたちが目標を達成する上でかけがえのないものです。
I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals.
また私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハロの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会を開催できたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokémon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
さて、トレーナーの皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは日曜日閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara! Now, we are just moments away from kicking off the Pokemon 2024 World Championship. To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play tables, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next dance, you will see the power of Pele's family. Her favorite sister, Hi'iaka, is known for fighting giant dragons like Mokoli'i, now an islet of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hi'iaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story and inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokémon World Champion.
Awana mo koli ike kai wa hele apuana e ake kanaka hele ikali ula o ko halai ovi vi ai ole vi makai ole I kai ano kai kai ka hei kai ka no e ai e o ie Pilia mo o kai ko o I ka palilai Ua mo o kualo alai o io Kai popo I kumu pali ka neho alani Kula na ka ho I mo koli I ta e hua ke kai Mo ka pua wa ke aya ho o kulai Kuka pi o aloa pi o nue nue ai e o ie Ki e ka neho alani Ho bue bue ana mo koli I de anu He keiki makahi apo I ana ko o lau e na te o ne o kane Lau na ko ama o ki o he ia E ia ula wa ke nai ka ino ai e o ie Maka ino mo o ka mo o vivi O a ka o ka pau O a ka huelo hale hale O pai pali ku I ko o lau Ku ele poa ke ko o lau ahine Ni ho ku alo no mai Ua ta o lau e ai e o ie Oh hai ke ka bao ke le Oh hai makani holo balilai Oh hai ka mako ka vahine Oh hai ka hua kai make Halulu e ue 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 halulu e ue
To you live from sunny Honolulu, Hawaii. Before we get started, I just want to get a vibe check around the booth here. Amanda, how are you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling absolutely great. That opening ceremony was incredible, and what a way to welcome everyone to Honolulu, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Amanda. It all leads to this. We've been waiting all season. Every moment, every battle has all led to this here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I could not be more excited.
I'm so excited to see all of these trainers. We've seen them competing throughout the season in their respective regions, but now today we're going to get to see them all play against each other.
We have over 200 competitors signed up for the tournament here for the World Championships. Let's take a look at our schedule and see where we are headed as we progress through this bracket. We're going to kick off our bracket play today, then heading into a top 32 tomorrow. And Championship Sunday is where all the chips are on the board. I cannot wait to get to the finals. What do you think, Amanda?
I think this is going to be absolutely incredible. Just like the International Championships, it's 3 days instead of like the typical special event regionals 2 days. Championship Sunday, it's Axon playing. There's a potential that he could be maybe taking it again, but we could have a potentially completely new trainer being that 2024 World Champion.
Every single trainer followed their own unique path to get to the World Championships, but they all reach these championship point thresholds. Jim, run us through the numbers here.
That's right. In NA, we need 500 championship points. EU, 400. The Latin America region is 300 with OC, 250. And then we have 200. It doesn't matter which region you're from. It is a arduous journey to make it here to Worlds. And we're going to see them all compete here very shortly.
That's the qualifying stage, but you also win a lot of prize money if you take home the championship title. So $20,000, it sounds like a lot of money.
A lot of money for first place, but over $100,000 in total across these entire prize pools. In addition, I believe the top trainers also get an automatic invite to next year's World Championships, which is really exciting for them.
Amanda, I appreciate how you brought up our international championships. Let's take a look back on our roadmap through the season, because those international championships are one of the best ways to measure the caliber and the teams of the trainers as they progress through their own journey to the World Championships. So if we'll come back to you, talk about this meta just briefly. What do you see here that stands out?
Well, it looks completely different from what I expect to see here this weekend. Look at these Pokemon Metachamps, Serperior, Swampert. We hardly ever see them nowadays, but we will expect to see Pokemon like Shadow Gligar and Lickitung still making an appearance at these World Championships.
Several months later, the Europe International Championships also were underway. Amanda, walk us through this meta.
One thing I want to point out is there was no Charjabug to be found at LAIC, even though the champion ended up using it on his team. However, it really made a splash in this new meta that was done at EUIC. Like Soph said, we see that Shadow Gligar leading the fray there. Annihilate was also introduced as a Pokemon, and that seemed to be the new fighter of choice from this point on.
Following EUIC, we entered the season of Shared Skies, and we only had one competition, which was NAIC. Jim, tell us about our NAIC meta and how things have changed.
Yeah, Will, what's so interesting about the NAIC meta is that it's the closest tournament that we've had here to Worlds. So what can we expect? Maybe something similar to NAIC. It was the Annihilate show at NAIC, but we actually had a surprise entrant here as well with the Shadow Quagsire actually taking over for some of those mud boys like Whiscash and Swampert even earlier in the season. I expect to see a lot of similarities, but who knows? There could be some wild cards.
Shadow Quagsire burst onto the scene and really took over a vital role, as you pointed out, Jim. We saw tons of Skeleturge with Emmy Weedle's performance at EUIC as well. Those were the top usage, but let's talk about some of the Pokemon that are on the upswing, trending upwards in usage and also in their ability to win championships. Let's spotlight Vigoroth first, the pure normal type Pokemon with the fast attack counter, as well as Body Slam and Rock Slide. So if you're one of the most technically talented trainers I know, why is Vigoroth so good in this meta?
It always has had a lot of neutral play, and of course it does have to watch out for Annihilate, but if you want a Pokemon that's trying to fill that fighter role, it's actually a little bit better against Pokemon like Gligar and Feraligatr, which we've seen on the rise.
Seems like a lot of teams are built to counter Annihilate, but Vigoroth is a malleable, flexible Pokemon to slot in as your counter user. Amanda, talk to us about Altaria, the dragon type that's made a resurgence as of late.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. We've been seeing a lot of Altaria. It's been around since the very beginning of PvP. It maybe fell out of favor for a little bit, but it is definitely back, and it's countering a lot of the Pokemon that are in the meta. I mean, Gligar being the actual flyer of choice for a lot of people, Altaria actually handles that quite easily. Just really needs to be worried about the ice-type Pokemon, but there's not as many of those right now.
Occasional dugongs, right? I'm sure that Altaria is going to lead a myriad of dragon types, including Guzzlord, but one thing that Guzzlord does not want to see is a Pokemon that's on the downswing. That is Annihilate, the Rage Fist Pokemon. As you pointed out, this really flipped the meta on its head when it appeared. Jim, is Annihilate still viable? Are players going to bring that here?
Oh, it's certainly viable. We may not see it in the #1 slot like we saw at NAIC, but I absolutely expect to see lots of teams with Annihilate. Has so much flexibility with its coverage. You can run Ice Punch, you can run Shadow Ball, you can run Night Slash. We've seen plenty of Night Slash boosts as well. One of the premier counter users does a great job taking out some of those normal and steel types. I expect to see a lot here still at World, Speedy.
It's beautiful, it's sunny, the waves are crashing against the beach side here, but we have a weekend forecast for you as well involving the meta. Let's take a look at a unique pick that has made waves across APAC and EU. This is actually Giratina Origin form. It casts a massive shadow over the meta with its unique core-breaking potential. Amanda, talk to us a little bit about Giratina Origin form and how it fits in.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Dragons being with Altaria. Now we're going to introduce Giratina to the mix here too, because with its Dragon and Ghost typing, it's good against a lot of the meta. We talked about Charjabug, we talked about Annihilate. This one is going to be doing rather well. It's a unique pick. Like you said, I mean, we saw a lot of it in the APAC region, a little bit of it in Europe as well, Inadequate's winning Utrecht with it, but I don't know how many of them we will actually see here in Honolulu.
That's a great question, right? It takes a unique trainer and a very talented trainer to make that Pokemon work, but I'll tell you what, we have some really exciting things coming very soon as well. The new season update is just a couple weeks away, so let's take a little look at a teaser leading into that, and then also some really fun rewards that trainers can get. I guess like there's an encounter thread for Mallow Malamar, you can get Gastrodon as well. That's going to be really, really fun to watch. But also, there are tons of rewards that trainers can pick up on as they watch the stream. So let's head into this next segment here. We have awesome Twitch drops that are available. Make sure to connect your account, enable it, and get these unique research tracks because they can definitely help you to pick up Pokemon that might be viable in a future season. As we like to say, Soph, most Pokemon are just 1 or 2 moveset updates away from being very, very strong.
That's right, and we're just a couple of weeks away from that new meta. Remember, the meta rotates pretty much every 3 months, so on September 1st, some of these Pokemon might be becoming more and more viable and perhaps even mainstream.
Exactly right. There's so many exciting events going on in the game, and if you're not here at the World Championships, you can still battle it out in the Go Battle League. 20 sets per day, 100 battles per day total, and that goes a week long. Jim, I know in between your casting rotations, you're going to be battling.
That's right, all 100, Speedy.
All 100, right? We have some unique encounters as well. Make sure to go out and find that scuba-themed Pikachu, and as well, Pokemon like Lickitung, Marill that have been meta-viable for a long time are also going to be available in the wild. Don't forget, you can also TM away frustration, which was a main feature of Adventure Week taken over. Amanda, talk to us about your shadows. Did you encounter any cool ones in the last event?
I mean, we talked about a bunch of shadow Pokemon earlier that we wanted to play with. Timber, obviously, is something kind of spicy, kind of interesting. What I was most happy that I ended up getting was my shadow Cresselia. So I wonder, actually, I think it's viable for here at Worlds. I know we keep saying, are we going to see it? But do you guys think we're going to see any shadow Cresselia over the regular one? Cresselia is so popular.
I'm thinking no. I think Cresselia in general is a Pokemon that you really want to have that bulk. You're not doing too much fast attack damage to begin with. I'm expecting to see a lot of regular non-shadow Cresselias. It would be cool to see one though. Maybe we get a little bit of spice here at Worlds.
There are definitely some favorite trainers heading into the competition. We have to talk about the elephant in the room, Dunebug 97, the first trainer to win 3, that's not 1, that's not 2, that's 3 regional championships in a single season, and he did the last one with a Shadow Pidgeot. Soph, is there anything that Dunebug can't do?
Well, he's incredibly powerful in every format. Actually, the first trainer to ever hit Legend rank in the Go Battle League, most regional championships of any trainer out there. And I know he's going to want to close out his historic season with a strong finish here at Worlds.
Dunebug might be the favorite from North America, but there are 3 other incredible trainers that I think have what it takes to take the trophy home. Those are Lyle Jeffs III, Out of Pocket, and It's Accent. It's a strange world we live in, Jim, where our reigning world champ is on the second slide.
Yeah, that's right. But we really have to look at all 3 of these trainers because we have Lyle Jeffs actually won 2 regional tournaments, not just Dunebug winning multiple, Lyle Jeffs winning multiple regionals as well. He's a force to be reckoned with. Out of Pocket, he has the momentum on his side though. Just won NAIC with some really interesting picks as well, but never discount the reigning world champion, It's Accent. I know he's hungry to try and get that back-to-back world champion title. Will he do it? Make sure you guys stay tuned.
Let's sail across the Atlantic and take a look at the EU region because Palasha has been cooking. Amanda, tell us about Palasha and her Shadow Magnezone.
Yeah, that Magnezone play has actually put Palasha on the map for sure. She's been a fantastic battler this whole season. Even though championship points were just introduced, she actually got all of her championship point qualifications from her regional competitions, top cutting in 5 of the 8 of them that she did. I mean, she didn't even need any local points, but those local points ended up putting her basically at the top of the EU leaderboard after that.
I've heard that her teams have inspired trainers from all across the world, not just in the EU, but let's stay there for just another second longer and talk about these 3 trainers. Colin, a 2 times regional champion this season, Emmy Weedle, the EUIC champion, and Inadequance, who I think really popularized the Giratina Origin pick. What do you think, Soph?
Absolutely, and Inadequance is really talented with using a huge variety of Pokemon. Obviously, we saw that in his regional win, or his special event win, but as well in grassroots formats and in the Go Battle League, he's really well known for making these lesser-known Pokemon viable.
Let's travel back across the Atlantic and a little further south to the LATAM region. This is LNDS Jeff, the first trainer in the world to have a 100% win rate. Did not drop a single game at his regional competition in Curitiba, and then he followed it up with an LAIC victory. Jim, is there anything that Hard Jeff can't do?
I don't know. I was actually there at the LAIC championship there, and it was just such an enigmatic, just amazing type of atmosphere there at the LATAM Regional Championships. Hard Jeff was the spotlight, though. You could just feel all the energy, not only that he had, but extended to all of the rest of his teammates and compatriots as well. It was just such an outstanding event. He has had so much success, not only at the IC level, but at regional levels as well, and he now wants to translate that to World. He's been traveling all around the globe, and I think that he has a really good shot of taking home the title of World Champion.
When Hard Jeff won in Sao Paulo, he talked about competition, but he also talked about family. Let's take a look at a couple other trainers, like you said, Jim, his teammates and friends, LNDS Jess Muniz, LNDS T. Steiner, and then D. Synced, who has one of the sickest pictures I've ever seen on his card. He looks awesome, and his Shadow Quagsire has really upended the meta. It's going to be really exciting to see how these trainers perform. I think any one of them has what it takes to bring it all home. With that being said, let's go ahead and head down to the Oceania region. There is one trainer there that won 2 regional championships this season as well. He's going Yako mode. This is Jakobrovic, Amanda.
Yeah, Jakobrovic was actually, we've talked about trainers who have won multiple titles in one season. He was the first trainer for Pokemon Go to be able to do so, just doing it basically hours before Dunebug was able to. Jakobrovic is well known across the whole PvP scene. A lot of trainers saying he's like one of the best players in the world. They're very fearful to be playing against him. I'm really excited to see what tricks he has up his sleeve.
What really stands out to me about Jakobrovic's gameplay is that he just outskills everyone. He wears you down over time. He pushes it all the way to Game 10 of the Grand Finals and then just barely is able to beat you, but he does it with such control, such poise. Let's talk about some of his other Australian competitors and trainers from the Oceania region. It's kind of remiss not to mention Rick Flareon, Avrip, and Rocket Claire. Jim, zero in on these trainers.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see because I think that Rick Flareon and Avrip actually competed last year at Worlds as well, so they have some of that experience. Our newcomer is going to be Rocket Claire, and we've seen her take down some of the biggest names in the Oceania region. So I think that she has just as good a shot as anyone coming in here, maybe with a little bit less experience at the world stage, but I think her chances are great here in 2024.
One of the things to look out for is the brackets, are the records, the final standings. Rocket Claire has taken down some of the best trainers in the Australia-New Zealand area, and I don't think she's going to be stopping anytime soon now that she's here in Hawaii. Let's head over to APAC and look at some of those trainers, because in the TPC region, we don't get to see those battles very often, but we know beyond the shadow of a doubt that Crescent Angels is absolute fireworks on the stage. Tell us about him.
Well, he's been a veteran at these World Championships. He's actually the only trainer from Japan to have qualified for the World Championships in 2022, 2023, and this year. And he was actually top 3 at those first ever World Championships, making a lot of flashy plays. And I know a lot of trainers are going to be excited to watch him again.
I distinctly remember Crescent Angels catching on a 1 HP Pokemon and just kind of looking around at the crowd saying, oh yeah, you like that? I'll do it again. Crescent Angels is one of the most talented trainers I have ever seen on the stage. But let's head over and look at some other trainers from the APAC region that might be making waves. We've got Booty, Beelzeboy, and BJ Powat. I'm going to come back to you, Soph. Tell us a little bit about these players.
Yeah, BJ is actually another repeat World Championship player, actually the 2-time champion of the Thailand region, and I know he's excited to be here again. Beelzeboy, I believe, Indian regional champion this year, and really a lot of strong performances on the grassroots circuit as well, so really excited to see what he can do here. And then I believe Booty, actually a 3-time Worlds competitor as well. So, really going to be exciting to see how he does this year.
Well, we highlighted trainers from all across the world, from all these different regions, but it feels like all these trainers have certain things in common. They have great timing, they know their counts very well, they know their Pokemon typings, they know how to build a team. Amanda, I just want to ask you really briefly, what do you think the most important factor is when a trainer tries to take that step to the next level? Is it energy and counts? Is it team reading? What's your opinion?
That is a really good question. I think obviously there are a lot of players who will say that, charge attack timing, optimal move timing is important, and it absolutely is. There are so many trainers, however, as well, that are here because they have amazing team reads, because they're able to get inside their opponent's head as well, just deciding, is there an off-meta pick? Is there something that actually counters what I think everyone is going to bring? Tonton Zaptus was a great example of that at EUIC a couple previous years ago, bringing a Shadow Dragonair into a meta that just completely destroyed all of his opponents.
Jim, do you agree? Do you think those are the most important factors?
For me, I think it's going to be composure. When you look at some of these trainers, a lot of them do have Worlds experience. Some of them don't. All of them have had their own unique pathways here to Worlds, though. They've had to have some sort of challenges in the face of just absolute challenges. Now that said, I do think that there are going to be some trainers that stand out, trainers that we see that remain composed, trainers that know that despite some of the challenges that they're going to be facing here, that they can maintain that mental focus and not be distracted, make sure that they're focused on the prize, which is gaining the title of World Champion.
Jim says composure. Do you agree, Soph?
Yeah, I have to add that I think just line reading in this Show 6 format is really important. We have thousands and tens of thousands of players playing in the Go Battle League, but when you make that transition to the Championship Series circuit, you have to play a little bit differently, thinking more critically about what's in the back as opposed to what might just be the best general play, assuming that anything could be in the back.
Now, the reason I asked you all of that is because you all submitted a pick for who you thought could take that trophy home on Championship Sunday. So let's get into our caster predictions and see if those trainers have all the tools that they need in order to win here in Honolulu, Hawaii. So I'll come back to you. These Pokemon are very, very powerful. Do you think your spotlighted trainer is going to use any of these?
I certainly hope so. I know Shadow Feraligatr is one that hasn't been used quite as much. We saw Out of Pocket do very well with their regular Feraligatr, but I think it's really powerful, really good safe swap as well. So hopefully we see some trainers getting to use that Shadow Feraligatr.
Jim, you've got some spicy picks. Tell us about Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Gligar. I rarely see those these days.
Well, the Shadow Gligar Lickitung core, I think when we talk about composure, we talk about consistency. I think that those are the Pokemon that when you have those cycles, some trainers can actually stand out versus others, even though they're playing the exact same Pokemon. When you have some of those cycles under your belt, I think that we'll see some of those trainers standing out with those very consistent Pokemon. That said, I think that Shadow Quagsire does have what it takes here to be that premier Mud Boy here at Worlds, with access to Stone Edge, some flexibility with Mud Bomb, and then a very fast charging Aqua Tail. Lots of great play, and let's not discount the Skeledirge though. Only Pokemon that resists all of its moves would be a normal fire type. I don't think we're going to be seeing that today, so I think we're going to see a lot of flexibility from the Skeledirge. Maybe it can bring home the world title.
Probably not very many Leos in the meta currently, right, Jim? So that's a very safe pick. Amanda, you were the only trainer to bring Azumarill as one of your 4. Tell us just briefly why you chose Azumarill.
I mean, if you think about it, all of your guys' picks, you're talking about Guzzlord, Skeledirge, there's some Vigoroths as well. I mean, look at yours, Will. I mean, Azumarill does well against all of them except for basically Charge-a-Bug there. I think it is a staple pick. It's something that's been around since the very beginning, but it's been around for a reason. But the main thing I'm wondering is, are we going to see some Hydro Pump on the Azumarills nowadays? Because normally it's been running Ice Beam and Play Rough. However, I think it does a little bit better against, say, if there's like a Bastiodon or something like that in the meta.
Exactly. I think a lot of trainers are wondering, is Azumarill too slow? Can it keep pace with these new meta picks? But let's zero in on the trainers that we think can use these Pokemon, can use these tools to win a World Championship. It looks like we all picked a different trainer. I chose S. James P. I think he has what it takes in terms of technical proficiency, composure. I mean, his win earlier this season was just so thrilling to watch, and he didn't seem to break a sweat the entire time. So tell us about your prediction.
Yeah, I think Paula has just been such a consistent trainer, reached top 16 at the World Championships last year, and this season she just hasn't missed. I think she's been top 4 in almost all of her tournaments this season, including at EUIC, and like Amanda was saying earlier, really kind of defined the meta with that Magnezone pick, inspiring a lot of trainers around the world, so I'm really, really excited to see how she does here.
Jim, you mentioned composure as being the most important trait for a successful trainer. How does your pick's composure set them apart?
Yeah, thank you, Will. When we look at Hard Jeff, he plays with so much emotion, so much heart. He's had the experience. He's won the ICs. He's won the regionals. He's played trainers from all around the world, regularly traveling to the North American regional tournaments and ICs as well. I think that he has the experience. I think he has the technical ability, and I think that he has the composure, able to maintain focus in the heat of battle. He's my prediction here for 2024.
Amanda, your pick, Jakobovich. I think he makes some of the best team reads I've ever seen out of any competitor. Is that why you picked him?
I mean, Yako just doesn't lose. He's only played in 2 tournaments this season. He took home the gold in both of them. If he's going to go ahead and be competing at Worlds as well, I mean, if he's keeping up that track record, I think I have a pretty good pick in mind.
The Pokémon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokémon, including our sister titles. We have some awesome rewards for our viewers at home. This is our VGC distribution. You can get a Sylveon, and not just any Sylveon, a World Champions Sylveon. Sylveon from Tomoya Ogawa's 2023 World Championship team. Make sure to enter that code at the bottom of the left side of the screen, Sleep Talk Worlds, in order to add that Sylveon to your roster. But it doesn't stop there. We also have Twitch drops for the trading card game. Beautiful artwork here across the board, and make sure to pick up these rewards so you can enter into the TCG Live and take on your competitors, train up for Worlds, and get ready for next year. But I know what everybody's waiting for. We want to see those Pokemon Go Twitch drops. Amanda, tell us about this avatar t-shirt.
How adorable is it? This is the Pikachu that is being presented because of Worlds here with this cute little scuba diving and snorkeling gear. You can get it on a t-shirt. You can start sporting it as well when you're doing your Go Battle League battles. Make sure to put in that code. I'm not going to read it off for you guys. You're going to have to take a screenshot of that.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that this is one of the coolest looking shirts that we've had in-game. I know a lot of people are fans of the Yokohama 2023 shirt. This one is so cute, just like you said, so I'm really, really excited to see all the in-game items, all the Twitch drops. There's special research here at the event as well. So many things to be excited for, not just the battles, all the access to additional resources as well to try and put you on that next step, especially with Go Battle Week going on. You want to make sure that you're hoarding those resources, building those Pokemon for PvP.
I want everyone to do me a favor. If you're watching at home, get active in the chat. No matter where you're watching, let us know what you're most excited for at the World Championships. And also, get online on these other platforms as well. X, formerly known as Twitter. Make sure to use that hashtag Pokémon Worlds. You can watch on YouTube. Check out Facebook and Instagram as well. Share your stories, because even though we are here in person, we are all part of this Pokemon Go World Championship experience, and we all want to hear how your day is going and how your weekend is progressing as you cheer on your favorite competitors. I want to ask around the table one more time for some final thoughts. What you're most excited for, and maybe we can get some inspiration for the chat at home.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is a championship. Everyone here is a champion in their own right, of course. I mean, they've qualified for it, they've made it, but this is really where they have to test their mettle. This is where they have to, like you talked about, Jim, have a little bit of composure, realizing, good gameplay positions, and just, there can only be one champion, unfortunately, but it's going to be pretty exciting for everyone to watch.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say to all the trainers participating here, it's parity for everyone. This is an even playing field, regardless of whether you've won 4 regionals or none. This is your opportunity. This is your moment. You can be that trainer that takes home the title of World Champion. Believe in yourself and you can do it.
Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, I mentioned at the top of the show that I was really excited to see all these trainers from around the world getting to compete against each other. We've seen trainers like Jakobovich dominating Australia, Dunebug, of course, dominating the US, and it's really exciting just to see how they're going to get to play against each other.
As a Hawaiian saying goes, there is no cliff so tall that it cannot be climbed. Right here, right now, this is the moment that so many trainers have been waiting for their entire lives, and it's up to them to seize the moment. Let's take a look here at what it takes to make a champion.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted World Champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is super fun. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional, and Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
And he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Todd Reckleb is your 5-time international champion.
Urshifu, close combat into the Lucas, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Dunebug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down, I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that
any other competitor who has qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season. And
players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world. And
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Rekklaz.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's got to be Gabriel Agati.
Junebug.
Justin Tang.
Brad Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me. There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown. And I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
It takes grit, it takes determination, it takes passion, love, and care to become a Pokémon World Champion. And so many trainers have their hearts set on the title this very weekend. I want to gather some final thoughts before we jump into the competition. Amanda, what would you say to everyone watching at home and all the trainers here in the arena?
I mean, one thing that you've said, I think you also need some confidence. If you hear all of those competitors, they are determined to win Worlds. I think everyone is watching is in for a treat, regardless if you're here in this packed stadium or if you're at home. And if you're at home, Twitch drops.
Jim.
Yeah, what's most exciting for me is that we don't regularly get to see the different regions facing off. We see a lot of regionals that are within particular region, right? We see our LATAMs, our North America, our APAC regions, but now we get to see them all facing off, in some cases for the first time. So I expect some electric battles here this weekend.
So many talented trainers here, so many champions here, and I think it's really just going to come down to who is able to stay cool, calm, and collected. So my advice for the competitors is just do what you need to do to stay in the zone.
It's been a long road, but we are finally here. The 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships are underway right now. So if you're ready, trainers, lock in, good luck, and have fun. Casters, over to you.
Aloha trainers, it is the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name's Caleb Pang, and I have the privilege and honor to share this booth with my friend, 2-Up Butters, Steven Sanders. How you doing this morning?
I'm amazing. How could you not be excited when the best Pokemon trainers have traveled here from across the globe with a dream of becoming a Pokemon World Champion? This is the biggest Pokemon Worlds yet, with over 200 competitors. Let's take a look at how they will compete this weekend.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokemon Go trainers and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $2 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers will compete in double elimination groups using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Day 2, the best trainers from Day 1 will continue to battle until only the final 2 trainers remain. Day 3, our trainers compete in their final matches until a World Champion is crowned. Matches are best of 3, except for the Winners Finals, Losers Finals, and Grand Finals, which are all best of 5. All matches will be played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means that all players will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, of which 3 will be brought to each game. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Will its Axon be able to defend his title as the World Champion? Watch to find out, and follow all of the action at Pokemon.com/play.
You said it perfectly, Butters. We have 200 competitors here, over 200 for Pokemon Go, and this is pretty much double of what we had last year. We're in our 3rd year for Pokemon Go on the official circuit. I'm very excited to see and be a part of the largest tournament to date so far.
And remember, it's been a gap since the last tournament, so the meta has time to change a lot. So actually, let's look at that day 1 usage. Let's see if any of these meta trends that we predicted actually showed up. And look at this. Lickitung is actually number 1, but how about this? Double electric in the top 5, Caleb.
It's an electric meta right here. I know some people were doubting the Lantern, especially after that Spark nerf back in June. But the thing is, everyone's now pivoting over to Water Gun Lantern. And in my opinion, I think it's actually even better in this current meta, better into Gligar. You still beat Skarmory. You still have a lot more play into those water ground types like Quagsire. You even have the potential to even beat it too. The thing that was holding Lantern back was that mirror matchup against opposing Spark Lantern. But if no one's running Spark, Water Gun Lantern is here to play, and this fish is not going anywhere.
I mean, look at it against the top 12 here. It literally only has one terrible matchup, which is the Altaria. It's going to be able to wall all the energy that is electric and water. Cresselia is not great. Cresselia is going to be able to outpace that Water Gun Lantern, but even against Lickitung in the 1 Protect Shield situation, it's not bad. That was one of the trends that you're hearing rumblings about going into the tournament, that a lot of trainers are bringing double electric, and it's true. It's a fact now because double electric is in the top 5. We even see Azumarill, I believe, was in that top 6 there, which was another meta trend that we thought was going to happen. So looks like a lot of these trainers are right. So I feel like they're on the right page to be able to predict what is going to be at the World Championships this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of these trainers are really preparing and trying to anticipate what other players are going to bring, because we've only had 1 tournament so far in this meta, and this is the second and only other one. So a lot of people are saying, well, hey, I saw this at NAIC, and I think these might be the adjustments I'm making. I'm seeing a lot more Lantern usage, obviously, based on the usage, but a huge drop-off in Gligar usage as well. One of the strongest Pokemon throughout the entire season, but with access to Water Gun on that Lantern and, of course, Skarmory's around, Gligar has 2 pretty hard checks in this meta, and I think a lot of people are anticipating the increase of Skarmory usage as well. Lantern, which both have not the best matchups against Registeel, right? Registeel is going to struggle against Charge Bug, resisting all those charge attacks, but with Lantern around, Registeel has a lot more fight. Speaking of Registeel, we got it on stage, and we got a star-studded matchup to kick things off. We got Tauntaun Padus, the 2023 EUIC champion of Europe, and then we got LNDS Hard Jeff on the right-hand side, the 2024 LAIC champion. 2 international champions to kick things off here at World Championships.
Yeah, well, welcome to the World Championships, right? With this kind of matchup to start, it's time to find out who's going to be the main character of this year's story. And will it be Harjeffi, who you saw in that video? He thinks he's at the top of his game, could be the best in the world right now. And he placed top 5 in 2 international championships this year. Of course, sweeping the Latin America International Championships, but coming all the way over to North America to place 5th. Behind a fellow Brazilian, LNDS Steinar, who actually got 3rd, and they played the exact same team. So he's very familiar with this meta because he's already been top 5 in this meta.
Yeah, definitely. And he has a whole list of accomplishments, multiple regional wins, international win as well. He's looking for his first and potential World Championships win. Let's take a look at the team here. He's got Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Vigoroth, Azumarill, Lantern, and Registeel. No Annihilate. Annihilate was, I think, #1 usage at NAIC, the only other tournament in this meta, but you can see a lot of people pivoting away from it, and you can see Harjep as well. A lot of Annihilate counters too to protect that Vigoroth.
And Vigoroth was the Pokemon of choice for him at that last international championship, and Tauntaun Padus also running that Vigoroth. But look at this! Running the Shadow Magnezone to start us off. Also, your pick, the Clodsire with the Mudshot Earth Power and Stone Edge, which I believe it's Earthquake Stone Edge, and Shadow Feraligatr, Cresselia in the Altaria as well. Double Altaria, double Vigoroth to start us off.
And his Shadow Feraligatr is actually running Crunch. A lot of people tend to opt for Ice Beam for better coverage against stuff like Altaria that really just, resists all the other moves, so Hydro Cannon really. But Crunch is interesting because it gives it a lot more utility into stuff like Lantern, right? And expecting more Water Gun Lantern can be crucial for having that Crunch access.
Right, and speaking of that, I feel like that is why maybe Tauntaun is going for the Mud Shot too on the Clodsire to try to have that super effective fast attack damage versus that Lantern that you are going to expect that is going to be on Harjeffi's team. And Harjeffi, I was talking to him yesterday, and he had a really complicated approach to how he prepared for these World Championships. A lot of data-driven analysis to try to decide what he'll run. I won't give away his details, but it was really awesome to hear how these trainers are going in through such depths to prepare for the biggest moment of this season, because you have to be your best every single battle. This is your opening matchup, and you're against another international champion.
And I talked to Harjeff yesterday. He said that he personally was a little bit worried about Clodsire against his team.
Wow,
saying that,
okay.
that his team's a little bit weak. They're hoping not too many people run Clodsire. And
Caleb, wait, let me ask something. Or let me tell you something too. He said he was worried about Cresselia too. So Clodsire and Cresselia were the two Pokemon that he said he was a little worried about, and both of them are on Tauntaun's team.
Yeah, Tauntaun, one of the most creative team builders for sure. No stranger to running Spice Picks. Not maybe the spiciest team, but his team, I would say, is still pretty far off from the meta, right? Clodsire, Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Magnezone, all not making that top 12 in usage either, but they have a lot of play in this current meta, and I don't know. I think he picked a really good team, but we'll see how Harjeff is able to overcome this challenge as these players are starting to lock in for first game here at World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The interesting thing about this matchup is there's no real hard answer for that Vigoroth. Vigoroth is going to be quite safe for both trainers because there's no Annihilate on either team, and even against Azumarill, even against Cresselia, yes, those can be losing matchups, but if you use some Protect Shields, you could either be in that matchup or it'll be a soft loss, which isn't the end of the world, especially for a trainer like Tauntaun, who might want to come in with that Shadow Magnezone. And actually that Shadow Magnezone is looking pretty strong against Harjeffi's team because it's good against Registeel, it's pretty good against Lantern, it's good against Azumarill, Gligar, it's okay, Altaria, it's good. It really just has to worry about the Vigoroth. So I think we're going to see a lot of Vigoroth from Harjeffi, and I think you might see the Magnezone from Tauntaun.
Definitely. I mean, I think that's a very solid point there too. The Water Gun Lantern is going to benefit a little bit more in that matchup before, you know, running Spark was resisted. The Water Gun damage for neutral really adds up, especially against a more frail Pokemon like Shadow Magnezone. But you're absolutely right. With energy advantage, with shield advantage, Shadow Magnezone has so much potential into Harjeff's team. He doesn't have a water ground type. He doesn't have the Clodsire. He has a Gligar, but Gligar, even taking resisted Wild Charge, still does quite a bit of damage. You had to land a dig. But here we go. It's going to be game number 1, Tauntaun versus Harjeff to kick things off. It's going to be a Cresselia into Shadow Gligar. Pretty neutral matchup.
Yeah, but look at this backline. You have the Shadow Magnezone in the back, and you're facing the Azumarill and the Altaria. This is your Shadow Magnezone counter in the lead here, but the good thing for Shadow Gligar and Harjeffi is Shadow Gligar in the one protection shield situation is pretty good against Cresselia, so looks like a no protect shield to start us off at the World Championships from Tauntaun.
Yeah, Harjeff definitely needs to preserve some of this Gligar if possible for that Magnezone because it's so strong in the backline. You can see Harjeff already valuing the Gligar, going to shield the Grass Knot, a little bit less damage than Moonblast, but Tauntaun still has 2 more moves to potentially take out this Gligar. Now goes through the Moonblast. It's going to connect onto that Shadow Gligar. Do we see a debuff, small debuff chance, but...
Oh, we actually get it! What a way to start us at the World Championships!
Oh, and here comes a dig from Harjeff, farming as much energy as possible, staying composed. Tauntaun said, you know what? I'm probably going to save my shields for that Magnezone. I think it's a good call here.
I think he's... Wait. Oh, wait! Oh, no! Because of the debuff, he actually had to throw the Aerial Ace. That is a huge disadvantage for Harjeffi. He had to throw all that energy where otherwise he would have knocked out with the dig, and now comes the Shadow Magnezone. This Magnezone has a 2 protect shield advantage, and the Shadow Gligar's energy dry. Here's the swap into Altaria.
Oh, and we see Harjeff banking that dig, knowing that even if he throws, it's going to instantly be shielded. Tauntaun pursues over 2 Wild Charges at this point. Going to throw that first hard-hitting Wild Charge. Harjeff going to correctly shield, but Harjeff, no shields already. 0 to 2 shield disadvantage to kick things off, and Tauntaun Batu still has both shields. A second Wild Charge coming through. neutral wild charge damage, does a huge amount.
And he pivots!
Altaria.
And he pivots out of it. He does the damage. He pivots in the Vigoroth, gonna try to go for the counter down, but is denied by a Moonblast here. Actually using the Protect Shield on this Vigoroth here, not saving it for that Shadow Magnezone in the back. Instead, using his first Protect Shield of the game to get that counter down, and now you have all that energy. The Shadow Gligar has some energy. You come with the Azumarill, and now do you bank some of that energy in case that Gligar comes in?
Yeah, that's one shield down on the side of Tauntaun, but two's Harjeff needs to grab the second shield somehow. He has the dig loaded for that Magnezone, but there's a whole shield he still needs to get through, and there's no way he could wing attack down this Magnezone from this health range. You can see he's trying to figure out how to play this around, but Tauntaun in that driver's seat, he knows he saves that shield for Magnezone. He's in a good position here, and Magnezone has an amazing play into Azumarill and Gligar, especially up a shield, and look at how much health is still on the Magnezone too. He's just trying to whittle down this Azumarill as fast as possible so that he could clear the way for that Magnezone sweep.
And we should point out, this is the Ice Beam. It's swapped on the Ice Beam, actually sacrificing the Magnezone here. This is going to be not very effective, so it might not knock out. Can you get the Volt Switch down? How much bubble pressure can you do? 1 Volt Switch, 2 bubbles. It's not going to knock out. Wait a second. Actually, it does. It does knock out. Now Tauntaun is regretting his decision because now he has to Protect Shield this Ice Beam or let it go and be dangerously low to getting knocked out. He lets it go. This is going to be so close. Can the fast attack pressure from Harjeffi get him back into this game? And here comes the swap. Here comes the wing attack. No! The body slam comes through. Now it's all going to come down to counter versus bubble. Who will knock out?
It's going to be super close. Harjeff doesn't need to throw a move. He just needs to throw bubbles. Can he get through? Only
one bubble? No!
The counter's going to come through. Tauntaun going to take game number 1 off of Harjeff.
Remember, that is a 2-turn fast attack with the counter. Bubble is 3 turns, so the 2-turn will register first. That 1 counter was enough to take the game 1 victory for Tauntaun Battus.
And we're hearing some of the crowds already chanting for their favorite competitor on stage. Love to hear the excitement there. Man, Tauntaun catching the Ice Beam, right? Resists the Ice Beam. You're thinking, all right, not that much damage from Magnezone, pretty frail, and then loses the Magnezone. And I thought, okay, maybe gave away his win condition there, but just stay firm on that Vigoroth, trying to sweep the back line.
And this was huge, Caleb.
Yes. That was massive too, wasting the energy on Harjeff. Harjeff's counting though pretty on point. He knew that there's gonna be a grass knot ready. If he didn't throw that aerial ace, he would just lost the Gligar and went down a shield. So at least he was able to take out the Cresselia, but that debuff really saved Tauntaun in that early game.
Imagine if he had an extra aerial ace throughout that matchup, right? Because he had to waste it because he got very unlucky with that Moonblast debuff. But, you know, that's what happens sometimes in Pokemon. So now he has to bounce back here. And remember, this is a trainer that's been top 5 and has won an international championship this season. So he has been so consistent. I wouldn't count him out of this series. In Tauntaun, actually, he was the 2023 European International Champion, but this year, he was actually only 1-2 at EUIC. So he's coming off some rough performances, but this team, so far, super creative, and the way he played that in game number 1 was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, taking 1 game off Harjeff is no easy feat, too. I mean, no one was able to do that at Curitiba, right? So already taking 1 game off to kick things off, feeling pretty good for Tauntaun. I think in that first game, Harjeff was really over-preparing for Clodsire. Knowing that he's weak to it, right? He brought the Gligar, the Azumarill, the Altaria, all having some decent neutral play into that Clodsire, right? Altaria probably the worst one there, but he was scared to bring the Registeel. He didn't want to bring the Vigoroth as well because that's a losing matchup, but Vigoroth might be crucial for him to take out that Magnezone, because Magnezone was kind of hard for him to neutralize.
I agree, because it's not just that the Vigoroth can beat the Magnezone. It's like the only thing that's giving fast attack pressure, besides maybe the Water Gun Lantern. Everything else, you're just so comfortable double resisting wing attacks, resisting Dragon Breath. Lock On does 1 damage no matter what. And looks like we are locked into game number 2, and here it is. This is what Harjeffi needed. This is going to be the Vigoroth led into the Shadow Magnezone. You have to expect Tauntaun is going to instantly pivot, and he goes into his own Cresselia.
Yeah, Cresselia is an interesting save swap. There's not really an answer for it on the side of Harjeff. Just Registeel pretty much, but Registeel was not brought into this game. So quite the gamble, a good gamble from Tauntaun for sure. I think Harjeff's going to try to chip this down and either maybe just stay in and just farm down with energy, or going to take some of this damage and swap over to Gligar, because you really don't want to come into this with Azumarill either.
Yeah, and so you will take this chip damage onto the Vigoroth here. You can take some energy, and the thing is, actually throws the Body Slam right away, just trying to get some chip damage into this Cresselia to make sure that you keep the alignment into that Shadow Magnezone later. Because even if you are this low health with Vigoroth, you can still do a ton of counter damage into that Shadow Magnezone, and actually brings out his second best counter to the Magnezone, so he is a little vulnerable with his Azumarill if he gets led into that Magnezone in the backline.
I like this play by Harjeff though, because it's really uncomfortable for Tauntaun to come into a Gligar with the Magnezone, right? Magnezone's going to resist all that bolster damage. Great timing from Harjeff. They're on charge attack priority, trying to waste, get as much energy as possible and force Tauntaun to shield there first, or take it out with as much energy as possible. And here comes Magnezone into Gligar. Harjeff not messing around, going straight for Dig through 2 shields. Tauntaun going to shield up this Magnezone. I like the play here because even with energy, Magnezone, not a great matchup into Vigoroth. It's going to do a lot of damage though with that wild charge damage, and throws the Mirror Shot, I believe right on charge attack priority or right before it. It's going to be enough to take out the Gligar. Does Harjeff shield? No, going to save the shields because he knows he doesn't want to get hit by a wild charge on the Vigoroth. Vigoroth comes in. Oh, Mirror Shot bait to kick things off. Going to grab a shield from Harjeff right away.
Gets the shield there, and now can you also get the attack drop? Mirror Shot can drop your attack by 1 stage. No, doesn't get the attack drop this time. Swaps into the Azumarill here, and the Vigoroth, they are both switch locked now, so this is actually pretty good for Harjeffi. It is shield parity here, but the thing is, if you soft lose this matchup and allow the farm down on that Shadow Magnezone, Harjeffi can be in trouble. So you have to be very delicate with this situation in front of you because you can't allow that Magnezone to set up.
Yeah, I think their timers are, for the most part, synced up. So I think Harjeff's play is, yes, I'm going to take out this Vigoroth, but I'm going to make sure my switch timer is pretty much up when I take it out so that I don't get that farm down, like you said, from that Magnezone. Magnezone still has a little bit of energy, though, because it went for a Mirror Shot bait earlier. It didn't even wild charge. So it definitely has a lot of play in the back end. But Harjeff trying to thread the needle here a little bit, keep the health bars as low as possible. Tauntaun Batu's already had 2 back-to-back body slams, so Harjeff just let this go.
Yeah, he does, and it's not going to knock out here, and he does let it go. The Azumarill hangs on, and he's able to throw the Ice Beam, but it's swapped once again, 2 games in a row, but actually decides to protect shield it. This is not very effective, but I think a Vigoroth throwing a Body Slam is going to do more damage than that Ice Beam. So actually uses his last shields, trying to get to the Mirror Shot, barely gets to the Mirror Shot. Will this get the last Protect Shield of the game from Harjeffi? You have to, because you have to get this counter down, but the Volt Switch is going to do a lot of damage too. Can you get the attack drop? Does he get it this time? He gets the attack drop, and now can he get the counter down? He does get the counter down. He's loaded on energy. He just needs back-to-back Body Slams, but his charge attack priority, and it looks like Tauntaun trained for higher attack, and he's able to knock out the opposing Vigoroth of Harjeffi.
It's game 1 all over again, too. They're going to have to go for a bubble down or a counter down. Can the Azumarill get the bubble down this time around?
The revenge for Azumarill!
Harjeff's World Championship dreams are still alive here, tying up.
Wow!
1 HP in game 1, 1 HP in game 2. Vigoroth versus Azumarill in back-to-back games. These games can't get any closer.
My goodness. The same 2 Pokemon fast attacking down. I mean, it's elite energy management to be in that situation where all you have is your hopes of fast attacking down, because you're trying to min-max all your charge attacks throughout the game, and those in-games become super complicated there, and it's just amazing how they ended the exact same way, and now we got a tie series. It's 1-1.
Yeah, a tie series for sure. I mean, just, you know, tough matchups for Tauntaun to lead into, right? That Magnezone into Vigoroth, but it just hits so hard, and you have to respect the shield, respect the damage from that Magnezone. I believe Harjeff shielded 2 Mirror Shots in that game. Didn't shield anything else, right? But even the bait move is threatening enough because it potentially could be that wild charge to force you to shield in that situation. But yeah, what a game here. We did get some information there. Looks like Tauntaun's Vigoroth does have a higher attack than the Vigoroth on the side of Harjeff. So that's really important knowledge for this game number 3. Harjeff now knows that that's going to be the outcome every time he matches up in that mirror matchup. So he has to figure out how to play around those matchups a little bit more. Meanwhile, Tauntaun can really take advantage of that higher attack, getting that charge attack priority in that mirror matchup. So you're going to see him probably leading with energy more or maximizing as much energy as possible, knowing that he gets that body slam off first in that head-to-head matchup.
Right, and we're expecting that mirror matchup, right? Because Vigoroth is so strong for both of these trainers, and now Tauntaun knows he's going to bring it every single time, knowing he can win charge attack priority. And Harjeffi didn't bring it game number 1. That's the game he lost. Game number 2, he brought it. He actually would have won earlier if he won that charge attack priority, because he had 2 body slams that got thrown into the trash there because he lost the charge attack priority. Now, we've seen Shadow Magnezone for 2 straight games. I think we're going to see it in game number 3. There is no clear answer besides that Vigoroth, and now you know you win the charge attack priority, so you're not as worried about that Vigoroth. So I think we're going to see Shadow Magnezone one more time. Looks like we're locked in the decisive game number 3, and here it is. It's going to be the Shadow Magnezone leading into the Shadow Gligar. You don't have to swap here, though. This isn't terrible at first.
Yeah, and we see Harjeff actually bring Registeel for the first time here too, knowing that he's quite weak to Cresselia, and just going to say, you know what, if you have the Clodstar in the back, I'm probably going to lose the back-end match, but we'll see what we can do. Harjeff going straight away for the dig, and we're going to get a shield from Tauntaun right off the bat.
Is there a worse 50-50? Double not very effective or double super effective, but calling that one exactly correct. And now you have to call if this is going to be a mirror shot, which is technically still bait. It is neutral, and the other one is resisted, but Wild Charge just does so much damage. Can he get the attack drop one more time? No, I don't believe he got the attack drop.
No attack drop, going for the harder hitting Wild Charge, resisted damage, but this resistance damage doesn't look resistant at all. Almost one-shotting the Gligar. In comes the Cresselia. I like this play from Harjeff, farming up extra energy, and here comes the Registeel, the hard punish to this safe swap Cresselia.
And I really like how Harjeffi banked that energy, but the health in the Gligar is out of range of getting knocked out by a counter, and maybe out of range of getting knocked out by a Volt Switch. Probably a Volt Switch will knock out, so can he capitalize on those 2 charge attacks in the end game without getting knocked out and wasting that energy? But this is perfect. Like you mentioned, the team read adjustment. The Cresselia has been really strong, so this time he brings the Registeel in the back.
And you know Harjeff here is not going to just throw the Zap Cannon right away. He wants to come away with as much energy as possible. I mean, if you look at the back line of Tauntaun, that energy on the Registeel has so much play into both the Vigoroth and the Magnezone. There's no easy way to finish off this Registeel. You can see Tauntaun just going for the grass on damage, just trying to get as much damage as possible off on this Registeel, because this big steel robot is not easy to take out.
Yeah, and the thing is, oh, here's the swap on the Zap Cannon. Look at that catch from Tauntaun here to take the resisted damage and soak it on a Shadow Magnezone. You never soak damage on Shadow Magnezone, gets the debuff, and then 2 counters, just throws the Magnezone out of there. I don't need you anymore, but Tauntaun is going to have an uphill battle because that's a 2 counter advantage for Harjeffi on his Vigoroth.
And let's not forget, Harjeff has almost back-to-back aerial ace energy banks on the Gligar, over dig with the energy as well. It's not going to be easy to play out this backline. Tauntaun, a fantastic catch, but he's still in a really tough position.
Yeah, and this second body slam is going to get protection here, but Tauntaun knows, I mean, he has to throw his own body slam here, and Harjeffi knows it too. He knows he has this game in the bag here, and here comes the body slam, here comes the protection. Harjeffi is trying to bring in the crowd here. He's feeling very confident in this moment, in this victory, because he has all that energy banked, plus because of the 2 counter advantage, he's already at the next body slam, so he's going to secure the knockout into the Mirror Vigoroth.
Getting that counter damage off is crucial. He has energy on the Gligar. Going to throw a Tauntaun, not able to swap and catch the energy on the Cresselia. Gligar connects with the first aerial ace. It's probably going to build up to dig first before going into the Cresselia, or can even swap to the Registeel. No, just going to throw the aerial ace here. You can see Tauntaun already saying GG's, conceding here, recognizing that he is going to take the loss in this first series. You see Registeel is too hard to be stopped. Registeel coming back in this meta, and this is exactly why. Going to lock on down, going for the Focus Blast. Even Harjeff is going to take your first series here at World Championships against Tauntaun Battus.
You hear the cheers from the LNDS team there in the crowd. What an opening matchup at 2024 Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu. Harjeffi continuing his consistency which I think is going to be so important in this tournament. There's so much parity in Pokemon Go PvP. So these trainers that can be this consistent are probably going to make it to day number 2 on Saturday.
I mean, and you said it too, right? His biggest fear was what? Cresselia and Clodsire. He faced both, right, in that first series against Tauntaun Battus. But Tauntaun actually didn't even bring the Clodsire, but that Magnezone also looked like a huge pain.
Yeah.
However, Hardjet finding a way around it. I mean, Tauntaun, I've never seen someone catch so many moves on a Magnezone ever, but he was catching moves left and right on the Magnezone, but just unfortunately not enough bulk to sustain even the resistant moves on that Magnezone.
I want to give a lot of credit to Tauntaun because he's such a creative battler. Not only with his team compositions, making Shadow Dragonair really strong, in the past having so many spicy teams being so successful. But even in this situation, running a very unique team with that Clodsire, with that Shadow Magnezone, and then playing the Shadow Magnezone in a way that we never see, going in and catching resisted charge attacks, caught 2 Ice Beams. I think every single game caught an Ice Beam game 1, Ice Beam game 2, a Zap Cannon in game number 3. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win, but of course, this is double elimination here at the World Championship, so he's not out of it quite yet.
Yeah, and we see in this third game too, the Registeel really coming in. It is not easy to catch a Zap Cannon or any moves from Registeel. These are one-turn lockouts. You have to be completely on point within half a second to catch those moves. But Hardjet, you can see, recognizing his win condition, you can catch all the moves you want, Tauntaun, but I'm still going to come away with the victory here. You can see the excitement on Hardjet's face after that first game 1 loss, able to come back 2-0 on the next 2 games.
And you can see the excitement, the motivation here, because I don't think you could be in a worse hole. First off, he was worried about Clodsire, Cresselia, and then Shadow Magnezone was tough versus his team. And then his own Vigoroth doesn't win charge attack priority versus the opposing Vigoroth. And also, he was down 0-1 in that series, but able to pull off that reverse sweep. And how about that call in game number 3? You called it out early. Even though he knows he's kind of weak to that Vigoroth in the back, he ran the Registeel because he was expecting the Cresselia pivot, and he had it happen, and then that's probably what gave him the swing advantage to win the entire game.
Yeah, and that was a big call from him too, because if that Registeel was locked onto a Clodsire, it would have been a little role reversal there, resisting everything the Registeel has. There's no really harder matchup for Registeel than that Clodsire, but it was only on the bench, a little bench pressure for Tauntaun. Tauntaun's not out of it yet, or any of our trainers who have lost their first set of battles. It is a double elimination tournament, and we saw Dancing Rob, our world champion from 2022, losing, I think, round 2 in World Championships and storming all the way through the loser bracket to make it to back to grand finals and win the whole thing. So anything is possible here, especially for Tauntaun Battus as well.
You can't count out anyone here at the World Championships. Of course, their journey led them here from their accomplishments this season. Whether you qualified through winning a regional, winning an international championships, or you got enough championship points to get here, or even in some APAC regions you won a qualifier, they are all here for a reason, because they performed really well in the 2024 season. So we're not going to count out Tauntaun Battus. I loved his team, actually. It was super exciting to watch. I mean, super creative with the Clodsire. We never got to see it, but Shadow Magnezone, if that's going to be the meta that Hardjet has, and a lot of trainers have teams like that, looks like Shadow Magnezone is going to be pretty strong here.
Yeah, and I mean, how can you count out Tauntaun, right? Game 2, he was 1 HP, HP away from taking the whole series. But Hardjet able to bubble down before the countdown added up, set up for that Game 3 victory for him. So we're going to see, and definitely follow along the bracket if you want to see how other trainers are doing, Tauntaun or other ones that aren't featured on the broadcast as well, because we're going to show so many matchups, but so many of these matches look really good. But for those tuning in, make sure you're checking out our Twitch drops as well. Live here, we have Twitch drops for Pokemon Go. Day number 1 here, we got Sableye Candy, Sableye XLs as well. XL Candy, something you need to make a really good Sableye for Great League, or if you're really feeling spicy for Ultra League maybe even. We got Elite TMs as well. Those are hard to come by, one of the rarest resources in Pokemon Go. And of course, everyone could use more Stardust, and me personally, I love a little bit more XP too.
I could use it. I could use it personally, and thank you to everyone that's watching right now. If you have any friends, tell them about these Twitch drops, because an Elite TM, I know I could use some of those. I could use some XP. I'm still grinding out that level 50, and I'm always low on Stardust. Plus, a Sableye encounter is 750 Stardust too, so a ton of awesome Twitch drops. Make sure to take full advantage, not just today, But throughout the weekend, of course, we have day number 2 Twitch drops, day number 3 Twitch drops, and also we have a special surprise later today. I believe we are going to be unveiling some updates of a new meta coming up. So make sure to tune in throughout the stream and make sure to be here at the end of the day as well.
I like the sound of that. The real question is, Lantern's still going to be meta relevant because that thing is not going away anytime soon based on what we're seeing here in these tournaments. But yeah, we're going to have to stay tuned for that. But yeah, amazing Twitch drops there. I know a buddy of mine just got into Pokemon Go PP, right? Took a few years off, came back to the game and starting to play some Go Battle League. He's like, man, this Surf from Swamper's not doing enough damage. I was like, yeah, you need Hydro Cannon on that, right? And the best way to get that is using that Elite Charge TM. So great resource for those getting into the game. And of course, for those that are veterans to the game, you can always use more Elite TMs, right? Upgrade your Pokemon. I built a new Feraligatr the other day with Hydro Cannon, had to use one there. So really important resource for Pokemon Go PvP.
Well, we got a pleasant surprise. We're actually going to hear from the Latin America International Champion himself to see how he's feeling after that first matchup. Take it away, Jim.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Steven. Welcome, everyone. We're here in the lounge with the LAIC champion, fresh off his victory, LNDS Harjeff. Harjeff, I just want to touch base with you now. How are you feeling after that incredible first game?
Man, amazing, amazing. I'm still shaking, and like, it was a great game against Tonton, so he's a very good battler, so I'm very happy with the win, so, and good to be with you here.
For those at home that may not have seen Harjeff before, multiple regional champion, LAIC 2024 champion as well, and now he's here on the world stage. You lost the first game though, Harjeff. Tell us about how you felt traveling all the way here to Hawaii and feeling that moment where I could lose my first match. How did you recover after that?
Yeah, it was exactly that. Like, I was pretty confident on my first game because I think I have a good composition, but the debuff from the Cresselia,
the Moonblast.
Cresselia, like, destroyed me. So I have to get back after that. So actually it was hard, but I was pretty confident that like that's my tournament. I can't lose right now. The first game, I have a lot to climb. So first game, I will win.
Lots of battles still left here for you. Congratulations again. Now I'm curious, when you were originally playing in the regionals and LAIC, much different meta than we're seeing right now. How have you adapted now to this late season meta compared to some of your original victories early season?
I practice a lot, so the changing meta is just one thing that helps good players. So I'm always battling, I'm always practicing, so I think I can do well in every meta, so I'm pretty confident on that.
I'm looking forward to your next battles. Last question here for you. I know that you've had an incredible journey here, so much support, a lot of folks from your home country, international, a lot of support as well. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out or say thank you to?
I want to shout out my wife, Viviana. Is helping me a lot. I always support every single day. So she's here with me. She was with me in Yokohama, so she's always with me. And I want to shout out every one of my friends at home, family, and the Jebelindo's family as well. I know they are watching right now. I know they're cheering for me a lot. They were cheering here in Hawaii, and they are cheering at home. So without them, this couldn't be possible.
Whenever we see the LNDS, we feel the energy. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of your matches. Thank you again for the time, and best of luck in the rest of your battles.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. And that's awesome to hear. I know Harjeffi and his wife actually got married at the last Pokemon World Championship. So happy 1-year anniversary to them both, and awesome to see the support from not only her and his entire teammates, his entire region. We heard him in the audience. What a way to start us off, right? I mean, he said he was still shaking, but he is a trainer that's incredibly consistent and composed. I feel like to open up a World Championship, being down 0-1 could be a tough position to be in, but he bounced back with fashion, and now he is moving on in his bracket, which of course, every bracket is tough at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these matchups too. I mean, you can feature pretty much anyone on the big stage. You're going to be guaranteed to be a fantastic matchup. We have a fantastic matchup coming up soon for y'all. It's going to be Abhinav versus Goji. Abhinav, one of our players from India who actually has played in a lot of North America tournaments too, is actually qualified for World Championships through North America, actually studying here. And then we're getting Goji in Korea. So haven't seen a lot of Goji on the stage. It might be the first time actually on the big stage for Goji as well. So very excited to see what team he's running and his playstyle.
That might be a small advantage for Abhinav because he is from the India region and he's more familiar with APAC because he has competed in both regions. He has competed in an India qualifier and of course did qualify by winning a regional in North America. But I feel like a lot of the trainers, especially that qualify through regionals and international championships, they might not be as aware of these APAC trainers. And we know from the past, a lot of APAC trainers come in and go really far. In terms of the top 12 in the last 2 Worlds, APAC was actually the most represented region. So there's gonna be a lot of these trainers that you haven't heard of yet. They're gonna make it extremely far. And who knows, it could be Goji. That is gonna be our next matchup.
Yeah, this could be Goji's story. I mean, you're exactly right. So a lot of these APAC trainers, because they don't have a lot of broadcasts for their tournaments, they kind of come in and people don't really know what they have up their sleeve, and they're actually really talented trainers. I mean, all the ones here at the tournament are talented, but the ones that you have no data points on, you don't know what they run, what their strategies are, what movesets they're going to bring. It's going to be wild too. I mean, we had Golden Hada, 2nd place finish in the first World Championship Series from Korea, and then Crescent Angel's 3rd place finish from Japan too. And we got Goji coming from Korea as well going into this. And these are some wild teams. I mean, Abhinav running a pretty meta.
Oh!
Goji, you got Flame, you got Mantine, you got Wiggins Up, you got Giratina Origin, you even got Whiscash. It's not even a Whiscash meta right now.
Wow, I mean, talk about not knowing what to expect, right? Yes. This is not only a trainer you're not familiar with, but a completely different team composition. We have seen cores like this before. Of course, Inadequance won with that Wigglytuff and the Giratina Origin core in the past. Talonflame we have seen in North America and Europe. Even Mantine, I think Ashton Ash did quite well with it in this iteration of the meta at the North American International Championships. And in Whiscash, this is actually an opportunity to talk about. Whiscash has dropped all the way off top 12 usage, if I'm correct. I think it wasn't even in there, and that is a Pokemon that, especially Dunebug, who won 3 regionals this season, was amazing with, and now it's not even meta.
Yeah, and I believe this is Goji's first ever Worlds qualification. First time on stage, first time on any broadcast. So very excited to see what he has up his sleeve. Giratina Origin, Ghost Dragon type. Not the easiest Pokemon to acquire. Definitely want to trade with some friends right through low friendship if you want to try to get one under that 1500 mark. I've used one myself, Butters, and it's an interesting Pokemon, right? Yeah. It does break up that double electric core of Lantern and Charge Bug. And the Shadow Ball does a decent amount of damage, but Ominous Wind is a little underwhelming, especially if you don't get the boost. So we're going to have to see how Goji's going to pilot this Giratina. I think in the right hands, it could really do wonders.
It's extremely polarizing, because if you match up against Lickitung, let's actually look if we can see the charge attacks. We'll see that soon, but I believe it is going to be the Ominous Wind, yes. So there is no coverage on that Giratina. It only has Ghost-type attacks. So if you match up with the Lickitung, that is terrible. Not only are you going to hard lose that matchup, but you're going to set up that Lickitung with probably 100 energy and 40% health to be able to do something against your backline. But if you look at the rest of Abhinav's team, it's pretty strong, right?
Got play into everything.
Yeah, it's strong against Annihilate. It's very strong against Annihilate. You have to worry about the Night Slashes, but it's going to be really good against Water Gun Lantern. It's going to be really good against Shadow Quagsire. And in Skarmory and Shadow Gligar, it's just fine. So if you can avoid that Lickitung matchup, I actually think it's going to be really good in this series.
Yeah, it's got really interesting matchups into those, right? The pacing on the Giratina is going to be 7 to that Shadow Ball, whereas Skarmory's a little bit slower on their pacing, right? 8 to that first Sky Attack and Brave Bird, and then 8 to the subsequent Brave Bird, and only 7 to the Sky Attacks. But if Goji no-shields a Sky Attack, thinking that, you know, it's a bait and not the Brave Bird, then you're actually in a really good position, because now you're going to outpace the Skarmory before they get to the next move. You're going to want Charge Attack priority, which is going to be a big factor as well.
And the huge benefit of this Pokemon in particular is that you're throwing Shadow Balls, but by the time, if it's a 1 Protect Shield situation, by the time they already protect you with Shadow Ball and you've done 14 Shadow Claws, they're almost in Shadow Ball range, almost every Pokemon. So that's why it's so strong in those neutral scenarios, because if you let a single Shadow Ball through, plus that Shadow Claw damage, that could be a knockout. And remember, Abhinav won his regional championships with an iteration of Wadaj's team. He took Wadaj's team and made some small updates to it. He said he made Wadaj's team better, but Wadaj hasn't been competing recently, so I'm interested to see what iteration of this team he has for this tournament.
Yeah, I think Abhinav typically plays a little bit more meta, safe Pokemon too, and that's more his style, right? You want to have a lot of neutral coverage, not going for something like a Guillotine that gets hard walled by Lickitung, right? And you know, not going for maybe Charge Bug that just gets hard walled by Gligar. I think he has a really solid team here. It really depends on how he could take out that Guillotine, because I think Goji's going to bring it, right? Because like you said, he has Blade to everything besides the Lickitung, so why not, right? As long as you're not matched up against Lickitung, you're in a good spot. Goji does have the Wigglytuff and the Registeel to beat the Lickitung, right? Those are wins that he could guarantee, especially if he's on even shields, even health. But the other Pokemon, a little bit harder, right? It's Whiscash, not the best answer to Lickitung. It does have some play, especially if you have shields, but not the best answer. Talonflame could be good if you ramp up that energy, ramp up that damage from Flame Charge. But again, kind of more neutral, and Mantine as well. So that Lickitung on Abhinav's side is actually, in my opinion, is still fairly safe as well, because there's only really two answers to it, and really, it's just the Wigglytuff's not even the hardest of answers, really just the Registeel.
It's really hard to call because Goji's team is very polarizing. There are so many tough matchups, and I feel like we need to talk a little bit about this Wigglytuff, that there's only one thing that can resist that, which is the Skarmory there. Does that mean that the Wigglytuff Talonflame core could be strong enough? Of course, there are two water types on Abhinav's team, but do you have enough bench pressure to scare off those water types? Does the Giratina Origin scare off the Lantern because you just don't want to deal with that hard loss matchup? And then Shadow Quagsire doesn't seem necessarily super strong against this team because you have the Mantine, which actually is not a terrible matchup, but you just really can't guess wrong against a team like this. If you guess wrong, you might just lose. And it looks like we're locked into game number one. It is going to be the Skarmory into the Whiscash. So far, that's not a perfect lead for Abhinav, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of Quagsire, or Shadow Quagsire over Whiscash. Shadow Quagsire can actually win this matchup with shields up, going straight Aqua Tail. But Whiscash is not actually going to do as well here. If you get a debuff, it could make things a little bit easier for the Whiscash, but you can see the Skull not doing even half the damage, doesn't get the debuff either, and we see Abhinav throwing this first Sky Attack. I don't think we're going to see a shield here from Goji, just because knowing that most players will not go for the Brave Bird right off the bat, is going to choose not to shield right to kick things off, and you can see the second Skull is about to be reached.
Caleb, look at this Mantine in the back. He brought the three Pokemon that were the least polarizing on his team, and that Mantine in the back is going to be really strong against the Shadow Gligar and Shadow Quagsire. Of course, the Shadow Quagsire can get to that Stone Edge, but this is a Water Pulse Mantine. It doesn't have Ice Beam for the double super effective into the Gligar, but either way, that Mantine is going to be really strong against Abhinav's back line.
And you can see Goji actually fighting for switch advantage. I mean, switch advantage is interesting here because the Registeel really has nowhere to go, but you can see Goji throwing out Charge Attack Priority, trying to make the most out of this Whiscash. And the thing is, if Abhinav doesn't take out this Whiscash with the Skarmory, it's not easy to take out this Whiscash because you don't really have enough fast attack pressure to take this out easily, and you have to respect the energy from this Whiscash on both Pokemon.
And going for the Scald here, knowing that the Mud Shots aren't going to do enough, Goji's looking pretty confident here. He's looking for that debuff. Of course, the debuff chance has dropped to 30%. Can he still secure that debuff? I didn't quite see it because he pivoted instantly, and then here comes a counter pivot into the Mantine, and this is not what Abhinav wants to see, but at least he does have a Protect Shield advantage, so he can Protect Shield these Water Pulses.
This matchup is really not that bad, especially for the Gligar if you have a shield advantage or if you call the Water Pulse slash Ice Beam, right, depending on what moveset you're running. But Goji going straight for the bait play here. Abhinav hasn't even seen the third Pokemon yet. Do you respect this? Yes, Abhinav is going to respect the potential Water Pulse. That's going to be definitely playing favorably into Goji, but you can see the wing attack and the aerials is starting to add up. Abhinav not throwing before Charge Attack Priority here, so actually going to have to potential shield again. No, choosing not to shield right away. Could have been a Water Pulse, but saying, you know what, I'm
what a call!
Happens, yeah.
What a
Goji surprised here too.
Yeah, he was even impressed. And here comes the Aerial Ace that will knock out, but does Goji want to keep this around to throw another Aerial Ace back at the Gligar, knowing that there is a ton of energy on this Shadow Gligar? I like that no Protect Shield from Goji. Goji is now going to have a tough time taking out this Gligar though, because Whiscash is so low. Can he get to a Scald? He needs to get to 3 more Mud Shots, but no, actually throws the double resisted Mud Bomb into this Protect Shield. I think Abhinav can hold on, and he calls it. What counting from regional champion Abhinav, the no Protect Shield, pivot Registeel, pivot into the Quagsire. Also, Quagsire is going to be tough to take out.
This is going to be an interesting matchup here too. I mean, Quagsire doesn't have the super effective Mud Bomb on this particular moveset. However, the Mud Shot damage and the Aqua Tail is going to add up. But Quagsire is in Focus Blast range now. Do we see Abhinav shield up to Quagsire, or does he save that shield for the Gligar? Gligar actually has a lot of energy remaining.
Look at that exuberant energy from Goji there, even though he knows he's in such a tough spot. This is exactly where Registeels just get so clunky. In these in-games where you have these Pokemon that are chipped and low health, how do you finish them off? You have to get to these big charge attacks, and they just get shielded, and then now you have to throw another big charge attack to knock out, and then you have to get another one against the Gligar. You're just too slow against the pacing of these ground types of Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Goji really wanted this Registeel on that Skarmory, but instead has a Registeel in the back against Double Ground, and Double Ground is not what you want to see on Registeel. Quagsire coming out to play. Aquatail knocking out the Registeel, only a few more shots away, and Abhinav going to take this first game against Goji.
Wow, I mean, I feel like Goji had such great positioning in that mid-game. He did give up a Protect Shield in the early game, so Abhinav started out strong. But that mid-game with that Mantine swap, he felt like he was in a great position, but then was just cornered with that Registeel against the backline of the Double Ground for Abhinav, the Shadow Quagsire and the Shadow Gligar, which, I mean, there's not anything on Goji's team that really counters those Double Grounds, so I kind of expect Abhinav to lean on those two Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and both of them have play, right? You got Mantine that's supposedly the counter there, but in that situation, Mantine still could lose to the Gligar, which we saw, and also you have Stone Edge on the Quagsire for the Mantine as well. And this was a wild no-shield ball, right? He had the
see it in Goji's face.
You can see Goji saying, wow, really not going to shield, especially because Abhinav had a bunch of energy that could just gone to waste if it was going to be the Water Pulse, and then the no-shield precision counting from Abhinav to really show why he is here on the World Championship stage.
Yeah, because if he missed that, then he would have got knocked out on his Gligar, and that Quagsire might not have been able to take out the Registeel, plus the energy on that Whiscash. Remember, that was one Mud Shot away from the Mud Bomb, so the fact that he was able to hold on with that Shadow Gligar, top level calls from Abhinav as they move on to game number 2. This would be, oh my goodness, this is what you never want to see. Goji knows it, the worst case scenario. The Giratina into the Lickitung, instant pivot into the Mantine, and Abhinav is probably going to chip and dip.
And that's a tough matchup here, and the tougher part for Goji is, what do you have for this Lickitung? You didn't bring Wigglytuff, you didn't bring Registeel, and this Lickitung looks strong into everything on your team. It actually has the potential to win all those head-to-head matchups, maybe not by itself, but Abhinav choosing to go for that chip damage and then now putting this Mantine in Stone Edge range. The question is, how hard is Goji going to fight for this switch advantage? Going for that Water Pulse, a harder hitting move to put this Quagsire now in Aerial's range.
But
and
Caleb,
you see Abhinav baiting with the Aqua Tail. What a savage.
But to your point, Caleb, oh yeah, you get some protection. To your point, if Goji just won switch advantage to avoid that matchup and use both his Protect Shields, he's going to be so vulnerable with his Whiscash. It's going to be double super effective Power Whip from the Lickitung. This Lickitung is going to be able to sweep the entire back line. Now you're at the Stone Edge, but actually a little greedy there from Abhinav. You actually have to give up the Protect Shield here. Now, suddenly Abhinav is out of Protect Shields, and this Mantine pivots out into the Whiscash, and actually a little slow there from Abhinav. He throws the Stone Edge, which is resisted.
Yeah, a huge catch from Goji as well, just weaving in and out here saying, you know what, I don't know if Switchman is going to help me much, because like you said, right, the Power Whip and the Lickitung matchup against this this Whiscash is not great either for Goji. But Abhinav's kind of in a tricky position here because this Quagsire has a lot of energy. Oh, and then throwing on Charge Attack priority here, not good for Goji because now, I mean, you don't get as much health left on this Whiscash, and you're even in lick range at this point.
Yeah, and the Whiscash hangs on to throw the Mud Bomb. Does no bubbles on it, but it still should secure the knockout. It's just, how are you going to get any damage on this Lickitung? Everything is going to be double resisted from the Giratina origin. It has Shadow Claw, Ominous Wind, Shadow Ball. I guess you just start going for some Ominous Winds and hope that you double boost and somehow get a victory out of that. here is the Gligar banking up energy, trying to swap and then counter swap into the Mantine. Now, suddenly, you actually might get some chip damage in here because you can protect shield and at least land a Water Pulse.
Yeah, you know Goji shaking his head. This is a tough matchup here. Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the championship series, and you also have a health advantage into this Mantine. You can see he's shaking his head. Abhinav laughing a little bit, say, hey, I got you here from this one too. Lickitung looking too strong. Lickitung, #1 user in World Championships for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it's so risky to run that Giratina Origin. It's so neutral against everything but Lickitung and Vigoroth in this meta, but Lickitung and Vigoroth are just so strong. And now you got to go for it. You got to go for the Ominous win. Does he go for the boost here? And he does. He's going to go for it. This is his one shot, one opportunity to maybe get back in the series. You're going to need to see a 2-stage boost here. Can Goji get it on this Lickitung? And no, he doesn't get it.
And you can see all smiles from Goji as well, doing his best here. Resisted charge attacks from Lickitung regardless, but Lickitung just too much health. And you can see Goji waving the camera. It's not over yet, Goji. You still have a chance. You have to fight your way through that loser's bracket, but it is definitely possible. But we're going to congratulate Abhinav for that 2-0 victory here to kick things off for him at Honolulu, Hawaii.
A fascinating team from Goji. I loved his energy throughout those battles, and Abhinav made the call on that bait game #1, and then game #2 made the team composition read with that Lickitung in the lead versus the Giratina, and of course, bringing the double ground types, the Shadow Quagsire, the Shadow Gligar. Put that Lickitung on there, it's hard to stop. That's why they are so good in this meta, and that's why it's sometimes hard to run those polarizing matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I believe Goji actually ran that same exact team during the Korea qualifier.
Wow, okay.
To make it to World Championships. However, the thing to note is that was actually a different meta, right? We had a slight meta shift, and that's why we're seeing a lot more Quagsire over Wishcatcher. You can see Quagsire even have a little slightly higher attack to win that charge attack priority, and just the coverage from Quagsire looks so safe, right? It's so much stronger into a lot of what's in the meta here. I mean, I think we're still going to see a few Wishcatcher here or there in this meta, but Quagsire looking definitely on top out of those water ground types.
No, absolutely, and we saw that at the North American International Championship from Out of Pocket, the only other tournament from North America in this meta. But let's actually take a look at the highlights from that last game, because I want to see that Abhinav call on the no protect shield once again. Actually, this looks to be game #2 where he had to pivot into the Mantine. I really like the way that he was pivoting back and forth here, and Abhinav saw the swap there and then threw the Stone Edge, but that was resisted.
You know, sometimes you're just clicking for it.
Yeah, exactly.
A game plan in mind.
Yes, exactly.
But this charge attack priority definitely paid dividends to Abhinav. This was a hard match for Goji already, but that final charge attack priority was not what he wanted there. No boost on the Omnis win, and you can see he's laughing about it. He's like, wait, no, not going to happen here too. But I respect the Giratina play too. One of the spicier Pokemon to bring into World Championships. It has worked before, right? It's worked for Martine to win the regional that he ended up winning in Europe, but it is not the easiest Pokemon to pilot.
Yeah, and this was the game 1 no shield that let the Gligar hang on so that it could take that Mud Bomb and then win the game with the Shadow Quagsire in the back. If he made the wrong call there, it could have been a 1-1 series and then go to game _3. And then if your Lickitung's not on that Giratina Origin in game #3, that could have been trouble from Abhinav. But Abhinav looked calm and collected. A good 2-0 to start his journey in 2024 Pokemon Worlds.
Yeah, fantastic run for Abhinav. First time World Championship for him as well too. Definitely one of the stronger trainers we've seen in grassroots formats and in the official championship series. But qualifying this year for the first time definitely feels good for him to represent India as well. There's not a lot of Indian trainers, but they're definitely strong and in force here.
Yeah, and he's a seasoned trainer, not only in grassroots, but also in championship series. He's been competing since the beginning of Pokemon Go in the championship series, which was all the way back in 2022. And then now, of course, because of his regional win, but also he would have got the championship points to qualify either way. But impressive start from him and an impressive season for Abhinav, who actually kind of molded the meta in a way, because once he had his team that he won with, I think Lyles Jeff ran a very similar team, and then there was a Dune Lyles Jeff era for a couple months. It seemed like every other tournament was won by Lyle or Dune, but I feel like Abhinav did influence a little bit of that meta.
Yeah, I believe he was the first one to use that meta team here, and making a few adjustments here or there, but again, relying on the fact that he knows he plays meta better than most players, maybe better than anyone, and going for those meta picks definitely paid off for him. I mean, meta is meta for a reason, right? Even if you love Giratina.
Yeah, and it's such a good point because meta is meta for a reason, because when you're facing this polarizing team on the other side, like in that last matchup, what did Abhinav lean back on? Just the strongest meta picks. Just bring Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, which is like probably the strongest duo in the meta, and then put Shadow Quagsire on that team too. And then when you don't know what to expect, just run meta. It's kind of hard to beat.
Yep, definitely. I mean, there just wasn't a hard punish to that Shadow Gligar. And Shadow Gligar, without any Pokemon to hard counter it, is definitely going to have a good time. So congratulations to Abhinav to taking that 2-0 victory. We're going to definitely tune in to see how he's doing throughout the day. But again, double elimination bracket. Goji's not out of it yet. If you're a fan of Goji, definitely stay tuned and see what he could do with that Giratina.
I'm a fan of Goji. I loved his positive energy. He was here. He had the enthusiasm of a Pokemon trainer. I mean, if you think about it, what sounds more Pokemon than traveling to a remote, beautiful island to compete against the best trainers in the world? I mean, if that's not a Pokemon sentence, I don't know what is. And he just embodied that spirit to be here and compete at the highest level and just have fun with it, especially when you know your team is very polarizing. It can go in the opposite way, and that could be something that could be tilting for some trainers that they didn't call it right, but he kept that positivity throughout, even tried to get that boost at the end, couldn't quite get it, and I'm rooting for him to make a little bit of a comeback in that loser side of the bracket.
Definitely. Well, we'll see how Goji does, but I want to hear from a word from Abhinav, so Will, take it away. All right, looks like slight technical difficulties, but looks like they're both having a little bit of fun, right? I'm not saying, I can only just imagine what he's saying, but he's probably feeling good about his first win.
I think he didn't want to reveal where he got that beautiful shirt.
Yeah.
I was thinking, where'd you get that shirt? That would be my first question. And he just like, cut the feed. We're not going to unleash that knowledge because everyone will be looking too good. So we might hear from Abhinav later, but well done to Abhinav once again. He is a seasoned trainer that is now moving on in this bracket. Of course, every bracket is tough no matter what. And I think we have our next matchup that we're going to be seeing is going to be actually Sir Panic versus Jus Muniz, LNDS Ju Muniz from the Brazil region as well. So we got awesome matchup after awesome matchup to start us off here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good one too. Sir Panic, I believe, qualified for World Championships the first year, but could not make it, right, in London. So going back, I believe this will be his first ever World Championships. Definitely someone you see a lot, especially in the APAC region, from Indonesia, representing his region. Definitely looking forward to see how he plays, because we just don't see a lot of the action from these APAC players. And we got Jus Muniz as well from Brazil. We saw her at LAIC put on a performance, and this will be her first World Championships as well. So this is looking like a really good matchup.
Well, good news, we got it figured out. So, Will, take it away.
Aloha, everyone. I'm here with Abhinav, who just had an incredible win over Goji on the main stage. Abhinav, how does it feel to get that round one win under your belt?
It feels good. I know Goji's a really good player. I've played him a lot of times in grassroots tournaments, a lot of respect for him. He had a very tricky team. I wasn't prepared for that. And there was a hiccup in game 2, but I rallied and got the nerves out of the way, got the first win. So yeah, I feel good.
I feel like our casters gave us some good insight. When we play trainers from the TPC region, we don't really know what to expect. But you do have a little experience against Goji in the grassroots. Can you talk to us about your preparation in grassroots tournaments and how that helps you here on the big stage?
So here's the thing. I have done very little prep for Worlds. I'm just here to have a good time. But I have been playing this game for like 7 years now. All that experience, all those tournaments, grassroots, all the Play Pokemon events that I've been blessed to go to, all those years of battling, I think, gives me the confidence to like take it a little easy, trust in myself, and not be so stressed out about it. So yeah, I'm really lucky to have all this experience coming in.
Abhinav, during your post-win interview, you gave one of the most emotional interviews I have seen all season. You talked about proving to yourself that you could do it, proving that you were one of the best. what advice would you give to other trainers who maybe practice hard, they study hard, but they haven't had their breakthrough moment yet like you have? What would you say to them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I remember when I started playing in like 2019, I was awful, like a really bad player. And I only started playing this because I wanted to like take part in like the in-person tournaments in Chicago, a lot of cool people. And I never thought I could get to where I am today. And every step of the way has given me more belief. And it's been a slow climb to the top. And it feels great to be here, but it wasn't too long ago where I was starting from the bottom, right? So anybody else who's playing this game, I really urge you to like take part, because in my opinion, unlike the video game and the trading card game, this game is very accessible, very fun, very easy, very quick to play, and I have a lot of fun with it. So I hope other people take it up too.
Last question for you, Abhinav. Your journey, like you said, has been a long one, but you made incredible progress. Is there anyone that you would like to specially shout out to?
Yeah, this is a really tough question because I always feel worried I'll leave someone out. So as I always say, the people in my life who have helped me, who've been there for me, who have even like talked to me, supported me even a little bit, they know who they are, and I'm so grateful for them. Shout out to Chicago, shout out to India especially. I feel really lucky that I get to represent India, even though like my rating zone is America. Like my heart definitely has a lot of feelings for India. There are other Indian battlers here today. I'm hoping they do well too. But yeah, and most of all, shout out to Play Pokemon for hosting this. This is awesome. So yeah.
Shout out to Play Pokemon. Abhinav, thank you so much. Good luck in your future rounds. Caleb and Butters, take it away.
All right, thank you, Will and Abhinav. I love the energy from Abhinav as well. I mean, he said he didn't really practice for this tournament, but he just has so much experience under his belt. He's feeling locked and ready to go. And I'm glad that he's having a good time, too, in Hawaii.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is the conclusion of the season. So even though he hasn't prepped maybe recently, he obviously won a regional this season. He's played this team with a lot of reps, and especially Shadow Gligar and Lickitung, he is very familiar with, has been playing from the start, like he mentioned. And another trainer that we have up next, Sir Panic, has actually been battling since the start. You mentioned that he qualified in 2022. He was actually the 2022 APAC playoff champion back in the Walrein meta back in the day. So another trainer that has been playing from the start of Championship Series, also top 5 in the 2023 Indonesia playoffs, so really consistent in all these APAC qualifiers, and now making his first ever World Championships appearance up next.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken too, that first APAC qualifier that he played in back in 2022 had players from all around the APAC region, not just Indonesia, not just region. So he was able to topple a lot of those players, and he's ready to topple some more here as we get into it. We got Juice Muniz on the left-hand side and Sir Panic on the right-hand side. Juice Muniz running that Azumarill, Shadow Quagsire, Lickitung, Cresselia, Vigoroth, and a Skeledirge. First time we're seeing that Gator on the stage.
Yeah, that is an interesting team there with the Skeledirge, of course, the double normal type. And how many Vigoroths have we seen so far, right? Every team has Vigoroth. There is not a ton of Annihilate out here. Of course, Juice Muniz was number 3 in Curitiba, in top 5 in Natal as well. A talented Brazilian trainer that qualified this season and now is testing her might at her first ever World Championship.
Yeah, and we're going to see how that's going to play around. And we see Sir Panic here getting ready to go as well. Sir Panic's team actually reminds me a lot of Hard Jeff and LNDS Steiner's team from NAIC. Maybe 1 or 2 adjustments here or there, but it looks super similar. And like you said, no Annihilate, really, just a lot of players running Vigoroth. And typically, Vigoroth teams are also good into opposing Vigoroth teams. We don't have that Annihilate in most situations to hard punish that Vigoroth. You have, you know, Cresselia, Azumarill on both sides and stuff like that, but the damage definitely starts adding up in those matchups. And here we go, game number 1, Juice Muniz versus Sir Panic to kick things off. It's going to be Lickitung versus a Charjabug here to kick things off. And this is exactly where Juice Muniz wants to see this Charjabug. You want to avoid it on your Azumarill and even the Vigoroth to a degree.
Yeah, and the double normal team composition here. But the thing is for Juice Muniz is you have that Azumarill in the back that is poised to be super strong against the Mandibuzz and fairly strong against the Vigoroth as well. And as we know, Lickitung is number 1 in usage because it's so good neutrally. It's able to topple this Charjabug in neutral situations. So Sir Panic decides to pivot into look at that. You got the backwards cap on his Vigoroth.
Oh, and this is actually pretty good for Serpanic because now you draw out the Azumarill and you clear the way for that Mana Buzz. Mana Buzz does not want to see that Fairy type, but drawing this out is going to be really good for Serpanic so that Mana Buzz has a lot more positive play into that Lickitung and has a lot of neutral play into that Vigoroth as well.
Exactly right. I think that was his strategy to be able to bait out that Azumarill, and then if you ever get the matchup with that Mandibuzz into the Lickitung, you're going to be able to ramp up so much energy, which will be extremely useful against the Vigoroth in that backline. And the thing is, if you're expecting Vigoroth in the backline from Juice Muniz, you know you can't counter swap a Vigoroth with a Vigoroth. So it's kind of whoever swaps Vigoroth first is going to be able to have that neutral matchup.
And we see really great timing from both of these trainers too, making the most out of this matchup. And like we said, Vigoroth not the best answer to Azumarill, but this Azumarill pretty low on health at this point too. Serpanic maybe going to think, okay, I could probably get a Volt Switch down, farm up energy on my Chargeback Cap play into the back end line for Juice Muniz. I mean, this Chargeback has a lot of play into everything besides Skeledirge. And you see Juice Muniz actually coming in with the Lickitung to try to go for this combo play, drawing this first shield from Serpanic.
And Serpanic was reaching for the Mandibuzz. He was trying to swap before he got to that Exeter and actually had to use a Protect Shield that I don't think he wanted to use. I think he wanted to soak that energy onto his Mandibuzz, but was not able to because of the long duration of that fast attack of Volt Switch, but able to secure that knockout here. And the thing is, it's going to be kind of tough to finish off this Charger Bug because these resisted counters aren't going to do the trick. I actually expect Serpanic to Protect Shield a Body Slam because you don't really need a Protect Shield on Mandibuzz.
I mean, the Rock Slide definitely does some super effective damage on the Mana Buzz. You can see Serpanic actually swapping over, maybe thinking, oh, he could potentially catch even the Body Slam. But two Pokemon on both sides, low health leads for a lot of catch potential. You see Serpanic say, all right, do I have my math right? Should I shield here or not? A lot of energy on this Vigoroth. Juice Muniz going for the Rock Slide and Serpanic making the correct shield call.
And how about the 1500 CP shiny Mandibuzz here from Serpanic? That is a nice flex as he's going to be taking this Rock Slide though from Juice Muniz. That is going to be super effective, and now you are in range of the next Rock Slide, or if you are able to get to Azumarill and throw an Ice Beam or a Playoff, you will be in range of Knockout as well. But remember, the Charger Bug is low health, but can still get to another Charge Attack. Can you get the protection with this Dark Pulse, or are you going to try to do everything with the Azumarill? This is a tough call for Juice Muniz. Will she use her last Protect Shield? She does!
Yeah, definitely a good shield call for sure. You need this Vigoroth to have a chance against that Charger Bug. Charger Bug already has energy as well. You can see swapping actually over to the Azumarill to soak up maybe some of this energy.
The patience.
The Mana Buzz building up to back-to-back aerials. I love this play from Serpanic because now going to force Juice Muniz to throw this move against the Mana Buzz. Otherwise, you're going to have to eat an aerial ace and you don't want to take any more damage because the Charger Bug has energy. You can see, oh, great timing from Juice Muniz throwing the Rock Slide right before the Dark Pulse was reached.
But going for the Rock Slide, going for the Rock Slide. Maybe the Body Slam wasn't enough, so you had to go for the Rock Slide. But now are you going to get outpaced? Already has the X-Scissor available, so Serpanic is able to throw this into Juice Muniz. That will secure the knockout in Game 1 victory.
Wow, what a game between these two competitors. I mean, Serpanic looking like in a tough spot with that Azumarill lurking in the back for that Dark-type Mana Buzz, but the pivot over to that Vigoroth, drawing out the Azumarill to set up that Mana Buzz to have a lot more potential in the back end was what led to the victory there. And really great shield calls from Serpanic as well. I think shielding a Rock Slide there, maybe even two Rock Slides as well too, but just really taking advantage of shielding the harder hitting moves from Juice Muniz's Vigoroth.
Yeah, they called the end. I think he had to use his first one on a Body Slam, which he didn't want to do, but the one that mattered, he made the right call here. And the thing is, I find it fascinating that in the normal dynamic between Vigoroth and Lickitung, if you swap in Lickitung, the best thing to counter swap a Lickitung is your own Lickitung, because you do a little chip damage to that Lickitung, you bring in your own, you're going to take the alignment. For Vigoroth, it's the exact opposite. You never want to counter swap a Vigoroth with your own Vigoroth, I guess, unless you do enough chip damage. So it's kind of interesting in this hard Vigoroth meta, when you just say swap the Vigoroth, it feels like such a strong move. It feels like those limited cups in Go Battle League when Vigoroth is just so overwhelmingly strong that you can just counter swap into it. And we've seen that so much so far to start us off at the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's not a lot of clear answer to Vigoroth. You have Cresselia as maybe a harder check to Vigoroth than Azumarill is, but again, even then, the body slam, the resisted counter damage really adds up, which is why Vigoroth is so strong in this current meta. It has lower usage than Annihilate, but so far on the big stage, we've only seen a lot of Vigoroth in action, and it's looking really good.
And will Juice Muniz adapt and maybe bring out the Skeletors, which she also brought in Santiago? Does she bring it? Here is the Charge Bug once again into the Lickitung. Very similar team compositions in the backline. It's actually a mirror backline, but to Juice Muniz's advantage, the Lickitung should be able to beat this Charger Bug in neutral situations.
Yeah, Charger Bug is able to typically win against Lickitung if you spend both shields.
Right.
If you don't spend a single shield or one shield, Lickitung is going to take the advantage. I think Juice Muniz would be fine with going a shield advantage and maybe not winning switch advantage here, because the backline is a mirror backline on both ends, and as long as you avoid the Charge Bug, that Zero has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks to Tauntaun versus Hard Jeffy's matchup. It's going to be probably Vigoroth. Oh, and actually counter-swapping your own Vigoroth. But the problem here for Juice Muniz, you're very far behind in counters. So you're at least 4 counters behind, and Sir Panic is going to be able to get to this first body slam, but Juice Muniz is already loaded with hers, I believe, right now, and she throws it straight away.
Yeah, Sir Panic really benefited from that interaction between Lickitung and Vigoroth, because Juice Muniz took a little longer to swap out. The lick damage, though, double resistance against Vigoroth is inconsequential for Sir Panic, so he didn't really take much damage, but got a lot of energy. I think Juice Muniz is expecting the Mana Bus in the back again, so that's why I came in Vigoroth instead of Azumarill.
Right.
The more clear answer to Vigoroth, forced to come in. Your matchup here, and gets to a final body slam. Does Sir Panic spend the final shield here? No, decides to let it go. I think might be able to take the body slam, though. Oh, no, not even.
I love that call, though, because you didn't have a good way to take out the Vigoroth. If you let your own Vigoroth go, your Azumarill is not going to be able to easily take it out, and the Lickitung has no shot of taking it out, and now actually counter-swapping and switch-locking his Azumarill into Juice Muniz's Lickitung, and this is actually a huge swing for Juice Muniz here, because now you are loaded on energy, and you might be able to get the back-to-back power whips and get the last Protect Shield out of the game for Sir Panic.
Yeah, I don't know if Sir Panic was expecting maybe a Skeletor back or something, but now you see Juice Muniz swapping over to her own Azumarill. Good play there too, because you want to avoid that Azumarill versus Charge Bug, but Charge Bug has a lot of energy on Sir Panic's side in the back, so even though he has no shields remaining, this game is not over yet.
And I think Juice Muniz banked a body slam in the back. So that means in the back line of Lickitung versus Charger Bug, you can throw that body slam into the Charger Bug, secure the knockout as well, and you have a Protect Shield advantage into this Azumarill. You are getting quite low, though, and you're getting close to in range of play rough. Plus, Sir Panic is getting quite close to his switch timer.
And we haven't seen who wins Charge Attack priority yet in this mirror matchup between the two Azumarill. That could be crucial, because you can see both trainers reaching energy around similar times. Juice Muniz a little bit ahead on this specific play rough, though, so might not make a difference here. Let's see how it plays out. Sir Panic trying to build up to move as well. Oh, actually swapping over to the Charger Bug here. Is going to go straight for the discharge. Does Juice Muniz shield this or not? If it gets no shield, it should take out the Azumarill. It's going to let it go, putting everything on the Lickitung. Charger Bug still has energy, though, and it's going to throw another X-Scissor. Juice Muniz has to overfarm perfectly here. Enough to take out the Charger Bug, but also enough to have energy for that Azumarill in the back.
Because I believe the Azumarill does have an Ice Beam, and actually she throws a little bit early, so you're not going to be able to get to that back-to-back body slam. If Sir Panic does have the Ice Beam banked on the Azumarill, that could be a 2-0 victory for Sir Panic. It looks like he does have that Ice Beam. He is going to be able to throw it into Juice Muniz and take the 2-0 victory.
Wow, what a series from Sir Panic, taking that 2-0 victory. It was definitely close on both ends there too, but the mind games, right? After game one, having the Mana Bus in the back, throwing Juice Muniz off and thinking, okay, I need my Zero now because I don't want to lose to the same exact line, but Sir Panic making that minor adjustment, just swapping out the Mana Bus for the Zero paid off big for him.
Yeah, and then of course, like you mentioned, swapping in that Vigoroth, but not wanting to unleash the Azumarill because expecting that Mana Buzz in the back that got Juice Muniz a little bit behind on counter energy, but she adapted really well in that matchup to be able to take out the Vigoroth and also have that switch lock into the Azumarill where she got a huge advantage, was probably 2 licks away from securing that game number 2 victory. So awesome performance. She will be moving down to the loser side of the bracket, and Sir Panic will be moving on the winner's side.
All right, let's take a look at some of these highlights and see how it all unfolded. Sir Panic taking that victory on stage for his first ever in-person tournament on the official stage here too. Really great to see him put on a show because, you know, like we said, couldn't make it that first World Championships, but is here on our third one here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And you see Vigoroth on Vigoroth action here. Body Slam just raining down super effective counters, and you can see this Body Slam just enough to take out the Sir Panic Vigoroth. But the pivots on both ends here. I thought Juice Moon is actually in a good position here.
Right.
But there's just too much energy on that Charge Bug.
Yeah, and you just banked all the energy, which I believe Charge Bug is #2 in usage here at the World Championships. And Charge Bug is a Pokemon we haven't seen so far, but Sir Panic felt very comfortable leading it both games in this matchup. And I mean, I don't blame him because against the entire line, you only really have to worry about that Skeledirge. I mean, even Shadow Quagsire, yes, you can take that super effective Stone Edge, will be tough, but it's actually more neutral than you think if you properly protect shield that Stone Edge.
Yeah, Charge Bug getting that Volt Switch during a community day a few months ago actually really made it a lot more meta relevant. And good news is, during this World Championships event for Pokemon Go, you can actually evolve your Grubbin into a Charge Bug and get that exclusive community day move Volt Switch for your Charge Bug. So definitely something worth evolving if you don't have one yet. It is very, very strong. Like you said, #2 in usage in the tournament. And I think the first time we're really seeing it in action on the world stage, but definitely not the last.
Yeah, it's small but mighty. And because of the drop in usage of those ground types, specifically the water ground types, Shadow Quagsire I think was 10th in usage, and Whiscash was off the map. Whiscash was a Pokemon like Doombug used as a Pokemon that he put on almost every single team when he won 3 straight regionals pretty much. And now it's not even top 12 usage because for some reason those water grounds have dropped off. It could be because of the rise of Cresselia. I mean, Lickitung is so strong, and so there's so many really strong answers to it in the meta that you maybe don't want to bring it as much, but now Charjabug is the Pokemon that kind of stands out as a benefitter of that.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, a little bit less usage in Gligar is always going to be good news for Charjabug. Right. Charjabug, I think, has a lot of coverage, even against the water ground types, but against Gligar, not so much. Against Clodsire, even less. But you can see the usage of both those ground types are going to be a little bit on the lower end. So big congratulations to Sir Panic, representing Indonesia for his region. And I'm sure a lot of his fans at home or even here in Honolulu are cheering him on. And we're going to have to see if he continues on through this winners bracket.
You know, to that point, though, Charjabug can run Crunch, which does seem a little crazy. But I talked to a competitor at Worlds this year that sometimes goes a little crazy, and he thinks Crunch Charjabug is the most consistent Pokemon in the meta right now because you're able to run it against everything, because even against the negative matchups like Shadow Gligar against Skeledirge, you can still be fine in those matchups, and you don't really need the Crunch versus Annihilate that much because you can still get, or sorry, you don't need the Discharge versus Annihilate because you can still get away with Crunch, and even against a Zoom Roll, you're doing enough fast attack pressure. So we might actually see some Crunch Charjabugs throughout the tournament. I mean, it's #2 in usage. We're bound to see some variants.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty wild moveset option, but hey, it might pay off, especially if you get yourself locked in Skeledirge. We have a promo for you all as we take a look on the screen here, and it is going to be a promo on sign up for email updates on Pokemon events and stuff on and new releases at the Pokemon Center. I think you got a chance to go to Pokemon Center yesterday, right? I went 2 days ago too. Fantastic new merchandise for everyone on the main website, and we have a lot in person as well. So really great place to get all your Pokemon merch, especially if you love Pokemon. I mean, I'm rocking the Hawaiian Gyarados t-shirt, my favorite Pokemon of all time.
Yeah, I mean, the gear at the Pokemon Center just keeps getting better and better, in my opinion. It is amazing this year, so you're going to want to sign up there because, I mean, it's just going to continue to get better and better at more international events, and of course, you can buy stuff online or be here at the World Championships to go to the amazing Poke Center, which I did yesterday. It was awesome. I got a bunch of things. I can't wait. I'll probably wear a new pin that I got from there tomorrow, so it's an exciting time to be a Pokemon fan.
Definitely. Well, let's hear a word from Amanda and Sir Panic after his recent victory.
I am here with Sir Panic, but it seems more like you were Sir Calm during those matches that are going on. Walk me through how you were feeling when you're playing on the main stage.
Oh, hi, Amanda. I don't feel anything. I literally forgot everything and just play by instinct today.
Well, your instincts were pretty good. I mean, we were just talking before we were going live, and you were saying, oh, I had this big plan. I took these notepads from the hotel. I was going to write down all the counts. Walk us through what you actually did.
Okay, so I had no preparation before this, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll grab some notes and look smart on the stage, and I'll write down every move count, everything. I can't remember anything. So yeah, we're just playing as if it's JBL, and yeah, thankfully it's worked out for the first one.
Yeah, I mean, you got your first matches out of the way. It's got to feel pretty good. And you qualified for Worlds before, but this is your first Worlds competition. What is your impression of all of the different players? Are you excited to make your mark?
Oh yeah, this is it's a long time coming. Finally, I can play outside of my country, and yeah, I feel great. I feel great, and finally meeting a lot of people. Like, we talk a lot, like, in chat, and never actually met them. Now, finally, here I am. Hello.
Well, that is great. Oh, while you're saying hello, is there anyone specific you actually want to say hello to or thank or call out while we actually have you on the main stage?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all not going to happen without my team. So shout out to Onyx to help me to finally get a visa to get somewhere. So yeah, and my countrymen, obviously, they're staying up. It's like 3 or 4 a.m. now, and they've been staying up, playing GBL and watching me. Oh, that's pretty cool. So thank you, everyone.
That's absolutely fantastic. Hope to see a bit more of you as well. If you guys are just tuning into the broadcast, you have missed some incredible battles. Don't worry, we have plenty more on the way, but we're going to give you a couple of highlights first to get you going.
Good luck in the rest, man. Good. Can you tell him I know how good he is and it was an honor to play him?
Yeah.
Very close.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! This is Pedro. The matches at NAIC 2024 were out of this world. Let's take a look back at the competition in New Orleans. NAIC saw trainers from all around the globe battle for championship points, world invites, and the title of North America International Champion. Ashton Ash displayed a masterful performance with his always trustworthy core of Mantine and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Ashton Ash is gonna win this game in stunning fashion.
Out of Pocket played out of his mind and rocked the competition with his Shadow Quagsire's Stone Edge.
Stone Edge is going to be super effective against the bug-type Charge-a-Bug.
And LNDS Stainer soared to the sky with his unyielding Mandibus.
Another Sky Attack or Brave Bird taking out the Skarmory.
Going into Championship Sunday, we had a heated match between Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket in the winners finals. After Out of Pocket's heart-stopping win, Ashton Ash was up against the unstoppable Brazilian trainer LNDS Steinar, who defeated some of the toughest trainers in Day 2. In a dominant set of battles, Ashton Ash rose victorious and earned a rematch against Out of Pocket.
But we see the Volt Switch go through, both Pokemon go down, but Ashton Ash has a Pokemon in the back, claims victory 3-0 over Steinar.
The energy in the audience before the grand finals could only be described as the calm before the storm. After a set of 3 really close battles that kept the audience at the edge of their seats, Out of Pocket seized the title of North America International Champion with the help of his signature Feraligatr and Shadow Quagsire.
Here comes Out of Pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of Pocket, your NAIC 2024 champion.
Don't miss the epic conclusion of the season in Honolulu, Hawaiʻi, where the best trainers in the world come together to decide once and for all who is the very best. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffson Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show. And if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Welcome back in, trainers, to the 2024 World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger. Beside Will, he is over here, the Speediest Chief too, going ahead and kicking off some of the next battles coming up. Some pretty good ones, I think it's going to be.
It's already been good, right? We saw our first round between Tonton Batus and LNDS Harjev. That was so stunning to see how it came down to the final couple seconds and the final few plays that really decided the entire series. And then we follow that up with incredible competitors. Again, World Showcase is just such a treat because we get to see so many players from different regions maybe we're not familiar with. There are always surprises and tons of good plays to go around.
Absolutely. I mean, those battles were so sweaty, we had to lose the jackets, am I right?
Exactly. We got to match the vibes from Caleb and Butters as well, right? So we're doing our best, but we can't wait to get into more games. I'm really looking forward to the next matchup, Amanda, because this is a trainer who I think has had one of the most emotional stories. I remember when he won his regional championship or special event in EU, he just sat down on the stage and started to cry. He just couldn't believe that he had achieved that. And then on the opposite side, we have a trainer who I think cooks harder than anyone else with the spice picks. A trainer from the north, right? The North NA region, who I think can bring some of the most interesting, wild Pokemon and find a way to make them work.
Yeah, no, what's actually really interesting about Magmar, which I believe is who you're talking about with those spicy picks, is in the name itself, we have a fiery Pokemon. But Arceus Aurelius, we just had a chance to talk with him a little bit last night, and he said, and I quote, "I think I am the best current Talonflame player in the world." And I think that was a little indication that he's probably brought that Pokemon here. I'm interested to see how it's going to do in such a high Lantern meta, in such a high Shadow Quagsire meta. Do you really think that Talonflame has the play that we'll be seeing?
I've heard some EU trainers say that Talonflame is arguably the best Pokemon in the meta. And granted, they did say that, 2 months ago before the meta shifted. But if we look at the Shared Skies season as it compares to the previous one, not a lot changed, right? A little bit of a reduction in Whiscash usage, but then Quagsire popped up, like you said. Does Talonflame still have those targets? It really prefers grass types, which are basically non-existent. It really loves steel-type Pokemon, but some of them, like Registeel, can fight back. Outside of that, it's kind of this interesting flying and fire-type Pokemon that straddles a lot of matchups and can win, but it needs momentum. It needs Protect Shields, and it needs resources.
Well, we'll see if he can be able to sink those talons into this team, because there is a pretty good target on the other side with that Whimsicott. But look at this team. You talk about spice. There is so many spicy Pokemon on Magmar Man's side. We have the Azumarill, which, okay, not necessarily spice, but look at the rest of that team. Shadow Whiscash, even though it had that reduction, still having a lot of play here in Honolulu.
No, I absolutely agree. And as you look at the rest of the Pokemon here, I mean, Arctibax absolutely jumps off the screen at me. This is a Pokemon that Tonton Batus used to place second overall at a regional championship earlier this season. It's an ice type. It's a dragon type. It's got Dragon Claw and Avalanche. So much coverage and so much pressure. It's honestly one of the most flexible Pokemon. And while everyone's eyes are on Goodra, Thunder Punch Goodra, Aquatail Goodra, I mean, Arctibax coming down again from the north might actually drop an Avalanche on top of Arceus Aurelius's World Championship dreams.
I mean, we've been talking about so many of the different dragon-type Pokemon that have been kind of viable, things that we thought we would see. We thought we'd see a rise in Altaria. We have already seen a Giratina on stage, but Arctibax was not one that was actually on one of my note cards here. I'm so glad that we're actually going to see it in action in this Show 6 Pick 3. Hopefully it'll be one of the 3 that he's bringing, but we have to look at the team composition of Arceus Aurelius too, because I mean, does it really have a lot of play? That's what we're gonna have to find out.
As we look at the rest of these teams as well, let's take a look at the movesets for these Pokemon. We've got Whimsicott with Fairy Wind, Seed Bomb, and Moonblast there, as well as the Shadow Magnezone. And this is what I wanted to ask you, Amanda. We've seen some Shadow Magnezone play. Tonton Batus brought it out in the very first round, but we haven't seen anyone really cook. Is Magmar Man the chef?
He could be the chef, but I don't know. With their Talonflame on the other side, it's such a dangerous Pokemon. Basically 2 incinerates and it is off the field. Even though those Volt Switches are going to be doing nice chunk of damage back, I actually wonder if Arceus Aurelius was expecting to see a Talonflame on the other side, and now saying that, oh, I'm the best Talonflame player currently. I hope that he can prove himself right here. Otherwise, Magmar Man might be after taking the title.
I think Arceus Aurelius is feeling your vibes, Amanda. He threw up the double fist pump. He said, yeah, I'm ready. He's also got Poliwrath on his team. It feels like in the age of Vigoroth and Annihilate, everyone's forgotten about Poliwrath, but Icy Wind, Scald, it's got great setup potential. It's a a dual fighting and water type Pokemon, so it does get same type attack bonus on all of its attacks. Well, except for the Icy Wind, right? But you just want that for the setup. I think Poliwrath has a ton of potential against Magmar Man's team.
Absolutely. Before the introduction, actually, of even Annihilate, Poliwrath seemed like it was going to be that fighter of choice in the World of Wonders meta. I remember the first tournament before Annihilate was found, Poliwrath was everywhere. It still has a lot of viability. You're absolutely right, and I'm excited to see how it will do. I think it's even probably going to do better against those Lickitungs. We're going to jump right into it. Speaking of Lickitung, on the field against the Whimsicott here, going into Game 1.
Magmar Man opens the Spice Cabinet, sends out the Whimsicott against the Lickitung from Arceus Aurelius. We do see the Shadow Whiscash in the back from Magmar Man, as well as the Arctibax goes immediately for the Moonblast against the Lickitung.
And Moonblast has the potential to debuff the attack. I think he's going straight away for it. Not only that, it's a little bit of a heavier hitting attack. As you can see, Lickitung with so much bulk already down to the yellow here, but a Body Slam is coming out now to go to the Whimsicott. Whimsicott doesn't have as much bulk on its side, as you can see. Also, Bout of Parity going for that yellow as well, and now a swap into a Whiscash, and it looks like Arceus Aurelius is going to go ahead and stay in for a little bit, trying to catch, now coming in with a Poliwrath.
Trying to catch a potential Scald there, reaches for the Poliwrath, maybe just a split second too soon. Now we see the Mud Bomb come through here from Magmar Man from the Shadow Whiscash. Does deal some pretty meaningful damage, but this is not a Shadow Poliwrath, so I would argue that it can absorb another Mud Bomb, but Arceus Aurelius wants to maintain some HP, so he does use his first Protect Shield.
It doesn't want to take that chance. Poliwrath is just starting to ramp up on energy, not even to its Icy Wind yet. Now going to be able to throw right away. Icy Wind guaranteeing to lowered the attack of this Whiscash, and even an undercharge here. He knows it's not even going to be able to knock out, but he wants to get a lot of energy, and we'll have to see how he wants to play that. Now we're already at another Mud Bomb on Magmar Man's side.
And you can see Arceus Aurelius kind of grimacing there. Doesn't really want to take the Mud Bomb there, but he knows he can. Does absorb that neutral damage. Goes for the big counter down. Can he get there? Poliwrath punches its way through the Whiscash and sets up for that Icy Wind debuff.
Yeah, not only that, a little parting gift for whatever is going to come in the back. If you're Magmar Man, you're kind of forced to bring in, I think, the Whimsicott. I mean, he's going to go for the Frigibacks. Those Dragon Breaths aren't going to be doing too much, and now going to be able to get off an attack here. Will Magmar Man use his first shield in this, or is he going to let it go?
No way. He took a peek at that team sheet. He said, this is not a dynamic punch. I don't need to be concerned. Water and ice, both going to be resisted here. But here comes the Registeel. This is a fascinating situation to be in, because if you're Magmar Man, you've got a Dragon-type Pokemon that's dealing double resisted Dragon Breath, and you have a Fairy-type Pokemon in the back. How do you deal with the Registeel?
Registeel is going to just be able to take it all, but Arceus Aurelius doesn't even want to, recognizing how strong Registeel is against this back lineup here. Wants to maintain as much HP as possible, going for the Zap Cannon and getting that first shield off of Magmar Man. There's no shields left on Arceus Aurelius' side, but he does have a lot of health on that Lickitung, and Registeel against the roll, getting that attack debuff on the Frigibacks.
Wow.
Artibacks.
You look at the charge attack energy cost, trying to catch a charge attack there, doesn't get it. Instant swap Lickitung into the Whimsicott, gonna throw the neutral body slam here. Whimsicott will be able to hold on, but it's not that bulky. It can't absorb too much more damage, especially those neutral licks, so Magmar Man needs to reach for a charge attack soon. Gonna try to go for the Moonblast, actually ducks out and goes for the Seed Bomb.
Yeah, what is so difficult here is that Fairy Wind does not do that much damage as a fast attack, so being able to throw that now was not gonna be doing that much. Still not able to take out the Lickitung, and looks like Arceus Aurelius doesn't want to take out the Whimsicott yet either. It's a stare down as now the Arceus is coming back in. Dragon Breath takes it out. In comes that Registeel with a fully loaded Zap Cannon.
Charge attack priority tie goes to the Arctibax, gonna throw the Avalanche into the Registeel. Because Dragon is double resisted here, you're gonna throw the single resisted Avalanche. Definitely the right play. Does come through. Here comes the charge attack though from Registeel. Now Amanda, it's gonna be a race. Registeel versus Arctibax.
This is the problem here. The Zap Cannon desperately needs that debuff as well, because even though those Dragon Breaths aren't gonna be doing too much, it's gonna be adding up over time. He's gonna be able to hit the Avalanche beforehand. No one in sight. Avalanche goes through this Registeel. It looks like it's about to go down.
Arceus Aurelius can't believe it. We can't believe it. A Dragon-type Pokemon takes down Registeel, and Magmar Man cooks up a win in game number 1.
Those were fascinating battles because for the most part, it looked like Arceus Aurelius was actually in a lot of control of that situation. He had a good lead call. He was able to do a lot with the Lickitung against the Whimsicott, but I mean, it was such an interesting play by Magmar Man, switching in a Whiscash into a Lickitung with already a lot of energy.
Risky, right? Because you know that the Lickitung takes a little longer to get to the Power Whip, and if you send out that Whiscash at the wrong moment, you can get whipped right back into the Pokeball. So Magmar Man willing to take some risk, maybe sending out that Whiscash to pull something out from his opponent's back line, to lure something out so that he can then capitalize. We see the Poliwrath getting to the Scald here against the Arctibax, doesn't even get that final counter before it gets KO'd, and then Whimsicott chips in a Seed Bomb, which turned out to be just enough.
Yeah, as you can see, both of them just not even throwing an attack right away because he wanted the Arceus Aurelius wanted to get a little bit more on the Registeel. Registeel has the same problem that the Whimsicott does because just those fast attack damage is not doing anything, relying solely on the charge attack. And when there was an extra shield on Magmar Man's side, it was able to just block up and now throw this Avalanche for the win.
Yeah, sometimes it all comes down to pacing, and Registeel, its charge attacks are so expensive that it takes so many turns for this Pokemon to get to those charge attacks and land them. It just feels like a Pokemon, you know, like a Whiscash or a Quagsire. It feels like every time you turn around, it's got an Aqua Tail or a Mud Bomb, right? But now you look at Registeel and it takes 10, 12, 14 turns for you to gather the energy, for you to zero in on that charge attack. Going into game number 2 though, Amanda, how do you feel about the team compositions? What do you want to see from Arceus as he looks to bounce back?
I mean, the big thing that is going on in Europe, it seems, originally, although it's made its way everywhere, it's definitely in the top 12, is the Cresselia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think Cresselia has a lot of play, but when there are Pokemon like Talonflame that just do so well against it, it can be very, very polarizing. But, I mean, being able to throw those Grass Knots against this Whiscash or an Azumarill on the other side would do very, very well. This team is just so spicy for Magmar Man that I think it's sort of a trouble to figure out what three you want to pick to play against.
Exactly right. Jumping right into game number 2, let's see what our trainer settled on. We've got the Shadow Magnezone hovering over the field, but it's got a Poliwrath on the opposing side.
Yeah, Poliwrath's counter is going to do so much in immediate swap, but we're seeing that Talonflame, and this is also a dangerous proposition. We talked about Talonflame users here. They're both on the field. We're going to get to see both of them. Going to go ahead throwing this Icy Wind, lowering the attack here before I think we'll see him chip out. But the problem is like neither one of these Pokemon in the back really want to be a Talonflame with energy. Magmarman says, oh, you debuff me? I'll just go ahead and put my attack right back up.
Exactly. Talonflame likes to turn up the heat, so the Icy Wind debuff does give Arceus a helping hand here as he sends in the Azumarill. The Lickitung. Lickitung only needs to land one Body Slam to get the knockout here against the Talonflame after the Lick damage applies, but Magmarman fighting back. Flame Charge after Flame Charge. I think Lickitun's going to start to feel the heat.
Yeah, starting to sizzle up here, doing as many licks as possible. Great timing, wants to be able to throw, doesn't want to let an extra Incinerate sneak through because that would be devastating. And Magmarman throws up his first shield here, is almost at another one, wants to be able to at least maybe get shield parity or knock out this Lickitung. Lickitung to another Body Slam. Does he want to go 2 shields down? He does.
Minor miscalculation there by Magmarman, just 1 or 2 turns off, but he does throw up the Finite Protect shield. He's got the Flame Charge ready, he throws the Incinerate instead and gets the knockout in return. Now we've got a Poliwrath in the back, and like you mentioned, Amanda, the Talonflame. We could see a mirror match situation. That's what we get.
Oh, this is interesting going on here. Throwing that fly, getting that shield off of Arceus Aurelius as well. But now we're seeing Talonflame on Talonflame. One's about to go down, and now we'll see how he wants to play this out. There's no shields left on Magmarman's side. This Talonflame already has 1 Incinerate through, and look at this back line. It does not want to see the Talonflame at all.
What do you do if you're Magmarman? You've got a Steel-type Pokemon and a Fairy Grass-type in the back. Now Talonflame is really just going to wreak havoc. Arceus Aurelius through the fire and the flames, fires off the Flame Charge, KOs 1 Pokemon, and you got to expect Whimsicott is not far behind.
Whimsicott doing the best it can, just going ahead and saying, I'm here for a little bit, as now the fly is about to connect. This will be a boosted fly as well, enough to knock it off the field and get game parity here for Arceus Aurelius, 1-1 against Magmarman.
Easy come, easy go, as they say, right? Whimsicott could not hold a candle to Arceus Aurelius and his Talonflame that was so instrumental in his regional championship victory. But what I'm noticing as well, Amanda, is that there's no Abomasnow on his team. I mean, Abomasnow would have been pretty good in this matchup as well.
Well, fun fact, Arceus Aurelius did use an Abomasnow in Dortmund when he used a very similar team composition to be able to get his regional championship title. However, when we were talking about it, he said, the Abomasnow was more for bench pressure. He actually didn't even really use it that much, and he said, I could use any other Pokemon there. It looks like he substituted it out for Goodra, which is an interesting pick, one that wasn't available at NAIC, but has now recently been added to the roster with Thunder Punch, and I think that has a lot of really good coverage in this meta.
Definitely has a lot to do with it as we take a look back at our replay from this previous matchup, forcing the situation here, getting the full Incinerate down, 2 Protect shields, very high cost, but Magmarman unfortunately was forced to pay the price because once the shields were down, Talonflame went to town, and Arceus Aurelius absolutely cooked his way through the back line for Magmarman.
Yeah, this was I'm just looking at the team composition as a whole, very risky by Magmarman if you think about it, because he pretty much played ABB weak to Talonflame. However, his Talonflame answer was his own Talonflame, and that's always a dangerous thing. Who's going to win that charge attack priority? Who's going to get a little bit of energy first?
Let's take a little snapshot here of Arceus Aurelius and his illustrious career, the Dortmund Regional Champion, but a lot of top 8s prior. And again, it really felt like he reached a new level. He kind of punched through that glass ceiling, those barriers he'd been trying to get past when he did win in Dortmund.
That's absolutely true. I mean, when you talk to these trainers, a lot of times they talk about, you know, when they see their pairings in a bracket, their heart kind of drops when they see a certain trainer, and maybe that can get in their own head being like, oh no, well, I know that this trainer is so good, but Arceus really said he's recently come to the conclusion that he's also one of these best trainers. And speaking of different picks that he didn't bring to Dortmund, we got that Goodra taking the field against the Talonflame, now an immediate pivot out to a Whiscash, which is not the greatest answer to it. We'll have to see how Magmarman wants to play it.
Look at this adjustment by Magmarman, right? He's got a opposing Goodra on the opposing losing sight, but he was looking out for another Talonflame appearance, and it's just not there. So Arceus Aurelius is just a step ahead. He chips yet again before dipping into his Lickitung to try to secure this mid matchup against the Shadow Whiscash.
Whiscash is going to be able to throw a Scald. There is a chance that this will debuff the attack, but it's not as high as it was in the World of Wonders meta. Being able to connect, but this Lickitung is still healthy, still in the green, still almost up to a Power Whip, going a little bit fast. Now he's baiting with this Body Slam, but it's still going to do a lot of damage.
This actually is going to be very close to knocking out. Lickitung does get same type attack bonus onto the Body Slam. The question is, can it lick down in time? No. The Mud Bomb will come through from the Shadow Whiscash. And we know Lickitung can tank a lot of damage, a lot of punishment. What's another Mud Bomb?
Yes, Lickitung just sticking his tongue out, taunting this Whiscash. Saying, still hanging on, almost another attack. Bring it on, whatever is coming in. Magmar is in a difficult position here because he knows that if you get a little bit of energy on the Talonflame, it can go a long way. However, this Body Slam's going through, and that Dragon Breath damage is just so punishing.
I really appreciate Arceus Aurelius' patience there. We know Incinerate is a 5-turn fast attack. He's able to get in 4 licks before the Body Slam. And look at the energy management here. He's actually going to swap into the Goodra, throw the Aqua Tail. Surprise!
Not only that, he has a banked Body Slam stored here, getting that last shield as well. Arceus Aurelius is playing fantastic. 2 shields there, 1 shield left on Magmar side, but there's a lot of energy on this Talonflame. This fly will connect. Looks like Arceus Aurelius is debating if he wants to shield it up. No, gonna let that go.
Yeah, maybe hoping for the resisted flame charge, doesn't get his wish, but he knew that Talonflame was the key in game number 2. So in a decisive game number 3, in the opening rounds of the World Championships, he goes back to Talonflame.
Talonflame is going to get a little bit of energy here. Coming in with the Dragon, again, we talked about how oppressive those Dragon Breaths are. It's doing a lot, but Artifacts, it's because of its typing, is not going to be doing as well against this Talonflame as Goodra did, forcing this last shield off of Magmar here because he just wants to be able to get at least a shield with the Dragon Claw already there, going for it even before the Avalanche was reached.
Both trainers are doing what I call flying under the radar, which are the shields, right? You're relying on the fast attack pressure, Dragon Breath versus boosted Incinerates. Both of these Pokemon are neck and neck in terms of damage and energy. A fly comes through here from the Talonflame, which is slightly more energy efficient. Great play by Arceus.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius going ahead, letting that fly go through. It is basically almost enough to knock out there, and now even though there's so much energy on the other Talonflame, there's just not a lot of health. Going for that charge attack priority. Very interesting to see that it looks like Magmar does win that, but Arceus Aurelius is already pumping his fist saying, maybe you win that charge attack priority, but I think I'm winning this battle.
He pressed the fly. He knows it's going to come through. Magmar was so impressive in game number 1, but Arceus Aurelius adjustments just outmaneuvered and outplayed him in games 2 and 3. That's a 2-1 victory for Arceus Aurelius.
Arceus Aurelius, I guess once again, he's making that statement. He says, I'm not going to lose if there's another Talonflame. If I'm going ahead making this big statement that I am the best current Talonflame player, I better be able to show it. And you talk about that emotion, he's showing it on the field once again. Also, he's in a definitely Hawaiʻi mode there.
I was going to tell Arceus Aurelius to maybe save some of that energy, right? If he's going to keep winning rounds, he's going to be exhausted later. But I've seen him before. I know he's got energy for days.
Absolutely.
So we can expect lots of pop-offs in the future if he continues to progress through the World Championships bracket.
I mean, when we were at LAIC, the hype and the vibe of all of the LATAM region was just so vibrant, so electric. It's not as heavy, I think, in other regions you see, but Arceus Aurelius has almost that whole energy just in one person.
No, I have to actually give compliments to our crowd here at Worlds because in several pivotal moments, we heard the crowd pop off, and we are so grateful for all the energy and excitement for all of our competitors. So if you're here cheering somebody on, when they take the stage, make sure you are in the seat, ready to watch them play, and you're cheering them on as they progress through the World Championships in Hawaii.
Absolutely, and if you're at home and you're saying, I'm sorry that I missed this in person, but there is this trainer that I've been following forever. I really want them to win it. Make sure to be typing that in the chat as well, because I know so many trainers like to go back, they like to watch over their battles, and they see these things that people are saying about them, and I think it can be a really uplifting thing to the Pokemon Go community.
Not only the Pokemon Go community, right? We have, or excuse me, not only competitors, but also casters as well. We've had casters who've made their debuts, and they tell us all the time, Amanda, they look back at the chat and they read the nice things you say, and it just absolutely just makes their entire weekend. So again, the community, we're so grateful to everyone watching at home and here in the venue. But let us hear you, all right? We got to keep the energy up all weekend long.
Yeah, we're just getting started. This is just day 1. Like we talked about before, 200 and roughly 50 competitors were invited to Worlds. We don't have quite that many here, but it is still such a stacked, huge tournament of the best players, the titans of Pokemon Go PvP in this 2024 season.
All right, Amanda, my question for you, right?
Answer for you.
We had a lot of doubts maybe about Talonflame. We're like, does it have targets? Is it that good?
Did we?
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I had plenty of doubts, right? I was like, is it still good after the Shared Skies update? Yeah, I pressed X for doubt. I definitely pressed X there. My question for you, though, is did that kind of reassure you? Do you feel more secure? Is Talonflame going to be something that progresses maybe into Day 2 or even our championships?
I think Talonflame is actually like a really good Pokemon. The problem with it for a lot of trainers is it's slow pacing. You talked about it. It's 5 turns for an Incinerate. That's a long time to wait because you don't want to over tap potentially and then not be able to throw your charge attack. It also gives your opponent a lot of opportunities to catch an attack because everything is just a little more predictable. But if that is your playstyle, if you can kind of understand the format, if you can understand how much energy you need, it can really be almost unstoppable. And we kind of saw that in that last matchup.
Yeah, I almost feel like trainers that prefer a lot of 1, 2, or even 3-turn fast attack Pokemon, they like to have their hands on the wheel. They like to be in control, make all the micro adjustments, the 4 licks in the midst of an Incinerate, that kind of micro play. But the players that like Talonflame, they have to kind of take their hands off the wheel sometimes and just kind of let the Incinerate come through, follow the pacing, and manage their energy, and keep the macro in mind as well, right? If I throw another Incinerate, does my opponent have an opportunity to switch? Are they going to throw a charge attack here? Am I willing to shield? What is the situation like? And you have a little bit of time to think about that when you're doing Incinerates instead of furiously getting every lick or Dragon Breath that you possibly can muster.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But we can talk about Talonflame for days. We can argue its viability, but I want to hear from the person actually himself who thinks that he's one of the best players with it. We got him on stage with Caleb Pang. We're going to take it away with Arceus Aurelius.
All right, thank you, Amanda. I'm joined here by Arceus Aurelius right off your win. And last night you were telling me you're the self-proclaimed best Talonflame player in the world. And after that first game, I wasn't so sure, but you were able to come away with the victory. How you feeling?
Well, the problem was game 1, I didn't bring the Talonflame, so I got to bring the heat in the next 2 if I still want to stick in the competition, and that I did.
For sure, and this is your first ever World Championship attending as a competitor, and you had to go against Magmar Man, who arguably has probably always the spiciest team in any tournament. How did that feel so far, and just being in Hawaii in general?
It was really challenging to know what to do, but I just stuck my head into it and tried to make a read of what he wanted to do, and it worked out. And I just want to say I have a lot of friends and family watching at home. Ina, jag älskar dig. Det betyder så mycket. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. And it's so good to be here. I'm just super happy, Caleb.
That's awesome. I love hearing the energy, too. You got some fans in the crowd as well. And I'm sure your friends, family at home, staying up real late. And, hey, it paid off, too, right? Watching you win on stage. What are you looking forward to as your first World Championships in this tournament? You trying to take it all the way? You trying to just have fun? All the above? What are you thinking?
I don't want to put too much pressure, but, I'm not going to go down without a fight. So anyone who wants to take a game off of me, they're going to have to work for it. I'm going to do what I can, and I'm going to be happy with that.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here from the best Talonflame player in the world for Pokemon Go. We're going to hit back to you casters for some more awesome battles.
I really like what Arceus Aurelius said there about not putting too much pressure on his shoulders, right? Because once you sit down across the table from another competitor, you're actually facing off against one person. But if that internal voice is telling you, you better win, you better not make a mistake, you better not mess up, it's almost like 2 versus 1. It doesn't feel fair, right? It's like giving extra shields to a Talonflame. You just don't want to do that.
Not only that, but you're watching, and it's like, this stage is huge. I think you guys probably saw at the very beginning of the show, it is packed. Not only that, there's so many people watching. I think a lot of times players can get a little bit nervous, especially if it's maybe one of their first few times performing on the big stage, saying, not only do I not want to screw up, I don't want to screw up in front of this many people, but it takes a certain level of confidence, being able to play a couple times, take that step back, say, no, I got this. And I like what he said, where he's like, okay, I'm not going to go down without a fight. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to win it all, but it's going to be a challenge.
Everyone has their own comfort zone, right? I remember famously, King IV wasn't having the best tournaments. He wasn't feeling that good about his performance back in 2022. And he said, you know what I did? I had the phone down, and I just picked it up. and I held it in my hands and I played that way, and things really turned around. I feel like those minor things, right? What works for you, Amanda, probably won't work for me, and vice versa.
What works for me is that nothing's really working for me at the moment. Do you have any GBL teams?
Well, I don't play Triple Charm, so I don't know about
never mind.
GBL
That's
teams
not going to work for me then.
But I really appreciate that you mentioned GBL in general, because we have really stellar Twitch drops for you this World Championships event. Make sure to connect your account and get these awesome rewards. I mean, avatar shirts, anything you can imagine. We also have these encounter tracks, which are really, really cool. And you know what, Amanda? We have a special surprise at the end of the stream.
Absolutely.
But I think the trainers that are watching now are kind of ahead of the pack, because these Pokemon might be good next season. I've got a special feeling about that.
If you're looking at these teams, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3, which one do you think that you are going for? I know that you are not the biggest Mantine fan, but can the Pancham and the Dunsparce kind of persuade you to go with Team 1? Because that is kind of what I'm looking at.
You know what, Amanda? I really want to change things up. I like the speed of Drapion. I like the flexibility of Galarian Weezing, and I think that Chestnut is a very underrated fighting type Pokemon, because that grass typing does lead to that double super effective weakness against flyers, but at the same time, you've got Superpower, you've got Frenzy Plant, you could even tech to a Smackdown Chestnut, which absolutely takes those flyers out of the sky.
We talk about Talonflame, that's not going to survive long against that. Just a reminder as well, those are Twitch drops for day number 2. Today we also have very special Twitch drops revolving around its Axon's Sableye, something that he used on his team last year at this actual competition, the World's competition. And Sableye is my favorite Pokemon, so I'm really excited about this. Make sure that you are connected with your Twitch drops too, so you can redeem these for watching the channel. And while you're watching, I mean, again, make sure to give some love to all the players in the chat.
We interviewed each other yesterday, and you asked me my favorite safe switch. It's also Sableye, right? So I think it's definitely a very flexible Pokemon, one you can use in a variety of situations. When we talk about team composition, especially in Go Battle League, we like to say ABC or ABB, or even AAA Charm in your case, Amanda. But
exactly. So your Sableye is not going to do anything against my triple.
That's true. That's true. Hard counter any Sableye, just run Wigglytuff. But the point I'm trying to get at is that if you are running an ABC team where A and B Pokemon complement each other really well, then that C slot, that Sableye slot, can be your safe switch to take control of switch advantage and then win the game. Line things up the way that you want. A very, very famous line that's worked for many, many seasons is Skarmory with a water ground type, be it Swampert or Whiscash, plus Sableye. Definitely a very strong trio, so if you're just starting out in the Go Battle League, maybe give that team a try.
Yeah, I mean, we have that Go Battle Weekend coming up. Not only that, there is a Venture Week going on as well. Plenty of opportunities to catch different Pokemon. There's some shiny variants as well that will be available. Let's go ahead and look at all of the different things that you can be getting. Is there anything that's really jumping out at you? We talked a little bit about Shadow Cresselia, whether we thought we would see it here at Worlds or whether, I mean, so far we haven't. We've just been seeing the regular ones, but there's so many Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to hone in on the top right corner. You mentioned Shadow Cresselia. We've seen so many Cresselia in the meta this entire season. It's a very flexible Pokemon, very strong Pokemon. One of those that you don't need XL candies. You don't need to take it to level 50. It can still hold its own against the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. And I thought maybe this is like a Hypno situation where Shadow Hypno, it just feels more aggressive, more powerful than the regular one. But I think that Shadow Cresselia, a lot of trainers are just opting for that trusty bulk that they've come to know all season long. By the time we do see Shadow Cresselia, though, I'll be really excited to see how it performs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Also a reminder, I mean, frustration on your Pokemon, very frustrating. This is an event that you can get rid of that using those charge TMs, and I think that that's one of the most exciting things, too, because it's not like you can just do it every time. How many times have you found a Pokemon that you're like, I really would like to use this in battle. I can't use this in battle quite yet. I need to wait for a Rocket event. The time is now.
It's almost like an oxymoron to call it a frustration event. It's like an anti-frustration event, right? It's like a relief event. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, we're getting our phone set up on the stage, so we just need a couple of minutes. Let's play a fun game. This is the pronunciation game. And for Pokemon Go players, we tend to do well unless it's like one of the newer generations, maybe Pokemon that are just getting introduced to the game. Tell me about this one on the screen. I believe it's a water and bug type.
This is, I'm going to guess just because of what it looks like, which is a spider, that it would be Dew Spider, but I don't think it's right. I think it's actually Dewspitter? Dewpitter?
Jupiter. Jupiter, like from
Jupiter.
All right, you said Jupiter. I'm going to go with Dewpider. That way we cover our bases and you can't possibly be wrong. Jupiter. All right, you were right. All right, 1 point for Team Amanda. Let's hear it in the chat for Team Amanda.
Ding.
All right, Let's jump into number 2 here. Okay. I've heard this one mispronounced to the nth degree.
Yeah.
But I think a really easy way to remember is it's I guess brother Pokemon, right? Zamazenta. We don't say Zamazenta, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true, yeah.
So if we go with that methodology, Zamazenta, Zacian.
I was always saying Zacian at the beginning, but
please.
I'm pretty sure that you're right. It's going to be Zacian.
Okay, and this is the Crown Sword version, which we haven't quite seen in Pokemon Go, but when it does appear, Behemoth Blade is going to be absolutely a destructive force.
Yeah, you can see it in its mouth.
Exactly, right? Zacian. Okay, all right. So never again with the Zacian.
Yeah. Just remember, apparently if you're brothers, you have the same pronunciation of your name.
Hey.
That really makes sense.
Sometimes it works. All right. This is a very, very interesting Pokemon. This is a Steel and Dark type. So obviously you don't want to see a counter user, but if you're up against a Ghost type or maybe a Bug, you can do pretty well.
Yeah, they're also running like a Fury Cutter, I think, as a fast attack. I have the shiny version of it, which I think is one of the coolest looking shinies.
What a flex.
On it. I'm going with Poniard.
Poniard.
Yeah.
Or Poniard or Poniard?
Poniard.
Poniard. I'm going to say Poniard and give it all the syllables there.
Okay.
Another point for Team Amanda. All right. I feel like you should kick off this one here.
Bring it. Oh, I'm horrible with this one.
I
don't think it should be the way it actually is.
Yeah, but we've listened to so much Pokemon Unite, right? Okay. Of course, shout out to Zoink, Spraggles, Dubes, and all of our incredible crew over there. Kellosaurus and Wonder Chef, they're such phenomenal casters. They really have to make the same adjustment, right?
Yeah.
Because we're so used to saying it one way. What do you think it is?
I want it to be Rayquaza.
Okay.
Pokemon, if you're listening,
that's what your heart
I
said.
want it to be Rayquaza.
Okay, I'm going to go with the hard A's here. Rayquaza. Like laser. Like phaser. Okay, I was right. I can stop with the
like
taser jokes.
Or
oh yeah, that's definitely a word. Yeah. All right,
We're just going through the alphabet now.
Awesome. Okay, so that was our final pronunciation. I think that means that our competitors are just about ready on stage. So I'm going to be excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. But Amanda, I wanted to ask you, like,
well, before they even get on the table, I just want to say, we've got a special interview that's going to be happening right now. Sophia, why don't you take it away?
Hi there, my name is Soph Toph, and I'm going to be playing a little trivia game with some of our Worlds qualified competitors. On my left is Arrow, a two-time Worlds competitor, actually reached top 32 last year, has reached numerous grand finals as well at these regional tournaments. And on my extra left, we have Rise to Occasion, a multiple-time regional champion and a three-time Worlds competitor. So here's how this is going to go. I'm going to ask them 5 trivia questions. Whoever answers it correctly first gets a point, and whoever gets the most points at the end gets a Play Pokemon shirt of their color of choosing. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, let's just dive right into it. Okay, first question is EU-based. Which of these EU trainers has not qualified to all 3 World Championships so far? Status Dan, 23 EJB, Zephy Mastix, Inadequance.
Inadequance.
All right, I think that one goes to Arrow here. Let's say you have to say Buzz when you think you have an answer.
Buzz? Okay.
Yeah, next, going forward. All right, next
Was that
one.
right?
Yeah, it was Inadequance. Okay. At the 2024 Latin American International Championships, how many of the top 6 most used Pokemon were on the championship team?
Buzz.
Yes, wrong.
Buzz. 3.
Was it all 6?
It's 4. Okay, let's say that one goes to nobody.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man.
All right. Just for your edification, Harjev had Chargebug and Umbreon, which were not in the top 6 most used. All right. This one should be good for you guys. It's about North America. Okay. Which of these 2 trainers has more top 8 performances at regional championships? Dunebug 97, it's Axon.
Buzz. It's Axon.
Wrong.
It's Dunebug.
All right, I think that's 2 for Arrow.
It was Mr. Top Cut.
So yes, but mostly at Worlds and ICs.
She did say regional rice. He performs at the big time stage, I guess. Shout out Axon.
All right.
That's a world champion.
All right, question number 4. Name the top 3 performing players from the Asia Pacific region at the 2023 World Championships.
Buzz, all of the top 3.
As many as you can. If you get more than Arrow, that's good enough.
Wait, sorry,
Can I steal it?
at the World Championships or the Asian?
World Championships. I'm stealing it.
Crescent Angels.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Go.
Chidori, Roro-E, and Ishikawa Boy.
That's more than Rise, so I'm gonna count it. It's actually Kyoto, Luminous, and Roy, but I think you got
I got
one.
Roy.
Yeah, you got one. All right. Well, Arrow has officially won. It's 3-0 right now, but just for fun, I will ask you guys the 5th question. How many Altaria were in the top cut of the 2024 Perth Regional Championships?
Buzz, 5.
Casted that. Buzz.
You casted it. Come on, man. You got it.
3.
It's actually 4. But it's okay. 3-0 for Arrow. 2 questions not answered correctly, but that's okay. Arrow, you will get a lovely Play Pokemon shirt to add to your vast collection. And thank you both for your time. Any last words from either of you?
Let's go. Thank you, Soph. It's been a pleasure.
All right, thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Softo, for that really fun game. Speedy, I have a trivia question for you.
Okay, let's do it.
Who is up next on stage?
Buzz, it's going to be Valiant Vish and Bulk 88.
That's correct. Let's get this man a t-shirt. Let's get to the stage.
I get a t-shirt? I don't have one, actually. All right, let's take a look at these teams. We've got Valiant Vish on the left side of your screen, and then Bulk 88 on the right. Now, in 2023, Bulk 88 was a regional champion, did not reach the same heights this season, however, did qualify through the championship point system. So Valiant Vish is a trainer here on the left, which we don't see too much, but I do remember him being very impressive at an IC in Oceania.
Absolutely. I mean, the Australian trainers we don't get to see as often, especially not on the wide circuit, although Valiant Vish is a name that most people do know because he's a very, very talented trainer. We're going to hop right into these battles, Bulk against Valiant Vish, and it looks like it is an Annihilate mirror. This game really comes down to who wins that charge pack priority and who is going to be the better at baiting versus getting that nuke of the Shadow Ball through.
Yeah, it's the island of the Annihilates, and we're all just living in it. Here comes Bulk with a Shadow Ball to open up this matchup. If it lands, he's going to open it with a bang. Valiant Vish does not allow it to come through, though. Great shield early on in this matchup.
Yeah, but now, since he didn't throw right away, and really patient timing by Valiant Vish as well, the last thing you want as a trainer is to have all that energy, that Shadow Ball going to that normal type Pokemon Lickitung. The patience of Valiant Vish to go ahead a little bit more, going for yet another Night Slash here, and it looks like Bulk is going ahead and just take it on the Lickitung.
Now, if you're Valiant Vish, you have to think about the Annihilate you saw in the lead and how you can counter it in the back. He does have the Altaria and his own Lickitung as well, so he's going to stay in the Lickitung matchup here because he thinks that his Annihilate is probably the best answer. And if he gets the boost, he's really going to start to roll.
Yeah, puts him in a great position. He does need to be a little bit careful himself because the Lickitung, as we've kind of seen it, it doesn't do that great against the Annihilate. But this is a really great, although late, counter swap into the mirror match. At least we're not going to be through this very, very long Lickitung mirror match here, as you can see, already down into the red here. But another body slam already ready, throwing on Valiant Vish's Lickitung.
I was going to say, if the matchup started with fireworks, this is just kind of a fizzle right here as we're in the middle part of our matchup. Second body slam does come through from Bulk's Lickitung, but the late switch allows him to send in his own Annihilate. Power Whip won't quite knock out, but I think that Valiant Vish needs to fire something off quickly because the counters are going to add up.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely at the Power Whip. It will be doing a lot of damage. I think he's just hoping to get as much damage as possible, but Bulk gets the boost, forcing Vish now to be able to throw something in half. If you're Bulk, you're saying, okay, I have a pretty healthy Annihilate here. It is now boosted in an attack. We're going to go ahead and use a shield.
You can't give it up, right? You get the boost with the Annihilate. You want to keep that momentum going. So obvious shield there by Bulk, but the Power Whip still was the right charge attack to throw. Valiant Vish has to remember how much energy he has on his own Annihilate. Brings it in. He's behind. The opposing Annihilate does get to the Night Slash first.
Not only that, but if you're taking a peek at the back lines like the rest of us here, this Altaria does not have many places to go with one of the chubby bunnies in the back here. Night Slash coming through here, getting that last protection from Bulk as well. He knows that he's up energy. He knows he's going to be able to reach that Night Slash first, and it looks like he's going to head and just maximize it. But there is now a boost of his own, maybe a little too late, and swapping into the Altaria, and to now be met with an Azumarill.
I'm telling you, man, bring me back to 2018. This matchup has been bad all along, ever since Pokemon Go PvP first became a feature in the game. Altaria gonna fire up the Moonblast here, hoping for a last chance debuff. But if you look at this team from Valiant Vish, he's got Annihilate, he's got Altaria. He was ABA weak to this Azumarill all along.
Yeah, this Azumarill is now fully loaded with energy here. This Ice Beam is super effective. There was no debuff on it. This Altaria looks like it's going to be almost taken completely out. This bubble damage isn't going to be doing too much, but neither are any of the attacks of the Altaria, just giving a ton of energy to Bulk.
It feels so bad, right? You're a Dragon-type Pokemon if you're playing that Altaria there, and the opposing Azumarill, it's just going to bubble you all the way down, and it's going to do it with a smile on its face as it loads up so much energy. There's nowhere for Valiant Vish to go, and Bulk is able to pilot his way to a Game 1 victory.
Bulk's got the bulk on his team for this one, with the Azumarill on it, the Lickitung, and Annihilate just putting in the work and letting the other ones basically take all of that shield pressure completely away.
What I find really interesting is that Valiant Vish is kind of known for his Lantern play, definitely makes a lot of great catches, is very, very familiar and comfortable with that Pokemon, but we didn't even see it in game number 1. And after seeing Azumarill just wreak havoc on your team, it feels like the obvious choice now is to bring the Lantern.
Well, the thing is with Valiant Vish's Lantern is it is a water gun Lantern, so obviously it has shifted in the meta a bit. Although, like Caleb said a little bit earlier on, I would argue water gun Lantern is even stronger than Spark Lantern in this current meta. A lot of people are running like a double electric potential there. I think that Lantern was in the top 4. I know you're not super happy about that that little tidbit, but I think that yeah, if Valiant Vish is using it, he definitely knows how to, but maybe he's trying to psych out his opponent as well. If you're a player who is known for playing a certain Pokemon, maybe you bench it game 1 to make them try to play a certain way against you.
No, exactly right. You can definitely kind of lure your opponent into making certain decisions that you can then use to set up your team for success. As we take a look back at our replay from game number 1, the late switch into Lickitung allowed the Annihilate to come in for Bulk, and then the Azumarill was just more than enough to wrap up this game. And what I find so poetic about this is that when Bulk did win his regional championship last season, he used Altaria. So he's very familiar with the Pokemon and the matchups, and his Azumarill just had all the answers.
Yeah, Azumarill is just like, I mean, put it in the caster prediction for a reason. It's been around from the beginning, but it just has so much play into a lot of the Pokemon that have seemingly made their way back into the meta. And speaking of, it's really great against the Gligar, but the Charjabug doesn't really want to see it either. Great first call by Valiant Vish here. Shadow Gligar against the Charjabug and just getting a ton of energy. Both of these players look like they're going to go ahead and stay in this meta.
You see the grimace there from Bulk. I mean, if there's one Pokemon he did not want to see, it's Shadow Gligar. And if you look at the back line as well, he's got Annihilate. So he is ABA weak to the Shadow Gligar. And where Charjabug was so flexible and so good in so many matchups, it's going to get spent here against the Gligar, because as soon as you send in your Skarmory, your hard answer to it, it's just going to get countered.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about team lineups, we talked about ABB, and you're saying ABC. This is something that's a little bit different, but we've seen it so much in this season, and it is, we've been jokingly calling it the season of ABA, where you have one Pokemon you don't want to see because you're weak to it in the front and in the back. That's exactly what happened. Being able to just completely farm down tons of energy here. In comes the Skarmory, but a quick pivot out to the Lantern.
Wow, I really appreciate this play by Valiant Vish, right? Because he's able to win lead. He detects that Bulk is weak to his Gligar in the back. So what does he do? He gathers a ton of energy and then makes that instant pivot into Lantern, pulling out the Annihilate. So even after Lantern puts in the work here, he still has his Shadow Gligar to dispose all that energy after this fact.
Yeah, absolutely true. Going for this heavier hitting Shadow Ball here, which would do a lot of damage to the Lantern. There are 2 shields left on Valiant Vish's side. Once he used that first one up here, Water Gun paces a lot slower than the Spark Lantern variant does. However, just that Water Gun pressure has already put down the Annihilate so low, getting this shield off of Bulk as well. I mean, there's, like you said, so much energy on the Gligar and no shields left on Bulk's side.
Going for another Shadow Ball here. Bulk really wants this Lantern gone, and he's going to get his wish because there is no Protect Shield in play for Valiant Fish. Shadow Ball connects, does KO the Lantern. Gligar still has a ton of energy. It's going to come in here, throw an Aerial Ace, but guess what? It's got 2, and Bulk has 0 shield, so this comes through immediately.
This comes through enough to knock out the Annihilate, and we're about to see that Skarmory's coming back in, but if you're Vish, you're saying this is completely fine. Steel meets steel here, as the ground steel is going to just be able to do a little bit better. These Zap Cannons and Focus Blast doing so much damage to the Skarmory, and Skarmory not being able to hit back hard at all.
They say iron sharpens iron, but what do you do when you get hit with high voltage? There's a Zap Cannon into the Skarmory, taking it way down into the red, and at this point, we saw that knowing nod from Bulk. He said, I recognize I got outpicked and outcomped, cannot win this game number 2.
But making it an exciting series as Valiant Fish ties it up there. And I know we talked about earlier, like the hard part about Registeel is that there's no fast attack pressure. It's not often that you see a Registeel lock on farm down.
Exactly, but after the Zap Cannon, it was able to do exactly that. Valiant Fish pivoted to the Lantern pick in game number 2, which feels like a really nice response to the Azumarill, but he also had the benefit of the ABA positioning there. So going into game number 3, what do you expect to see from both of these trainers?
It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yes, Bulk went very risky in game number 2, and that risk didn't pay off. It's one of those high risk, high reward scenarios. The question is, are you gonna double down on it saying, okay, if I got beat so bad last time, will my opponent expect me to do the same thing again?
That's a great question, right? Because a few trainers repeat a team, and even fewer still will repeat a team 3 times in a row. At that point, it's just maniacal, right? It's just diabolical to do something like that. But going into game number 3, I do think Lantern was very strong for Valiant Fish. It was a great correction to the Azumarill pick from Bulk, and on this stage, with all this pressure, I highly, sincerely doubt that Bulk is going to play as risky as he did in that game number 2. I don't think we're going to see an ABA team. We might see something more flexible, maybe not looking for the hard answers.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people have been using, you talked about how Sableye was one of your favorite safe swaps. A lot of people like to use Lickitung as a safe swap, and I don't think that that's necessarily too bad, but if you have a Pokemon like Valiant Fish has, which is Registeel, it makes that swap a lot more difficult, because even if someone swaps in an Annihilate, those lick damage is going to do something. You're kind of helpless otherwise in this scenario. And speaking of helpless, the tables have turned here now. Altaria against the Azumarill, forcing that swap out into the safe swap of Lickitung, because like I said, there's not really too hard of a counter on Bulk's side.
Yeah, we see the instant swap, which is to be expected, but what is really unknown here is that final Pokemon for Valiant Fish in the back. Lantern was so good in game number 2. Does Bulk expect it here in game number 3? He actually lands the Play Rough and then switches into the Charge-a-Bug here against Lickitung.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position. There's quite a lot of energy on this Lickitung, and definitely going to need to take 2 charge attacks to take it out at this range. Looks like Bulk is going to shield up the first one, recognizing that Charge-a-Bug definitely has some play, being able to get this Lickitung nice and low. Volt Switch is 4-turn fast attack, and Lickitung has a 1-turn fast attack, so you really have to do some good timing here to be able to make sure the extra Volt Switch doesn't sneak through.
Yeah, both these Pokemon have formidable HP pools, and the Licks are doing some work, but so are the Volt Switches on the other side. Body Slam going to come through here. We know this is a same type attack bonus, neutral charge attack. We will not see a Power Whip here because it is resisted, but these X-Scissors, I'm telling you, Amanda, they're so fast. They come through every 2 to 3 Volt Switches, and another one peels away the final shield from Valiant Fish.
Yeah, Valiant Fish has no shields, but a lot of energy. One lick away, we saw the Volt Switch go through, getting that shield also from Bulk here. Both of them recognize how bad the Altaria into the Azumarill is, and both of them want switch advantage, and it looks like Valiant Fish is just sacking his Altaria, recognizing there's not a lot of room for it, not a lot of play for it, going ahead, just letting it absorb all this energy, and now expecting that Azumarill to come right back in.
Yeah, Valiant Fish sunk both of his Protect Shields into that mid matchup to try to prevent this exact situation, his Altaria versus the Azumarill. Ice Beam's going to come through here. If this is fully charged, I believe this actually will KO. Altaria does, yeah, absolutely gets knocked out there by the Ice Beam, and now an interesting decision to make comes in with the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern obviously does very well against Azumarill, being that Azumarill has that water typing and Lantern has the electric. The problem that we've now faced is the water gun pacing is slower, not going to be able to hit as hard to the Azumarill, and Azumarill already has another Play Rough stored. This is going to put some pressure onto the Lantern. Lantern almost now at that Thunderbolt, going a little bit over, recognizing Azumarill's slow pacing is going to let him charge up a ton of energy.
Yeah, exactly. I think when these trainers are prepping for the World Championships, they study these counts. They know exactly how many water guns they can get away with before the opposing Azumarill has a charge attack. And look at this, a water gun down of an Azumarill. I mean, Valiant Vish is trying to put himself in a position to succeed.
Yeah, this is also difficult though because there are no protections left on either side. Quagsire having some attack against a Lantern, but it's not one that you typically see. Movesets are revealed, and it is not one that has Mud Bomb, so it's not going to be hitting that hard. Needs to go for that heavier hitting Stone Edge. It is now reached. This should be enough to knock out the Lantern.
Bulk waits a turn, allows the water gun through, prevents the swap onto Lickitung, and does land the Stone Edge. Great technical play by him. In comes Lickitung. Now you've got a gap of just 3 mud shots to get the body slam, and he does. This might just be enough to KO, and then there's a charge bug in the back. Is there still a way for Valiant Vish to win this game?
It looks like he's going to be trying as hard as he can. Not quite able to. It looks like it will knock it out. The Volt Switches are not going to be able to be reached. And Lickitung is at the body slam. Body slam hitting, connecting with that charge bug.
Valiant Vish doesn't get the lead he wants, he doesn't get the swap he wants, but he gets the victory in the end. Body slam connects, and a sweaty game 3 comes to a stunning conclusion there. Valiant Vish will move on the winner's side of the bracket.
These games have been so incredibly close from the very beginning, from the very first matchup that we showed on screen with the LNDS Hardchef against Tonton Batus, where Tonton won with 1 HP, and then Hardchef won the next one. We're seeing it time after time with all of these fantastic trainers. These are world's competitors. These people are ready to win a world championship. They've prepared, they've studied their teams, they want to make a name for themselves, and they're on their way to do so.
How poetic is it that Valiant Vish, being known for his Lantern play, brings Water Gun Lantern, right? Which previously in previous seasons, Spark was the preferred fast attack, switches over to Water Gun Lantern and shows that he still has what it takes to make all the right plays. Soaks the Stone Edge onto his Lantern, recognizing that he still had energy on the Lickitung, and then finds the win condition. The charge bug was so pesky, he had to switch into Altaria to catch the discharge earlier on in the matchup, but he knew he was playing the long game. He knew he could open a window for himself, and that's exactly what he did with his Lickitung in the final moments.
Absolutely. Let's look at some of the highlights from that as well, because, and I also have to ask you, you were a Talonflame, doubter. You're kind of a Lantern doubter as well at the beginning. Is any of these plays by Valiant Vish being able to change your mind? I mean, look at this matchup. Such a bad lead. The Altaria into the Azumarill, but this Lantern managed to completely take control here. Not only is he able to hit this Thunderbolt, he's able to get one more water gun to get so much energy.
Amanda, I'm just going to use a phrase that we say a lot in the Pokemon Go community when we look at Lantern. I'm going to say driver, not car.
Okay,
all right?
fair.
I think it was Valiant Vish was the magic behind this performance. Water Gun Lantern didn't have what it takes, but he knew he had just a small window. 3 mud shots. If he waits another half second, Valiant Vish would lose the charge attack priority tie and lose this game. But in the final moments, he knew exactly where his opponent was, and he capitalized.
And that is such a hard thing to do, because when you're playing, of course, if you're playing a Go Battle League, or if you're even playing against someone at home, when there's not as much pressure on it, it's much easier to remember, like, okay, I know that they're at this much energy, or this is how much there's going to be. When you're in those high-stakes scenarios saying, okay, I have to win this matchup, you just better hope that your counting is on.
You know what? I would actually push back and just say that when you're on this stage, one of the key things is to just forget that you're on the stage, right?
Absolutely.
Just kind of put yourself in the mindset that you are sitting on your couch playing Go Battle League, and you have all the tools and the comfortability that you need to have those precise counts, to find those win conditions. Because if you start looking externally and saying, oh, who's watching, what's going on? You take your eye off the ball.
Don't do it.
That's when you drop the ball and you lose the game, right?
You drop that Pokeball right off.
Don't drop the Pokeball, right? Keep it in your hands or in your belt. Anyways, Valiant Vish able to win that series against Bulk 88. That was really well fought. I think Bulk went a little bit risky in game number 2, didn't pay dividends, but then Valiant Vish realized that there was a crack in the armor, and he exploited that and just blew it wide open in game number 3.
Absolutely. And like we discussed, these are all champions in their own right. This is the winner side of the bracket as well. This is a double elimination tournament, so Bulk is not out of it yet. And we've had trainers this season even drop down from losers to the losers from round 1 and still completely win a tournament. So it's still anybody's game. This is really the time where it's like, they're testing their mettle. They want to see who's going to become the champion.
Yeah, you want to get settled in, right? Like getting on a boat here in Hawaii, you got to get your sea legs under you and adjust, and then you can start to really excel. Let's toss it down to Valiant Vish and Softov and hear from the trainer himself.
Thanks so much, Amanda and Will. I'm here on the floor with Valiant Vish, who just won an incredibly close-fought round 2 match. Tell us what was going through your head during that game 3.
I thought it was cooked. As soon as I saw the ult into the Azumarill, yeah, it was a bit tough, but I thought I just had to keep playing, focusing on mechanics, just staying in there, and you know, maybe a win con can pop up. And midway through, I threw on really bad timing as well, and you could see my frustration there. But yeah, just staying in. I think with Pokemon Go, I think you just got to stay deep, stay long, and there will be a win con that pops up. And luckily, it just got handed to me there. So yeah, thank God I got through that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I also, thought it wasn't going too well for you. But speaking of staying in there, this is your 3rd World Championships, and you've done actually pretty consistently well in both 2022 and 2023. Tell us a little bit about how you prepare mentally for these tournaments.
Mindset is everything, I think. Team building, team preview, the mechanics of the game, that sort of comes now with a little bit of experience. I think more than anything now, it's just mindset. Staying positive, taking it one game at a time, trying not to lose your cool, like when you've got an ult into an Azu. And yeah, just being positive. This season, actually, for Worlds, I've just been trying to tell myself, like, play with a smile on your face, and maybe that may turn things around, and I feel like that probably did, yeah, so, yeah.
Well, that's great advice for any trainer out there who's looking to get into the competitive scene. And speaking of team building, I noticed you had a Registeel on your team, a little bit unconventional, I feel like, for the past couple of years. Tell us about why you picked that particular steel type.
Reggie is probably the most flexible Pokemon in the game. The steel typing is just fantastic. The coverage is fantastic. And even though it's probably not the best at the moment in terms of the meta, you've got Annihilate, you've got the Mud Boys, you've got fire types. I just think in terms of its flexibility and in terms of bench pressure, it just puts a lot of pressure in your opponent's mindset. So yeah, I just thought I had to bring Reggie. Reggie was there in my Melbourne team back in 2022, so I thought I'd run it back.
Well, it seems like it's been good for you so far. Certainly came in handy in that matchup. Before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out that has helped you get here or is supporting you at home?
Well, firstly, shout out to my wife, Cindy, and my little one who's 2 months old. Her name's Mira, so shout out to you. Shout out to the Aussies that sort of came through. Yeah, they've been amazing. It's been amazing staying with them. It's been a fun ride. And then shout out to Legends United, my second family. Love you guys. Cheers.
Well, I'm sure they're all very proud of you. Congratulations once again, advancing to round 3. And we still have a lot of matches still to come. So Will and Amanda, take it away and let's see some more.
Great to hear from Valiant Vish there after a valiant victory on stage, 2-1, using his signature Lantern pick. Very, very impressive plays, and Bulk is not a slouch, right? Very talented competitor. I feel like once we get to the day 2 top cut, top 4, grand finals, that's when we usually get these neck-and-neck matches. But Worlds, round in and round out, from the beginning to the end, every single series is a clinic and takes your breath away.
Absolutely, you don't want to be missing any of that action, and there's been really, really fun battles. And I tell you what, we're going to have some really interesting battles coming up, too. If you guys were watching earlier, Softop was talking with Arrow and with Rise to Occasion, and there was the question, who has won more regional championships, Junebug 97 or It's Axon, who was our previous year's world champion? And the answer was Junebug.
Yes.
And what they said was, oh, It's Axon only wins on the big stage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He saves his best performances for Worlds, International Championships. Oh, I get it. Conserving your energy is a very smart strategy, not only for hiking up mountains in Hawaii, but also for winning World Championships.
Well, and it looks like it's paying off for him so far, because I believe we are in winners round 3. It's actually going to be playing up next against German trainer JBG Winston HSV, another very good trainer who has been at world competitions in the previous years as well, known for his love of Turtwig. And I think he is a really, really talented trainer. It's going to be interesting to see. There's always like a friendly rivalry of, every time players for different regions play against each other, each region wants to say, no, we have the best trainers.
Right, there's like a friendly regional rivalry, and we always, try to measure who has the best meta choices and who has the most innovative team compositions, and who has the best players overall. So it's one thing to take the center stage here at Worlds and sit across from Arceus Aurelius or sit across from Lyle Jeffs, but when you sit across from the world champ, you have to be careful not to let him see you sweat.
Yeah, and Itzaxon has a lot of accolades to his name in that regard too. I remember last year at Worlds they were playing a video and he had an interview that he said, you know, I've won a regional championship, I've won an international championship. I think, you know, the next thing that I need to win is a world championship, and he went out and he did it. So he has basically all of the titles to his name.
Yeah, I mean, how many crowns can you fit on one head, right?
Heavy is the head that wears all those crowns.
Exactly. Itzaxon definitely a top competitor year in and year out, and I think a lot of trainers are kind of looking at him. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. How's he going to perform? Is this the same Axon that we saw last year? Does he have the right meta read? What is his preparation going to be like? Catched up with Axon just briefly yesterday after he filmed a very exciting skit that you might see later out on the beach. And Axon said, you know, I'm comfortable. I said something similar to what you mentioned, Amanda. I like to win things. I want to win another Worlds. I think that'd be really fun. But he wasn't, you know, coming out saying, oh yeah, it's already decided. I'm winning. There's no doubt. That wasn't his mantra, right? He was a bit more mellow, a bit more focused, and I definitely think he's going to bring that to his battles here today.
Well, I'm interested to see the team compositions of these two trainers. Itzaxon did perform at the North American International Championships. Not quite the performance he was looking for, but he did bring some off-meta picks. I believe he brought a meta champ, which is not usually the fighter that people are normally choosing now in this. But now, if you're looking at this team, it seems a lot more meta. But let's go ahead and take a look at JBG Winston's, because I'm pretty sure that I saw some interesting picks on his side. We saw a Skeledirge, we saw a Dragonair.
Oh yeah. No, one of the Pokemon I've had my eyes on is the Shadow Dragonair, but this is the world champ. It's Axon, reigning world champion, took it all in Yokohama last year in thrilling fashion. He's got Registeel this time around with Mandibuzz, Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Gligar. So Registeel, definitely an interesting pick. Mandibuzz as well, but I do think they have some interesting core-breaking potential.
Yeah, absolutely true. And it's so interesting. We talked about Vigoroth being a Pokemon on the rise, and it's absolutely true. We've seen so many of them. We've been kind of jokingly calling it, you know, the champions Pokemon, because a lot of the people who won the different regionals have been using it. JBG Winston saying, hello, though, Annihilate, but not broke, don't need to fix it. Definitely going to be on this team, and it's such a hard counter to Itzaxon's Vigoroth there, but it does need to be a little bit more wary of like that Shadow Gligar, of the Mandibuzz as well.
We talked about unique Dragon-type Pokemon. I think a lot of people's eyes are on Goodra or Altaria. I don't think anyone is expecting Arctobax, but maybe even fewer people were looking for Shadow Dragonair. This really takes me back to EUIC last season with Tonton Batus and Nezabeth, and Shadow Dragonair, such a flexible Pokemon, usually with Aqua Tail and Body Slam. Let's see just how JBG Winston pilots it here, because this is game number one. JBG's on the left side of your screen. Itzaxon, the reigning world champion, on the right.
And see if he can keep up this title. We have a great lead for JBG Winston here, going ahead with the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz. Not much a Mandibuzz can do here, and Itzaxon's choosing to pivot out, and now this Quagsire is just going to start getting loaded. Every 4 seconds, Aqua Tail can go off, basically just charging up energy so quickly. JBG going for a charge attack. Wants to get a little bit of a chip damage on this Pokemon.
JBG's got to keep one eye on the switch timer. He knows that if he stays in the matchup too long, he might not get that Azumarill Mandibuzz lead that he started with. We're going to see the Shadow Quagsire go for the Aqua Tail bait. Instant no shield. All right, JBG Winston.
This is a big call here, because the Aqua Tail's not going to be doing too much at all. Meanwhile, these Dragon Breaths continuing to chunk away. Itzaxon saying, okay, if that first one didn't go through, maybe he thinks another one isn't, but JBG Winston just in his mind here, correctly shielding this up, and I think we're going to see a Dragon Breath down at this point, just getting out a ton of energy, and also still maintaining that switch advantage that he wanted. Mandibuzz coming back in.
No, you nailed it. At the cost of one Protect Shield, does maintain control of the pacing of the matchup. Gonna throw the Body Slam against Mandibuzz. Honestly, anything here is just kind of like icing on the cake, right? A little chip, a little Body Slam damage here, there. That's good and well, but we know the Azumarill is the real counter. Here comes Dark Pulse from Itzaxon's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this should do a nice chunk. Should be able to knock out that Dragonair. Yes, it goes down, but Azumarill's just gonna come right back in, get a ton of energy. Even though he's down one shield, he got that advantage that he was looking for. An immediate pivot down into the Registeel to be met with the Skeledirge. If we saw Talonflame earlier just melting away the steel with those Incinerates, welcome in this Gator.
Yeah, you can already tell the gears are turning there for It's Axon. He's trying to figure out what to do. He hard lost lead. He didn't control switch advantage in the middle matchup, and now he's got a fire type against his Registeel, and he doesn't get the debuff from the Zap Cannon either. So this is a very difficult position to be in.
A difficult position to be in, and JBG Winston is also baiting. It's Axon calls it back here, recognizing that, okay, he probably won't be able to, but it's already at another one. The Incinerate damage has just done so much here. It's Axon choosing to let this Registeel go, trying to put it all on the Mandibuzz, but I think at this point he's already analyzing what he can be doing in game number 2.
It's Axon able to get to the Zap Cannon here, which will knock out the Skeledirge, but the negative side of this is that now Azumarill can come in. Registeel's empty on energy. It can maybe even look for a bubble down, which makes things even worse for the Mandibuzz in the back. Azumarill trying to get the full bubble down, and it does. That is devastating.
Registeel goes down a few lock-ons before even able to get to a Focus Blast, and back to where we started this matchup here. Mandibuzz against Azumarill. No shields being used here. This Ice Beam will connect. Mandibuzz is very bulky. As you can see, not enough to take it out, but there is still a shield left on JBG Winston's side. The problem is, like you talked about, Azumarill just has a very slow pacing. With 2 shields left on It's Axon's side, he's trying to make a little bit of magic happen.
You saw there, It's Axon got another disappointing result because he tried to force the charge attack party tie with the Azumarill on the Ice Beam, and JBG just didn't give it to him. He just keeps bubbling away. I think JBG is done with Ice Beams and play roughs. He's going to go straight fast attack pressure all the way. Meanwhile, Aerial Ace from the Mandibuzz, this is just a struggle. It's just struggling to fight back.
Yeah, welcome in there, taking game number 1 to JBG Winston against our world champion, It's Axon. Very well played. I mean, I think from the start, getting a Mandibuzz on an Azumarill is not great. Not winning that switch advantage in the middle was even tougher, I think. It's Axon played it very well. Having 2 shields left in the back could have proved instrumental, but the big problem is, yeah, if those shields, you can't use the shields if they don't throw a charge attack.
Exactly, and sometimes it feels bad, but that is definitely the result, especially when your opponent has picked their team composition so well, calling the Aqua Tail bait, shielding the Stone Edge. That really locked down that middle matchup for JBG Winston, and after that, it just felt like it was going to be really tough for It's Axon to wrestle away any semblance of control of momentum in this game.
Yeah, it was very difficult after this point. I mean, he was forced to throw 2 charge attacks to be able to knock out that Skeledirge, and just didn't have enough energy in the tank to be able to take out or throw anything at the Azumarill either, because that was what JBG Winston was basically saving that shield for. And if you are wondering at home, maybe you're saying, okay, but why isn't he has all that energy, he has 100 energy, why didn't he just throw the charge attack? It's basically because every time you throw a charge attack and your opponent doesn't, they're getting an extra fast attack through. And JBG was like, okay, I recognize how low this Mandibuzz is. I can just completely bubble down. It doesn't matter what it's going to be able to throw at me. I'm going to be able to knock it out in time.
I really feel like Mandibuzz would have needed maybe 5, 6, maybe even 7 Aerial Aces to win that game, because it has to land so many against the Azumarill, and there's also the Protect Shield. So at that point, it was just a road too far to travel. But again, Amanda, this is our world champ, right? This is It's Axon, one of the best players in the world. How does he respond in game number 2?
I mean, if I'm It's Axon, I'm actually pretty worried about that Shadow Dragonair. If you look at the team composition, Registeel is the only thing that it can actually kind of like decently handle it. Sure, you can hit back with the Cresselia, and it doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name, so I mean, those charge attacks are definitely going to continue to add up from every Pokemon, but just the Dragon Breath damage from that Shadow Pokemon doing 20% more is so devastating.
Dropping right into game number 2. JBG Winston has a 1-0 lead in the series. Ooh. It's Axon, leads the Mandibuzz, and here comes Azumarill again.
Second verse, same as the first, this time pivoting now into the Vigoroth. But that is such a risky play. If there's an Annihilate on the other team, looks like luckily for It's Axon, JBG Winston left that one on the field, choosing to stay in with that Azumarill for a little bit longer, recognizing that, okay, I have not only an energy advantage, but this counter damage isn't going to be doing that much. It's just the body slams that are actually going to be putting in the hurt to this Azumarill over time.
I just really admire your call out, Amanda, because you could see it physically on It's Axon's face. When he didn't see the instant swap into Annihilate, he was definitely relieved. And now we've got a Skeledirge on the field, gonna try to time the 2 counters and then the Rock Slide in the midst of the Incinerate. Gonna fire this charge attack off. It will be super effective.
It is super effective, and it is shielded up. I think JBG was thinking, okay, last time he baited, he's probably not going to do it this time. Already at another Rock Slide. This is super effective against this Pokemon, but he doesn't want to use all of his shields in this mid matchup here. We're about to see how much his Rock Slide does as it connects, bringing that Skeledirge already down to the red.
Tiggra does get another counter through, but that ghost typing on Skeledirge double resists the fighting type attack, so it really doesn't add up quickly enough. It's actually recognizes that, lets the disarming voice come through, goes into Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz might need to soak a disarming voice here.
Mandibuzz will soak that, but he'll be able to, I mean, Snarl doesn't actually do that much damage either, but it is also going to be doing a super effective to that Skeledirge here. I think we're going to see a very aggressive farm down, but at what cost? Because again, that Azumarill is just coming right back in.
We're going to see JBG Winston wait down that switch timer just in case he needs to make the fast pivot coming with the Azumarill. Here comes the instant pivot into Cresselia, and Registeel! The steel wall! JBG Winston throws it up, and he says, "You're not getting past me, Axon."
A very impressive team reads by JBG Winston there. Not only that, being able to correctly call when someone is baiting, and also when the heavier attack is going through. I mean, that was a very, very impactful part of that mid game there. Zap Cannon reaching, now putting that Cresselia into the yellow. None of the attacks of the Cresselia is going to be doing much to this steel type Pokemon.
Moonblast coming through. Registeel shrugs it off. No debuff either. So Registeel is just going to keep on gathering energy. Cresselia tries to fight back with another Moonblast. It's Axon trying to recognize a win condition because in a 0-2 series right here would send him down to the loser's bracket.
But even still, even if this looks like it's going to be a losing matchup, which, let's face it, it most likely looks like it's in the favor of JBG, it's Axon, he's such an admirable player because he's still playing it out because he wants to know later on if he gets into a different scenario where something happens, like, you never know how things can be played.
Switches in the middle of the lock-on to fire up the Dark Pulse into the Registeel. JBG's got a ton of energy stored. He knows he can absorb this attack, so he lets it through, makes the instant pivot back into the Azumarill. This is another Ice Beam play rough Azumarill, and it looks like Mandibuzz is going to try its very best to fight back.
Listen, we've got a Cresselia on the field, we've got Registeel, we've got Azumarill, we got Mandibuzz, we got, like, basically 4 of the bulkiest Pokemon, and I would be surprised if we could actually maybe see even a time out here because the battles can only be a certain amount of time, but I think JBG is saying, okay, no, I need this Mandibuzz off the field just in case that happens. I want to make sure that I have more Pokemon left remaining if that timer is running out, because this Grass Knot is super effective against the Pokemon.
You nailed it, Amanda, and even though the Ice Beam is super effective, as is Play Rough does get the same type attack bonus, which does close the window against the opposing Mandibuzz. Here comes another Play Rough from JBG Winston. Tough series for our world champ as JBG Winston takes him down.
It looks like it's Axon trying to do everything possible to stay in it. Really quick maneuvers, quick swaps. Gonna try to go for a completely cycle cuts down, not being able to do so. JBG Winston taking the series 2-0 against the former champion.
That's just the thing with Pokemon Go, especially at Worlds. Anything can happen. You can have favorites, you can have trainers you watch all season long and think, oh yeah, there's no way that they'll get stopped this early in the tournament. But it happens all the time. And I think that's one of the beauties of the game is that at any given time, anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, and like we discussed earlier, Axon isn't out of the competition. He's just being knocked down to the loser's bracket where he can still make a fantastic run. It's a double elimination tournament, so though he is down, he is definitely not out.
Exactly right. Our first world champion, right? Dancing Rob famously went to that loser's bracket, that lower side bracket early on in the tournament and just went on a burner through the entire bracket, punching his ticket to the grand finals and then triggering the reset as well. So if you're cheering for It's Axon, don't worry, it's not over yet. He's going to continue to fight his way through the competition here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And if you are a JBG fan, then you're going to love these replays because look at this, twice in a row being able to call the lead. Not only the lead, being able to maintain advantage basically through the whole thing. It was like almost like, you know, he's looking over the shoulder being, oh, you're picking this? Okay, now I think I'm going to counter your Cresselia with my Registeel. I think I'm going to counter your Mandibuzz with my Azumarill. Well played.
All the right moves at the right time, you know? If you look back at the series as well, if I'm not mistaken, he ran the same exact team in both games as well. So JBG Winston just knew exactly what to do in all the right situations.
Yeah, the first game he did run that Dragonair.
Oh, you're right.
But I mean, I think that at that point too, maybe he was just recognizing that the other side, okay, Dragonair has such good play. Maybe Axon's going to try to counter it a little bit. I'm going to bring in the, Skeledirge, which does a fantastic job against the Pokemon. I guess he used it both games.
Yeah, Skeledirge versus Registeel was definitely a tough matchup, and it really demonstrated its flexibility. And I really love as well how Pokemon Go gets new additions to the meta over the months and years that we played the game. For example, Skeledirge, did you know its first top cut, right? Its first Sunday finish overall was a tournament victory, That was Dunebug in San Antonio.
Absolutely, and it was immediately like pretty much followed. Not only did Dunebug do that, then Emmy Weedle was able to do it at EUIC against Dunebug. So it's like the Skeledirge kind of switched alliances, it seemed, at that tournament. A lot of trainers, it's one of those 5-turn fast attacks, so it does take a little bit longer to pace to. Not everyone enjoys that kind of slow pacing, but we really just saw a couple people use Incinerate very masterfully.
The World Championships are also interesting because our last glimpse into the meta, our last look into what trainers are probably going to bring happens way back at NAIC. So for about a month and a half, these trainers have been maybe practicing with their friends or maybe doing some scrims interregionally, but other than that, they really have no idea what their opponents are going to bring. So we do get a little bit of flair, a little bit of spice, a little bit of, resurgence of Skeledirge, but then Arctibax on the opposing side, and then I'll toss in a Shadow Dragonair, right? Kind of spice things up. All these trainers have unique approaches, and they have tried, tested, and honed these teams in order to try to win a World Championship title.
Not only that, some players are able to study how other people like to play. I know I was talking with Hargev, earlier, and he was like, I'm willing to accept battles from anyone right now. I have a team, I want to test it, I want to see how it plays out against just any team that someone would bring against me. And in his interview, he said, I know my counts. I think I can play in any meta, and I think that comes down to a lot of that practice, like you were talking about. He knows the Pokemon. He just knows how he wants to make them fit and use together. So when he sees a team of 6, he says, no, I remember playing against someone when they had that exact thing. They're going to play this way. They're going to lead X, and then they're most likely going to have this as their counter swap.
And that experience is so valuable, right? You're doing so many mental reps and actually physical reps playing out these battles. It can definitely, I guess, lend you lots of rewards. I just want to speak to one more point. It's Axon. Last season, right, in the World Championships against Rubik's Master, he did make the risky call. He led the Shadow Lowland Sandslash into the Altaria. And once you have such a commanding lead and you just seize control of the game and don't let it slip away, that can lead to a lot of victories. Its Axon hasn't changed. Pokemon like Registeel, like Mandibuzz, those are hard win Pokemon in certain scenarios, and they can also be very punishing as well. So whereas last year he got things lined up just right, in this round against JBG, things did not go his way, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad player. He's true to his instincts and his team reads.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're being able to make it to the main stage, you are not a bad player of any sorts. No one here is a bad player, I would say. I would be very, very fearful to be facing off against any of the trainers who have been qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. And no matter what region they're from, right? Absolutely. We always say that the competition varies, but I think that Pokemon and Pokemon Go are universal languages. Everyone can learn it, everyone can pick it up and go and actually build teams and compete. As we heard from Abhinav earlier with our interview, he was a trainer that worked really hard and felt like he was really talented and really good, but his performances didn't match what he was feeling internally. Yeah. But he was able to actually align those two things with his regional championship victory this season. I think so many other trainers are looking to align that as well. They know in their hearts that they're very talented, but now it's up to them to prove it.
Yep. Well, JBG Winston is someone who has just recently proved it on stage a couple minutes ago. He's going to be back on the stage with Butters for an interview. We'll go ahead and kick it over to them.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with JBG Winston, and you just took down the world champion. How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of relieved right now. It's probably the biggest achievement I had so far in Pokemon Go, because I'm now at least not negative at the World Championship. Like in 2022, I finished 1-2 at the World Championship, so I'm kind of happy right now.
In 2022, you did compete. You placed 25th, and you also used a very similar team. You used Talonflame with the Incinerate and the Azumarill core, and now you're running the Skeledirge in Azumarill core. Do you think that's an upgrade from 2022?
Yes, 100%. I feel like Skeledirge is just a way better Pokemon than Talonflame ever was.
Awesome, and like you said, not exactly the result that you wanted that first time you were able to compete at Worlds. Now you're here, you've advanced to round 4, you've taken out the world champion. How are you feeling going into the rest of this tournament, and what are your goals for the rest of this tournament?
So first, my goal was to not finish negative. I already achieved that now, so I guess my next goal is to go to day 2.
Awesome, fantastic, and your journey in 2022, you were super consistent that season. You missed last year's World Championship, but now you are back. You qualified with the championship points. Do you feel like now that you've been able to have this consistency this year, this is your time that you can make the push, finally get to that goal that you wanted to, and claim a championship.
I believe I can, yeah. I'm on the highest level I ever was before, and I believe now is the time to finally win the tournament.
It's a beautiful journey to watch all the trainers that have made it here in different ways. And then, I mean, you just beat the world champion. That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations to JB Winston, and don't go anywhere. We have a ton of Pokemon action remaining. We will be right back.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
S. James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people, like Speedy's Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim, they like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets second place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, you know, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today, like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're gonna make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. They've shown me so much support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up! S. James P. 21!
To win a regional. That was my initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and
how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me like focus and all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
I am here for our next Meet the Casters segment. I'm here with Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. You ready for these? Okay, sweet. I've got some awesome questions for you. Let's kick it off with number one. Use one word to describe yourself.
Mischievous.
Accurate. I'd say accurate. Next question. What is your favorite Pokemon if you could only choose one?
It's quite easy for me. My favorite Pokemon is Sableye because it is kind of creepy, but still cute, and I think those are good life goals to have.
Your first Pokemon World Championship you ever attended?
I attended the very first one in London. I didn't compete, I just went as a spectator. It was fantastic, it was so cool, and I was really happy to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this is a not a trick question, just give an honest answer. Favorite color?
My favorite color is yellow. I don't know why people don't think that is real. Caleb was like laughing at me when he found that out, but yeah, it's yellow for sure.
Yellow is a very bright, fun color. Also Pikachu's primary color, right? Next question. This is a serious question. Is Bastiodon meta? And remember, Australian trainers are watching.
Bastiodon is unfortunately meta. I think it is. It's going to be there for sure.
All right, only time will tell. In your own battles, what is your preferred safe switch?
Oh, you're going to hate this. My preferred safe switch is Lickitung. I think it's normally pretty neutral. There's a lot of Vigoroths around nowadays, making it a little bit more awkward to use, but I think overall it's a pretty good one.
I thought you were going to say Wigglytuff, so honestly, any answer is better than that. Who is your favorite pick to win Worlds this year?
Man, it is so tough. I want to say it's a little bit of an underdog. People might not know him super well, but Tomahawk UK has been doing absolutely fantastic this season. He's gotten second multiple times. He's top cut in a lot of different ones, and this could be his tournament.
What is your favorite Pokemon plushie in your collection?
I have a really cool Lapras that I got at Worlds last year, and I think that one is probably my favorite Pokemon plushie.
All right, you talked about your predicted winner for Worlds this year. Who is the best Pokemon Go player of all time?
That is a really tough question. As of right now, I think I'm going to go with Elendias Harjef. I mean, he was the first player for Pokemon Go who didn't drop a single battle in a tournament, and then he went right on after that to win LAIC. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. He's super inspirational, and you can tell like he's got that grit to win it all.
Awesome, Amanda. Thank you so much. It was great to learn a little bit more about you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Paradise of the Pacific. We are here in Honolulu, Hawaii for the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. I'm Wholesome _, joined by the Pokemon Go pundit, Soph Toph. Soph, how are we feeling?
I'm so excited. I've been excited about this tournament for months, and to finally see it all playing out, it's living up to my expectations. We've already seen a lot of great battlers, a lot of great battles, and I know there's still more to come.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just so exciting to see trainers from all these different regions finally all gathered here together on one stage for the most important tournament of their lives, for the opportunity to become Pokemon Go World Champion. We've already seen the likes of EUIC champion Tauntaun Battus, we've seen LAIC champion Harjef, we've seen world champion already. It's Axon. Actually, it's a very tough battle, but there are so many other trainers that I'm so excited to feature here in these upcoming battles.
Absolutely, and speaking of upcoming battles, we actually have some trainers from different regions who are about to battle it out. We've got Yakai, who I believe is from Hong Kong, as well as LNDS T. Steiner. You mentioned Harjeff doing so well from that LATAM region, but T. Steiner has been right in there, has had such a phenomenal season in both LAIC and NAIC.
Yeah, so I'm really excited specifically for Steiner because when you watch him battle, he battles with so much emotion. A lot of those folks, especially from the LATAM region, you can just see they wear their emotions on their sleeve. They're absolutely popping off so regularly when they're having those wins, and you can see them celebrating with a lot of their friends. So it's great to see the representation here from all the different regions, but I'm particularly excited for LATAM. Also to mention, Steiner had a very impressive run at NAIC as well, so I think he has momentum on his side going into today's battles.
You talk about momentum, you talk about friendship. You might notice a lot of these trainers that we've seen so far, not just T. Steiner, not just Harjeff, also Juz Muniz, who I believe we saw on stream earlier. They all share this LNDS prefix, you know, kind of mysterious, but I think they're all part of a shared Go Battle League inspired community where the LNDS comes from GBL Lindos.
Absolutely. It was great when I was actually down in Sao Paulo. Every time that you would see one of the Lindos come on stage, there would be an absolute roar coming from the crowd. Even backstage, we could hear all of the crowd chatter just every single time they'd be even mentioned in conversation. Now that said, I'm very curious to see the Pokemon that these two trainers are going to be bringing. It's a very interesting meta that we're in right now, specifically because we have not really had too many opportunities to see kind of what the flavor of the month, we could say, is here in this current meta. We've seen the likes of Shadow Quagsire, I think it's making some splashes here in Honolulu, Hawaii, but I'm very curious to see how it's going to be performing for these trainers.
Well, you mentioned Shadow Quagsire. You can see it there on Yakai's side. It actually looks quite safe into T. Steiner's team. Maybe the most safe Pokemon, actually, so we might be expecting to see quite a bit of Shadow Quagsire action from Yakai. Let's take a look at this stage, though. Look at how beautiful that is. And neither of these trainers is a stranger to the big stage. It's actually Yakai's second World Championships. And of course, T. Steiner, we've seen time and time again at these huge events.
Okay, well, taking a closer look at the teams for Yakai, we have the double flyer squad, the Altaria, as well as the Skarmory, met by Lickitung, Charjabug, the Shadow Quagsire, like you said, actually running Aquatail Stone Edge, so very important there, and then Annihilate. It's going to be very interesting to see whether that Night/Boost happens or not in some of these battles.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises on this team. We mentioned the Quagsire. We also see Altaria. I feel like we've seen a couple of trainers. I saw Valiant Vish using it earlier, and that was one of our trending up picks, as it has a lot of nice play against those water ground types. Let's take a look at T. Steiner's team here, though. Jim, walk us through this.
Yeah, we've got the Lantern Azumarill double water combo there. Lantern definitely has a lot of representation despite some of the nerfs in recent metas. Also met with the Shadow Gligar, the Vigoroth, the Charjabug, and the Lickitung. We had a lot of chatter regarding Vigoroth versus the Annihilate. So give us some detail around why you may want one Pokemon versus the other.
I think Annihilate, if it's in some of these neutral matchups, you get that same type attack bonus on counter, which can be super important. It also has potential, of course, to get double boosted with its attack there, if you can get that on the Night Slash with the 1/8 chance there. And Shadow Ball really can hit everything. So I think Annihilate, especially with a shield advantage, can just pretty much do damage to anything. However, Vigoroth has a bit of a better matchup into Pokemon like Gligar and Feraligatr, which we've seen kind of on the uptick recently.
Yeah, and I think one of the Pokemon that it really wants to target is that Lickitung, which is going to do a lot better versus the likes of Annihilate, but with that normal typing, double resisting those licks, that is a big tool within the tool belt of Lickitung. Definitely a matchup that it wants to see. I'm going to be very curious to see how this Azumarill performs on the side of Trainer Steiner here. This Azumarill doesn't have a ton of targets, but if it's able to get lined up versus that Altaria, we've seen that matchup before, a very one-sided matchup. These trainers are getting locked in. We are here at the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. This, I believe, is round 4 here. Can't wait to move into these battles. Let's get started, Soph.
All right, here we go. We see that Vigoroth that we were just talking about on T. Steiner's side, and it's led into Yakai's Charjabug.
All right, well, this Vigoroth does have access to Rock Slide, a new addition to its moveset here in the year of 2024. Really excited to see, are we able to get a Rock Slide off really quickly? No, actually, we're going to see Yakai throwing this X-Scissor right away, trying to land some chip damage.
That's right, Vigoroth just going to do a couple more counters, continuing to bank up energy. Has 2 body slams here, going to throw the first. I think 2 body slams is almost just enough to take out the Charjabug, so doesn't reach for that super effective rock slide, and Yakai lets it go.
Yeah, lets the first one go. Some nice chip damage, but you have a ton of energy now as this Charjabug. And if you're Yakai, you have to feel very good that you're not matched up versus this Shadow Gligar. So already getting a meaningful amount of chip damage. We actually see an interesting double normal team from the likes of Steiner here, but in comes the Altaria. This is now a pretty neutral matchup, but with that nice chip damage from the Charjabug, this Altaria might be able to get this Lickitung in single Moonblast range.
That's right, here comes the first body slam from Lickitung. Not going to do a ton of damage to the Altaria, but does have a second loaded already. Lickitung actually quite safe against Yakai's team, so that's why we saw that chip and dip strategy you were just talking about, Jim.
What we may be setting up here, Soph, in the back would be the Shadow Quagsire versus the Shadow Gligar with access to Aqua Tail. That could be very, very important for Yakai, but we see these one-turn fast attacks adding up. Altaria able to get to the Sky Attack. This should be enough to knock out the Lickitung, but it does not have a lot of HP remaining. This could serve as an opportunity for Steiner to get some energy on his Gligar, but take a look at this Altaria. It's able to get to the Sky Attack. Can he get to the Moonblast? Yes!
Really nice patience from Yakai there. Waits till the last possible second to see just how much energy he can gather. Moonblast goes through, actually gets shielded by T. Steiner. Now you have a Gligar, you're down his shields, but you do have a little bit of energy.
Yeah, let's take a look at the shield situation here, though. Yakai still has 2 Protect Shields for the Quagsire. At this rate, you really just want to invest Protect Shields, right? You're thinking, oh no, he lets it go. This was the bait. This was the Aerial Ace. Saving 2 Protect Shields for later on. You have one Aqua Tail stored and actually going to throw potentially on Charge Attack priority right when this Gligar reached the Aerial Ace, but no, actually just goes straight for this Aqua Tail Gligar. Gonna let this one go.
And that's a nice call by Yakai to let the Aerial Ace go, but you have to remember you're getting a little bit low on health here, and T. Steiner still has a lot of the Vigoroth left, which can do a lot of damage with those counters.
There's not a lot of HP left on the side of Yakai, neither on... Okay, quick swap here. The Vigoroth is back in, lots of energy. Charjabug trying to get to the X-Scissor, but not before Steiner is able to get to a Body Slam. Charjabug is actually in Body Slam range at this point, and I think it might be close to 2.
Really nice recognition by Yakai there that the Vigoroth already had 2 body slams, but here comes the second onto the Quagsire. You have just 1 shield left, but it's going to take a lot to try to mudshot down this Vigoroth. How do you get rid of this as Yakai?
Yeah, here comes... I think we're only 5 counters away. I don't think you're going to be able to farm down with Mudshots here. Needs to throw this Aqua Tail. You do have 2 Aqua Tails now as Yakai. Trainer Steiner needs to make a shielding decision. Do you want to try and get all of this energy out of the way? I don't think switch clocks are up yet. Not at this point. You're 1 counter away. Not able to get to the Body Slam. This is the second Aqua Tail. I think still some residual energy on the side of Yakai. This is going to be a very close matchup, so...
Just going to come down to how much energy is on this Gligar. You're not threatened at all by the Mudshots. Oh, but not that much energy, and this Quagsire is almost at the Aqua Tail already.
1 HP and a Dream. Able to avoid the knockout. Just get to this Aqua Tail. This is going to be plenty to knock out. Steiner trying to desperately get those wing attacks to knock out the Quagsire, but unable to do so. Game number 1 goes to Yakai.
Really nicely played there. Lickitung swap in the middle was a little bit tricky to deal with, but Yakai just kept calm, chipped it with the Charjabug, came in with the Altaria, and we saw that perfect farming in that Altaria-Lickitung matchup to come out with a Charge Attack to pull that first Protect Shield.
You know, it's really interesting to see the double normal team on the side of Steiner, knowing that there's that Annihilate on the side of Yakai that can just really crush that Vigoroth and do well versus the Lickitung as well. But Yakai led with that Charjabug, and I think that Steiner really wanted to switch out to try and realign his Gligar onto the Charjabug. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so, and instead the Gligar got lined up versus the Quagsire.
That's right, and here is that nice overfarm by Yakai. Look at this, commits to the Moonblast here, barely able to get it off and forces that first Protect Shield from T. Steiner.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the day, actually, I think our very first game, a Moonblast debuff on a Gligar as well. Not the case that time, and as we saw here, this was just the spamminess of the Shadow Quagsire, able to reach those Aqua Tails so fast. It's a really tough situation for Steiner because you find yourself at the end of the game just shielding these low energy charge attacks. Maybe if you're rethinking that one, hey, do I want to shield a little bit earlier in the game? But nonetheless, really great play from Yakai, able to win on the back of that 1 HP Quagsire.
That's right, Quagsire really, able to close out the game there, pulling the Protect Shield, I think throwing 3 Aqua Tails just in the last little span of that match, and barely able to hang on and pull it out.
All right, well, you've got answers to the Quagsire. There's no doubt. You had the Vigoroth, you had the Lickitung as well. But to be honest, those are going to be some of your best answers in general to that Shadow Quagsire. Lantern not going to perform very well. Shadow Gligar, we saw really struggled. Charjabug has some issues. Maybe we see the Azumarill as another answer as well. But it would not shock me to see another double normal team from Steiner. Maybe try and get some different alignment this time, though.
That's right. The double normal is scary to bring into the Annihilate, but I like the way T. Steiner has constructed this team. You've got Pokemon like Gligar and Azumarill to scare it off, but I think we're actually getting ready to go into this game too. We've got T. Steiner with Charjabug leading into Yukai's Altaria.
All right, well, we see these Volt Switches, 4-turn attack versus the 1-turn attack in these Dragon Breaths. A little bit of a positive matchup for this Altaria, though don't discount the ability of this Charjabug to dish out some damage as well. Here comes the first Discharge. It's going to do some nice neutral damage into this Altaria.
That's right, but Altaria is not really threatened by that. I think Altaria can come out of this with a nice amount of health if it wants to. It looks like T. Steiner is actually choosing to shield up this Charjabug, maybe fearing that it could be a potential Moonblast.
The one thing to keep in mind here is look in the back, this Lantern doesn't have a lot of destinations. Okay, here comes the second Discharge though. This is going to do some nice neutral damage again, and we do see the Protect Shield come up from Yukai. Seems like switch advantage is going to be important to him this game.
That's right, pretty different from last game. We saw it taking quite a while for any Protect Shields to go up. Looks like both trainers are choosing to play that one Protect Shield situation here. Altaria able to fire off the Sky Attack, and it looks like T. Steiner is happy to let this go. And I think you know, it's kind of a difficult decision. What do you come down here to farm down with? Looks like it's going to be the Lickitung, but you're going to take quite a bit of Dragon Breath damage.
Not only are you going to take a lot of Dragon Breath damage, I think this Altaria might be able to reach the Sky Attack. No, unfortunately not a huge farm from Trainer Steiner. This puts this Lickitung in a great situation where it has a huge energy lead and has not taken much damage of Chip at all.
That's right, and if you're Yukai, just thinking about what to bring in. Oh, it actually brings in the Charjabug here. Usually not a great matchup for Charjabug, but the Lickitung is chipped just a little bit by those Dragon Breaths, so potentially helping to put this into double X-Scissor range. Here comes that first Body Slam from Lickitung.
I like where Trainer Steiner is here with his current Lickitung, but the thing I'm worried about, Soph, is going to be that Lantern looming in the back. It may get aligned versus that Lickitung, which is not a positive matchup. Here comes the X-Scissor from the Charjabug. Again, this will do some good chip damage here, but this Lickitung is plenty bulky to hang on. Probably can survive another one as well. You have so much energy and great timing there from Steiner, trying to get this next Body Slam out, but this isn't going to be enough. The question becomes, do you get to this third Body Slam before the X-Scissor is thrown? No, and actually a quick swap out, a catch on the X-Scissor.
That's right, nice read there from T. Steiner. Charjabug was pretty much forced to throw there, or else the Lickitung would have reached another Body Slam. So nice anticipation, but now you are locked in against Yukai's Lickitung, and I think this is, with the Licks, going to almost be perfect Power Whip range.
You know, we've seen Water Gun Lantern in the past, we're seeing it again. This is 1-turn versus 1-turn fast attack. You have to still give some advantage to this Lickitung, knowing that it has access to Power Whip, but doesn't even get there, actually just goes straight for this Body Slam.
Yeah, nice calling of the bait there by T. Steiner. Looks like Lickitung is just going to be going for double Body Slam to close out this matchup. First Surf coming through. Don't expect a shield from Yukai. You know, lets it go there, and Lickitung still looking pretty healthy here.
A lot of bulky Pokemon still remaining in this matchup, so despite the low HP, there's actually still a lot of bulk on the field. Here comes the next Body Slam. Just like you mentioned, Soph, did put this essentially in Body Slam range, this Lantern, able to now get to the Surf, but may want to go for the Thunderbolt, thinking I'm only going to get to one more charge attack. Maybe not, though. Opts to go for the Surf. You still need to knock away this final Protect Shield on the side of Yukai. Yukai falls for the bait, but you do have a Body Slam basically ready to go. Will you overfarm? No, throws it right away.
Yeah, and I think Yukai probably just wanted to preserve a little bit of health here. You know that Lickitung is still in the back, doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. So if you can keep your own Lickitung healthy enough to stay out of Body Slam or even Power Up range, then you're in a very good position.
I think that all you need to do is get to one charge attack. The Body Slam may not be quite enough, but maybe a Volt Switch or a couple licks after this is going to do it. Here comes the first Body Slam from Steiner, though. This is not going to be enough to knock out. You need to desperately get to, I think, 3 Body Slams to win this matchup. I just don't know how you're going to do that at this point for Steiner.
And that was charge attack priority, so Yukai did guarantee getting this Body Slam off, and I think you probably just need a couple more fast attacks, just switches into the Charjabug. Oh, it's actually a Body Slam here, but I think you're going to be able to lick down when you come back in with your own Lickitung.
Absolutely, you are now just taking all of this energy off the field. The Volt Switch does not go through, but you only have a little fraction of HP. Here comes the double resisted licks, and Yukai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steiner.
And Yukai is going to be moving on to the group winners finals, just one match away from making day 2 and that top 16. And what a match that was. Masterful play in that first game, managing the Quagsire's health so perfectly. And just now, again, we saw that end game with the Lickitung really just able to close out things against both Pokemon in the back.
if we look at Steiner's Lantern, I'm a bit surprised to see it brought in game number 2 there, knowing just how many difficult matchups that it has. The Altaria, that's normally a relatively neutral matchup if you are going to be running Spark. However, you're running Water Gun, so that matchup becomes quite bad. And then additionally, getting lined up versus a Lickitung is not what you want to see. Perhaps expecting the Skarmory there. That may have been the case, especially since game 1 Steiner did bring that Gligar. Maybe that's what he was expecting, but it was a tough matchup. I really think that actually in that middle game that Steiner may have been in the lead, but there was just nowhere for Lantern to go, and that really was the nail in the coffin there for Steiner.
And I have to give some credit to Yakai too. Made a pretty nice team read. Could have brought his own Lickitung into the opposing chipped Lickitung. Instead, made the read to bring in Charge Bug after this Lickitung licks down this Altaria all the way.
Yeah, this was a devastating lick down. I'm glad that you mentioned that again. We were thinking, okay, can this Altaria get to the Sky Attack? Tries to press it, no, but it's right when the final lick damage registers. A lot of X Scissors, a lot of body slams flying out from both of these trainers, but I really like the plays from Yakai. I think recognizing when he needed to get Pokemon off the field, not over farming a lot, just recognizing, okay, I need to throw this body slam, I need to throw this X Scissor. These are bulky Pokemon and I need to lock in damage right now.
That's right, and this is nice recognition from Yakai. I was thinking potentially double power up, but actually Yakai just goes for the triple body slam. If you get the bait, even better. And nice recognition at the end here, just needs one Volt Switch to threaten the Lickitung and force it to throw energy.
I think at that point for Yakai, just recognizing that there are multiple win conditions. Let's go with the safe one there, which was making that catch. You're forced to throw that energy at that point, and you know that once you're forced to throw that energy, all it takes is a couple additional licks from your own Lickitung to secure the matchup and secure the 2-0 victory there for Yakai. So he'll be moving on. That was the winner's semis. I think that's going to take him to his group finals, Soph.
I think that's right. T. Steiner, on the other hand, is going to drop down to that loser's bracket, but I believe just needs to win 3 more matches, so not too far off of making the top 16 on day 2.
Well, one thing I want to call back was the Shadow Quagsire. I know we've mentioned it maybe as the premier Mudboy now. I think there's definitely an argument to be made there. But so talk a little bit about what makes Shadow Quagsire unique, especially as compared to some of the Pokemon like Whiscash or Swampert.
I think the big thing is just that it's so fast with that Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail, if you remember, was a exclusive community day charge attack that you could get, and I think you might even be able to evolve it during the World Championships event, so make sure you get your Quagsire and your Shadow Quagsire as well. But really just that spamminess, if we think about other Mudboys that have made a huge impact on the competitive scene, right? We have Swampert, we have Whiscash. All of those take 5 or 6 seconds to get to their first move, but Quagsire can get to Aqua Tail in just 4 seconds, and 1 second is huge in Pokemon Go.
I think the other thing for me, though, specifically with Quagsire, is its access to Stone Edge with its rock-type attack. When we look at some of the threats in general for some of those Mudboys, it's going to be the flyers, especially things like Whiscash and Swampert. They struggle versus Pokemon like, especially Altaria. But when you have access to Stone Edge, you can pace through relatively quickly as well. It can do some hard-hitting damage that a lot of the traditional Mudboys don't have that same access to. So I think it gives a bit of a different dynamic for that particular Pokemon that is great for our current meta with a lot of those flyers.
Absolutely, and speaking of great Pokemon, let's take a look at some of the rewards you can get from watching the stream. I believe this is for the VGC, celebrate the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. You can get this Sylveon that was part of Tomoya Ogawa's 2023 Worlds winning team, so make sure you get this Sylveon while you can.
I don't think we've seen too much Sylveon in Go, maybe even 1 or 2 regionals, but I think that our favorite evolution, at least here in our current meta, maybe Umbreon, Soph.
I think it has to be Umbreon. I don't think any of the original evolutions have made a big splash, and the other ones are just a little bit too frail for Great League. So I think you're right that Umbreon is Pokemon Go's evolution of choice. You
know, it's interesting to see some of the different metas that have been defined by our different regions. I feel like there's an EU meta. I feel like that there, you know what, real quick, actually, before we get into the metas, let's talk about TCG real quick. It's not just VG as well. We have TCG swag that you guys can also make sure that you're redeeming. Outburst Worlds 24. Guys, we want to celebrate with you back at home. There's lots of opportunities for you to get some exclusive items here, including the 2024 Pokemon World Championships special illustration Petron in-game. I'm very, very excited to see how that one, an absolutely beautiful card.
Absolutely beautiful, and if you redeem this, I think you get that on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, so you can show it off when you're playing those ladder games with your friends.
All right, well, I want to go back to the Umbreon because I think that it is a staple of certain metas. Like we were talking about, EU, NA, LATAM, Oceania, APAC. There's a little bit different metas, and I've seen quite a bit of Umbreon actually in the APAC region. I don't think we've seen it featured too much on stream, but I kind of feel like there's different forces that are colliding from different regions, different areas of the world, and it's really interesting to see how some of those different skill expressions are defined in some of these battles. We've already seen the likes of, I think, some LATAM versus EU. We've seen some NA versus EU. I'm very excited to see some of the Oceania and APAC trainers featured as well. We did just see Yakai, though.
We did just see Yakai, and I think we're about to see him again. I think we have him on the stage ready for an interview with Caleb. Take it away.
Thank you, Soph. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Yakai and a translator as well. Yakai, fantastic performance. I believe this is your first World Championships too, and you're undefeated so far. How are you feeling right now?
应该这是你第一个世界锦标赛，你现在感觉如何？
I'm feeling well right now, and this is actually my second World Championship series, and I got knocked out in just 2 rounds last year, so pretty happy that I can make that far this year.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. My correction. Second time, but first time on stage and doing really well so far. I believe with this win, it means that you already made it on to day number 2 in top 32. So you can rest up here. How are you feeling about day number 2 competition now that you made it? I think you're the first person to make it into day number 2.
I feel pretty happy about that. I will just consider it as a normal battle, just like I normally playing in GBL, and just do my best.
Awesome, awesome. Well, tell some of the viewers at home, right? Because you mentioned, you didn't do so well last year, but you came in this year undefeated already, looking to win even more. What was kind of the adjustment you made from last year to this year to kind of help you prepare for this year's championships in Hawaii?
I realized that Show 6 Hickory E series is sometimes pretty similar to GBL battles, and that's a region that I'm good at, so I take every single game this year as a normal GBL battle, just that I know all the Pokemon that the opponents will potentially bring, and just play it like a GBL battle and guess what's in the back and do the skills that I used in GBL.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mentioned GBL, it does remind me, I've battled you in GBL a few times and lost, I think, all of them. So definitely have a lot of skills in that category. Well, congratulations on your win here. I know you traveled a long way to get here. Anyone you want to shout out and thank that might be tuning in from across the world?
I want to thank you, my aunt. He's with me in here today. He spent her holiday to travel with me all the way to Hawaii this way. And I want to also thank you, my Hong Kong friends who support me all the way and help me to find a sponsorship, and also iPhone MVG that have daily practice with me on Show 6 Free.
Awesome. Well, a lot of people helping you out here. You're playing fantastic as well. Anyone at home cheering on Yakai, I'm sure staying up late was worth it watching him win. So congratulations on your win. Good luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Back to you, casters.
恭喜。
Thank you so much, Caleb and Yakai. I really love what Yakai was saying there, just taking each game as if it's a Go Battle League game, or treating each Go Battle League game seriously. I feel like that's something that's really important in terms of translating your skill when you play at home to your skill when you're playing on a huge stage at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that was such an inspiring interview, and he made some really great points. You have to not only just prepare, on paper for what's to come. Like you said, you have some advantages of knowing the 6 available Pokemon, but it really comes down to those moments in the battle. And I think what defines Go, what makes it stand out from some of the other Pokemon games, is that everything is in real time. This isn't a turn-based, I mean, there are turns, but this isn't a turn-by-turn game in the sense that you're having to wait for your opponent to make a decision before you make a decision. Everything is happening in these milliseconds here. So there is so much precision. You've had so many of those cycles in the Go Battle League. So for trainers at home that are thinking, can I do this? You guys can. You're playing Go Battle League, you're playing battles versus your friends. Maybe add some new skill sets to your utility belt, and you can absolutely participate here at a high level.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you have such quick turnaround times. I mean, you see a switch, you have to react in, ideally less than 2 seconds in order to, get your swaps, decide whether you're going to be chipping. And I think getting into the mindset where you're able to get those fast reaction times is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think that you have to look at repetition because, just like you said, if you're just a second late on a switch, that can sometimes be the difference between you winning certain matchups, whether it's the 0-1 or the 2-shield type of matchup. So that precision, that presence of mind, that composure mid-battle is so important for these trainers. When you look at it, reaction time is something that, in a lot of other games maybe isn't quite as important, but it is absolutely paramount here in Pokemon Go. Like I said, if you're just 1 second late, 1 turn late on a switch, it could be the difference between a win or a loss.
Absolutely. Well, I think speaking of players with fast reaction times and precise skills, who is more precise than our reigning NAIC champion Out of Pocket, who is on the stage here? By the way, our past NAIC champions have gone on to do really well at the World Championships. So let's see if Out of Pocket is able to replicate that already here in winners semis, playing against LNDS Paulino Tad.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see another LNDS trainer from Brazil here, Paulino Tad, actually running a pretty cool team here as well. We have been talking about the Shadow Quagsire, but the Shadow Whiscash is going to be making a comeback here versus Out of Pocket. Now that said, Out of Pocket must have the momentum on his side. You have to say it. He's here already in winter semis, and if we recall, in NAIC, he was our champion as well. But Sophie actually ran a much different team last time, running the Feraligatr, which is nowhere to be seen in today's tournament, it seems like.
That's right. Well, let's take a closer look at these teams. You already mentioned the Shadow Whiscash on Paulino's side. I think I also saw a Registeel, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much recently, but we used to see a lot of. So, maybe Paulino is kind of feeling a little bit, retro-y with these picks here.
You know what? It's really interesting with that Registeel because I think that Registeel does have a lot of play. If I look back, especially at the NA, LATAM, and EU regions, over the last maybe 7 or 8 tournaments, the Cresselia has been a Pokemon featured on almost every single winning team. What walls Cresselia better than a Registeel? It is the premier answer. In fact, we've seen that already today. I believe it was the It's Accent matchup where his Cresselia was getting regularly lined up versus Registeel. So I'm excited to see that. Out of Pocket now running the Lickitung, Lantern, Goodra, Annihilate, Skarmory, and a Wigglytuff, which has been a very interesting pick here. I'm curious to see how it's going to be performing, running the moveset of Charm, the Disarming Voice, I believe an Icy Wind.
That's right. You talked a lot about that Cresselia. It actually has a lot of play into Out of Pocket's team. Obviously, you need to watch out for the Skarmory, but aside from that, it has neutral to positive matchups against the rest of the team, looking at that Goodra, Annihilate, and Lantern.
All right, well, I'm curious to see if we're going to see more double normal. We saw that Vigoroth Lickitung combo pretty regularly, I think, on Steinar's team. Out of Pocket has a double normal with Wigglytuff and Lickitung. We're moving right into game number 1. This is winners semis Group D. We're going to be immediately seeing a Dragon Pokemon. It's Goodra facing off versus Cresselia. Cresselia does have access to this Moonblast, so this is going to be a tough matchup for Pocket to stay in.
He is staying in, though, and the good thing for Goodra is that when you have 2 shields up, your matchups are just a little bit better against Cresselia because you can just use your shields against those Moonblasts. Here comes that first Aqua Tail. Doesn't do a lot of damage to Cresselia, and Paulino is just throwing this Moonblast right away. Oh, but actually Pocket chooses to let it go. You do survive this, but you're going to be very, very low.
Yeah, we really have to hope there's no Moonblast here if you're on the side of Pocket. No debuff there whatsoever. You're going to be able to pace to these moves quite a bit quicker. Throwing the Aqua Tail, it looks like yet again. This is a very interesting position to be in, though, for Pocket, because I think as Paulino, you have to throw energy. I don't think that you can Psycho Cut down. Oh, and actually a quick swap out on the side of Paulino, bringing in the Shadow Whiscash, trying to get it farm down before you can actually get to another move. This now brings in the Lickitung on the side of Out of Pocket.
A little bit of a slow swap there from Pocket. I wonder if he was considering whether he can make that Aqua Tail, but instead just chooses to bring in the Lickitung. Don't expect to see shields used here. I think Pocket's strategy might be just to invest 2 shields on that Annihilate in the back.
It's worth calling out that the Scald debuff is now a 30% chance versus a 50% chance. It did not apply there on Pocket's Lickitung. So this is going to be a full strength body slam, and the shield comes out from Paulino. That is the first Protect shield, has a Scald already banked. Maybe he goes for double Mud Bomb here? No, wants to go straight for the Scald.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get that attack debuff off. Pocket still needs to land a power-up to take this out. Actually, it does put up the Protect Shield on this Lickitung. Attack fall does come, though, and just going to go for the power-up. Not sure if Paulino was able to keep track of all those licks, but does shields up this Body Slam.
A double bait from Out of Pocket, getting both Protect Shields now from Paulinho, trying to desperately get to this last Body Slam, but no, Paulinho has the Scald ready to go. I don't think a Mud Bomb would be enough. The question is this Scald going to knock out? Here it comes, no Protect Shield. Does the Lickitung hang on? No!
Oh my goodness, and that did a lot of damage to Lickitung, quite a bulky Pokemon, and now if you're out of pocket, you pretty much have to come in with your Annihilate. Goodra is incredibly low health, getting threatened by these mud shots, but this Whiscash still has some energy, going to make a Scald here.
Out of Pocket trying to hand a broom over to his Annihilate, saying, I need you to sweep here. There are still 3 Pokemon that I need you to take out. Tanks the Skull, just a sliver of HP. These Incinerates are going to add up so quickly. In fact, I think this second Incinerate would knock out, but there are no Protect Shields able to reach the Shadow Ball. This is super effective, same type attack, bonus damage. Will it knock out? Yes, indeed. Down goes the Skeledirge.
And that is exactly what Pocket needed. Barely got that Shadow Ball off before the Incinerate registers. Now there's still a little bit of this Cresselia do have a shield, and it looks like Pocket's actually staying in, though. This Goodra is incredibly low health, has to live a couple of Psycho Cuts and Mud Shots here in order to take this game.
You are just on a sliver of HP. You have to now win this game with Goodra. You're going to be taking neutral Psycho Cuts, which is not a hard-hitting attack, but don't forget about that Whiscash still hanging out the back, and Paulinho has so much energy, has the Grass Knot ready to go. Doesn't matter that it's resisted. There is no HP remaining on this Goodra, and game number 1 goes to Paulinho.
And cheers from the crowd there. What a close game that was. Those Dragon Breaths were absolutely about to shred that Cresselia and Whiscash, but luckily Paulinho had so much energy on that Cresselia and able to close things out with just a couple HP.
All right, well, so a tough lead there for Out of Pocket, having your Dragon lined up versus a very bulky Pokemon that has access to Moonblast. Super effective damage coming from that Cresselia. Were you surprised to see a no shield early on the Goodra?
I was at first surprised, but when I saw Out of Pocket's backline, I saw the Annihilate there, and if you look at Annihilate versus Paulino's team, it actually does quite well into most of these Pokemon, so I thought that he was just going to go for a 2 shields Annihilate strategy.
I think he went for the 1 shield Annihilate sweep, but unfortunately, after that Scald was let through, it just left so little HP on that Annihilate. 1 Incinerate did most of the damage, and then the Psycho Cuts did the rest. That was a good game by Paulinho. We're taking a look back at these replays. We can see some nice timing here from Out of Pocket, throwing actually a double bait, if you recall, getting both Protect Shields from Body Slams from a Lickitung. We don't see that every day.
Yeah, that Lickitung did put in a lot of work, just like you said, pulling both Protect Shields. And, you know, I think looking at Paulino's team, that Cresselia is so threatening. Pocket probably has to keep bringing the Lickitung just to deal with that Cresselia.
Yeah, I think that Cresselia is actually going to be a must-bring from Paulinho. I think it has a lot of really good matchups. Maybe not the Skarmory, but outside of that, has a lot of good play into most of these Pokemon. I think Lickitung is a very smart pick for Out of Pocket. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bringing that again. Has good play into almost everything, especially that Whiscash, though, does nice into the Cresselia. Now, that said, I'm very curious to see where this Registeel might come into play versus Out of Pocket. Obviously, it does great into tons of these Pokemon, but will it make an appearance? Let's move into game number 2. We are in Winners Semis Group D.
Looks like Paulino is happy to stick with that Cresselia, this time leading it into an Annihilate. Pocket is staying in for just a little bit of time here. You can threaten this Cresselia with your super effective Shadow Ball.
Yeah, you have to like this matchup a little bit better as the Annihilate as compared to what you had with your Goodra before, because you are able to hit for super effective damage. Now, actually, a bait coming out, our first charged attack is the Grass Knot. This puts Out of Pocket in a little bit of a peculiar situation here, opting to go straight for this Shadow Ball, though. This is going to be an immense amount of damage. Is it enough to knock out? Not quite.
Not enough to knock out, but that's absolutely huge. This Cresselia is such a menace for Pocket's entire team, though. Actually was going to be charge attack prior to there, but the Night Slash ends up landing into the Lickitung. But I think here for Out of Pocket, you're actually pretty happy to maybe just stay in here, continue doing some super effective counters, build up that energy, and then maybe eventually swap out into your own Lickitung.
You took the words out of my mouth. You're not going to be having to worry about Body Slam whatsoever. Maybe swap out right as the Power Whip comes out, so very nicely read. Now it's such a huge HP advantage. You know that you can maintain Switch, and you have energy going back into that Cresselia matchup later on. In fact, as Out of Pocket now, you have the privilege of over-farming so much because you have no problem absorbing all of these Body Slams from Paulinho's own Lickitung.
Lickitung is absolutely the best place to be absorbing neutral damage. Here come all these body slams, but look at Out of Pocket's Lickitung still in the green there, and that is all of the energy on Paulino's side. Now Out of Pocket might get to start throwing some charge attacks after this next body slam comes through.
He wants to go into that next matchup, though, with as much energy as possible so that he can quickly unleash it, likely into that Cresselia, or even better, into the Whiscash. The thing we need to keep an eye on here, so actually going for the Power Whip, thinking maybe Body Slam isn't enough to knock out. I think I may have thrown the Body Slam here, but no, this Power Whip will certainly knock out. And now the question for Paulinho is, do you bring in the Cresselia or do you save it as a catch? And a little curious here, I think that yes, this is going to be a Body Slam bait coming through. You need to get rid of these Protect Shields. Will Paulinho call one this time? No!
But the problem for Paulino is even if he lets just a body slam go, there's still some health on the Annihilate. He'd be threatened by just those fast attacks alone. Another body slam coming through here did not even build up to the power up, so Paulino is happy to let this body slam through.
Sometimes you just want to lock in some sort of damage, and as a reminder, so many of these trainers are running Water Gun Lantern. That's what we're seeing from Pocket here as well. Now that you've got that solidified body slam damage locked in to this Whiscash, you can easily take one of these Mud Bombs, and you're going to be pressuring this Whiscash so much more than if you were running Spark.
Yeah, Whiscash is getting a little bit low from these water guns. Really nice counting there from Paulino, throwing this Mud Bomb just before Lantern can threaten with a Surf. And it looks like Pocket is just going to let this go, maybe trying to close out this game with just counters from Annihilate. Oh, well, actually has a lot of energy from before.
Yeah, don't forget the farm that we saw earlier against that Lickitung, so you have lots of energy ready to go. Paulinho has some energy as well. I think that you're going to be able to get to charge attacks at a very, very similar pacing, but no, Paulinho still has his charge attack ready right now. Pocket has a decision to make. Do you want to use your final Protect Shield? There is still an opportunity for this Cresselia to be used as a sacrificial swap. No, it has the energy ready to go. Grass Knot is loaded. This is going to knock out the Annihilate.
Oh, and denies all this energy from Annihilate. If you're out of pocket, now you have to lick this down and then hit the Whiscash with a charge attack.
I like this energy farm, though, because I don't think that there's any energy on the Whiscash whatsoever. You are on the Force Cycle, but all you need is a Body Slam to knock out Lickitung, able to reach it. This is going to be plenty of damage to knock out the Whiscash, and game number 2 will be going to Out of Pocket. He evens the series 1-1.
Nice adjustment there. Came back from the 0-1 deficit, and now we will be moving into that decisive game 3. We saw Goodra from Out of Pocket game 1, didn't really have a lot of play, so decided to drop it, bring in that Water Gun Lantern, which didn't do much, but I think, again, we saw Lickitung kind of being the MVP for Out of Pocket, right? Dealing all those body slams at the end, threatening the Whiscash, and being able to take care and take all the energy from the opposing Lickitung.
We saw some great plays in game number 2 there, so many great plays early on from Pocket, getting that overfarm on his Annihilate and then getting tons of energy with his Lickitung that was able to strip away those Protect Shields. But look here, Paulinho was able to get that shield and make the combo play, had the Grass Knot ready to go, denied all that energy from the Annihilate. But what this set up, without any energy on your Cresselia, any overfarming whatsoever, this Lickitung simply comes in, licks down, gets to the Body Slam, and seals the deal. Body Slam lands on the Shadow Whiscash to even up the series 1-1.
That was a nice combo play there from Paulino. Saw Pocket use that final Protect Shield, knew that the Annihilate was vulnerable there to a combo play and got it done, but unfortunately, I think, was just kind of in a bit of a corner there.
All right, well, quick stat here. Paulinho finished 5th in the Curitiba, actually with Greninja, a Pokemon we don't see very often. Defense Form Deoxys and Shadow Dragonite. Pokemon that we did see early in the season, I would say. I believe, in fact, Wadaj was one of the pioneers of that Shadow Dragonite early season. But guys, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It is still the game number 3 here. This is a decisive game number 3. Such a meaningful battle coming at you right now. Cresselia again on the field for Paulinho, but it is now met by one of its counters, Out of Pocket's Lickitung.
These are 2 key Pokemon for each side. We've seen both of these Pokemon in both of the games so far, and Paulino is wasting absolutely no time in getting off this Moon Blast there, trying to get that attack debuff, maybe.
Yeah, Lickitung is going to be a strong answer to this Cresselia. No debuff there. Going to be throwing these Body Slams just before the next... Oh, and actually maybe trying to go for a switch there. Get that chip damage and swap into your own Pokemon. Body Slam number 1 will be launched by Out of Pocket, though. It'll do some nice chip damage. This is a positive matchup for Lickitung.
It is. We have those super effective lists, and actually a nice catch there from Paulino. We were saying earlier how Lickitung is the best place to absorb energy, and looks like Paulino is going to do it here. But the tricky part is now you're locked into this matchup, and Out of Pocket can just bring in his Annihilate and start getting ahead with these counters.
Trainers at home might be thinking, okay, well, Skarmory resists all of these attacks. Why don't you just bring that in? Well, this Annihilate is able to just throw one charge attack, farm all the way down. You don't even have to worry about a Power Whip. Some trainers may shield it, but you are really just fishing for a boost here, and you know that when that Cresselia potentially comes back in, you're likely going to be coming out with a ton of energy ready to unleash. Here comes the Power Whip from the Lickitung. It lands into the Annihilate. This brings Out of Pocket's Annihilate very low, but he is able to counter down, it's just a sliver of HP, but a Night Slash loaded and might be able to get to the Shadow Ball.
And that's a really nice way to get out of a switch-in matchup like that. Minimal HP to minimize farm, but also maximum energy here. Looks like he's going to commit to the Shadow Ball here. Oh, but the Cresselia actually throws the Grass Knot. Once again, Cresselia cutting off the energy from Out of Pocket's Annihilate.
Yeah, great counting there from Paulinho, knowing that the Annihilate was going to reach that Shadow Ball after one more counter. Now here comes the Skarmory. That's the perfect answer to that Cresselia. This is going to bring in the Whiscash, and it actually looks like Switch Clock is up. We might see a switch at some point, but Pocket wants to lock in some damage or pressure a Protect Shield. Here comes the Protect Shield on the Shadow Whiscash from Paulinho.
That is the first Protect Shield used of the game here. And Whiscash, you know, still building up some energy, goes all the way to 99 energy before throwing this first Scald. Out of Pocket does put up a Protect Shield. He knows that this is going to do the most damage in the rest of the game to his Skarmory.
Yeah, Lickitung is actually a great Pokemon into both of these remaining Pokemon on the side of Paulinho. Does well into the Shadow Whiscash, does well into the Cresselia as well. I'm a bit surprised to see Out of Pocket not swapping out here, knowing that the Skarmory is a hard wall to that Cresselia, but I think he wants to get both Protect Shields here. Might even go for a catch at some point, but no. Here comes the next Scald from Paulinho's Shadow Whiscash. This is going to do a significant chunk of damage. Out of Pocket opting to use his final Protect Shield.
And I think he's thinking that he can close out this game with Skarmory. You're able to take the Scalds, no problem, and then of course resisting all attacks from Cresselia. I expect to see Pocket going for a big overfarm here before throwing that Sky Attack.
All right, well this Whiscash has no residual energy. I believe it might be on the 5 cycle. Actually, now a quick swap, bringing in the Cresselia is Paulinho Tad. It's now going to be met by the Lickitung from Out of Pocket. I'm curious to see here, is there any opportunity maybe for a farm down from Paulinho later on to throw a Scald into that Skarmory? But here comes the Moonblast from the Cresselia. Will we see a debuff? No, not this time.
And I think what you mentioned there was probably just the exact win con that Paulinho has. You need to somehow come out of your matchup with the Whiscash and have some energy to throw at that Skarmory, but looks like Out of Pocket is undercharging that Body Slam just a little bit, actually wants to get some energy of his own, but here is that Cresselia throwing the Grass Knot, and I think this is okay for Out of Pocket. Still has some, oh, but now realizing that he needs the farm as well, also goes for the undercharge here.
All right, well,
down there.
It's really tough position here for Paulinho because all you need to do is get to one Power Whip, and you do get to the Power Whip. Pocket puts his fist in the air. He knew that was a close one, but he's going to be able to squeak out a victory here in game number 3, decisive game number 3. He's going to be moving on to group finals, and momentum still on the side of Out of Pocket.
That's right, Out of Pocket moving on to the group finals, and I believe on to day 2. So congratulations to Out of Pocket, hearing some cheers from the audience there. And I feel like all of those games were incredibly close, coming down to just a couple of seconds or a couple of HP. So, you know, just goes to show how great of a trainer that Paulinho is as well.
Absolutely. I really like the play, though, from Out of Pocket. I just can't say enough about some of the decisions that he made. Like I said, it's really tempting in so many situations. Okay, I want to actually swap out of my Skarmory versus that Whiscash. It'll line so nicely versus that Cresselia. But he was very flexible with and very creative with how he used his Pokemon, using Skarmory to be his Whiscash answer and using Lickitung to be his Cresselia answer. But I love the decision making early on, which is I'm going to bring my Lickitung. I think it's going to match up nicely versus that Cresselia that's been so problematic for me in games 1 and 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look back at that series. And like you were saying, I love the adjustments that Pocket made, not just in the games, but in the team reading itself. This is actually the 3rd game when Pocket brings the Skarmory, of course, expecting that Cresselia to come once again. Whiscash just throwing as many Scalds as it can, but not quite enough damage to close things out.
I'm a bit surprised, actually, to not see the Registeel from Paulinho, knowing that there was a Skarmory, a Lickitung. Obviously, it has to watch out for things like the Annihilate, but it does so well into even Goodra and Wigglytuff as well. So no Registeel was a bit of a question mark for me, but there you can see that Lickitung able to get that farm down, has the Body Slam ready to go, just needs to get to that Power Whip. It's going to be double super effective damage, and that's plenty to knock out the Whiscash. Out of Pocket, a sigh of relief as he's going to be moving on to the group finals.
You talk about that Registeel, and I was also wondering if Paulinho was going to bring it, if for nothing else, just for the Lickitung, but I feel like Out of Pocket was really favoring the Annihilate, so potentially a little bit scary to bring the Registeel into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Soph, I want to ask you, we've seen Water Gun Lantern 2 times now. We've seen plenty of Lantern. We've seen some of the Whiscash, some of the Quagsire. How is Lantern performing so far at Worlds in your mind?
I think it's performing quite well. Honestly, we saw on Out of Pocket's team there, but it didn't do a whole lot. I don't know if you remember, but in that game too, it pretty much just absorbs 2 mud bombs and called it a day. But Pocket was so far ahead that it didn't matter. I think Lantern, you know, you've mentioned before, it's the bulky electric type, right? And that in itself is just already a unique role. So I understand why trainers are continuing to bring it, even though season after season it feels like Lantern is getting nerfed.
Yeah, I think people maybe find it a bit stale because it's been so good for so long, but it is a different dynamic with Water Gun in that it's going to charge 2 charge attacks a little bit slower. But what I like about especially that Game 2 team on the side of Out of Pocket is how much fast attack pressure he had with all 3 Pokemon. With Counter, with Lick, with Water Gun, really any matchup that you're in, you're very likely to be doing a decent amount of fast attack pressure, and I think that that's the one thing that the Lantern still has going for it is with Water Gun, and some of those matchups that might have been bad before with Spark, they're less bad now with Water Gun.
Yeah, in particular, one matchup that comes to mind is against Shadow Gligar, which has been one of the top Pokemon all year long throughout each meta change. Right now you have the super effective Water Gun. It's quite a comfortable matchup for the Lantern, excuse me. Whereas before, when you had Spark, it was pretty uncomfortable. I think Gligar could get ahead with just 1 or 2 wing attacks.
So if we could probably debate for hours on what the premier water-type Pokemon is going to be, but let's kick it over to the stage. We've got Butter standing by. He's going to be interviewing NAIC champion Out of Pocket.
Thank you so much, Wholesome. And not only NAIC champion, but the first trainer at the 2024 Pokemon Worlds to make it to day number 2. Congratulations. How are you feeling, Out of Pocket?
Good. I mean, like I've had a lot of tough matches. After my winners round 1, every set since then has gone to game 3 and has ended in like really close fashion.
And you're actually the only trainer to win a tournament in this current iteration of the meta, and you haven't dropped a single series since NAIC. Do you feel like that gives you an advantage in this current iteration? Do you feel like you're the king of this meta right now?
I mean, since NAIC, a lot of like meta developments have been happening to the point where the NAIC meta feels a lot different than the meta for this tournament. For example, Water Gun Lantern has been seeing a lot more usage, and Gudra Community Day let Gudra shine too, as you can see with my team.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And you're a trainer that you say you often just practice with people that you know. How do you prepare? There's a gap from NAIC now. Obviously, you ended on the top. How do you prepare from then to now at the World Championships?
I did a lot of best of 3 or best of 5 series practice with my close friends like Elite, SS Thorn, Lyle Jeffs, and many more. Even Paulino once or twice. So those like practices help me decide on my team and what Pokemon are going to perform the best in this current meta.
All right, and last question. What would you say the percentage chance is that you're going to be the Pokemon Go World Champion in 2024?
90%.
Okay, that's pretty solid. All right, thank you, Out of Pocket. Congratulations once again for day 2. Back to you, Jim and Sophia.
All right, thank you, Butters. Thank you, Out of Pocket. You know, funny story, actually, immediately after fresh off his NAIC champion title, it was Community Day for Gudra, just like we said. And actually, Out of Pocket was helping me identify this particular stat spread Gudra that is known as the Lickitung Slayer, and that it has an attack breakpoint versus most Lickitungs, able to do 1 more Dragon Breath damage. So already getting ahead of the world's meta was Out of Pocket immediately after his victory at NAIC.
Well, I have to say that even though Out of Pocket has been a very charismatic trainer, I feel like he's actually humbled a little bit. In the past, I've seen him confidently say with 100% certainty that he's going to win the tournament, but now he's dialed it back to just 90%.
You know, I think Out of Pocket's a great story when you see just some of his development, especially across this most recent season. He had success, I believe it was in the 2023 season, winning the Peoria Regional, and then he had a stretch where he was getting close, he was top cutting, but never able to get to even, I think, top 2. So he was seeing some of his peers, some of his friends able to reach heights that he had felt before, but not in some time. And I think that he was just able to take some of those hardships, some of those struggles, some of those hurdles, and finally find that secret sauce at NAIC, take home not only a regional title, but an IC title. And now he's here on the stage of Worlds, trying to cross 1 more item off his list, regional, IC, Worlds.
Yeah, I remember at NAIC, he was talking about how he was getting decent results throughout the season, but he himself was saying he was a little bit disappointed. He kept trying to kind of pioneer some new, unique picks, and I think at NAIC, he was like, I'm just going to, run the best Pokemon that I think there are, and it paid off dividends for him as soon as he tried that. So I'm wondering if he has that same mindset coming into Worlds, or if he's trying to maybe experiment a little bit here as well.
Can't wait to see more from Out of Pocket. Now, we talked about the Gudra Community Day. This weekend, we have a Community Day coming up as well. This is one that we've seen before, but we're going to be seeing it again. It is the Beldum Community Day here in August 2024. It's going to be on Sunday, August 18th from 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Evolve those Beldums all the way up to Metagross. It'll learn the unique move, Community Day move, Meteor Mash.
And Metagross is absolutely a must-have Pokemon for raiding as well as for Master League in the Go Battle League. Metagross has been one of the top picks in the Master League Premier format for years and years, so definitely want to make sure you get a almost perfect Beldum here.
Yeah, don't forget, actually there is shadow variants of this as well. In some cases, you may not have evolved these ones just yet, so a great opportunity to evolve those shadow Metangs as well to get Metagross. In fact, if we talk with our co-caster, 2-0 Butters, he loves running the shadow Metagross in the Open Great League, believe it or not. It's one of his favorite Pokemon. He says those bullet punches add up so quickly. A lot of Pokemon can't withstand the pressure.
That's right. And speaking of trying to get those Shadow Metagross, I think we actually have an event right now, and we just had one where you could TM Frustration off of your Shadow Pokemon. So make sure you do that to all of your Beldum, all of your Metang before Community Day rolls around so that you can evolve and get that Meteor Mash.
There's a lot of things going on in Go right now that are just very exciting. We just wrapped up that Rocket Takeover, which was really cool, introducing some new Shadows, getting access to some Shadows that you maybe missed before, able to TM away Frustration, just like you said. But this week right now, don't forget there are 100 battles per day. So for those of you that are watching at home and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can do this as well, let's go apply it to Go Battle League. For those of you that haven't hit Legend or maybe that next rank yet, this is still your opportunity. And coinciding with it is Adventure Week as well, where you'll get another opportunity to TM off Frustration from some of those Pokemon. A great time to be a PvP battler here in Pokemon Go.
Not just being able to TM off Frustration, but I believe there's a lot of very relevant spawns out there right now with the World Championship celebration event. Pokemon like Paldean and Wooper, which does not spawn very often. Gotta get those Clodsire out there, as well as, of course, Lickitung we've seen making such an impact today, and Azumarill as well.
And they do have some of those exclusive moves as well, like Body Slam. Keep in mind, Lickitung, it's a Pokemon that we see so regularly. You don't even think to yourself, oh, it may not come with Body Slam initially. It is an exclusive move, so this is your opportunity to get those Lickitungs. Maybe trade with one of your friends as well to get those perfect stat spreads that might allow you to take down some of the next trainers that you see in the Go Battle League.
That's right. Lickitung has been around for a long time, and at first it was pretty hard to get, but now this is a prime opportunity to be getting those Lickitung as well as those XL Lickitung candy. But it looks like we have our next match pretty much ready on the stage here. I believe we're looking at Sir Panic a lot on the right here. Talented trainer from Indonesia. I believe actually has qualified to the 2022 World Championships, wasn't able to make it, so really happy to see him make it here to Honolulu.
If I'm not mistaken, Sir Panic-a-Lot actually was the winner of the Indonesia playoffs here in 2024 back in May. It's very curious to see if he's going to be running the same team or if maybe he's switching it up in response to this new meta. He's going to be facing off versus Argentinian trainer Marto Galde, who we've seen in many tournaments before. He's had success not only this year, but in years past as well. He's making his way back to the world stage, and I can't wait to see him battle here with a pretty fun team as well, Soph.
Marto is known for being pretty fun. Actually, coincidentally, I believe both of these trainers are content creators as well, if you want to get to know them just a little bit better. We do see a pretty fun pick on Marto's side. Look at that Whimsicott. I feel like Whimsicott is a Pokemon that comes up a lot as a potential core breaker, and then it somehow just never makes its way into the central meta.
Well, you stole the words from my mouth, because when I think of Whimsicott, I think of core breaker, because it beats all of the Mud Boys and Waters that we see so regularly. It needs to watch out, yes, for Ice Beam from Azumarill, but it beats Mandibuzz, it beats the Dark types. In many cases, it does well even versus some of the Bug types as well, like Charjabug. It resists all the Volt switches. Now, it is going to struggle in some neutral matchups versus things like versus Lickitung, but it has so many great plays into so many consistently picked Pokemon in this current meta. it needs to watch out for things like Skarmory, and it has some really bad matchups, but if you're able to get those right alignments, it can absolutely sweep teams in some cases.
That's right, and if you look at Panic's team, there actually isn't a hard counter for the Whimsicott. Sometimes you see something like a Skeledirge or a Skarmory that can be really scary, but looking here, I think the hardest answer is probably going to be the Lickitung, which is just going to beat it neutrally. But let's zoom in just a little bit more on Sir Panic Alot's team before we get into the games. Looking like pretty standard movesets all around. We do see that Shadow Quagsire rocking Aqua Tail and Stone Edge. Sometimes we see a Mud Bomb there, but everything else I think is the normal moveset.
Yeah, I know there's some debate for Azumarill. Do you run Ice Beam Play Rough? Do you run Ice Beam Hydro Pump? Do you run Play Rough Hydro Pump? We're going to be seeing Ice Beam Play Rough, which I think is most common in today's meta. That Ice Beam is going to be critical for fighting back versus that Whimsicott. I'm actually very curious to see, will Marto even bring the Whimsicott? In some cases, trainers, they'll keep a Pokemon on the bench just for pressure to try and bait out some Pokemon on one side, then you just bring your counters to the Whimsicott counter. But let's look at his team here. So it's the Skarmory, Lantern running Water Gun again. We've got Lickitung, Annihilate, Whimsicott, and Shadow Gligar.
Right, and the Whimsicott actually has a choice of charge attacks there. I think Marto was running Seed Bomb, which is just going to be the fastest charge attack that Whimsicott has available. Some trainers do choose to run Grass Knot, which does a little bit more damage, but Seed Bomb is going to be helpful against Pokemon like the Quagsire and the Azumarill.
All right, I'm very curious to see if that Whimsicott gets brought. There are so many good Pokemon. It resists the counters versus the Vigoroth. It has a great matchup there versus the Mandibuzz, able to hit so hard with those Moonblasts. But keep in mind, it's called Flimsy Whimsy for a reason. It is not going to be your bulkiest Pokemon. And actually, so let's move right into game number 1. We're going to be seeing Marto here with the Shadow Gligar facing off versus Panic's Shiny Lickitung.
Two titans of this year's meta, but looks like Panic actually goes straight into the Quagsire. You do outpace the Gligar to a charge attack, but now you're met by the Whimsicott, able to get off this Stone Edge, but I think Marto is going to be very happy to just take this Stone Edge, farm up a ton of energy, and then start throwing those Seed Bombs.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow swap there, but that is intentional from Marto Gaude, knowing that, hey, I can take one of these Stone Edge. Actually, an overfarm here, knowing, okay, yes, I survive one of these resisted Aqua Tails. I'm going to survive the subsequent Mud Shots as well. Just like you said, so a pretty firm overfarm here. Going to be able to maybe even get to 100 energy. Has 2 Seed Bombs loaded, and actually a shield coming from Sir Panic Alot. There's another Seed Bomb basically ready to go here. Maybe if you take this to the 2-shield matchup, there is some play. Maybe you can farm down, but we're actually going to have a Charge Tech priority event here.
Yeah, and this is not looking good for Panic. He did throw that Aqua Tail, and I wonder if he's going to maybe do 0 bubbles on this Aqua Tail and try to get a Mud Shot down. This Whimsicott is pretty much dry. I think that's all you have to do. Does actually hit a couple of the bubbles. I'm not sure if this Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take out. Trying to get just a couple extra Mud Shots, but unfortunately for Panic, that Whimsicott does go down.
Okay, look, this Quagsire does look quite strong into this team. Oh, and a quick swap out now. Actually, the Mandibuzz comes in. This is going to bring in the Water Gun Lantern on the side of Marto. This Gligar is going to have a lot to do in the back. Not only is it going to have to take out this Quagsire, it's going to have to take out the Lickitung as well. So plenty of bulk still on the side of Sir Panic Alot, but he has 0 Protect Shields remaining.
That's right, Marto still has 2 shields up, so a lot of work for the Gligar, but it's going to get a lot of help. Lantern able to throw this Thunderbolt. I don't think this is enough to take out the Mandibuzz, but it is super effective damage, and this Mandibuzz has no Protect Shields. Gonna go, actually still over 25% health there, but here comes a Dark Pulse from Sir Panic Alot.
I think that as Marto, you probably can sweep with this Gligar. You're thinking to yourself, okay, I have to get through this Quagsire. I have the non-resisted wing attacks. They're just hitting for neutral. I have plenty of energy. Okay, but now Mandibuzz able to get to this Dark Pulse prior to Marto able to reach his own charge attack. I'm curious to see what Marto's going to do here, if he simply goes for a farm down or if he's going to be throwing any energy. Keep an eye on Switch Clock. So actually Panic has Switch Clock ready to go after this charge attack.
Mandibuzz is going to go down to this Aerial Ace, and it's just going to be Gligar against the Worlds. You do have 2 shields up, but you still have a full health Lickitung to get through. So we're just going to have to see how Marto is able to manage the energy.
All right, well, we have Sir Panic Alot. I think this is going to be Sir Digs a lot here. This is going to be lots of digs coming in from Marto Gaude. Needs to land at least 2 digs here onto this Lickitung. Probably another dig into the Quagsire as well, but here comes the Body Slam. Marto knows that he can hang on versus this one, but wants to preserve some HP. You have to think to yourself, okay, well, what's going to be the hardest hitting charge attack? It's probably going to be those Aqua Tails, but you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you simply get fast attack down.
Oh, and I think this is charge attack priority. I'm not sure if Marto hit that dig, but here comes the Aqua Tail. You do have to put up the Protect Shield here, or you're going to be knocked out very, very soon. looks like Marto did actually get the dig off. I wondered if you ever undercharge here a little bit. Has to come down to whether Marto was keeping track of the Quagsire's energy, but no, just plays it safe, goes for the fully charged dig, and I think you just need to land maybe one dig against this Lickitung.
Okay, knows that you're not going to get knocked out by one body slam. A little curious to see Marto not throwing that charge attack, but this is just the body slam, not the power whip, which does slightly more damage. Able to hang on, and Marto has the charge attack ready to go, throws the dig. This is going to be, I think, our third consecutive dig that we've seen here from Marto. This should be plenty to knock out the shiny Lickitung on the side of Sir Panic-a-Lot, and game number 1 goes to Marto Galde.
Sweeping the game with that Shadow Gligar here. Cheers from the crowd there, and really nice recognition that there isn't really fast attack pressure from Sir Panic-a-Lot for that Shadow Gligar, right? You have the Quagsire, you've got the Lickitung, and that's what allowed him to get to all those digs down the line with 2 Protect Shields up.
Well, I understand the rationale, the rationale of double shielding that Quagsire, knowing how much play that it has into not only that, not only the Gligar, but also the Lantern as well. However, there is so much fast attack pressure from both of those Pokemon, especially with the Water Gun Lantern, that I think it put Marto in a really good spot there. But it was a really interesting early game, so if we saw the double shield so early on, and Marto opting not to protect his Whimsicott whatsoever.
I think that was a kind of big mistake from Sir Panic-a-Lot to throw the Aqua Tail on Charge Attack Priority, and that's kind of what forced him to go down 2 Protect Shields. And then, you know, kind of down the line that made it so that he couldn't protect his Mandibuzz or his Lickitung against all these charge attacks.
Yeah, so if we saw that complete undercharge, maybe 2 bubbles on that Aqua Tail as well, trying to desperately scrap for some bit of more energy after that charge attack priority tie, but no, unable to do so, still knocked out. So I think it was just such a deficit early on. Sir Panic-a-Lot was unable to come back, and Marto in firm control here after game number 1. Now that said, we did see Whimsicott in game number 1. It wouldn't shock me to see it in game number 2 here, but it could just simply be some pressure to pressure Panic into bringing his counters, that is. Let's move into game number 2.
We see that Whimsicott again from Marto. This time it's met by the Lickitung. Better situation for Panic for sure here. Lickitung does great into this neutral matchup.
All right, well, I really like this Charjabug in the back right now for Sir Panic-a-Lot. If it's able to get lined up versus that Skarmory, that's the dream situation. Has a decent matchup into that Lantern as well. Here comes the Body Slam, though, from the Lickitung on the side of Sir Panic. Lands into the Whimsicott. That does almost half its HP after the licks, but this, Marto's Whimsicott will be landing. It looks like a Moonblast to start. I don't expect a Protect Shield on the side of Sir Panic-a-Lot. We saw it early in game number 1, not this time.
Puts the Lickitung below half health there, but Lickitung's almost at another Body Slam here. Oh, actually, but Marto catches it on Skarmory and gets the Steel Wing through. Very nice play, but now if you're Sir Panic-a-Lot, you're able to lock in your Charjabug onto the Skarmory.
As Marto, you preserve your Whimsicott, you tank resisted damage, but now you have a huge answer from Sir Panic-a-Lot. You have to figure out a way to now get through this Charjabug. Whimsicott's going to be a tough answer there as well eventually, but okay, actually going straight for this Brave Bird here. This is going to be neutral damage, and Sir Panic-a-Lot actually using the Protect Shield. This is a huge Protect Shield. Does it set up a full farm down at this point?
This is a great situation for Sir Panic-a-Lot. There's no Gligar in the back to wall this energy. Oh, but Marto actually gets to this very last Sky Attack just before the Volt Switch registers.
Does this now put the Charjabug in range where one Charge Attack knocks out from the Whimsicott? Or do you just bring in your Lantern hoping that it can be a sponge for all of this energy from Sir Panic-a-Lot's Charjabug, which has 100 energy? No, opts to throw the Seed Bomb right away. Sir Panic trying to think to himself, is this going to be the Moonblast? Is it just the Seed Bomb? Will we use the second Protect Shield? No, this is resisted damage, and the Charjabug hangs on.
Able to track the energy really nicely here, and that means that Sir Panic-a-Lot is going to be able to get the most value possible out of this Charjabug. X-Scissor coming through here actually misses a couple bubbles, but still takes out the Whimsicott, and now you can get off a Charge Attack on this Lantern. I think after this, you probably want to swap out to avoid getting farmed down.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you're going to get to that last X-Scissor. You're on the 3 cycle, not the 2 cycle. Throws the X-Scissor, immediately swaps now into the Vigoroth. These counters, they're not stab, but it's still a great fast attack, doing a lot of damage. Keep in mind, this is the Water Gun variant of the Lantern, so it's not going to get to Charge Attacks quite as fast. Meanwhile, Sir Panic-a-Lot able to get to these Body Slams so quickly.
And it's looking good for Sir Panic-a-Lot. Lantern already at half health, and this is Marto's final Pokemon there. Still farming up some energy, but Sir Panic-a-Lot actually able to get off this Body Slam first. And this Vigoroth is still so healthy, still out of Thunderbolt and Surf range.
I think that this Lantern will be able to farm down the Charjabug, but don't forget, we still need to not only get through the normal type Vigoroth, but the normal type, the Lickitung as well. I think that both of these Pokemon are going to need at least one Charge Attack, maybe even a Thunderbolt into the Lickitung. Here comes the Surf from the Vigoroth. It hangs on. It's one counter away from the Body Slam, and it gets there. Sir Panic-a-Lot, Vigoroth is going to reach this Body Slam. Is this going to be enough to knock out? I think it will be.
even if it's not, I think you have plenty of fast move pressure in the back, but looks like that Lantern does go down, and Sir Panic-A-Lot able to tie up the series 1-1, and we hear so much support from the crowd. There are a lot of people watching this match.
All right, you hear the crowd going crazy here. A lot of support, just like you said. So, okay, game one, we saw how strong that Whimsicott was, but like we said, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon. It's flimsy, as we say, and when you get lined up versus a bulk monster like Lickitung, it's definitely going to struggle. Now, we have to think in game number 2 there, okay, I'm going to try and make a play here. Marto, as we saw, actually catching that body slam from the Lickitung. But what do you give up? You give up alignment, and it allowed this exact matchup here. We see that Charge Bug getting a huge farm down, which was pivotal in game number 2.
That's right. In both of those games, we saw one of the trainers kind of give up switch advantage, which allowed the opponent to get a huge advantage out of that mid-game. First game, it was Marto. This game, it was Sir Panic-A-Lot. All that energy on that Charge Bug, helps put this Lantern eventually pretty low in the end.
Yeah, we're seeing these trainers take risks, and we're seeing their opposing trainers capitalize on those risks that they're taking. So I'm so curious to see in game number 3 with so much on the line. We're here at the World Championships. Falling down into the losers bracket is such an adjustment, such a hard gauntlet that you'd have to face. You're so close to making it to day 2 and moving on to Saturday, which is going to put you in such a great position to try and get to that final step of World Champion. But it's all on this game right now. Forget everything in the past, forget your future rounds, forget your future regionals. This is the one game that matters most to you right now, and how do you adapt?
And it is the decisive game 3 of the winners semis match here. Just like you said, winner of this next individual game here is going to go on to day 2 in such a nice position. So both of these trainers taking just a little bit more time to confirm their strategies, lock in their teams, and go.
I think we've seen most of the Pokemon from both of these trainers, but we have not seen the Azumarill yet from Sir Panic-A-Lot. Will we see it in game number 3? And oh my, what a great lead for Marto Gaude. The Shadow Gligar resisting all the charge attacks from the Charge Bug. A quick swap by Sir Panic-A-Lot. He brings in his Lickitung, but it's met by the Annihilate from Marto Gaude.
It's looking good for Marto. Good lead, good swap. Just going to come down to how he handles this mid-game. If he's able to maintain alignment, it's going to be really good. Takes this Power Whip. Annihilate is able to survive it, no problem. You are getting quite low from these licks, though, so Sir Panic-A-Lot, if he wants to, might be able to shield and lick down through this.
Dangerously low HP on this Annihilate right now. 2 Night Slash is ready to go. Here comes the first no shielded. Will he be able to still get the second one? Yes. Sir Panic-A-Lot has a decision to make. Do I want to invest this Protect Shield to force switch, or do I simply just want to let it go? And actually just lets it go. Annihilate able to maintain switch, and switch clocks are not up yet. Did not even wait the switch clock. Going to farm down this Annihilate, and if you're Marto, you can actually bring in your Gligar. Yes, he recognized the switch clock is not up. He's going to be able to get a lot of farm before Sir Panic-A-Lot is able to swap into his Vigoroth.
And this is an absolutely terrible matchup for Charge Bug. All of your attacks are resisted, and this Gligar is just farming up a ton of energy here. First X's are coming through. I think this Gligar is still going to be over 50% health there.
Okay, good news for Sir Panic-A-Lot. His Vigoroth no longer has to face that Annihilate. It has been removed from the field, but this Gligar has so much energy, it's going to be tanking this Aerial Ace now on the Charge Bug. Quick swap now coming from Sir Panic-A-Lot. Let's not forget that X-Scissor that is banked, but Marto going to be opting to stay in with his Shadow Gligar. He has a charge attack ready to go. It's going to be the dig, and it gets shielded by Sir Panic-A-Lot.
That's a nice call. Marto is going to bring in that Whimsicott now that he's pulled a shield. Up a shield here as Whimsicott. I think he still just goes straight for Seed Bomb here. Looks like the first Body Slam is coming off from Sir Panic-A-Lot. Whimsicott able to take with this charge attack, no problem.
Yeah, so at this point, I don't think you're in Moonblast range, and you don't have any fast attack pressure as this Whimsicott. So I think, like you said, you might just go for double Seed Bomb. These Fairy Winds are starting to add up slowly, but here comes the first charge attack from the Whimsicott. Lots of energy ready to go. This is the Seed Bomb, and Sir Panic-A-Lot uses the Protect Shield.
That's right, shaking his head, hoping potentially that it was a Moonblast. Body Slam coming through here. This is going to threaten the Whimsicott at this health range, but Marto still has 2 shields up, as well as a pretty healthy Gligar in the back.
Yeah, Gligar knows how to close out these matches. Okay, and actually charge attack priority. Whimsicott's going to win this one. This is the Moonblast right on time here for Marto. It's going to land into the Vigoroth. Doesn't quite knock it out. Still has the Body Slam ready to go. Let's not forget the Charge Bug still has a move ready to go, but Marto, I believe, still has 1 Protect Shield.
That's right, and he knows knows that this Gligar can close out this game. Just one wing attack is going to be enough to take out the Vigoroth, and then of course the Charge Bug pretty much helpless in the back against the Gligar. Has a lot of energy, but this Gligar almost had a charge attack, and looks like Marto is going to be able to take this decisive Game 3.
He did it in Game 1, he did it again in Game number 3. Gligar, use Aerial Ace, knocks out the Charge Bug, and Marto is going to be moving on to the next round. Congratulations. That's not it for Sir Panic-a-Lot. He is going to be moving down to the losers bracket, a very close Game number 3, but Marto able to capitalize on a phenomenal lead.
Really nice gameplay throughout the series from Marto. He knew exactly how to use his Gligar. Game 1 saved both shields for it, and Game 3 there, knew that the Gligar was able to take out the rest of Panic's Pokemon, so, was totally happy to just let his Whimsicott go.
That's right. So I don't want to brag too much here, but I did pick Shadow Gligar as one of my caster predictions. It's just so consistent. You know exactly what you're getting with Shadow Gligar. There's no mystery matchups there whatsoever, and it has so much great coverage with Aerial Ace Flying type charge attack damage, and then Dig, which can hit the Steels, you can hit the Fighters, you can hit the Bugs. There's just so many Pokemon that it has coverage for that it is one of those premier picks, and we just saw how great it was for Marto Galde. Congratulations to him.
That's right. Well, let's take one more look at this series. Really nice play from Marto, and look here, Panic does have to let the Lickitung go, doesn't want to go down and protect shield because he knows that Gligar is still going to be so threatening for the Vigoroth and Charge-a-Bug when up a shield, but unfortunately just this Vigoroth didn't have enough health or any kind of advantage really to overcome this matchup.
That's right. Yeah, I think we actually saw some early shields very regularly from Sir Panic in Game number 1 and in Game number 3, using those Protect Shields so early. Did not work out for him there, and I don't think we really got to see Vigoroth on display and really shining there, unfortunately. It does have some great matchups, especially if you can get it aligned versus things like a Lickitung. And he actually got to avoid the Annihilate matchup as well, but that Gligar is just too strong. Resists all of the damage coming from that Charge-a-Bug. Such a dominant matchup, and Marto able to capitalize.
I think Panic really needed to align one of those Water-type Pokemon like the Azumarill that you mentioned, or the Quagsire we saw in Game 1 on the Gligar, but unfortunately when we saw the Quagsire on the field, it just wasn't doing that well. It was against the Whimsicott, had to go down 2 Protect Shields, and didn't have enough energy to close out that first game, and I think Panic kind of just dropped that strategy from there.
Do you like Marto bringing Whimsicott in all 3 games? Was that a smart decision?
I mean, I think there's 2 kinds of decisions, right? One is you're trying to outthink your opponent, thinking about what they're going to bring and thinking about what they think you think. You can play that game, but if you have a Pokemon as good as Whimsicott is in that matchup, I don't even think you need to go there, right? Whimsicott had no hard counters on Panic's team. It was so safe, and I think Marto recognized that and just, wasn't afraid to go for it.
Yeah, well said. Like we were talking about earlier, sometimes you don't bring it knowing that your opponent's most likely going to bring their answers to your Whimsicott, and then you can bring the answers to those answers. But just like you said, when it's that strong, just bring it. Unleash it, and we saw that in Game number 1 and Game number 3. The only place we saw that Whimsicott struggle was versus the Lickitung in Game 2.
That's right. Well, let's hear from the master of the Whimsicott himself. I think we have Amanda on the stage ready to interview Marto. Take it away.
I'm here on the stage with Marto Galde. Not your first time on the world stage, but yeah, I think you have a couple of fans in the crowd.
Just a couple.
So, okay, we haven't got to see many of your performances yet today, but obviously you're on the winner's side of the bracket. We just saw some fantastic matches against Sir Panic. How are you feeling about this year's performance?
I'm super happy. I feel like I can be in a bigger level right now. So I'm very happy with my performance. Yeah, that's it.
So how much team building and preparation have you put into Worlds? Because I know that you performed at a couple of different tournaments over this season. I know you had a hard time in LAIC when you registered something wrong at the beginning, but everything's correct now. We got everything correct. You're feeling super confident for this one?
Yeah, so I'm very known for not doing very good team building. It's not my strength. But I did practice a bit for this tournament. Not way too much, not way too little, just like what I needed. And yeah, I'm very happy. LAIC was a disaster, but I'm recovering for it.
Yeah, you're definitely recovering. And you're not a first-time performer at Worlds. You've done it before. How confident are you in this performance? I mean, you've been playing for a long time. You know a lot of the competitors. I'm sure that you are feeling pretty good, especially being able to advance as far as you have. But do you think you have what it takes to take it all the way?
Yes, I do think I have what it has. But, anything can happen. It's Pokemon. So we'll see.
And last but not least, is there anyone you really want to shout out or thank now that we got you on the stage? You have a little bit of time for yourself, taking it in all in.
Yeah, there's a lot of people to shout out. First of all, my girlfriend, she has been very supportive of me. She's right here in the crowd. 7-Eleven Gaming, without them, I don't think I could be here. I would have stopped a long time ago. And the people that watch me on Twitch, my community, I just love them. I feel the support. My family in my home is probably watching me, so I'm very happy.
Well, congratulations again. That's good. So give it up for Mark Delgado. A lot of fans in the crowd. We love it. We love all of it. Soak it up. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a short break. We're going to show some highlights of some stuff that has already been going on. Don't go anywhere. We have tons more battles to go.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Put your hands up! S. James P21!
A lot of times when I went up on stage, I wasn't even sure what I was going to do until maybe like 30 seconds before the match. If I don't know what I'm doing, they probably don't know what I'm doing either, so that unique kind of play sets me apart.
We've got Lantern, Annihilate with Night Slash, Dugong, as well as Cresselia with Moonblast, Shadow Gligar, and Lickitung.
I think all of those Pokemon were very safe, very neutral in a lot of matchups, and also had like a decent amount of flexibility as well. Dugong, I think the bench pressure that it provided for my team was huge. It helped me force other people to like choose their team comps around Dugong. I hadn't really practiced with this team before, so I didn't really know what I was weak to. There were a few times where I played like a Mandibuzz or a Shadow A-Slash or a Bastiodon. Those picks were very different, so I kind of had to make an adjustment on the fly for those kind of Pokemon.
SHP just narrowly coming away with the victory.
I played my friend Elam. That was on day 1. He actually made it pretty far in the tournament as well. And we played each other before, but never in like a high stakes matchup like this, so getting to share the stage with him was like a really cool moment for me. I think it was versus Gordon the Flash. I think I did like 2 wing attacks on a Gligar and put it like perfectly into range and a body slam on Lickitung, switched, combo play kind of deal. I thought there was no way I was winning that game, and somehow came out on top.
How in the world did SJ just win that game?
My most difficult matchup was versus Out of Pocket. He had a really unique team where he had regular for Alligator, which I didn't see anywhere else in the tournament. I had a lot of question marks on how that would go. There might have been some other people that brought Bastiodon, but that was the first time that I had seen it.
That is an all-time back-and-forth set between two of the best we have in North America.
In the last matchup, I think I had a pretty good team comp advantage. I think I knew I was going to win after game one. I realized how good my Cresselia was into the matchup, and there were just so many different ways that I could have played it. Even if I got into a bad situation, I felt like I could play my way out of it.
Absolutely astounding energy, control, and patience from SJ, and we're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I don't want to say definitively I'm going to win Worlds, but I'm going to try my best. I've had a number of accomplishments that I'm really proud of in this game. A lot of them were with my team. I think just getting to share those moments with my friends is kind of just like the cherry on top for me.
We're here at 2024 Worlds in Honolulu, and I'm joined by Caleb Ping. We're gonna meet the casters, so I'm gonna actually ask Caleb some questions here. Caleb, describe yourself in one word.
Grit.
Grit. Ooh, I like that. Okay, yeah. I mean, you need, for second place finishes, you need a lot of grit. What is your favorite Pokemon?
It's got to be Gyarados. I know a lot of people think it's Bastion, but it's actually Gyarados from the back in old red and blue Pokemon days.
Do you think we'll see Gyarados in the World Championships? I feel like there's one prominent trainer that might run it. Do you think Shadow Gyarados could be a thing?
Yeah, I've heard rumors of this as well. I would love to see it succeed. I personally have my doubts, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Fair enough. And Caleb, what's the first World Championship that you attended?
It was actually London 2022, our first ever for Pokemon Go as well, and it was great memories.
Absolutely. And this is the question that I think you wrote. Is Bastiodon meta, Caleb?
Oh, you know it is. And I think the trainers that don't believe it's meta are definitely not going to respect it in this tournament. And, you know, I might not be playing in this tournament, but there's a lot of Bastion lovers that are, and they're ready to core break some teams.
I don't know why I'm so curious about this one, but Caleb, what's your favorite color?
I don't have a favorite color, actually. Wow. Yeah. Is that surprising or no?
No, it's actually not surprising because I couldn't possibly imagine what your favorite color was, and now this totally makes sense. Why do you not have a favorite color?
I don't know why people have favorite colors. It's actually the better question because I don't really lean towards any specific ones, but you know, it is what it is. Certain colors look nice, certain don't, but I don't have a favorite one.
Very political, Caleb. I like that. All right, what is your safe swap of choice? And don't say Bastion.
Bastion should never be a safe swap of anyone's choice, in my opinion. But overall, I like the more flexible picks too. I'm a big fan of Feraligatr in this current meta. Sableye was one of my favorites back in day two. It's a lot of people's favorite safe swaps. But in this current meta, probably Feraligatr.
Feraligatr, okay. Yeah, it's super strong, has amazing coverage. All right, Caleb, now these are the tougher questions. Who do you think will win the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championship?
I think a lot of people have the potential to, right? Especially in our current state of the game. I think everyone is at a very high level of playing. These are the best that players have ever been so far. But if I had to pick just one, I'd probably go with S. James P. He's been playing really, really well. First year competing, but first place and a second place finish in the 2 regionals he's attended. And honestly, his gameplay is super clean. I've never seen anyone play as clean as him. So if I had to pick one person, it'd be S. James P.
I like that. That's a bold pick. Fantastic. All right. Favorite Pokemon plushie that you own, Caleb Pang?
I mean, it's got to be the Bastion plushie, right? It's the one I bring to a lot of the regionals, a lot of the ones I get second place in, and second place is good enough for me.
And last question. I can't wait to hear this. Who's the greatest Pokemon Go player of all time? Who's your GOAT?
Ooh, that is a fantastic question, and I don't know. I'm not sure if I have one specifically in mind. I am a big fan of Fitzaxon for not only his accomplishments in past years, he's also competing this weekend as well, but he's just an incredible person and humble and there to try to educate players as well, newer players, and getting a lot of people into the game. He started being a content creator lately as well in this past year, ever since being a world champion. So I think he represents everything that we would like to see out of a champion really well. So personally speaking, I think he's the GOAT for many reasons, but beyond just what he does on the battlefield, I think he does a lot outside of the game as well.
He's definitely got a GOAT resume, as do you, Caleb. That's it for Meet the Casters with Caleb, but stay tuned, because up next, we got Will and Amanda. Welcome back to the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. We are well on our way here on the Pokémon Go side. We already have some trainers making it into day number 2. And of course, we have a ton of bracket finals upcoming. I'm Tua Butters, joined by Caleb Pang, who does not have a favorite color.
I don't have a favorite color, and we're not joined by Will and Amanda yet, but it's still the Tua Butters Caleb Pang show, but more of them soon to come. But even sooner to come is some of these awesome battles, because we've seen incredible battles so far. We have a couple trainers already qualified for that day number 2 top 32 cuts, and another trainer is going to join them very soon in this upcoming matchup. I think we saw a little, preview of what the trophies are looking like. A lot on the line here. The trophies are quite nice. A lot of glory, prize money as well, guaranteed invite for next year if you win the whole thing. So a lot to fight for here this weekend, Butters.
Yeah, these trainers are trying to make trophy moves to try to be on that stage on Championship Sunday. And if you'll oblige me for a second, Caleb, because we're at the point where we have Abhinav up next, who is a trainer who started the double normal trend, in my opinion, which is the Vigoroth and Lickitung. And now we've seen it all over the World Championship. So I want to talk about this double normal, the Lickitung and Vigoroth. Are these the most flexible Pokemon in the World Championship meta right now, do you think?
I think Lickitung definitely is for sure. I think Vigoroth can be for the most part if you don't face off against Annihilate. Against Annihilate teams, it doesn't feel necessarily as flexible.
Right.
Lock it into that lead matchup, Vigoroth versus Annihilate. If you don't win Switch Advance, it's pretty much over. But I think given how few Annihilate we've really seen today and throughout the tournament, it's barely even at that 50% mark, I think, in usage. I think Vigoroth has become one of the safer Pokemon in this today's tournament.
Well, you set this stat up perfectly, because I have data from 29 tournaments from the 2024 season, and 10 of those champions were using Annihilate, 10 of those champions were using Vigoroth, and 9 of those champions were not using either of them. Okay. So it's actually very close. So the World Championships will actually decide which is better, probably, between Vigoroth and Annihilate, and I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be a good showdown between the two little monkey Pokemon here. But we have Abhinav coming up next. We saw Abhinav already on stage earlier today. We got the pleasure of casting that set of battles. And then we have Lorgan Rocket, who I believe is maybe his first time on stage today, but no stranger to the Championship Series. One of the few trainers to qualify for World Championships every year since its inception. And he actually had a very high finish in that first year at London for World Championships in 2020.
Yeah, he placed 4th in that competition, and actually, it's very unique. Lurgan Rocket has his best performances in the biggest tournaments, because he had a Liverpool tournament, which was the biggest European regional at the time. That was his best European regional. And then he just placed top 5 at the European International Championships as well. So this is a trainer, when the moment is big, he rises up and matches that moment.
Yeah, he knows how to clutch up, and that's going to be what he's going to be trying to do here again. I know he tends to struggle against one of his European rivals, Paul Lasha, but it seems like as long as he doesn't match up against Paul Lasha, he has a pretty good chance of winning here. Lorgan Rocket running a pretty spicy team too. We saw Arceus Rella saying he's the Talonflame master, the best Talonflame player there is, but it seems like Lorgan wants to dispute that, running his own Talonflame in this tournament.
Yeah, and also running a Gudra as well, and not the Shadow Poliwrath, the normal Poliwrath, and the Registeel, which we have seen way more. Registeel was pretty much outside of the meta because of how strong Shadow Gligar was, but Registeel has made a comeback. Sometimes it's looked clunky so far in the World Championships, but it has a ton of potential in this current meta.
Yeah, let's take a deeper look at Lurgan Rocket's team and the full moveset combination. Running that Incinerate, Flame Charge, Fly combination on the Talonflame, Lickitung, Cresselia with Moonblast over Future Sight. You got the Community Day move exclusive Goodra with Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail, and then we got Poliwrath and Registeel. No Shadow Pokemon on the side of Lurgan Rocket. And for those that don't know Lurgan Rocket I feel like is one of the starting points of the championship series for Pokemon Go. The first ever champion of anything, the first champion of Liverpool in that first ever regional for Pokemon Go back in 2022. And here he is in Honolulu, Hawaii for another Worlds run.
And of course, he has the Cresselia that he is famous for. And on this side, we have Abhinav with the Shadow Gligar, the Annihilate, the Spark Lantern. Hold up, he's running the Spark Lantern. That is very surprising here. We haven't seen much Spark Lantern at all, so if that is true, that is a change of pace, because most of these trainers have been running Water Gun because Spark did get nerfed in the last update, so a lot of these trainers have opted to use that Water Gun, but against the mirror, it's going to be stronger against the opposing Lanterns. Also, is going to be better against things like Altaria, where you're throwing neutral sparks instead of resisted Water Guns.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting decision to see that. I actually didn't pick up on the Spark earlier when we saw Abhinav play off against Goji, I believe, because the Lantern just never really came out to play. But Spark here could be interesting. It's particularly in that Poliwrath matchup. I think it's the biggest determining factor, having a much better matchup against that Water-type Pokemon. Everything else is pretty much roughly the same. On running that Spark Lantern over the Water Gun Lantern. But it looks like Abhinav's ready to go, locking in here. And hey, he's rocking that Berserker plush too. You know, someone backstage in production probably loves that one.
Yeah, and in the beautiful Hawaiian shirt as well. He gave a thumbs up there. It looks like Lurgan is still going over his options and how he's going to deal with that double ground combo that we've seen Abhinav use in his first matchup, the Shadow Gligar and the Shadow Quagsire. Of course, he had the Lickitung as well, but specifically the Shadow Gligar and the Shadow Quagsire. I feel like this is the reason you run normal Poliwrath, because you're able to absorb an Aerial Ace after you throw an Icy Wind debuff, and you can win the 1 Protect Shield situations against Shadow Gligar. I think that's the biggest reason you go for that normal Poliwrath, and that normal Poliwrath is going to be really good against those ground types, which Abhinav has been leaning on so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it completely walls off that moveset combination of Aqua Tail and a Stone Edge on the Quagsire. You only have neutral mud shot damage, and that's not even doing that much. So we're going to see how these two trainers are going to square off. If we are in the finals here of their group. Winner of this will make it onto top 32, day number 2. Loser will move down to that loser's bracket. And we kick it off here with a Lickitung mirror matchup. It doesn't really get more exhilarating than this, Butters.
Yeah, it doesn't, but this is a good time to update. I actually think it is going to be the winner's semi, so I believe whoever wins this will go into the winner's finals of this group. But both these trainers are extremely close to day number 2 as the first Body Slam does connect, and it looks like it is going to be a Best Buddy Lickitung versus Best Buddy Lickitung. I kind of want to look at the combat powers of both of them, but this is going to be a long battle between these two normal types.
Yeah, you got to imagine that at some point in time, you'll figure out who's going to win that charge attack priority, but both trainers charging up a little extra energy before throwing. And for those that are wondering at home why that's the case, because if you swap in on another Pokemon, having that extra energy can allow you to throw a move and then swap out if need be, especially because one Body Slam is not enough to threaten the knockout on the Lickitung. Having extra energy is always useful in case the plays become a little bit more three-dimensional.
I need to point something out here. Lurgan Rocket is known for using different spreads here, and I believe this is going to be the level 51 with the maximum defense possible in the Lickitung. Now, this is huge because it changes the matchup with Annihilates that have more attack to try to do more damage against Lickitung. This is the one Lickitung that can counter it, so that's going to be fascinating to see in the battle later on if it does match up with the Annihilate.
And if that's the case, that means that he should potentially lose charge attack priority. Looks like Abhinav didn't even go for the Body Slam there too. Both players over farming a little bit. Does Abhinav opt to let this go and is going to let that Lickitung go down? You can see Lurgan Rocket reaching for the Goodra safe swap right away, feeling confident that no matter what comes out, it'll be okay. Knowing that his team's actually triple weak to Skarmory, thinking maybe if there's a Skarmory in the back, I need to come in with Goodra right away. This is actually a pretty solid matchup for Goodra, especially with the super effective Aqua Tail damage. But in comes Annihilate instead. Is actually going to be the backline Pokemon. trying to build to double Aqua Tail to try to take out this Annihilate.
This is actually going to be clunky for Abhinav. It actually gives up a protection with Aqua Tail, which is not that strong of a move, but the thing is, Goodra has just enough bulk to be able to get to the next Aqua Tail, so you actually have to commit all that energy. So now you gave up a Protect Shield, you gave up about 30% of your health just to knock out this Goodra. So the Goodra from Lurgan Rocket actually did pretty good in that scenario, but now it's going to all come down to the Cresselia, and the problem is there is one Protect Shield remaining for Abhinav, but there is that full Gligar in the back.
Oh, and going for the bait here, and Lurgan Rocket snuffs it out, does not shield the bait. That's going to be huge for Lurgan Rocket, still having 2 shield remaining. No boost on the side, going straight for the Moonblast, actually pretty bold. I thought, you know, Grass Knot might be enough with the cyclical damage, but is not playing around and is going to connect the Moonblast, taking out the Annihilate. It's Gligar against the world here, but there's still 2 full shields on the side of the Cresselia, and you got Lickitung for a sack swap potentially.
Maybe he was anticipating the swap into Gligar, and that's why he went for the Moonblast. That would have been a really strong play, in my opinion, because now he is going for the Moonblast. There is one protection. Abhinav tries to call it, but he catches a Moonblast instead, and now suddenly this Gligar is just dangerously low. It's going to be in fast attack range. This Cresselia uses a Protect Shield here, but as soon as some Psycho Cuts start going through and some lick damage on the Lickitung, Abhinav is just against the wall right now.
Yeah, it looks like Lurgan Rocket just going to go for the fast attack pressure, even try to potentially catch a move, but it's a little too late there too. Way too much health remaining on the side of Lurgan Rocket's Pokemon, and he's going to come up with that first win against Abhinav.
Yeah, and this is why he's a trainer that rises to these moments, because when you're put in that situation with 2 Protect Shields, you are pretty ahead at that time. You usually don't want to risk it because you have 2 Protect Shields remaining, you're ahead in the matchup, you don't want to risk not protecting a Shadow Ball and losing the game. But to make that call in that moment is the reason he places so highly in these big competitions.
Yeah, it's Lurgan Rocket, Mr. Clutch here for sure in these international events. And like you said too, running Cresselia in his first Worlds run. I mean, back then Cresselia wasn't even that meta relevant, but he found a way to run that Cresselia with that Diggersby core and just played it to perfection. Not running the Diggersby this time, but still having the Cresselia.
And I actually like how they put that Lickitung in slow motion there because they were both over on energy, right?
Yeah.
And if it is the spread that I think Lurgan is running, he will lose charge attack priority. So it's weird that Abhinav didn't throw the body slam to just try to take the alignment, and they both went over, and then Lurgan was the one that actually threw the body slam.
Yeah, I think it's one of those times where you have 2 very experienced players giving each other kind of credit on like what they can do, right? Recognizing that, oh, maybe they might just go for a catch and bank the body slam for later. So both kind of went over the energy to the point where they're like, either of them could have thrown at any half second before that, but they just both chose to hold on a little bit. And it looked like Abhinav held on a little too long in that scenario. And so we somehow don't even know which Lickitung wins charge attack priority, even though I thought we would after what? It was like 20 body slams between the 2 of them. I'm exaggerating a little bit. It was probably like 10. But.
No, yeah, but I think you're right. And then also, you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable. You don't want to leave your Lickitung in that spot where it can get farmed down. A soft loss is sometimes tough in the backline matchup. And Abhinav, a Shadow Pioneer, he's been a pioneer in multiple ways because he has been able to set the meta in the past. And now he is running that meta team. And if Spark Lantern works out, it's already in the winner semi right here. We haven't confirmed that it is that Spark Lantern, but that would definitely be a pioneer move from Abhinav as we lock into game number 2.
Yeah, a small wrinkle in the strategy of a meta team could prove to be useful. Against Lurgan Rocket, it's not going to make a huge difference here, but we get another Lickitung lead for Abhinav against Goodra. I know you know Goodra pretty well here. What's the odds of Goodra winning this matchup head-to-head?
I can already see that Lurgan does not do the extra Dragon Breath damage, so it's going to lose this matchup. If he did have a different one that had more attack, he would be doing more Dragon Breath pressure right now, and he could win the 1 Protect Shield situation against Lickitung. He does not have that Goodra, so this is going to be a soft loss. Looks like Lurgan is going to try to throw both his Aqua Tails as soon as possible so he can ensure that soft loss. But the thing is, you don't have a clean way to finish up this Lickitung with your Lickitung and a Cresselia in the back.
Yeah, and great place from Abhinav to recognize that you're going to lose charge attack prior to getting to that next body slam. So going to overfarm a little bit, but the thing is, the Dragon Breath damage is really adding up. Even if you soft lose this matchup, Lurgan Rocket come away with a lot of farm on his own Lickitung.
The thing is, how do you finish this thing off? It looks like Abhinav is actually just going to pivot out no matter what. You see him already clicking on it, and Lurgan is with a tough decision. He has to bring in his own Lickitung, and then it pivots into the Shadow Gligar here, and actually this works out for Lurgan because now his Cresselia is going to be meeting that Annihilate in the back, and this is going to be crucial if there's going to be Protect Shields in this mid-round matchup, because that's going to determine a lot in the back line.
And I really like that play from Abhinav because somehow Lurgan Rocket's team doesn't really have a Gligar answer, right? You have the Goodra that generally beats it, but even then, you can still lose that Gligar in a head-to-head matchup. But Lurgan's made it all the way here, undefeated so far, so something's working, even though he doesn't have a check to one of the most meta Pokemon in this current meta, the most meta flyer for sure. And we can see Lickitung doing quite a bit, and Abhinav opting to let it go, putting everything on Annihilate, but is going to get one dig before letting go, and it looks like both trainers not going to use their shields at all.
And it looks like Lickitung might barely hold on. Do you pivot out? And yes, there is the pivot into Cresselia to get that extra Psycho Cut advantage, which could be crucial against the Annihilate in the back. But remember, Abhinav does have that Lickitung, and the timer is up. So if you're able to catch a Grass Knot or a Moonblast, this could flip the entire matchup.
Oh, and this is such an uncomfortable matchup on both ends here. You got potentially a hard-hitting Shadow Ball, but could be baited with Lower Energy Night Slash. And on the flip side, you got the Grass on the Moonblast combination. It's kind of a game of chicken here, Butters.
Yeah, and the problem is you can't take the Shadow Ball, and he is going for it. Last time he went for the bait, Lurgan thinks, can he double down?
Oh!
No, he calls it correctly, calls the Shadow Ball. That's a huge swing. That's 2 more counters worth of energy than the Night Slash is. So now this Annihilate is going to be much slower to the further energy.
And I love this confidence from Lurgan because he knows he used a Cycle Cut ahead, so he already has an energy lead going into this matchup too. Calling that Shadow Ball only solidifies his victory even more here. What's the play here? You got to catch on the Lickitung if possible. Going for another Night Slash. Lurgan's going to say, you know what, even as a bait, I could shield this up and get some Moonblast beforehand. But there's still that Lickitung.
They're both anticipating, and look, he tried to swap out, tried to catch it, but the thing is, you have to throw here because this Lickitung will get to a Charge Attack, so you throw the Grass Knot, you're 1 away from a Grass Knot, you're 2 away from a Moonblast. How much energy does this Annihilate have? Can you get a Charge Attack on the Cresselia? You have to throw a Night Slash, but you don't, and now the Moonblast is going to be able to land on Abhinav, and Lurgan Rocket's going to be able to take this 2-0.
You see the wink from Lurgan as well. He said, Mr. Clutch came to play at World Championships yet again, and Lurgan Rocket's going to make day number 2 in top 32 here at World Championships.
Wait, I don't know if it's day number 2 because I think it might be winners finals because this might have been the winners semis here to make it into winners finals. But either way, that was an impressive victory from Lurgan. And like you said, there's no clear Shadow Gligar answer, but you have a bunch of neutral plays. And if you make calls like that, like letting the Night Slash go and then Protect Shielding the Shadow Ball, that's how you move on.
Yeah, that's right. Lurgan Rocket, very strong 2-0 performance against Abhinav. Honestly, Abhinav making it this far undefeated so far was still impressive. I mean, he said he didn't even practice for this tournament, and he looked really on point. But those were close games back and forth. And like we said, that final matchup, Annihilate versus Cresselia, yes, Abhinav, it was Lurgan Rocket that had a Cycle Cut lead there, but it was still a very tense moment because any bait calls gone wrong there could have been it. But Lurgan Rocket making all the calls from the beginning to the end.
And the thing is, if Abhinav did know the backline there, he would have known that Lurgan didn't have a really clean way to knock out his Lickitung, and actually maybe you wouldn't have needed to pivot out that Gligar there because then you would have to bring in your own Lickitung if you're Lurgan and get all the way to a Body Slam because you're not licking down. Or if a Cresselia comes in, you're going to take a ton of lick damage, but he didn't know those backlines like we saw it, so he pivoted, and then that is what caused this backline matchup. But Lurgan was the one who got out there first, got the extra Psycho Cut advantage, and then got the bait with the Grass Knot and called the Shadow Ball and eventually won the game.
Yeah, Abhinav unfortunately not able to catch the move from the Cresselia on the side of Lurgan Rocket as well. You got the little wink there too. You know, he's feeling good and feeling confident here in World Championships this year. Lurgan Rocket already very impressive resume under his belt, but he's still looking for that World Champion title.
Yeah, I mean, he got so close in 2022 to get top 4. That is not easy, and this is when he does well. He likes those bright lights. He likes to look into the camera and put on a show. And put on a show he has. That was really impressive stuff. But like you said, Abhinav, make it this far. Pretty meta team. I'm really fascinated about that Spark Lantern choice because almost no one runs Spark Lantern anymore just because it's a little bit worse, but maybe a little bit worse of an amazing Pokemon isn't terrible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're really going to try to lock into the opposing Lantern if possible. And of course, better into Feraligatr and Poliwrath, both Pokemon that are semi-meta here or there, not as meta, but a little bit more meta. I don't think we've seen the Lantern at all in any of the metas, at least on broadcast for Abhinav. So very curious to see if it's been working for him or it's just been a lot of bench pressure. And you know, some of these players, they might not read the team sheet well and expect it to be Water Gun. I've done that personally myself too. It's very easy to miss these things, especially if you're not expecting to see the spark. But we wish Abhinav the best as well. Moving down to the loser bracket, but not over yet. He still has matches to go and can fight his way back to that grand finals.
And I'm really curious about that in this current state of Lantern, because I think you mentioned that you think it's very flexible right now. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the Water Gun variants, generally speaking, is going to pick you up a lot more wins, right? You're worse into Feraligatr, you're worse into Azumarill and Poliwrath, a lot of the water types, but some of these water types you already beat, right? I mean, landing a Thunderbolt against Feraligatr and Azumarill is already pretty good. Feraligatr can kind of outpace you, especially if they have some shields, but you're better into Gligar, you're better into all the ground types that generally used to beat you, but with Water Gun Lantern, you actually could beat even Quagsire because you don't have any ground type coverage, and you're better into the other electric Charjabug. You don't beat Charjabug, but you have a lot more utility and play into it, and Magnezone as well.
Right. No, I have a ton of thoughts about that Lantern as well. But first, let's hear from the showman himself on the stage. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Butters. I'm Wholesome_, joined by Lurgan Rocket, fresh off his 2-0 victory. Let's hear it in the crowd for Lurgan. Yeah. Woo! All right. Well, first off, I just want initial impressions. Walk me through your thoughts from your fresh 2-0 victory.
I am elated. Worlds last year didn't really go all that well. Didn't get a chance to get on stream and shine. It's just I'm so happy to be doing decently so far this year. But that battle was it was fun. It was fun.
You're having lots of success. You're no stranger to success, though. You've already had lots of regional IC success, now trying to translate that here at Worlds. I'm curious about one pick. I don't know that we saw it whatsoever, but Registeel, a Pokemon that's been around for a long time, a great answer to Lickitung. I feel like maybe there's fewer Mud Boys in the meta now, but give me your thoughts on Registeel and why you brought it for your team of 6.
Okay, so a few different reasons. First and foremost, I was afraid of early rounds facing a particular style of team with the likes of Bastiodon and Wigglytuff and Shadow Victreebel. I wanted something in the core breaks, that sort of style. So it was really either Registeel or Clodsire. I think Registeel has been slept on for many months in this current meta. It has a lot of really interesting matchups if you give it like 2 or 3 lock-ons lead. With regards to the Mud Boys, like you mentioned, now that Shadow Quagsire, specifically with Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, is the preferred Mud Boy, rather than Wishcash with Mud Bomb, Registeel has a very surprisingly playable matchup against the Quagsire if you have 2 lock-ons lead.
Very specific, very detailed. Yeah. No shock to me whatsoever. All right, one other question. If not you, who do you want to win Worlds here in 2024? If not you.
Inadequance, so that we all get a level 15 Giratina to treat again.
Well said. Yeah. A lot of support from the crowd on that one, it sounds like. All right, final question for you here, Lurgan Rocket. Anyone you want to say thank you to? Anyone that supported you along the way?
Quite a few people. I'm going to name out 2 in particular. My lovely partner, Brona, who's with me here for a tournament for the first time. She's been so supportive of me over the last couple of years of pursuing this goal. And as well, everyone in Wasted Potential, everyone at home, everyone that's here, thank you guys. You're a big reason that I still play the game.
Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the excitement. Best of luck to you tomorrow as well. Always a pleasure. Casters, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jim, and thank you, Lurgan, for the words of wisdom there too. Lurgan saying, you know, he didn't make it on stream last year at World Championships, so wants to have some fun and make it, and he's been doing both year, and incredible success so far, undefeated, and, you know, going into day number 2 undefeated is always a good feeling, right? Because you have a chance to lose there and still come back and, you know, have a little bit more wiggle room there.
That was honestly a big brain answer, though, about the inadequates winning so that the research for the World's Champion would be a level 15 Giratina. That was cool to see, and I'm not surprised at that because this is one trainer, when I talked to him at events, he is really prepared with his matchups. And specifically, he tries different things on how he builds his Pokemon. I think we saw some of that in that last matchup with the Lickitung. He said there might be something going on with another Pokemon on that team that I don't want to mention, but it's just really interesting to see him try to have a different approach in these big competitions to find that little edge, because you mentioned this, we've talked about it, there's so much parity in Pokemon Go PvP right now. You need to find any little edge that you can to try to win.
Yeah, Lurgan definitely is one of the more methodical trainers, right? He might seem more calm, relaxed, cool, and collected, but he definitely puts a lot of thought into his team building, as you can hear from some of his responses, not even why he ran Registeel, but also just the specific Pokemon he uses. I think he spoke to us briefly about what Gudra he built and why. And he didn't reveal what exactly it is, but there's a reason why he built a specific Gudra for this tournament, and maybe we'll see what that reason is in a future match.
That's why I wasn't trying to say it. You know, I'm always trying to be safe with Gudra secrets, because you want competitors to keep telling you things. And it looks like we got two competitors on the stage right here. I believe I recognize one of them. That looks like Valiant Vish, who I thought he placed 17th in the World Championships in 2023, but in my opinion, he was one of the most impressive players. I thought he was absolutely fantastic in that competition, and he's looking to do even better. And then he's faced against Kip 20139, and I struggled with it because this is the first time I've ever seen his name. He's one of those dark horse competitors that qualified through APAC that we don't know much about, and the other trainers don't know much about either.
And you don't know anything about Kip's game, too, because that's a Shadow Basset and a Shadow Dragon. I mean, this is the thing with a lot of these APAC trainers. We don't know their strats. We don't know their teams. And they could definitely surprise you there. I mean, matching up against Valiant Vish's team, it is going to be an interesting one. I think Shadow Dragonite in particular looks super safe into Valiant Vish's team.
We have to talk about Bastiodon because, of course, you have played second a ton of times with Bastiodon.
We have to, but we should.
Yeah, we should. We have to, because we have a Bastiodon expert here, a Worlds qualified in 2 straight years. So we have to talk about the Bastiodon. We saw Tomahawk UK bring out that Bastiodon. He also placed second with it. Yep. I thought that maybe the Shadow Bastiodon could actually be better because you already have the stat product. You might as well do more damage, and then when you're getting reversed farm in bad matchups, like against a fighting type or a ground type, you're not giving as much farm because you're taking more damage.
Yeah, I looked into it a little bit myself. Now, I actually don't have one built because I'm still trying to find the perfect Shadow Shieldon to evolve into it. One of the biggest differences between the Shadow Bastion and the non-Shadow is that you are able to pick up matchups against Gligar.
Right.
That the non-Shadow.
In the 0s and 2s, I believe, right?
I believe so, yeah. But you're just not able to do it with the regular Bastion. However, the downside is you do lack some of that bulk. So matchups like Lickitung and Cresselia, ones that you usually win pretty hard with the non-Shadow Bastion, start to look a little bit less clean, a little bit less dominant. But at the end of the day, like you said, right? Even as long as you win that matchup, that might be all you need. It doesn't matter if you have a little bit of health left or a lot of health left, because it just gives less farm to the opponent to farm down with after you win that alignment. So could be useful here. And again, I personally haven't practiced a lot with it, so or at all with it. So Kip's actually probably better to educate us on that himself. If he does end up winning this match, we can definitely ask about it. But Valiant Vish, household name in these circuits there. One of the few trainers, again, to qualify for World Championships 3 years in a row from Australia. And he actually made that top cut day number 2 on both years, from the first year in London and last year in Yokohama. And I think he's only one match away from repeating his success here 3 years in a row, which is no easy feat.
Right, yeah, he is from the Oceania region, but I mean, it just seems every single World Championships, he's just on his game. He is also a trainer that is very prepared, and this time he brought more of a meta team, but he made that adjustment that you heard in that interview, a Pokemon that might have been slept on for too long, according to Lurgan Rocket. He does have that Registeel on the team, and I feel like it does make those pivots a little bit more risky, because everyone wants to just pivot into a Lickitung or just pivot into a Cresselia because there's no real hard answer in the meta. But if you have that Registeel there, at least trainers have to respect that it could be on your team of 3.
Yeah, it's definitely going to incorporate that Dragonite and Bastion core from Kip's side. Valiant Vish, though, incredible trainer here. I mean, I don't think he has performed nearly as well this year in the Championship Series. He has qualified through championship points, right? But in past years, he's won tournaments or gotten second place, even got, I believe, a third place at an international last year. But he's kind of like Lurgan Rocket. At the big tournaments, he comes to play. You know, some people might be doubting Valiant Vish, like, I don't know, Vish not looking as strong as he used to, but he doesn't look rusty at all today at Honolulu, Hawaii, and he's looking for more wins here. So we're going to have to see how he does against Kip. And I believe Kip, this is his first time attending World Championships as well. So first time on stage and first time and already undefeated going into these finals.
Well, before we get into that matchup, we have a special interview with Anna.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, and I'm here with my friend Chalky. Chalky, what are you up to here at Worlds?
Hi, I'm one of the Worlds professors. Today and this weekend, I'll be working in the side events.
And you specifically have been very involved in the Chaos Cup, right? What's the Chaos Cup?
Yes, so for those who are unfamiliar, the Chaos Cup is an event where all you have to do is show up with your Switch, and you are given a team at random. Depending on the different event, there might be a different theme. So for example, this particular weekend, all 6 Pokemon will be the same color as a fun little event. And what I really love about this event is it's very accessible. So you don't have to spend a bunch of time building a team before the tournament to play. You can just show up, play, and have a good time, meet some new friends.
Absolutely. What is it like being a professor at an event like Worlds?
It's the dream. I love it so much. So you've got some professors who are former competitors that have had a million wonderful memories and just want to give that back to the community. And you've got some professors who are here trying to do their best to show up and give a good time for their local scene. And you've got, one way or another, just so many people who just love Pokemon and love to be part of this community and make this wonderful day. And seeing that energy just really, really invigorates you.
If somebody's like, I want to be a professor one day, what advice would you give them?
Definitely give it a shot. I think everybody has something to offer. So I know every professor has some things that they're very good at, and definitely don't be intimidated if you feel like one professor has been doing it for a long time and maybe they know everything about certain areas, because everybody's got something to offer. I know for my local scene, I've been trying really hard to just listen to my players and try to offer an experience that they're not able to get at the regional level or the international or worlds level. And so I think if you're just listening to the community and listening to what people need, then there's always going to be a place for you.
And I know that you personally have been really involved with Pokemon for a long time. A lot of relationships for you have come out of Pokemon. Can you talk a little bit about what it means to you to be part of the Pokemon community?
Yeah. I mean, I think when I was a small child, it was not really the cool thing to like Pokemon, and so being in a tournament was just my safe space because it was surrounded by people who like the same thing that was very hard for me to find. And now the world has changed so much, and there are so many people everywhere that love Pokemon that we can fill a room with thousands of people, and it's so heartwarming for me to see.
It is so cool. Thank you so much, Chalky, for taking time out of your busy schedule. And be sure to check out those side events if you have time. And now let's get back to Pokemon World Championship.
All right, thank you so much, Anna. And I loved what Chalky said there. Everyone has something to offer. I mean, especially at these tournaments that are so big, there's so many people giving so much to make it possible. So amazing to hear. And you know what someone has to offer next? Kip offers a lot of trouble to Valiant Vish's team with Shadow Dragonite, because I was looking during that interview, he doesn't really have a hard counter to Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, Shadow Dragonite, definitely a very strong Pokemon, especially just how much fast attack pressure it applies with Dragon Breath. Typically super effective or neutral against a lot of the meta outside that Registeel on the side of Valiant Vish. But the downside is, nothing hits that hard and is also bulky, right, for the most part. So it is going to be on the more frail side. So even against a Water Gun Lantern, it's not necessarily even the easiest matchup because you have to shield every potential Thunderbolt.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about it, because when these Pokemon are core breakers, sometimes if they don't have enough bulk, like the Shadow Dragonite, you could just bank an Aerial Ace somewhere and just throw it, and that's going to get a Protect Shield or a Knockout. You know, you have so many options, even though you don't have a good answer. If you play the game out right, you will have an answer. I would say the only 2 trainers that off the top of my head that I feel like really manipulated that fast attack pressure was actually Wadaj at the premier event of this season. He won the regional with the Shadow Dragonite, and I believe Z Zweilos also use the Shadow Dragonite quite well as well.
Yeah, at the most recent tournament, NAIC, and I think our players are getting ready to go. So let's head on to the stage and see what they have to offer. I mean, I'm excited for this one, even if there was no Shadow Bastion. Shadow Dragonite is something to cheer for too, and we're gonna see how this one squares off. We got Valiant Vish on the right-hand side, running that Annihilate, Water Gun Lantern, Registeel, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, and Altaria. A fairly meta team for the most part. We haven't seen as much Registeel this entire season, really, since the the onset of Gligar being part of the meta, but it looks like a lot of these World Trainers are kind of on the same page here and bring Registeel to core break a lot of these teams they're expected to see.
I mean, you bring the most 3 flexible Pokemon, the Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, and then probably that Water Gun Lantern, and then Annihilate as your fighting type of choice, and then the bench pressure from the Registeel as well, and the Altaria to maybe counter that safety of the Water Gun Lantern. But the thing is, there's no Water Gun Lantern on this side. There's a Shadow Dragonite, a Shadow Bastion, and a Azumarill. No Hydro Pump. We thought maybe we would see some Hydro Pump Azumarills in this tournament, but so far mostly it's been Play Rough and Ice Beam. Then you have that Charge Bug, Lickitung, and the Annihilate as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. And it's a really good thing that Valiant Vish did bring that Registeel, because if not, nothing is resisting that Dragon Breath damage on his side. So we're going to see how much that Shadow Dragonite really could put into his team, because, yeah, in the right situations, it could definitely put in some work. But at the same time, too, Kip will probably have to spend a lot of shields to protect that Dragonite if he wants it to go pretty far.
Well, welcome to the main stage, Kip. This is his first time here, and it is in the winners finals of his group, and he is locked in against Valiant Vish. We are on our way. It's going to be Shadow Gligar. Uh-oh, it is versus the Shadow Bastion, but this is why you want Shadow Bastion, right, Caleb?
Hey, this is the counter. I mean, you see the Annihilate in the back. You don't want any business to do with this Shadow Gligar. Let's see if Valiant Vish knows these matchups well, like you mentioned earlier, Butters, because looks like Bastion can win that 0 shield and 2 shield scenario against Gligar. And look at the damage. Almost half health already at the first Stone Edge. Hasn't even thrown a move yet, and it does get shielded up. Valiant Vish going for that dig. I would oh, wait.
No, this is the strategy. I think he's trying to get the Protect Shield in this neutral scenario with Bastion, because if you don't Protect Shield against Shadow Bastion, you're probably not going to beat it. And then I think he's going to try to go off with that Shadow Dragonite in the back. And this is an aerial ace. This is going to be resisted, double resisted into a Shadow Bastion. It actually might hang on. Caleb Cady, hold on. And it does, but gets knocked out by a wing attack.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that actually gave Valiant Vish a little bit of advantage, because actually getting that extra wing attack through without taking any damage. But Dragonite with superpower is kind of scary, and the thing is, if Valiant Vish shields this, his entire team will be shieldless.
He doesn't shield, he lets it go, the superpower hits the Lickitung, and it swaps into the Annihilate and counters down before the Body Slam is available.
The Lickitung didn't even throw any energy there, only getting a few licks through, and now Valiant Vish is in trouble. Yes, he does have energy on the Gligar, but Kip can just shield through both of these and counter down. And what do you have left? A Registeel into Annihilate with energy. That is not going to be a good sign for Valiant Vish.
And Valiant Vish is shaking his head there. This was the strategy, because he pivoted out of Gligar with enough health to get the double aerial ace. That was his plan all along, and he was ABB weak to that Annihilate. So it actually worked out the way he wanted it to. I don't think he was expecting that superpower from the Shadow Dragonite, and now you're just loaded on energy with this Annihilate.
Yeah, maybe a slight miscue from Kip. I thought Kip was maybe going to throw the Night Slash on Charge Attack priority against that second aerial ace, but maybe off on the count just by 1 wing attack. However, this damage is really adding up. Valiant Vish knows it's a Night Slash, but if you shield this, the Dragonite just free to do whatever they want, but he has to shield something at this point. Here comes the Dragonite. I love this play. You can't lock on this down. You can't leave with a move, so you have to throw. Valiant Vish actually going for the resistance focus blast, maybe hoping this doesn't fully KO.
And he undercharges it. He throws the Great, and it does still knock out, because Shadow Dragonite has no bulk, and now Kip is just going to be able to knock out with the Annihilate.
Oh my gosh, I need to pull out the notebook, Butters. I can take some notes on how to play the Shadow Bastion, because it's cooking right now for Kip.
It is, and I love the strategy. Put that Shadow Bastion on in the lead, grab a Protect Shield, and then close with your closers. The Annihilate is one of the best closers in Open Great League right now, and Shadow Dragonite cooks. So you just have 2 closers in the back. You put the bulky Pokemon in the front. It already has amazing stat product, but because the Shadow variant, you're able to win the zeros against that Gligar, so you force a Protect Shield, and Dig is gonna do a ton of damage anyway, and they're gonna have to throw 2 digs, and it still took that aerial ace like a champ, even with that 20% damage increase.
Yeah, I need to do grind some Team Go Rocket grunts here to get myself a better Shadow Shield down, but here we see the counter down from Kip, and people are probably thinking, why didn't Valiant Vish shield a potential superpower? Well, if you spend your final shield there, doesn't matter how much energy you have on Gligar, you lose charge attack prior to the Annihilate, it's completely over for you anyway. But just really good positioning from Kip throughout that game. And, you know, he came in with a strategy, right? He said, you know what, if it's not Annihilate or if it's not a Registeel in the lead, I'm probably going to win this or grab a shield, and that's exactly what happened.
By the way, this is a good time to point out, if you're thrilled by these Shadow Pokemon like I am, you can get these Shadow Pokemon during the Worlds event and also TM off frustration. You can't always do that. So try to, if you have some Shadow Pokemon right now that you've been wanting to use, if you have a Shadow Dratini that still has frustration, go ahead and TM that off. Try to grind some Shadows, get some good Shadows because they are so fun to watch, and Kip put on a show with a combination we haven't yet seen in Championship Series. The Shadow Bastion and the Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, it's, you know, one of those has the Shadows already spicing up, but he brought both, and he brought both into game number 1. Looks like he's bringing both in game number 2. It's going to be Shadow Dragonite into a Shadow Gligar. We haven't seen this matchup in quite a while, pretty much since Pittsburgh, but it's coming back for World Championships.
This is very good for Valiant Vish. I actually think this is the worst hard meta matchup for Shadow Dragonite because you're just getting outpaced on these aerial aces. So unless you want to use both of your Protect Shields and just Dragon Breath through, which actually Kip might be going for that. I actually think he might just try to go and Dragon Breath through this. So you will lose the ones here, but I anticipate Kip to use both the Protect Shields here and bank that energy. And then you have the bulk of that Shadow Bastion on in the back, and we still got the combo in game number 2. And there it is, 2 Protect Shields, they're gone.
I mean, this is tough. So Valiant Vish, Altaria has literally nowhere.
Oh, he swaps!
He brings it in!
Oh no, it's against the Bastion!
Yeah, this is the best matchup possible for Kip. I mean, you have the Zuma as well. I was going to say, you need to save the Dragonite to have a way to take out that Registeel, but now the gates are open here because you can farm down, get Shadow Flamethrower ready.
But the thing is, I never say this, but even though it's Altaria versus Bastion, it's not over because you have Registeel in the back versus an Azumarill. And this Azumarill does not have Hydro Pump. Even though you are desperately losing this battle, and Valiant Vish is shaking his head, he does not yet know the backline. The backline is going to be very positive, and there's a chance he can make it back into this game, but how are you going to finish off that Bastion, which, like you mentioned, is loaded with energy now?
The thing is, it's not over for Valiant Vish for sure, but the problem with Registeel, it takes so much energy and commitment to take out the Bastion, to take out the Zuma, and to take out the Dragonite. The Dragonite is not even in lock-on range.
And it didn't throw energy. It still has energy.
And he had to shield. He shielded the Flamethrower, which means the Dragonite is free to land a superpower now.
Oh! And he swaps! He swaps on the Flamethrower! What a catch by Valiant Vish! He has a chance! He has a chance in this series. He's trying to make it to day number 2 on the winner's side, and a swap like that gives him a better shot, but now it's Registeel versus the world. He's gonna have to fully sweep with his Registeel. He's shaking his head, but he doesn't know the X factor. There is a bunny in the back.
Yeah, but the tough part here is that spending that sack swap on the Gligar means he has to tank the superpower. There's no possible way to catch it, and this is going to hit a lot harder than a Shadow Flame.
Hold up!
Bastion.
Let Kip cook! Look at that damage!
And you got a Azumarill. No matter what moves it is, you don't even need charge attacks here on Azumarill. Yes, it's not a great matchup, but even from this range, Azumarill can bubble down. It looks like Kip going to take the 2-0 victory over Valiant Vish to make day number 2 with the Shadow Dragonite and a Shadow Bastion.
If you don't know who Kip is, now you know. Shadow Bastion, Shadow Dragonite, able to take this victory 2-0 and secure his spot in day number 2 at the 2024 Pokémon World Championships.
Oh, man. I mean, look at Valiant Vish, the sportsmanship. He's just smiling. He's like, you know what? I can't do nothing there. It was over the moment that Altaria safe swapped and there was a Bastion in the back. It would have been tough even without the Bastion because there's that Azumarill, but there's just no more polarizing matchup than that for Valiant Vish and that Altaria. And man, that
was amazing.
Wasn't a bench pressure team. That was just his actual team that he brought, and he brought both Shadow Spice picks. to every game.
This is what makes Pokemon Worlds so special, especially for Pokemon Go. These trainers that you know nothing about because they qualified in a different way and made it here, and they have strategies that you've never seen. I've never seen that duo, and he didn't use it once, he used it twice, and he was able to take out Valiant Vish, which is, in my opinion, one of the best Worlds players we have in Pokemon Go PvP. Welcome to the big stage, Kip.
Yeah, exactly. What a performance for sure for Kip. First time on stage and already a 2-0 against a veteran like Valiant Vish. Very excited to see how Kip performs on day number 2. And that's not even because he has Bastion. Those plays were just electric here. And then, of course, you see the Altar come in, left with the super out. Really great calculation here. And that's why, in my opinion, that game was over the moment Valiant Vish shielded that Shadow Flamethrower. Yes, it's going to hurt even from a Bastion, right? But the thing is, you need that shield for the superpower. The catch, fantastic catch. But Kip knows his win condition. Don't matter if you catch at this point. Now the gates are open. You got no shield. This superpower is going to land on that Registeel. And it doesn't matter what, even if I have a Weedle in the back, I can make it win.
No, I think that's a fantastic point, Caleb, because he did know 2 of the factors in that matchup. He knew that there was a superpower banked, and he knew that he would have to take a Shadow Flamethrower. And even though it is a Shadow Flamethrower, it's not going to do that much damage against the Registeel. He didn't know what was in the back, so maybe he was just trying to protect shield early, catch, and then maybe get to the Focus Blast before that Flamethrower hit, but he didn't get there in time, and Kip was able to just take that series. But Valiant Vish is not out of it, and I would not count him out. He is going to be on the loser side, but also only 1 match victory away from day number 2.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about players that come to World Championships with these unique teams, right? It was kind of reminds me of Rubik's Master last year, bringing that Deox defense and Shadow Quagsire when it wasn't even meta relevant. It didn't even have Aqua Tail back then. But, you know, I guarantee that Valiant Vish came here prepared, ready to tackle the meta, ready to tackle what he expected to see. But who's expected to see a Shadow Dragonite and a Shadow Bastion sitting across the table from you? And those kind of spice picks can really throw a wrench in your plans and just core break your entire team.
I know, I wasn't ready to see it, but I'm so glad I did. And let's hear from the trainer himself with the interview, is Amanda.
Thank you, Butters. Yes, I'm here. We just saw some incredibly masterful plays from a trainer that maybe a lot of us don't really know much about yet. Kip, could you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and your PvP journey?
自己紹介とちょっと PvP のことを教えていただけますか？自己紹介とちょっと今までの経験を教えていただけますか？
トレーナーネーム自己紹介。
自己紹介、自分の自己紹介。
初めて WCS に出てきました、キップです。
This is first of WCS. It's good to excited to be here.
Yeah, I can't blame you. That's very cool. We were so excited to see you play. You played some really great matches. How were you feeling about preparing for the World's tournament?
この世界大会の準備として一番何か楽しめましたか？今までの準備とかどうなさいました？最初の初のワールドとして。
周りの日本人選手の人たちに手伝ってもらって、
I had lots of help from my fellow Japanese players.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. A lot of teammates, a lot of friends, I think, here as well. What went into your team building strategies? You ran a Shadow Bastiodon over a regular Bastiodon and also a Shadow Dragonite, which is not something we see very often.
シャドウ名前が出てこないですか？トリトプスはいとか使ってたんですけど、それ普通のトリテプスというものを使用してたんですが、どういう考えだったんですか
？NAIC を見た時からトリデップスが刺さってるなと思っていて、
So from NAIC, he knew that Bastiodon was a good pick.
それが見事に当たったかなっていう感じです。
He believes that that was the correct choice to make.
Well, you guys are hearing it here. If you're going to go with the Bastiodon, maybe consider running a Shadow one. Kip, is there anyone you want to shout out or like thank now that you kind of have some presence on the main stage?
誰かお礼とかなんか
手伝ってくれたすべての日本人の人にお礼を言いたいです。
I'd like to thank all the Japanese players that supported him and that watch him.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck for you for the rest of the tournament. You're playing absolutely incredible. Hope to see more of you in the future. We're going to kick it back to the casters and get right back into some more action.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Kip, for the words of wisdom. And you can see, a lot of these players playing not just for themselves, their families and friends, but also for people from their region supporting them at home in their community. Because I'm sure a lot of the players, right, maybe other Japanese players that didn't make the World Championships wants to see their fellow friends succeed on the stage like they have done in the past. So really incredible to see. And we have a lot more action packed for you, Butters, and everyone at home. We got some Giratina Origin coming up.
Yeah, I feel like we have a battle of Europe up next, and we do have that Giratina Origin. We saw that earlier against Abanov, where it matched up against the Lickitung. That did not go great, so we're gonna see if Inadequence can do better in his matchup. It's, I believe, is gonna be the winners finals of Group B is coming up.
Yeah, and Inadequence, the only person in the entire world in the history of play Pokemon and Pokemon Go Championship Series that has won in any tournaments, regional or higher, with a Giratina Origin. And it's not an easy feat in general because we saw earlier, it was very hard to pilot even for Goji in the right situations, especially if you get it stuck on a Lickitung. But he said, you know what? I'm the best one to do it, and I'm going to bring it to World Championships. And he brought it here this weekend, and he'll be going against Dane. And Dane, last highest place finish was actually 5th place in Utrecht, who he lost against. Inadequence.
Oh,
in the
okay.
One with the Giratina Origin. So this is actually kind of a rubber match, and Dane probably looking for a little bit of a redemption against Inadequence, but it's not an easy opponent to face.
I'm sure he's had a lot of time to think about how he would adjust his strategy or his team to face that Giratina Origin. Maybe he didn't expect it to see it at the World Championships because that Pokemon is not that common, but that he has some plans in his mind to get that revenge against that Giratina Origin. And Inadequence, who's been a trainer that's been extremely consistent in the championship series, obviously won that tournament in Utrecht as well, but has traveled globally to compete in this game. And does that give him a slight advantage because he is more familiar with these different metas? I mean, you just saw how he plays, you just saw a trainer from Japan that just completely changed the meta because you never seen something like that. So I feel like these global travelers have a little bit of an advantage here because they're a little bit more seasoned.
Yeah, I got a trivia question for you too, Butters.
Okay.
All right, I know you're the spice man, right? So you love spice. So, Shadow Magneton, definitely a spicy pick. We see a little bit more than usual, but still on the spicy end, especially when it comes to electric types. Who was the first trainer in the world for Pokemon Go to ever place top 5 or higher at a tournament with Shadow Magneton?
Oh, I know that. That is the trainer on the left-hand side of your screen. That is Martine Inadequence. He was the first trainer to bring that out. And then, of course, Palasha was cooking with it at EUIC. And then LNDS Kanan was the trainer to get the first regional win with that Shadow Magnezone. But he was the innovator right there in Inadequence, but there is no Shadow Magnezone on this team. This team actually looked really close to Goji's team in a way. It is very polarizing, has the Clodsire, has that Giratina Origin, has the Wigglytuff.
You're kind of naming my caster picks here. I had Lantern, Clodsire, Charmery, and Wigglytuff.
Oh, wow.
Things are looking pretty good. I mean, for both my picks and also Inadequence's run here at World Championships. But yes, I was asking that trivia question because I think a lot of people attribute the success of Magnezone to Paul Lasha, right? Maybe to Kanan as well, who both of them did win tournaments with that Shadow Magnezone. But it was actually Inadequence, Martine, who actually ran that Shadow Magnezone back in Lille in France early in the fall of 2023 during this season, got 3rd place there with that Shadow Magnezone. That's a whole different meta than now too, but he still has a lot of play in this meta, but he's not bringing it here. We're gonna look at Dane's team to kick things off. It's going to be the Feraligatr, another one with Crunch. Very interesting here for sure, probably to help check that Lantern. And then you got Charjabug, Lickitung, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, and Dugong. I think this is one of the first Dugong appearances we've seen at World Championships right now. One of the hardest checks to Gligar for sure, but it's a little bit on the slower pacing, and the typing is kind of interesting too, being weak to fighting, being weak to electric. There's a lot to be desired for in some of those resistances.
It doesn't seem terrible versus Inadequate's team, though, because it's going to be good against the Giratina. At least you will resist those water guns from the Lantern. It can do things against the Clodsire with that super effective ice damage. It is bulky enough to handle the Wigglytuff, because also you can get to your Icy Wind before the Wigglytuff gets to their Icy Wind, and it's just fine in that Skarmory matchup. You really just have to worry about Poliwrath, so I feel like Inadequate is, specifically for this matchup, pretty happy that he does have that Poliwrath. Once again, it's not the Shadow Poliwrath, it's the normal, because you're going to be stronger against Shadow Gligar, which is the variation of choice for Gligar, and then you also are going to be a bit more bulky against Feraligatr. We haven't really seen that dynamic much in Championship Series, but the non-Shadow can absorb the Shadow Claw plus Hydro Cannon way better than the Shadow Poliwrath can.
And I like the choice of Poliwrath because, like you said, against a Feraligatr, it's much better, and it's much better than Annihilape would be, right? Annihilape generally even loses that matchup, but you resist every move that the Feraligatr has, except for the fast attacks of Shadow Claw. It's a non-Shadow Poliwrath, so you can't even Shadow Claw that thing down, right? Having that Poliwrath to complement the rest of Inadequate's team, I think is a really smart choice, because otherwise, Feraligatr can just steamroll through your whole team outside that Wigglytuff. Even that's not a most comfortable matchup for Wigglytuff. So you kind of need that Poliwrath to help cover your weakness to Feraligatr.
And you know why I think he's running it? It's because it's so much better against the normal types. Then Annihilape obviously dominates Vigoroth, but it's kind of neutral with Lickitung. Poliwrath is much better into those normal types of Lickitung and into Vigoroth. And that's exactly what you need on your team if you have Giratina Origin, because you want to do at all costs avoid normal types. So you have to build your team to hard counter those normal types, and he has the hard counters with the Poliwrath and with that Wigglytuff.
We're going to see how both players played this out here too. You know, they are familiar with each other's games, but are they able to make the adjustments they need? We're going to have to see and find out here. Inadequate's the massive Giratina, and let's see if he's going to bring it out here or not. It's actually going to be Giratina in the back, but it's going to be the Wigglytuff in the lead. You can see Wigglytuff's face so big, it barely even fit on the screen on the left-hand side. There you go. You can see that smile now there, half smile. Actually running Swift on that Wigglytuff instead of Disarming Voice. I think is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, because you actually, it is Swift for a reason. You get to the Swift before you even get to an Icy Wind, and usually you need to get to 8 charms to throw a charge attack with the Wigglytuff, but like you just saw, you can get to the Swift in 7 charms, so that will actually throw some people off with their counts, and now you're going to throw this Icy Wind because you want to try to either get the debuff or try to lower the attack of this Charge Bug. The Charge Bug looks is going to try to get one more Volt Switch through, then throw that Discharge. Inadequate couldn't get that charm through. He's thinking, do I care about alignment? I got Giratina Origin. I probably care about alignment, so he goes for that Protect Shield.
Yeah, and alignment is going to be pretty important here, because if you get Poliwrath on that Feraligatr, it could be pretty good for Inadequate. But the thing is, there's nothing that resists the moves from Gligar, and this farm down could be really devastating for Inadequate.
Oh, he gets that. Oh, no, he doesn't. He gets knocked out on the Icy Wind. That is a huge break for Danny here, because he gets a full wing attack down, is loaded with energy.
And I think Danny's going to potentially predict that there is that Poliwrath in the back. It's either Poliwrath in his mind or probably Clodsire. There's no way it's the Water Gun Lantern nor the Skarmory, but is going to swap out anyway, and now gets the Feraligatr locked into the Poliwrath. Let's see how well he could do here, because he does have a shield advantage and a slight energy advantage.
It does put him in an awkward spot, though, because even though he has a shield advantage, now he's going to have to start Protect Shielding Icy Winds, which is already resisted, and a debuff attack in which the Wigglytuff used earlier. All that's been thrown out by Inadequate so far has been Icy Winds. And here comes another one. He has 2 Protect Shields remaining, but he looks like he wants to save it for that Shadow Gligar, throwing the Hydro Cannon. Inadequate's letting this go, knowing that maybe he's going to be able to get to the next Icy Wind and absorb this Hydro Cannon plus Shadow Claw damage.
This is actually looking kind of tough for Inadequate here, because yes, he's going to get to this Icy Wind.
Oh, he gets the counter down. That is huge.
That's going to be big for sure, but this Gligar still has energy. The debuff is going to be crucial, because now it forces Danae to potentially go for that dig instead of Aerial Ace. Let's see if the Aerial Ace is going to be enough or not. It's going to get one more counter through before it happens. You can see Inadequate shaking his head. The health is a little bit too low, and this is why Gligar's so strong in the meta. Its pacing is just way too fast. And it looks like Danae is going to actually take the first game off at Inadequate.
And even if he went for that Ominous Wind bait and got the boost, I don't think he would have been able to take the Wing Attack plus Aerial Ace. So that is why Inadequate said GG there, able to get that reverse farm down with the Shadow Gligar and take out Inadequate. Inadequate gave up the Protect Shield to get the alignment. Maybe it helped him, but the thing is, Shadow Poliwrath with energy was pretty good against that back line. If you soft lost that matchup in the lead, yes, you wouldn't be able to counter down with the Poliwrath, but if you ever got energy on that Poliwrath, you would have been really strong against that back line of Danny.
Yeah, that's right, because, you know, the Gligar is only neutral into that Giratina, so even the Giratina coming in there wouldn't be the most useful there. But yeah, you can see the crucial farm down. I think a switch could have been a difference maker. Getting that Icy Wind would have definitely changed things. Okay, actually into Icy Wind and Switch at the same time, so actually didn't make a difference there. And Aquan just couldn't get the move off. And there's no reason for him to pivot out, right? Because why fight for Switch advantage and give it up? So I get why he made that call here. Going for that counter down. Danae actually making the right call to not shield the Icy Wind and saying, you know what, I'm going to put everything on the backs of this meta Flyer Gligar, and Gligar proven why it's meta in this current iteration.
Yeah, and the thing is, it makes sense to go for the alignment there because you're so vulnerable with the Giratina Origin, and there's a Lickitung on Danny's team, and if you match up against that Lickitung in the back, you probably just lose the battle because you lose that matchup so hard. So now Inadequence has to really decide, do I try to go for these polarizing picks like the Giratina Origin and fight for switch advantage and just hope I align really well, or do I go a little bit more flexible, a little bit more energy-driven strategy? We know that the time that he did win Utrecht, he was running this Wigglytuff and Giratina Origin. I think he's very comfortable with that strategy. I think he's gonna stick with it in game number 2. Of course, he's already in winners finals. It's been working so far.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how he makes the adjustment here into Danae in game number 2. Here we go. It's going to be a Lantern, Water Gun Lantern into Feraligatr, and this is why the crunch is really going to come in handy because you have neutral attacks here, and the pacing on the Water Gun Lantern just a little bit too slow. You can't really get to the Thunderbolt very quickly, and you can see first crunch coming through here. Now, I think if Danae's throwing crunch on point every time he gets to it, gives a chance for Inadequence to catch. But on that first one, not going for a catch yet. Going to build up to Thunderbolt. Maybe going to go for a bait here. Let's see what Inadequence does. Goes straight for the Sharp Bait. Can Danae call this? That would be huge if he calls it, but I think it's too risky.
Oh, he shields it!
The serve.
And the thing is, Caleb, look at these backlines. Look at how much alignment matters. If you have Poliwrath versus Dugong, you are gonna win that game probably. If you have Giratina Origin, who hard walls Charger Bug, if Inadequence can hard get the alignment here, but he looks like he is letting this crunch go, and suddenly the defense drops, so now he's gonna get close to getting knocked out. Does Danny want to give up 2 Protect Shields for the alignment? He is playing against an alignment player that he's lost to in the past. Is he gonna go for it? He goes for it this time, and he's gonna be able to take the alignment.
That's actually going to be a huge call for Danae because the thing is, if he pivots out here, it could be pretty good as well. But I think just going to opt to stay in because you don't want this Poliwrath to wall off your Dugong. It's going to just do as much chip damage as possible. Now, here's the thing. Giratina up 2 shields to 0 against the Dugong is actually not that bad for the Giratina. The real question is, will he have enough health left to take it out? And you can see Inadequence not going to shield any of this resisted nonsense here and expecting the Charge Bug in the back. So just going to preserve it and put everything on the Giratina and hope that there's no Lickitung, which there isn't, but there's a Dugong.
He's got 2 shield Giratina, his signature Pokemon in the back here. And the key factor is, swapping with the energy, but a key factor is, even though he's gonna shield these Icy Winds and get debuffed, he can potentially later take off this swap by going back into his Poliwrath, and you outpace and you get to the Shadow Ball first. You're gonna have to definitely protect shield the Icy Winds, but I think you're gonna be able to close this matchup, and Inadequence has a shot here.
He has to go for Shadow Ball now, especially with the debuff. I don't think Ominous Wind will be enough. It will be close because Shadow Claw damage will start chunking away at this Dugong, but you also don't want to leave it with any health left and take extra Ice Shard damage if you don't have to. You see Inadequence building up as much energy as possible, throwing the, I believe, Shadow Ball right before the next Icy Wind is reached.
It is the Shadow Ball here, but the problem is you're suddenly in range of X-Scissor. So you have a Protect Shield remaining, but if this Charger Bug can ever get to double X-Scissor, that's gonna be really tough. This is the first X-Scissor that's coming out. Inadequence has to use the Protect Shield, but remember, there is a Scald Bank. This could be a combo move from Inadequence. Does he go for the combo play? Here comes the Shadow Ball. Does he go for it? Is he gonna make the trophy moves? Shadow Ball into Scald here.
He doesn't have the Discharge Bank either, so even if Danae anticipates this,
he goes for it, and he goes Icy Wind.
He throws it. Oh,
just for a little flavor. I think he knows this is going to knock out. Inadequence likes to feel confident and put on a show, and he is able to win game number 2. Skull does more damage. He decided to throw Icy Wind instead.
I don't know, Butters. It looks like alignment actually doesn't matter in this series. Every time they lose alignment, they're able to win it too. Seems like energy, it might be even more valuable here. And that's the thing, right? Dewgong's just not strong enough to power through a Giratina, especially down 2 shields. You really need Lickitung as your answer there. I mean, you have for Alligators, that's also a slight answer to that Giratina, but nothing's really going to truly wall off that Giratina unlike Lickitung.
This was a huge bait here because that got the first Protect Shield, and then Danny, who of course has lost the Inadequence in the past, maybe he lost to alignment, decided, I'm just going for the alignment. But to your point, there was the Dewgong in the back that was down 2 shields. If it was the Lickitung in the back, then he probably could have won that game. But it's so hard to bring Lickitung into Inadequence because Inadequence is always showing Poliwrath and Wigglytuff to try to scare off your Lickitung. And will Danny be scared to bring that Lickitung in game number 3?
And I think a big factor here is Danae probably needs to bring that Gligar again. I think Gligar provided a lot of utility for him in game number 1. Obviously, you want to kind of dance around that Water Gun, Lantern, Skarmory, but we haven't seen Skarmory come to play yet. I mean, you got Feraligatr, Chargebug, both really strong in that Skarmory. Even Annihilate has played with shields up there too. So maybe if you're hoping that Inadequence doesn't bring the Skarmory, your Gligar could come and do some damage. But Inadequence dancing around these matchups there too. I mean, you know, if it was Lickitung in the back, it would have been over, but the odds of it being Lickitung is on the smaller end too, and saying, you know what, I'm gonna go for that 2 shield advantage, put everything on Giratina and see what I can do, and hey, it worked out.
It's fascinating how his play style, I believe, influenced the opponent to double shield to try to get alignment. It's a very unique play style, and it's not necessarily like a Bastiodon, Razor Leaf playstyle, but it is polarizing, alignment dependent, and you make your opponent make weird choices because they're afraid of losing the alignment and losing the game. We are going to get locked into game number 3, but I think Danae was really relying on the Feraligatr in those first 2 games. I expect that in game number 3, how does Inadequence handle that to either get the alignment or the shield advantage if he wants to move on to day number 2?
Well, I think we see the Lickitung for sure in game number 3. 2 games to Giratina, you can't let that go rampant anymore, especially in the hands of Inadequence. And here we go, another lead scenario, Lantern into Feraligatr. We already saw in that last game, you can get to both a Surf and a Thunderbolt in time before this Lantern's taken out if you don't shield anything. Now, the real question is Danae going to shield a potential Surf bait again, or is Inadequence going to go straight for the Thunderbolt this time, expecting that play too? It's going to be a big mind game scenario, and Inadequence doubles out, goes for a Surf again. Does Danae call it here is the real question, and is going
he shields last second! Oh no, and now do we see Inadequence pivot? Because as you can see in the backline, there is no Giratina origin. Do you try to pivot into the Poliwrath, which is really strong if you get some sort of energy advantage and shield advantage into the rest of the team, or do you just let your Lantern get to this Thunderbolt, take both the Protect Shield? Danae, are you gonna do it 2 times in a row? Are you gonna double Protect Shield the Feraligatr? He's gonna make a last second choice, once again goes for the alignment, but this time Inadequence is smirking a bit because he doesn't have the Giratina origin, and there's a Lickitung that he's expecting to line up, but it's not there against the origin.
Oh, this Clodsire looks so scary for this backline as well. Danae's hoping, okay, maybe this Giratina for a 3rd time, but no, it's actually the Clodsire. Clodsire up 2 shields to 0 into this backline. Looks absolutely disgusting here. The Chargebug can't do nothing. Lickitung can barely do anything either. It pretty much outbolts the Lickitung, and Lickitung not even used to that.
And here comes the farm down. You have 2 Protect Shields, like you mentioned, with the Clodsire. It's going to hard wall that Chargebug. Do you throw the Scald here? This time doesn't bank the energy like he did in that game number 2. Decides to throw the Scald. Scald is 30% chance to get that debuff. Does he land the debuff onto that Chargebug? And no, he doesn't get it, but it doesn't really matter because you're going into Clodsire. I like how he got 1 extra counter before he swapped, and here comes the Lickitung, but now you're going to have to Protect Shields body slams in, as Danae gives a little bit of a laugh there.
Yeah, Clodsire, it is over. I know there's still a lot of health left, but it is over. Clodsire's going to sweep here, too. Look at how much health it has, and the Earthquake damage just adds up so fast, and you still got 2 shields on the side of Inadequence. No Giratina this time, and he's going to clean up with this Clodsire.
And of course you're using the Protect Shields here because you hard wall the Chargebug, and this is just a matter of time for Inadequence. You just have to finish off this Lickitung. Protect Shield, another body slam. Going for the Stone Edge here because he knows that that Earthquake is not enough, you might as well go for the double Stone Edge. But these two trainers who know each other well have a moment to chat it out. Dene was influenced by this unique playstyle of Inadequates. How about last series, we see Kip with a unique playstyle. Now we see Inadequates in this winner's finals with a completely different, unique playstyle. It's absolutely wonderful to see the entire Pokemon Go community diverge into one competition because you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, there's no stopping this class at this point. Don't matter how much energy you have on this Charge Bug, all resistant to one of the hardest matchups for Charge Bug in this meta, harder than Gligar even. And you can see Inadequates laughing about too. Hey, Dene seems like all smiles too. He doesn't mind losing here to a fellow EU trainer. And it looks like Inadequates is going to be moving forward to day number 2 and top 32 at World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And there it goes. Day 2 for Inadequates, reverse sweeps this series and really just puts the mental toll on the opponent because of this playstyle of having these polarizing picks that could be in the back, could not be in the back, trying to force them for alignment, game number 1, going for alignment yourself, maybe throwing game number 1 by hard going for alignment and then giving up alignment 2 straight games and reverse sweeping here. It's just fascinating to see a trainer become so consistent, which in a way that you would think is an inconsistent strategy. You would think alignment strategy is inconsistent, but Inadequates has found a way to make it consistent.
Yeah, and that series was really interesting because whoever lost the switch advantage actually ended up winning the game.
Yes.
So it kind of worked out really well for both players whenever they actually just had the shield advantage in the back and just lost the alignment. But yeah, I mean, the bait games in that Lantern versus Feraligatr matchup was kind of wild there too. And Butters, I'm telling you, my caster predictions are looking pretty strong, especially with Inadequates piloting all those picks really well.
I mean, in that series, they looked amazing. I'm not going to lie there, especially the pressure that you're putting on Feraligatr with the Water Gun Lantern, forcing 2 Protect Shields in 2 straight games where you would think the Feraligatr would have a great shot. You can see it right now on screen. This Feraligatr was Protect Shielding Surfs 2 games in a row because you're just so worried about taking that super effective damage that you end up shielding the resisted damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know we got a lot of Lantern doubters these days too, especially the Water Gun variants, but you got to tip your hat to that one because Lantern looking still unstoppable, even the Water Gun Lantern into a Feraligatr. I think the Shadow Feraligatr would definitely been better in that matchup there, but you know, you end up dropping some other stuff here. So really great run for Dene so far and just moving down to that losers bracket, but Inadequate staying in that winners bracket, and it's going to be moving forward to day number 2.
And once again, making another top cut, one of the most consistent trainers in the championship series. So congratulations to Inadequates, and Dene is actually gonna be moving down once again. But remember, all these trainers on the winners finals, if they lose, they're just 1 match away from day 2, which is top 32.
Yeah, definitely. So they'll be moving down to a losers finals. If they win that one, they meet Inadequates and many of these other top trainers on day number 2. But we're already filling out that day 2 bracket. We still have a lot more to go, but I'm very excited to see this because the meta is looking all over the place here, right? We got a little Giratina, we got a little Shadow Bastiodon, Shadow Dragonite even, right? And a bunch of different things. And a lot of players at their first ever World Championships. Inadequates in his second one, but no stranger to stage. A lot of newer players looking forward to battling him as well.
It's just been amazing to see the meta develop from NAIC to now, but just see the strategies develop too. The strategy from Kip using the same 2 Pokemon to close 2 straight games. And then this mental pressure from Inadequates that kind of gets you off your feet with the alignment. You're scared of losing alignment, but then you're also scared to Protect Shield. It's really mentally hard to face that strategy. I've never seen the pressure to that extent, and I can't wait to hear from the trainer himself. So let's head on over to the stage with Amanda.
All right, we're here on stage with Inadequates, who just won the last round. And last time that I interviewed you on stage was when you were the winner of the special event in Utrecht. Do you think you have it in you again to be the winner of this?
Yes.
Easy enough. That's an easy enough answer. So I don't know if you've been listening, you probably can't hear them, but Butters has been kind of talking about how you have a divisive play style because it's a very alignment driven. Do you have anything to say about that? Is your play style that unique when it comes to other players?
So I see what Butters has been talking about me. I know he doesn't like my playstyle because, like, you know, Wigglytuff I think Wigglytuff is cool. You know, Charm just goes all the way, and Giratina, cool. What is Butter's problem exactly? No, I'm kidding. Butter's a good friend of mine. I think that my playstyle is quite unpredictable when you prepare for meta teams, and that makes mine pretty convenient to win difficult matchups like we just had.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw that you were playing against Dane, that's a matchup that has been happening before. Obviously, you're both EU trainers, so you played each other in different tournaments. What were you thinking when you saw his name against yours and also the team composition?
Oh, I was not happy because I know he is one of the best players Europe has to offer. And I knew 3 of his Pokemon, which were Feraligatr, Dugong, and Chargebug, and those 3 together are just so difficult to defeat. I did expect Cresselia to be combined with those Pokemon, and I was very happy to not see those, because I gave my Poliwrath a lot of more play, and I think I brought it every single game. So yeah, Poliwrath punched way to victory.
I mean, if we can talk about your team a bit, you have a lot of very unique picks, I would say. I mean, you're one of the few running your team. Also Wigglytuff, Poliwrath over Vigoroth or Annihilate. What are some of the reasonings that you choose to go a little bit, not even off meta, but just different picks to counter what is currently in the meta?
So 3 things that I have to say about that. I don't like to play meta, I like to play anti-meta. The second I forgot, but the third one is I just stole the team from Scafo. So didn't build it myself. My initial idea was double Dragon, double Fairy with Giratina, Goodra, and Azumarill, Wigglytuff. But then I saw this team from Scafo in one of our chats, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna tell him, but I'm gonna take that.
Well, that's fair. He took a similar team to you in a tournament as well. Scafo was last year the European that went the farthest in the Worlds tournament. You were very close behind as well. What are the odds that you are gonna take it? And if you don't take it, who are you hoping maybe will?
Going into this tournament, I really felt like so much in form, even more than last year. Last year I brought a Dunsparce, and that Pokemon was even more polarizing than these in the Metagem meta. So, you know, that was kind of an iffy tournament where I got way further than I expected. And now I'm in form, I have a good team that I stole from a teammate. Maybe I should do that more often, like Totecto, he also always does that, right? So yeah, my only ambition is to win all of it. But if I have to put a more realistic bar, I kind of want to win a trophy. I have a couple medals. I want to win a trophy. I think that's top 4.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. There's a lot of cheering for that. It seems okay. So you're going to at least get top 4, apparently. Last question. You're on the stage. Is there anyone that you want to thank or anything special call-outs while we got you here?
Yeah, I want to thank Crimson K19. Without his support and his knowledge, I would not have been here. So a big thank you to Crimson K19, to Pogo Ash, who's always here with me, to my team Legends United, and another favorite of mine, my Latam players here, especially the Lindos players have brought me a shirt as well. So I'm super happy, and they're like super passionate and supportive as well. If it's not me winning, I hope it's a Latam player winning.
That's fair enough. Thank you so much for your time and adequates. That is basically what we have for right now. There's going to be so many more battles coming up, but here are some highlights of the past few that has been going on.
Hello, I'm Anna, and I'm here with Faye. Faye, who are you cosplaying today?
Oh, I am terrestrialized Alolan Ninetales, stellar terrestrialized.
I have never seen a terrestrialized cosplay before. What inspired that?
Me neither. So I'm just a really big Terrapagos fan. I really love Terrapagos, but Alolan Ninetales is my favorite Pokemon. And so I thought I'd combine them, especially in a Hawaii location themed world. I thought that was amazing, and so I kind of threw that together. Well, okay, so originally I actually wanted to cosplay a Terapagos form, but I ran out of time.
That does sound really challenging, but even this looks pretty challenging. How did you make most of this?
So I had this idea in my head and I sketched it out, but I bought most of it and just modified things. Like these tails are, like, they're pre-made, and then I just, with the help of my friend Reagan, I love her, helped airbrush the tails and the ears, and then put glitter on stuff. And I was originally I wanted to put way more glitter and sparkles and everything, but then I thought about how I don't want to get into the oceans here or anything like that. So looking out.
Yeah, that is really thoughtful. I know that they're doing the Genki balls here too to try to clean out the canal.
Yeah, I do that. I'm so excited too.
Thinking about keeping Hawaii very clean. That's nice. So
your dress too, by the way.
Thank you. I made it myself. I did. Yeah, but this isn't about me. So
it could be. Well, okay, so I do want to say, like, whether you make a cosplay or not, I think I just like dressing up and being festive at an event. So it could be a closet cosplay or anything like that, but this year it just felt really special to me, so I wanted to dress up a little bit more.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about being part of the cosplay community, and, like, you know, people may worry, like, oh, what if I don't sew well enough, or what if my costume isn't good enough, or, you know, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, well, so so I think you should just go for it. There's something about being at an event and feeling the energy and being part of it and seeing other people cosplaying, and I felt inspired when I saw other people cosplaying. So you get a little bit of FOMO, and it's like, next time I want to do that. So I think you just go ahead and do it with whatever you have, because really it's about the heart of it all. Everybody here is just so passionate about Pokemon, and we love just seeing the energy, and you could be part of that wave. So just go for it.
So one last thing, you've been to Pokemon events before, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I used to compete, actually. A while ago, I played Pokemon VGC and Pokken when it still existed. And then I've been really into Pokemon Go lately, but I haven't competed in Pokemon Go.
If somebody has never been to a Pokemon event before, what would you say is your favorite thing about being at a live Pokemon event?
Oh, okay. My favorite thing about being at a live Pokemon event is the fact that there's something for every single person. Like, cosplay isn't even something that's listed as an event that you can do, but it's just so welcome. Everybody's so welcoming here. Everybody embraces the love of Pokemon. So yeah, no matter what game you play, TCG, anything, there's just great energy, and everybody's nice to each other because we all love the same thing. We love Pokemon and the world, and Worlds as an event itself has so many things to do. There were amazing performances at the opening ceremonies. They were just like, I don't know, the hula dances, the music, there was lore behind everything. I thought it was so beautiful. You did a great job, by the way. And yeah, I just wanted to cry.
Me too, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, see that happening right now? That's why you should come to Worlds.
All right, we have stuff to do. We got to figure out what's going on back here. So we'll let you get back to the Pokemon World Championship. Nice. Hi there, I'm Anna, and I'm standing here with someone I know very well, a good friend of mine, Nathan Sharp, aka Nate Wants to Battle. How's Worlds going so far?
It's great. Everyone's hyped. I'm hyped. Everyone seems to be in a good mood, good spirits, and happy to be here.
And you actually are part of the show this year. What did you do?
Yes, I had the honor and the privilege to sing vocals for the track Something to Remember on the soundtrack for Worlds 2024.
Which one is that? If people are like, oh, I don't know the title, what does it sound like?
It is the emo surf rock kind of vibe.
It's really stuck in my head all the time. Does it get stuck in your head too?
It's sticky. It's really a bop. And I say that without tooting my own horn because I only sang on it. I can't take credit for writing it. The actual production goes to the entire music team. They did an awesome job. I'm just happy to have made some noises on it.
And I know Pokemon is very important to you, so it kind of meant a lot to be part of Worlds. Talk about your journey with Pokemon over your life.
Yeah, I mean, the handle is Nate Wants to Battle, so obviously there's a lot of attachment to the IP. A lot of my early career revolved around making fan content about Pokemon, so to work with the Pokemon Company in an official capacity has been a long-time dream and kind of feels full circle.
I also saw you sitting in the front row already watching games. What's your favorite game to watch and favorite game to play here at Worlds?
I don't know anything about Unite, but it's my favorite one to watch. I think it just brings so much of that hype energy, like all the games do. Unite especially is just the most like almost chaotic. My favorite to play, I'm not super competitive, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably go VGC.
Nice. All right, well, thank you. We'll let you get back to watching and singing. If you want to sing us a song when we're done here, I would totally listen. Appreciate you. And now let's go back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Aloha from the islands that inspired the region of Alola. We are here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii. Had a beautiful opening ceremony this morning as well, and we're just about getting to the end of day one of the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. My name is Soph, and I'm here joined by the helpful and hilarious Wholesome _.
Thank you, Soph. We've seen some great battles already with a lot of very notorious trainers that have been running some really cool Pokemon as well. So very, very happy with how things have turned out thus far, but we still have a lot of battles ahead. I'm incredibly excited to see some of these trainers and the Pokemon that they have on display. To me, so far, I think the big standout Pokemon to me has actually been Cresselia. I've seen quite a bit of strong play from it and a lot of neutral matchups. It's done quite well, has a lot of threats so far. But Soph, any Pokemon to you that have stood out thus far?
I'm thinking that the Water Gun Lantern has been kind of doing surprisingly well to me. I know it was on Caleb's caster predictions for one of the Pokemon that he thought was going to be most likely to succeed. I was a little bit more doubtful. I mean, we've only had one tournament in this new meta, and NAIC, I don't think there were almost any Lantern in the top 8 or top 16, but I think it has a lot of neutral play still in the meta. Obviously, you know, you don't want to see things like Altaria, but other than that, Water Gun Lantern seems like a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I think that Lantern especially has been a big question mark for a lot of us here as casters. Will it be performing well? Will it not? But I hope you guys have been listening along, though. We've actually had quite a few interesting tracks. You guys can actually check out the World soundtrack at bit.ly/World24 soundtrack. We've seen some great music already, and I think there's a couple additional tracks as well, so make sure you guys check those out.
That's right. Every year, I believe we release a couple of new songs just for the World Championships. So make sure you check out those songs. You can listen to them, you know, in the background while you're doing other tasks, and they're really great songs.
Okay. Well, Soph, I know that we've had some trainer predictions here, or sorry, some Pokemon predictions as far as how those are going to be turning out. Remind us of the Pokemon that you had picked and give us some of your initial impressions with how they've gone so far.
Well, I had 2 dragons in my caster predictions. I had Goodra and Guzzlord. I think we've seen a little bit of Goodra action, not so much on the Guzzlord side. I think Altaria has been the dragon that we're seeing just a little bit more, but I think, you know, maybe there's still some play for them. I don't see any dragons on either of these 2 teams, though.
Well, I'm curious to see specifically how some of these Pokemon are going to be performing. We have on our stage Rocha Babyface and Leo Geo. So I think Leo Geo has had some success already today, hailing from the United States. Rocha Babyface we've seen many times before on stream, not necessarily today. He's hailing from Mexico. Any specific Pokemon you wanted to call out here, Soph?
I think the regular Whiscash on Rocha Babyface's side is a pretty interesting pick. We've been seeing more Quagsire instead of Whiscash, and certainly more Shadow Whiscash than regular Whiscash. So I'm interested to hear about why he maybe picked the regular Whiscash there. You see on Leo Geo's side going with the more conventional at this point, Shadow Quagsire. So always a fun mirror match between Mud.
Are there any matchups specifically for normal versus Shadow Whiscash that you wanted to call out that might be flipped or different depending on the Shadow versus non-Shadow?
I think the matchup against, well, in this particular matchup, I think it's a lot better against Lickitung in particular, Shadow Whiscash, I mean, because I think you can start threatening when you just shield through with those Scalds. The regular Whiscash's Scald doesn't do quite enough damage to Lickitung.
Okay. Well, over on the other side with Leo Geo there, he is running the Shadow Quagsire. As we've mentioned before, Shadow Quagsire seems to be the preferred mud boy of choice. You were talking about it earlier, but it's just so spammy. We see it racing to those Aqua Tails so incredibly fast. It only takes 4 mud shots or 8 turns. It is going to be the fastest charge attack in the game that you can get to. Let's take a look at the team. Charjabug, Cresselia, Shadow Quagsire, like we just featured, Altaria, Vigoroth, and Lickitung.
Yeah, look at that Cresselia's moveset really quickly. We've got Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, and Moonblast, and that could be critical because if you remember, we had a brief look at Rocha Babyface's team, and I saw a Talonflame over there, which means that this Cresselia, whereas it would be pretty safe otherwise into the entire team, does get walled by that Talonflame.
All right, taking a look at Rocha Babyface's team, we have Charjabug, Azumarill, Talonflame, Annihilape, Lickitung, and Whiscash. Keep an eye out for Annihilape running that Night Slash. I don't know that we've seen too many boosts just yet, so this could be our first that we see.
I think we saw a couple earlier. I remember there was a match where both trainers actually boosted with their Annihilate, but I don't think it ended up being too impactful. I'm really interested to see whether Rocha Babyface is able to make use of this Talonflame here. Doesn't do too well against Quagsire, but against the rest of the team, even against Altaria, I think Talonflame is quite usable. So if you can get ramped up with those Incinerates, potentially a great pick.
Yeah, Talonflame is really interesting because it has certain Pokemon that it absolutely hard walls. It's going to perform so nicely into especially those Cresselias where it's only typically using Grass Knot and Moonblast. Now that said, there are still lots of Pokemon that it's going to struggle mightily against, particularly that of Lantern. Especially now running Water Gun, there's a lot of scenarios where those Lanterns are just going to farm down Cresselia.
That's right. Well, I think these trainers are pretty much locked in, so we're about to jump right into this game 1. I think Rocha Babyface is indeed using the Talonflame, but met by the Dragon-type Altaria.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup for the Talonflame without a doubt. These are resisted Incinerates. This is an interesting moveset, though, here from Rocha Babyface. Fly and Brave Bird, opting to go straight for the Fly, not go for that Brave Bird, which, again, does debuff your defense by 3 stages.
Does pull that first Protect Shield. Leo Geo maybe potentially worried about a Brave Bird, but Rocha Babyface able to save a little bit of energy there by baiting with the Fly, continuing to stay in this matchup. And looks like Leo Geo is counting very nicely, does throw the Sky Attack just before Talonflame reaches move, but I think Rocha Babyface thinks this Talonflame can hang on and get to that Brave Bird.
Yeah, ends up hanging on, and yes, launches the Brave Bird here. This is not going to be enough to knock out most likely, but you've already had a great opportunity where you've already knocked out 1 Protect Shield, and okay, actually uses both Protect Shields, so
Yeah, and I don't know about this. I haven't seen many trainers go down 2 Protect Shields with such a bulky Pokemon like Altaria in the lead in quite some time. But here comes Rocha Babyface's second Pokemon. It is that Lickitung Moonblast coming through, and Rocha Babyface wants to maintain this 2-shield advantage.
All right, here comes the Moonblast. Let's see if we get the debuff this time. And yes, indeed, spoken into existence. Sorry for manifesting that one. Here comes the Annihilate, though, in already getting these counters and tries to go for a boost here.
Yeah, throws that Night Slash straight away. No shields up on the Lickitung side. Not that the Night Slash is going to be doing too much damage, but these counters certainly are adding up. And a 2-shielded Annihilate against a team without much fast move pressure is something that is certainly terrifying.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup here because you're doing super effective damage on both sides with your fast attacks. And we do see the Protect Shield come out. Keep in mind, no Protect Shields remaining for Leo Geo. Trying to desperately get to this Power Whip. Will we see energy thrown by Rocha Babyface? No. Actually, Rocha opting to just use the Protect Shield, farm all the way down, and come out of this matchup with a ton of energy.
That's right, and we all know that the energy from Annihilate can hit pretty much everything. Look at this huge farm down, more than 2 Night Slashes banked for whatever decides to come in. I don't think Rocha Babyface has seen the Quagsire in the back quite yet, but a Shadow Ball certainly would do quite a bit of damage.
Okay, here comes the Quagsire. Again, it's Shadow, so it's going to be taking 20% more damage from attacks. Rocha Babyface, no shields are down, can go straight for this Shadow Ball. I don't know if it's going to be enough to knock out, but keep in mind exactly how much energy Rocha Babyface has. He's very close to this Night Slash as well, but no, actually swaps in the Lickitung to absorb this Aqua Tail. What a great play!
That's right, Lickitung can take the energy, no problem. And this Lickitung also has quite a bit of energy itself, already has more than a Body Slam stored, so just going to farm up a little bit before taking out this Quagsire.
Yeah, great over farm there. Throws just before this Quagsire is able to reach the next Aqua Tail. Throws Body Slam, and this will be plenty to knock out. You go into this next matchup with energy as well. Altaria is all that's left. You have your Body Slam, but it's not enough to knock out. So does the Annihilate still have a Night Slash ready to go?
I want to say it does. I feel like Rocha Babyface farmed up to almost 100 energy before throwing throwing the Shadow Ball on the Quagsire. So I think all you have to do is lick this Altaria into Night Slash range.
And Altaria does not have a charge attack ready to go. Is the Night Slash ready to go? Yes, indeed it is. And this is going to be enough to knock out. Game number 1 will be going to Rocha Babyface. Great over farming in every scenario that we saw, not just with the Annihilate, with the Lickitung as well. Always over farming energy, having it ready for that next matchup. Textbook game number 1 goes to Rocha Babyface.
And Rocha Babyface has a cheering section all to himself in the crowd there, but he looks like he's staying calm, cool, and collected on the stage. And Jim, I want to echo you. That was really precise gameplay from Rocha Babyface there. All accounting was perfect over farming, and I think Leo Geo just made a little bit of an inaccuracy in the lead matchup. Went down 2 shields, maybe threw the Sky Attack before it even actually knocked out the Talonflame there.
Yeah, I think that going down 2 shields puts you in such a tough position there. We did see the debuff, keep in mind, but that was just the cue for Annihilate to come into the action. Great over farm, shields a power up, which is exactly what you want to do as well. And then we have the full farm down to the ground. You come out with a Shadow Ball ready to go into the Whiscash, and we see a quick combo play coming from Leo Geo. But guess what? We see the switch. This is the catch on the Lickitung. What a play.
That's right, and remember that Lickitung was able to close out the game there just to get that last body slam off. And look at these 2 trainers on the stage locking in for their second game. And actually, I think they've already locked in with their Pokemon, not just mentally. Here we go, Rocha Babyface going in with that trusty Lickitung against Leo Geo's Quagsire.
Yeah, nice lead for Rocha Babyface. Obviously wants to land these Power Whips. That's going to be double super effective. In many cases, we've seen these Lickitungs able to get Protect Shields off these Mud Boys, just going straight body slam. Here actually comes the Stone Edge. This is going to be the harder hitting of the 2 attacks, much higher energy charge attack. We might see a swap out trying to perhaps catch on this Lickitung. No, instead actually bringing in the Altaria.
Yeah, a little bit more risky here, and I think Rocha Babyface is going to farm up before going into the Azumarill. That's right, does a lot of lick damage, builds up some energy, and now this Altaria is pretty much in Ice Beam range. Such precise gameplay from Rocha Babyface.
Yeah, this is such a great position to be in for Rocha Babyface. You're going to be resisting all these Dragon Breaths, in fact, double resisting. Simply just tickle this Pokemon. We do see another attack drop here. That is a very odd sight. Nonetheless, though, this is still double super effective Ice Beams. I think you're going to need 2 now at this point to knock out, which could be very crucial here.
But it actually could, oh my goodness, that Ice Beam does absolutely nothing. Remember, that is a double super effective charge attack, but here comes the Moon Blast. Rocha Babyface does get a bubble through, and I think you can still farm up quite a bit of energy before you throw the next Ice Beam here.
Well, Azumarill able to weather the storm here. No drop this time, finally. Going to overfarm as much as possible, just like we're seeing. Not quite to 100, but just below. Nice timing from Rocha Babyface. Throws this. This is plenty to knock out Leo Geo, but keep in mind, you are now single stage attack debuffed when we're going to probably be seeing this Lickitung come into the field.
That's right, and I think Rocha Babyface could have gotten a much bigger advantage off of that matchup if he did not get that Moonblast debuff, but it's okay. Azumarill still comes out with quite a bit of energy. You still have a very healthy Annihilate in the back and a Lickitung with a lot of energy, but now you're able to get this Annihilate onto the field.
Yeah, well, the one thing this Lickitung has going for it is that it already has quite a bit of energy, but it's not able to reach that Power Whip before Rocha Babyface's Annihilate is able to reach this Night Slash. We have still not seen any boost. I called the Moonblast debuff earlier. Can I call the Night Slash? Not this time.
All right, Power Whip coming through from Leo Geo here. Again, we see Rocha Babyface investing in this Annihilate, correctly shielding that Power Up. And I think you want to farm down here, but Leo Geo not going to let it happen, brings in that Quagsire.
Yeah, I like the shield specifically because you need to get this fast attack pressure from this Annihilate onto this Quagsire. Quagsire initially actually was able to launch that Stone Edge, if you remember. It's now here in the late game trying to close this match out, but it needs to get through this Annihilate, and there's still the Lickitung and Azumarill hanging out in the back as well. This is a tough task for Leo Geo.
Yeah, and these are the kinds of situations where Annihilate just shows why it is the superior fighting type Pokemon. Look at how much damage all these counters are doing. You pressure your Pokemon, the opponent to throw all their energy in order just to avoid taking the fast attack pressure. Rocha Babyface bringing back the Lickitung. Remember, it has so much energy from before the Altaria swapped out. Leo Geo has to put up a Protect Shield here, but I think Rocha Babyface just has too much energy.
Yeah, Rocha has another Power Whip actually stored at this point. I don't think you need to throw the Power Whip. Body Slams should be sufficient. A very energy efficient, same type attack bonus move. Here comes the Body Slam. It does knock out the Shadow Quagsire. All you need to do is get through the opposing Lickitung now. You have the HP advantage. You have the energy advantage. Things are looking great right now for Rocha Babyface.
I think Rocha Babyface is going to be able to take this series 2-0. Just a little bit of this Lickitung left to go. Bubbles it down, and look at that 2-0 victory. Huge cheers from the crowd there. And Rocha Babyface is going to be moving on to those group finals.
Yeah, congratulations there to Rocha Babyface. Tons of support in the crowd. You can hear he raises his fist in triumph. What a great match. I have to say, Softov, great plays by Rocha Babyface there. We talked about over farming, which is maximizing the amount of energy before your opponent gets to another charge attack, and we saw that on display the entirety of that series by Rocha Babyface. Very impressive gameplay, and I can't wait to see what he has in store for us later in this tournament.
Certainly not the most flashy plays, but I don't think I saw a single inaccuracy from Rocha Babyface throughout that entire series. We talked about the counting, we talked about the over-farming, but what about when that Altaria came in, right? Licked it into pretty much, well, non-debuffed Ice Beam range, and so that means you get more energy on your Lickitung, you have less work for your Azumarill to do, and you just had such a big advantage from there. It's hard to lose.
Yeah, and you know what? We've talked a lot about Azumarill and how effective it can be. It absolutely can be a core breaker to some of these teams that are so reliant on Pokemon like Altaria, and we also have Pokemon like Annihilate that we regularly see. Don't forget the Shadow Glygars as well. Azumarill performs so consistently versus them. Attack debuff, that's not going to flip this matchup. You have double super effective Ice Beam. You have so much bulk, and we just saw how effective it was there in those games.
I think we saw 2 Moonblast debuffs in that series of just 2 games. Remember, that's just a 10% chance there, but it didn't matter. Rocha Babyface with a huge advantage in this game too, and in that game 1, I think he was just able to switch out and clear it.
You know what? I've seen a trend this season from Rocha Babyface. I chatted with him originally at LAIC. I saw him again at NAIC. I think consistently as the season has gone on, he has performed better and better and better, and now he's here at the world stage where it's most important. There are a lot of trainers that have had success early season, but none of that really matters right now. It's all about the current moment here at Worlds. It all comes down to this, and Rocha Babyface performing as good as anyone right now.
Yeah, you talk about momentum, you talk about improvement. This is actually Rocha Babyface's first World Championships, and look at how far he's come already into the group finals. I think guaranteed to be at least a top 24 placement at the 2024 World Championships, so that's really exciting to see.
Well, so I know we were chatting about this a little bit earlier, but Talonflame, it's a really interesting pick. We saw it on display earlier there. It was able to actually get both Protect Shields versus an Altaria. Were you surprised by that?
I was a little bit surprised that the Altaria ended up using both shields, but that matchup is actually not as bad as you would think as the Talonflame. Even though you're doing resisted Incinerate damage, even with the Flame Charge Fly moveset, which we didn't see there, you're actually able to, I think, win some of those shielding scenarios.
All right, well, speaking of flyers and birds, we have some tweets to show you guys here. Let's take a look at some of the social media posts that you guys have been sending in on the X, formerly known as Twitter. Hey, look, it's Rocha Babyface right here. He's got the Pikachu with what a beautiful background there. I believe that's Diamond Head here on the Waikiki coast. Pikachu, I don't speak Spanish here, so can you help us out with this one?
I think that says with the Hawaii background at World Championships here. So look at that beautiful Pikachu with the background, and look at all that Stardust that Rocha Babyface has collected. I think he's been around for quite some time. He's been playing this game for a while and has all the resources that he needs.
Down under, we've got PvP Steve. We've seen him on the broadcast before. Good luck to everyone competing in hashtag Pokemon Worlds today. I can't wait to see some of the best battles of all time over the next 3 days. It's going to be awesome. Thanks again to Pokemon for the free access. We've got Steve here and Debbie Pebble having a great time hanging out with the inflatable Pikachu. We've got a great setup here at Worlds. Anyone that's here at the venue, you really have to give credit to all the folks that have been putting this on here, because it is an absolutely amazing venue on display.
I think I saw them cheering for Valiant Vish earlier as well. And here is Leon Hart YouTube, the Pokemon Worlds 2024 trophy cards, hashtag Pokemon Worlds. These are some of the prizes that are going to be given out to the top performing trainers at these World Championships. And I think that actually gives them access to next year's World Championships as well.
Well, so make sure that everyone, we want to see all these posts coming in here, guys. Use the hashtag Pokemon World, and your tweets, your posts can be featured here as well. You guys can follow along not only on X, but on YouTube /Pokemon, Facebook /Pokemon, as well as on Instagram. Use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds and @Pokemon. We want to see what you guys have featured and what you guys have in store for us. Make sure you send in your posts.
That's right. We love seeing how you're enjoying the stream, maybe enjoying the game just in general. And you know, even if you can't be here at the venue, of course, we love to see how you're enjoying the event.
That's right. Well, I'm very curious how some of these remaining trainers are going to be doing, because we're getting to the point now where, hey, you're locking in your position for Saturday. And we've seen, you know, some very highly seeded, well-respected trainers that have been going 0-2, 1-2, 2-2. Keep in mind, all the trainers that have made it to the stage are trainers that have been through a gauntlet of battles already. There are no amateurs here whatsoever. These are essentially professional Pokemon Go players that have gone through the gauntlet, like I said, to get to this very moment here. So first off, congratulations to everyone for making it here, but for all these trainers that are now making it to the semifinals, to the finals, they have to be feeling great at this moment. So
well, earlier in this tournament, I think we saw JBG Winston take down the reigning world champion, It's Axon. Here he is on stage again on the right, running a kind of unconventional team here. We've got that Registeel, actually Registeel on both sides. Maybe Registeel is making a comeback. Also the Shadow Dragonair, what a fun pick, and I think that's gonna put some pressure on Beelzebub.
Yeah, this is gonna be yet another Vigoroth versus Annihilate type of matchup, which is going to be the superior counter user. I am very interested to see, though, both Registeels, though. We were talking a little bit to Lurgan Rocket about the strength of Registeel in this current meta. He says that a lot of people are sleeping on it. Specifically, he said with a 2 lock-on advantage, it can actually beat things like Shadow Whiscash, in fact. Or sorry, Shadow Quagsire. So that's a really, really interesting dynamic that Registeel can provide. Steels have somewhat fallen out of the meta with the exception of Skarmory. Registeel was something that we used to see so regularly. I feel like it might be back in some ways here, Soph.
I think so, especially with the uptick in Vigoroth usage. I think as the Registeel, you can actually win the 0 shield and 1 shield situations against the Vigoroth. Obviously, you have that super effective Focus Blast there, which pretty much one-shots the Vigoroth. So certainly a lot of play for Registeel. Looking at these teams in particular, I think Beelzebub's Registeel looks quite strong. Obviously, want to watch out for Skeledirge and Annihilate, but pretty favorable matchups against the rest of the team.
So what's going to be your answer to this Skeledirge on the side of JBG Winston? I think that outside of that Shadow Dragonair, there's a lot of vulnerabilities there. I think that the Azumarill, while it is a water-type Pokemon and it's going to be doing nice with its bubble attack, I'm a little bit concerned that it's going to be running Ice Beam and Play Rough, so there's not a lot of pressure. Let's move into game number 1. This is the winner's semis in Group B. We have Beelzebub with the Cresselia. Bad matchup immediately into the Skeledirge, brings in the Shadow Quagsire, and it's now going to be met by the Azumarill on the side of JBG Winston.
JBG Winston was locked in for just a second there doing the Incinerate fast attack before he was able to bring in the Azumarill to counter this Quagsire. Stone Edge coming through, and of course Azumarill is very bulky. Gonna be able to take another Stone Edge before it even becomes close to being threatened.
Yeah,
here comes an Ice Beam.
Here comes the Ice Beam from the Azumarill, so we're going to see this first charge attack. Looks like it's going to be going through. It's not enough to knock out, though it is going to leave that Shadow Quagsire quite low at this range. One Stone Edge is still not going to be knocking out this Azumarill, so you can safely no-shield this one, but it does put you in a bit of a risky position where you might be in Aqua Tail range, so wanting to shield the most likely Stone Edge.
Okay, and I think this is actually exactly what Beelzebub needs. Look at this. He has the shield advantage, and he doesn't have a great answer to the Skeledirge. This is his answer on the field. It's the Quagsire. So what he needs is a shield advantage and an energy advantage with his own Skeledirge.
Okay, at this point you just bring the Cresselia. You want to have some value. You know you don't want to have it lined up versus that Skeledirge later on. So really just want to overfarm as much energy, probably tank one of these charge attacks from Azumarill as well. But actually, Beelzebub throwing this Grass Knot right away. I don't think this is enough to knock out Soph, but it does leave it maybe in Psycho Cut down range.
That's right. I mean, ideally you would get an Incinerate here, actually, I think, instead of Psycho Cutting down, because you know your energy isn't going to be very impactful once that Skeledirge comes back in. And we do see Beelzebub with the aggressive swap out, trying to get that Incinerate down. JBG Winston is able to save the Azumarill and bring in the Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, this is exactly why you have Shadow Dragonair on your team. You do need to have these Protect Shields for it. It is a very fragile Pokemon, especially with this Shadow variant, but you are resisting all these Incinerates. Meanwhile, you are going to be doing neutral Dragon Breath, which is just so oppressive, and you pace to these Aqua Tails so quickly. Beelzebub does have 2 Protect Shields, but look at the damage already done just from these Dragon Breaths.
Yeah, and that is really scary because if you're Beelzebub, you still need to take out that Skeledirge. The main way you're going to do that is probably by landing a Shadow Ball with your own Skeledirge, but there's also still an Azumarill which can land a bubble on the Skeledirge, so I don't know if you can withstand all the fast attacks.
Okay, well let's look at the switch clock here. JBG Winston did not wait out the switch clock whatsoever and does not have a Protect Shield ready to go either, so no opportunity to catch. But Beelzebub unable to reach that Shadow Ball, only able to get to this resisted Disarming Voice. You have tons of energy now as JBG Winston. You need to get to one of these Shadow Balls to knock out this Cresselia.
And I think JBG Winston is able to get off this Shadow Ball, just needs one more charge attack to knock at the Cresselia. I think Beelzebub is kind of conceding the match here and potentially hoping to call a bait there. And JBG Winston able to take that first game victory, but I think that game was actually a lot closer than it looked at the end, right? If the Skeletorch had just a little bit more health, would have been able to get off a Shadow Ball.
Okay, well, game number 1 going to JBG Winston. I think that that was a great lead, great switch, great end game there as well. So I think that that was very straightforward, just maintaining alignment where you need to maintain alignment and making some good reads there. Now, that said, as Beelzeboy, you really need to recuperate here in game number 2. You need to figure out, okay, what's going to be my answer? I need to have some sort of more flexible pivot there. In fact, I think, you know what, that Quagsire is a decent pivot, but I really like the shield from JBG Winston on the Azumarill, making sure that, hey, I'm going to be shielding a Stone Edge. I don't want to get in a situation where we're taking this to the 2 shield and you outpace me so significantly as the Quagsire.
That's right, but the interesting thing is that shielding there from JBG Winston was actually Beelzebub's potential win condition, right? He actually led weak to Skeletorch and had his own Skeletorch in the back, so pretty much the only way he could possibly win that game was with a shield advantage.
All right, well, if we take a look at that replay, we see that Cresselia go down. Skeletorch, one of my caster picks. I think it is such an impressive Pokemon. It has access to not only Incinerate, which is going to be the hardest hitting and highest energy generation attack in the game if you're looking at both elements. It has access to the same type attack bonus Shadow Ball, and then a relatively cheap charge attack with Disarming Voice. Fairy has some pretty decent coverage, helps it cover up some of those weaknesses, especially to Dark-type Pokemon as well. So I really, really like Skeletorch as a pick, and it's interesting to see Skeletorch on both of these teams. I don't think we've seen really any Registeel action, though. Maybe a hard pick to justify, but if you're expecting that Cresselia on either of these teams, maybe worth a second look.
I think this matchup is pretty much the Skeletorch show at this point, looking pretty strong on both sides. Beelzebub pretty much only has the Quagsire, maybe the Mantabuzz as well, although Skeletorch can hit back to answer the Skeletorch. And on Beelzebub's side, the Skeletorch is really only answered by the Azumarill and Dragonair. And you'll notice that in that first game, JBG Winston basically just brought Skeletorch and 2 Skeletorch counters.
Yeah, good call out there. So I think we're getting locked in for game number 2. No, still some decisions to be made. So while we're waiting here, one matchup specifically that I find very interesting is the Shadow Dragonair into the Registeel matchup. Obviously resisted Dragon Breaths, and they're both one-turn attacks. Let's see if that one ends up playing out. We do have official lock-in here. We're moving into game number 2. This is it here. Beelzeboy needs to win this matchup to avoid moving down to the loser's bracket, and he finds himself a very favorable lead with Cresselia into JBG Winston's Azumarill.
This is step 1, and JBG Winston actually brings in the Shadow Dragonair here. Doesn't even have a great matchup into the Cresselia. Looks like Beelzeboy is going for a Grass Knot bait here. Very risky, but saves one Psycho Cut and does pull the shields.
Yeah, it would have been a huge no shield there from JBG Winston, but needs to invest that Protect Shield. Wants to make sure he's protecting that Shadow Dragonair, which is just so fragile, able to now get to these Body Slams. These are non-same type attack bonus, but this is a relatively attack-weighted Pokemon, and these Body Slams definitely add up, especially when combined with these Dragon Breaths.
Yeah, that's right. Dealing with this Dragonair is actually a non-trivial task for Beelzeboy. Maybe you just want to take the shield advantage. You can get off your next Moonblast and call it a day. Yeah, does let this Body Slam go, and maybe just gonna, oh, actually baits again with the Grass Knot.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think that he's expecting, okay, well, I'm recognizing that I'm staying in with my Cresselia, so my Shadow Dragonair must be really important. Good recognition by Beelzeboy there. Now actually brings in this Shadow Quagsire. The challenge that you have here, though, is no Mud Bomb. You have to race all the way to the Stone Edge in order to get any sort of neutral damage into the Dragonair. Here comes the Body Slam from JBG Winston's Shadow Dragonair, and it gets shielded, actually. Stone Edge ready to go, and a catch here on the Azumarill gets the bubble through as well.
And Quagsire is going to be locked in for just a little bit more time, so really nice recognition from JBG Winston there, that he could bring in the Azumarill pretty much unpunished. But this is kind of where Beelzeboy wants to see it, right? He has the Skeletorch in the back, and again, with Skeletorch, you have to be so careful with that shield advantage. I think if you're Beelzeboy, you just want to get this Stone Edge off, set your Skeletorch up for success to close out this game.
Even resisted Incinerates can do a lot of work. You do need to get some additional damage, though, into this Azumarill. You are not in a position where you're going to be able to Incinerate all the way down without taking a charge attack as well. Maybe that's the strategy, though, is use that, save that Protect Shield, Incinerate all the way down. Realistically here, you know that there's that Shadow Dragonair. You just need a Disarming Voice for that. You don't know what's in the back, though, so you want to overfarm as much energy as possible. Beelzeboy should know that this is just a player up. It's not a Hydro Pump. We have open team sheets here. Yeah, I'll have to let it go.
Yeah, potentially thinking about whether anything that's in the back could threaten this Skeledirge with fast attack pressure, but lucky for him, he's about to see that there's going to be a Skeledirge on JVG Winston's side, pretty much going to get one shot by a Shadow Ball. I think if you're JVG Winston, maybe go for the peekaboo play here.
Will we see a wait one turn? No, just throws right away. No ability to swap there. Just immediately throws the Shadow Ball. Doesn't want to take any risk. All you needed was the Disarming Voice, but this is absolutely going to knock out. Here comes the final Pokemon for JVG Winston. It is his own Skeledirge. Beelzebub with so much energy going to be able to get to this Shadow Ball here. Should be enough to knock out. Here it comes, super effective damage. Boom, there goes the Skeledirge.
And a one-hit knockout there from Beelzebub's Skeledirge, able to tie up the series 1-1, and I love that game because it feels like the strategy that he needed from Game 1 didn't quite pan out in Game 1, but in Game 2 we just saw right there, Skeledirge able to sweep up a shield.
Well, so you called it out very early, but that Cresselia had to stay in versus the pivot that we saw from JVG Winston. If you remember, actually brought in that Shadow Dragonair basically right away, and there was no answer there. You don't have Mud Bomb Quagsire, so you stay in with the Cresselia, get both Protect Shields, and actually able to catch a Stone Edge. Things were looking pretty decent for JVG Winston in the mid game, but getting both Protect Shields was so crucial to set up the Skeledirge later on to sweep the team.
That's right, we talk about adjustments, but I feel like JVG Winston is bringing the right Pokemon. You definitely need Skeledirge, and Dragonair is just so safe against Beelzebub's team. I think the thing you really have to watch out for is getting behind energy, getting behind shields, because that's what's allowing Beelzebub to kind of threaten the opposing Pokemon with his own Skeledirge.
Well, we've seen lots of Cresselia on display, not only in this series, but in general. I think Registeel we've seen as a great answer, but I haven't seen any Registeel play really at all. I'm a bit surprised to see how little Registeel we've seen, even in situations where it looks good on paper versus 4 or 5 Pokemon. There's definitely some threats here, especially that Skeledirge that we've seen be so impactful, but Registeel can still hit back. Let's not discount the ability of Registeel to get to things like Zap Cannon, which can do a chunk of damage into most Pokemon.
I think if you're Beelzebub, that could be an option. The Azumarill and the Shadow Dragonair have been quite hard to deal with without the Registeel. He's been having to do with neutral play with things like the Shadow Quagsire, which don't do particularly well into the Azumarill.
You know what? For Beelzebub, I think that Vigoroth actually looks quite strong. If you can keep it away from the Annihilate, I think it actually has quite a bit of play, especially into things like Registeel can land Rock Slides into the Skeledirge as well. And I think what you really want it for is going to be a response to that Shadow Dragonair, where you can respond versus the Dragon Breaths with your own counters and actually outpace it to moves with access to Body Slam in only 10 turns versus the 12-turn Body Slam that the Shadow Dragonair has. But lots of decisions to be made at this point. You're trying to enter your opponent's mind and think, what are they going to bring? How do I stay one step ahead? Here it is, Soph. Game number 3.
And winner is going to advance to those group finals, and I think both trainers are locked in. Looks like Beelzebub is locked in with the Cresselia, and it's led into the Shadow Dragonair.
All right, well, honestly, this isn't a terrible matchup for the Dragonair. It provides so much pressure. I actually went for a Moonblast catch there, bringing in the Registeel right away, and this is going to be dragging out the Skeledirge. These Incinerates are chunking, and you're trying to get to that Shadow Ball. But no, Registeel has the Zap Cannon ready to go. Don't forget, there is a 66% chance for a single-stage attack debuff here. Will we see the debuff? Yes, indeed.
And this Skeledirge is just incinerating away, has so much energy here, able to throw the Shadow Ball. It's not going to do enough to take out the Registeel, but what you're really looking for as Beelzebub is you want to get a nice Incinerate farm down. But I don't know if you're going to be able to get that. The Registeel's getting very close to another charge attack.
Yeah, this is just the strength of Registeel here in the Zero Shield matchup with that energy advantage. You're able to get to these hard-hitting charge attacks. Despite this being double resisted, it's going to be enough to get the Protect Shield from the Skeledirge while you're going to be farming all the way down and coming out with a ton of energy. You are now at a shield deficit. That said, JVG Winston has a lot of struggles that he's going to have here. Probably have to give back some of these shields. Actually had a charge attack ready to go, but did not throw it.
That's right, and this first Disarming Voice is coming through. JVG Winston shielded up. Remember, the Skeledirge is actually debuffed here, but but not able to get off the second Disarming Voice.
I think that's the best case scenario for JVG Winston. That's the best that you can hope for, is that your Dragonair is able to farm down that Skeledirge before it's able to reach that second charge attack. So that worked out really nicely. You do still need to get to this through this Cresselia, and it is loaded on energy. We're gonna have a quick swap. The Skeledirge is in now. It is met by the Shadow Quagsire. This is exactly what you want for your Shadow Quagsire. You don't want to take a Shadow Ball here whatsoever, but you pace through these charge attacks so quickly.
That's right, and pretty much almost at 2 Aqua Tails right here. Probably just going to do 2 Mud Shots before throwing the first Aqua Tail, 2 Mud Shots before throwing the second Aqua Tail, and it is looking very good for Beelzeboy here. Had all the answers to JVG Winston here in this Game 3.
Lets the Aqua Tail go and it doesn't knock out. Do you have the energy stored? No. Will you be able to get there? No. The Mud Shots are enough to knock out. You have tons of energy now on your Shadow Quagsire. JVG Winston trying to identify some win conditions. Maybe you can call an Aqua Tail, but no. It's the Stone Edge coming from the Quagsire. That's a lot of damage. We need 1, 2, 3. That's all you need, 3 Mud Shots, and Beelzeboy will be taking game number 3, a 2-1 victory in a reverse sweep.
That's right, made a comeback after being down 0-1, and that does mean that Beelzeboy is advancing to those group finals, has gone so far in this tournament, and looks like some sportsmanship on the stage here from both of these trainers. JVG Winston has had a great run so far. It's not over yet, is going to drop to the losers bracket, but still just a couple of games away from making that top cut.
All right, I mentioned Cresselia. I think it's a really strong Pokemon. Maybe I should have put it in my caster predictions. It has done so well, not only in this tournament, but in tournaments recently as well. I was a bit surprised, though, so we saw the Registeel from JVG Winston, but I felt like it was forced a little bit into that Cresselia. If you remember, I actually tried to catch a Moonblast right away, and that's your best Cresselia answer. Maybe try and win switch with something else, and then realign Registeel, but just forcing Registeel in early on, I think it was just a recipe for disaster there, unfortunately, for JVG Winston.
Yeah, I was actually a little bit curious about that swap. I feel like JVG Winston must have known that the Skeledirge was going to be in the back, or maybe was trying to actually bait out the Shadow Quagsire. I wonder if that's what he was going for.
Yeah, maybe.
But Beelzeboy actually had 2 answers for Registeel in the back, so it didn't quite align as JVG Winston was probably hoping for.
Yeah, good call out. And let's not forget, though, Registeel did take a shield from Beelzeboy, I believe, which, you know, maybe would set you up for success. But one thing that we can never, ever forget is just the impact of energy on Skeledirge. If you're able to get 3, 4 Incinerates, you're just so far ahead. You're generating 20 energy per Incinerate, and when you're at 80, 100 energy, just ready to unleash Shadow Balls, it's a really tough position to be in as your opponent.
That's right, Shadow Ball does a lot of damage. It's a very efficient charge attack, and that's why we see Pokemon like Annihilate and Skeledirge being so powerful. When you're up energy and up shields, those Pokemon can absolutely just sweep through Pokemon in the end game.
There's not many Pokemon that are going to be resisting Ghost type damage in general, really just the normals. And again, there's no fire normal Pokemon that resist all the charge attacks. So no matter what the situation, typically Skeledirge is able to find impact. Really the one thing that I think it wants to stay away from maybe right now is anything that has fast attack pressure that is super effective, especially like a Water Gun Lantern. But even then, those Shadow Balls still do a chunk of damage. So.
Well, we're talking about Pokemon that are great today, but there might actually be some changes as to what Pokemon are central in the meta. Don't forget, at the end of the show today, we are going to be talking about and revealing the entire set of moveset updates starting on September 1st. So that's going to be really exciting. Make sure you stick around for that.
That's a great reason to watch, especially later in the stream. But another reason to watch, don't forget the Twitch drops as well. If you guys are watching the stream here on Twitch, make sure that you guys are actually linking your accounts as well, because you can earn awesome drops here. You can see both day 1 and day 2 represented. You can get your Sableye candy, some of those elite TMs, which are really interesting as well. But I think day 2 drops is maybe a little bit of a teaser for some of the Pokemon to expect for some of the meta shakeups that we'll be revealing at the end of today's stream.
I'm really curious to see what those meta updates are. Actually, it's going to be a surprise for all of us, and I'm suspecting there might be a poison update. I see Galarian, Weezing, and Skorupi there. I also see Malamar and Pancham, so potentially teasing a dark type buff, but I mean, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that Pancham Pangoro to see, okay, well, it hasn't been anything that's had any relevance, we'll say, whatsoever, whether that's in the Play Pokemon format, whether that's in Go Battle League, but we talk about this regularly on the broadcast. Some Pokemon might be one fast attack or one charge attack away from being relevant. So I'm very curious to see what that might be and what some of those teasers may actually translate to.
Absolutely. I mean, Shadow Quagsire, I think it was just last year, right before 2023 NAIC, it gained access to Aqua Tail on Community Day. And I mean, I don't think it was used too much at last year's NAIC, but going into this year, it's just made such a splash, right? It was on Pocket's NAIC winning team, and we've seen it a lot here today. And it's now the premier Mudboy.
That's right. Well, so we have a very exciting matchup coming up. These are trainers that we've seen playing battles around the world here. We have hailing from Germany, we have Zweilous that we've seen most recently, I believe, at the North American International Championships. But we also have Hitsanir, also known as Greenish Backwards, also known as Cindy, as we're probably just going to call her here on the broadcast, hailing from Canada. And she is here ready to go as well. She was also, I believe both of these trainers were top cut at NAIC.
I think you're absolutely right. And, you know, Cindy is returning to the World Championships. Actually was one of the very few trainers from North America to make the 2022 World Championships. She actually won the Vancouver Regional that year, which was very exciting. So it's really great to see her making it so far into these World Championships, and she can go even further. But in her way is Zweilous, like you mentioned, made day 2 at NAIC earlier this year, although originally hails from Europe, and I believe won the Barcelona special event very, very early on in this season, but has just been performing so well consistently throughout.
While he pioneered, I think, a shift in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash moveset, going from Shadow Claw to Powder Snow, he's now running something that I think is as spicy as we've seen all tournament, and that is the Shadow Gyarados. I know he had been running it in Go Battle League. He says that it was the secret sauce in certain specialty cups, but he's now bringing it in the Play Pokemon format as well. So what can we expect with a Shadow Gyarados here?
I don't know if we're going to be seeing it a ton in this particular matchup, as I do see Cindy has a Lantern and a Wigglytuff, and I assume that that Gyarados is going to be running Dragon Breath. We'll confirm in just a second. But I know that I was actually talking to Rise to Occasion off stage, who played Zweilous earlier, and he said that the Shadow Gyarados pretty much swept through his team. So certainly is paying dividends, not just in the Go Battle League, but here at the World Championships as well.
Well, so the thing to remember is that so many of these Lanterns are running Water Gun, which you're going to be resisting as the Shadow Gyarados, and you're not going to be able to unleash your Aqua Tails, but still, Crunch, a pretty solid move and has a chance for those debuffs, despite not benefiting from the same type of attack bonus for your fast attack or for your charge attacks. Your unique typing is pretty relevant in a lot of matchups, and I think that there is some play around that Lantern as well. You really do want to avoid the Wigglytuff, though. Despite not being a Dragon type, you're going to be doing essentially 0 damage with those non-stab, double-resisted Dragon Breaths.
Well, you talk about avoiding the Wigglytuff, but I think Cindy is almost certainly going to be bringing it. Look at Zweilous' team. There's no Steel type to deter the Wigglytuff. You do have Skeledirge, which resists the charms, but I mean, Skeledirge is only going to be doing non-stab, neutral, disarming voice, so definitely expect to see some Wigglytuff on Cindy's side. You know, we talked about Gyarados as Zweilous' specialty pick, but look at that Diggersby. I actually really like that pick, and it looks decent into Cindy's team as well. We'll just have to see what the charge attack moveset is.
Yeah, it's going to have some struggles there. I think that versus the Annihilate, Water Gun Lantern, I think, makes that matchup a little bit more challenging as well, but still, you can hit with those Scorching Sands, which add up very, very quickly. I think 2 probably enough to knock out. We'll have to see what the fast attack is there. Depending on the charge attacks for the Diggersby there, may have some decent play into that Skarmory, especially if it's running Fire Punch. That's something that we'll see. But for Alligator, I think is going to be a challenge, especially since it is the Shadow variant. So we were talking about Out of Pocket's team at the North American International Championships. He was running normal for Alligator. Now with Cindy, and I think traditionally we've seen more of the Shadow for Alligator. Is there still a debate? Is one better? Give me your thoughts.
I think there was a time where I thought regular Feraligatr was going to be better in Show 6. It would be maybe better into Pokemon like Gligar. You could take Night Slash from Annihilate just a little bit better. But recently I've been feeling more like Shadow Feraligatr is the way. That's why I picked it as one of my caster predictions, actually. I feel like the Shadow Claw damage really just adds up so much more on Annihilate. You also do more damage to Pokemon like Azumarill and Lantern. So I think Cindy has it right with the Shadow version.
Well, I was actually talking to Inadequence about this exact topic, Shadow versus non-Shadow Feraligatr. He assured me, always Shadow, never normal. He says that it is just, you're just coping if you're running the normal Feraligatr. Always go with the Shadow. And we've seen some of those matchups, especially into things like Lantern and into Azumarill. Those are Pokemon that are built to beat those other water types and still able to have success there. So I'm very curious to see how Cindy's going to be able to do with this particular Pokemon. One other thing that I saw here, Soph, is that Zweilous is running that Diggersby, and it's the Quick Attack variant. How does Diggersby with Quick Attack perform compared to the Mudshot variant?
I think for this particular matchup, you probably would have wanted Mudshot, would do better into Pokemon like Clodsire and Lantern. And look at this, Zweilous is the only Go competitor to top cut at both EUIC and NAIC in the 2024 season, so certainly no stranger to traveling to perform well at these events. And looks like he's already been able to translate that to the World Championships this year.
Yeah, you can see victory in Vancouver. You saw Cindy, this is almost, I think, over 2 years ago now at this point. Yeah, she was the first Vancouver regional champion in 2022, finished 5th overall in our most recent 2024 season, but a force to be reckoned with, someone that we see have consistent success at NAIC, success in regionals, and now here trying to lock in top cut at Worlds.
That's right. Well, I think these trainers are still taking just a couple more seconds to lock in their teams. You see Z's Wireless there, and remember, there's a lot on the line, right? Winner of this match is going to go to group finals and just be so close to reaching that top 16 top cut. There's going to be 2 trainers coming out of each of the groups. So a lot on the line here. But I think looks like we're getting into the first game.
All right, we're going to be seeing a battle of the water-type Pokemon. It's the Shadow Gyarados versus the Shadow Feraligatr. Do not discount the damage from the Hydro Cannons. Keep in mind, this is Shadow on Shadow damage. It would not shock me to see both trainers going straight for their water-type charged attacks.
And that's exactly what we see. Cindy does throw the Hydro Cannon. I'm sure Z's Wireless expects the Hydro Cannon, but throws up the Protect Shield anyways. Gyarados is very frail. Looks like gonna throw the Aqua Tail here on really nice timing. Cindy's just about to reach another Hydro Cannon. She does shield it up, and she wants to get off this Hydro Cannon.
Wants to try and get both Protect Shields, win the 0 shield matchup, or one shield matchup. But no, we see a quick swap into the Skarmory. A bit perplexing here because this is now drawing out the Skeledirge, which has such a great matchup. The nice thing is you've already stripped away 1 Protect Shield. If you're expecting that Brave Bird, this is now going to be the 2nd Protect Shield removed from the side of Z's Wireless. But like we've talked about, this Skeledirge, when it's able to get an energy lead, there are so few Pokemon that are able to really do any work, and you're actually going to come out of this matchup with 2 Disarming Voices ready to go.
And this looks so reminiscent of the last matchup that we just saw. Oh my goodness, but this was actually a huge play by Cindy. Look at this. Shadow Feraligatr, I think 1 CMP over Z's Wireless's Skeledirge and denies 100 energy.
Yeah, but you now have your Gyarados with a charge attack ready to go. Let's not forget that you resist these counters as a Shadow Gyarados, and an Aqua Tail is going to be still very hard hitting. You are going to be able to get to your next Aqua Tail potentially right as this Annihilate is able to get to its next attack. Look how much damage that does. 50% of its remaining HP, and you now get to this next Aqua Tail.
That's right. Well, I think if you're Cindy, you have to shield here. There's still a very bulky Cresselia in the back, and I think it's just going to be erased to those charge attacks. If you're Cindy, you need to land a Shadow Ball plus a Night Slash here, but no shields left on the field.
Okay, this is going to be very close. You need to get to this Grass Knot as Z's Wireless. Here comes the Shadow Ball from Cindy. I think she realizes, I need to get to 2 charge attacks, but I'm not there. Z's Wireless is so close to getting to that Grass Knot on his Cresselia and still has a little bit of the Gyarados remaining. Yes, indeed. Here comes the Grass Knot from the Cresselia. No Protect Shields remaining for Cindy, and this is going to be enough to knock out and secure game number 1 for Zweilis.
That's right. Really nice game from Z's Wireless. Honestly, it looked a little bit scary when he lost 100 energy on the Skeledirge. And I think, you know, Cindy maybe thought that her Feraligatr would be able to handle anything there with the Hydro Cannon banked. So nice heads-up play from her. But I think, you know, I was probably wrong about the Shadow Gyarados. I think it has a lot of play here. Cindy really needs to bring the Wigglytuff because other than that, the Shadow Gyarados is pretty much going to shred through the entire team.
I was just blown away by the Shadow Dragon Breath damage. It's non-same type attack bonus coming from that Gyarados. It looks like a dragon, but it's not. We could see, though, just like you mentioned, Cindy was able to neutralize 100 energy on the side of Z's Wireless, which you're thinking, okay, you're in such a great position now. But look how much damage this Aqua Tail does into this Annihilate, which sets up, look, even more Dragon Breath damage. You pretty much have to throw energy, and you get that last shield back anyway as Z's Wireless. All he had to do was get to 1 Protect Shield, or sorry, 1 charge attack as that Cresselia, and that is all she wrote. Congratulations to Z's Wireless on the Game 1 victory. Now Cindy needs to figure out, how do we switch things around? How do I maybe build a different team? Maybe it's the Wigglytuff, like you said, so it's going to be the answer to something like that Shadow Gyarados.
Yeah, I like the strategy she just tried there with the Shadow Feraligatr in the front and the double weak to Skeledirge in the back. I think she's hoping to pull out the Skeledirge and be able to sweep with the Annihilate, but unfortunately, I think just didn't have enough health left on the Feraligatr to really deal with things. So I think definitely you need to bring the Wigglytuff, otherwise the Shadow Gyarados is absolutely going to do so much fast attack damage with those Dragon Breaths.
I think the Wiggly's a must bring. If you're thinking of maybe a somewhat neutral Pokemon, it could be that Skarmory, just because you are going to be resisting the Dragon Breath. However, your Steel Wings are going to be resisted as well. So like you said, I do think that this Shadow Gyarados has a ton of play into Cindy's team. I think it's a must bring for Z's Wireless. It seems to be his signature Pokemon here as well, one that he's had so much success with in other formats in Go Battle League. He feels so comfortable with it, and I'm sure that he knows these Shadow Gyarados matchups so much better than anyone else. If I'm a trainer and my opponent is Z's Wireless, I have to be a little worried because I maybe don't know those Shadow Gyarados matchups like he does.
And that's one of the advantages you get by running these kind of spicy off-meta Pokemon. You know those matchups better than other trainers. Your opponents might be throwing charge attacks where they don't actually take out, so a lot of inaccuracies you can potentially exploit when you use these spicy picks.
All right, well, here comes game number 2. It's Clodsire business on the field. Going to be matched up versus the Cresselia. There are some concerns that, hey, maybe is there something that I don't want to see, which would be the Future Sight, but no, it's just the Grass Knot and the Moonblast. So a pretty nice matchup here for the Clodsire.
Absolutely, you're going to be throwing these stab Earthquakes, while Cresselia is probably just going to be throwing these non-stab Grass Knots at you with those super effective Psycho Cuts accompanying them. Earthquake doesn't do quite that much damage as it used to. Looks like the Cresselia is still over half health there. First Grass Knot coming through here, and you know, Z's Wireless, we see that Shadow Gyarados in the back, and oh, here it comes straight away into the Clodsire. Expect Cindy to maybe throw a Stone Edge here, grab the Protect Shield, and decide what to do from there. Probably going the Wigglytuff.
I love this play by Cindy. You're thinking, okay, maybe there's not a response here. I need to protect the Shadow Gyarados. It could be a great Pokemon, but no, there is the response. It is the Wigglytuff. You are going to be resisting all of these Dragon Breaths. You resist the Crunch. You can tank one of these Aqua Tails pretty well, but now you might have to invest your own Protect Shield, though, because I do think that 2 of these Aqua Tails will be very close to knocking out this Wigglytuff.
That's right. The Wigglytuff is already in the yellow there after just one Aqua Tail. I think you want to shield this up, but that's okay because the Wigglytuff can get actually a lot of work done in the back as well for whatever Z's Wireless's backline is. Does shield up that Aqua Tail, and I expect her to go for the full Charm Down.
Okay, and keep in mind now with Wigglytuff having access to Icy Wind, you can debuff your opponent's attack and force it into a relatively tough matchup. Opts to just immediately throw this Disarming Voice. This again is Water Gun Lantern. I don't think we've been seeing any spark whatsoever. This is going to be nice, neutral, same type attack bonus damage, but we might see a full Water Gun down. This Wigglytuff doesn't have any energy remaining whatsoever, and this Lantern could come out of this matchup with close to maybe 80 energy or so.
That's right. It was looking good for Cindy. Had the Wigglytuff exactly where she wanted it, but definitely not out of the woods yet. Lantern can hit both of Cindy's remaining 2 Pokemon with super effective charge attacks. So going to be interesting to see what she chooses to bring in. It's actually the Feraligatr, but the good news for her here is this Lantern is low enough that I think it's going to be threatened by Hydro Cannon or even just Shadow Claws.
Okay, nice shield there by Cindy, correctly shielding. Okay, actually a Grass Knot ready to go, though. This is not quite enough to knock out, but this is the Shadow Feraligatr, so it takes 20% more damage from these charge attacks. Same type attack bonus Grass Knot, but it's super effective. Does a huge chunk into that Feraligatr. You don't have much HP left on it. Opts to swap now into the Clodsire. You're going to be taking these neutral Grass Knots. You need to get to another Earthquake and then still figure out a way to take out the Lantern.
That's right, and Z's Wireless still has a shield up, so one Earthquake is going to be enough to threaten the Cresselia from here, but what do you do after that? There's still, I mean, after the shield is used, you still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, but you still have this Protect Shield as Z's Wireless here. Do you use it on the Earthquake or do you put it all on this Lantern? You have super effective Water Guns, and all you need to do is land a Surf into this Feraligatr. Actually still able to get to this Grass Knot here with just a sliver of HP. This should be enough to knock out and not provide any sort of farm whatsoever for the Feraligatr.
Well, hang on. This Feraligatr, I think, has a charge attack banked. You get one Shadow Claw here. It comes down to how much energy this Lantern has, right? If you can reach double Hydro Cannon, I think you're good to go.
It doesn't have much energy, and you're now at double Hydro Cannon, just like you said, Soph. Here comes the first Protect Shield. Is this at 1 HP where one Water Gun is going to knock out? I think that Cindy's Feraligatr has just enough. Will you be able to fire this final Hydro Cannon? Yes!
And huge cheers from the crowd. Look at this, 1 HP and a dream on this Shadow Feraligatr. Really nice game from Cindy there to tie up the series 1-1.
You called it so, but even that one Shadow Claw was so impactful, getting that tiny bit of farm, getting you just exactly where you need as Cindy's Feraligatr to get to that second Hydro Cannon. And we talked about the strength of the Shadow Feraligatr. I don't know, maybe if that's not the Shadow Feraligatr, if that's the regular Feraligatr, maybe that Hydro Cannon doesn't knock out, but it's just such a strong Pokemon, so much offensive pressure with those Hydro Cannons. Congrats to Cindy for tying up the series 1-1.
I feel like that game just went back and forth. In the mid-game, I felt like Cindy had such a huge advantage when she got the Wigglytuff on the Gyarados, but then when Z's Wireless had that huge farm down, it was looking scary, but look at this, barely able to get off the Hydro Cannon. I think one more Water Gun is going to register, but she's able to get off that second Hydro Cannon.
And if that's going to be a Spark Lantern, that game probably would have been over. Just the fast attack pressure would have been enough, but resisted Water Guns. Able to hang on. It looks like just 1 HP there after that Water Gun came through. 1 HP and a dream indeed. What an impressive game that we just saw there. And yeah, the second Hydro Cannon does everything that you need. And Cindy, she's just 1 game away now from the next round. The Wigglytuff was great there, so talk to us a little bit about why it's so important.
Well, it's really the only answer to Shadow Gyarados on Z's Wireless' side, and we saw in Game 1 just how much damage that the Shadow Gyarados was doing to Cindy's Feraligatr, and it would absolutely melt other Pokemon as well, like Annihilate. You resist the fast attack on Clodsire and Skarmory as well, so she really needs to bring this Wigglytuff, and she was able to get it just in the position she needed, and she was able to pull a Protect Shield off of Z's Wireless' Gyarados, so I think that really set her up well for the end game.
All right. We're not waiting around here, so if we're moving right into game number 3, we're going to be seeing a repeat of that middle matchup. It's the Shadow Gyarados into the Wigglytuff.
And that's exactly what Cindy wants. But the counter swap. She brings Clodsire into Diggersby, but now Diggersby is able to deal super effective charge attacks with these Scorching Sands.
I think you can see a little frustration on Cindy's face. Maybe probably wanted to bring in that Shadow Feraligatr instead. You now have the advantage, I think, as Z's Wireless. That's a lot of damage and a debuff into the Clodsire as well.
Oh, and this is looking tough for Cindy. The good news for her, though, is that the Shadow Feraligatr still has a lot of play into Z's Wireless' team, but she needs to pull a shield advantage from somewhere. Not sure if it's going to come out of this Diggersby matchup, though.
Yeah, Diggersby now is in such a safe situation. You can overfarm so much, actually throws on charge attack priority. Diggersby doesn't win a lot of charge attacks, but it does win this one here. Able to now get to this next Scorching Sands. It's going to be very close to being enough to knock out. Yes, it's enough to knock out. You have energy to boot. Do you bring back in the Wigglytuff at this point? I think you need to save it for that Shadow Gyarados. This is such a tough position now for Cindy.
Yeah, she didn't bring an answer to the Diggersby. I mean, even if she brought in the Feraligatr, I don't know if she can win that switch in matchup. And now there's still like a third of this Diggersby remaining, and it still has energy. Really uphill battle for Cindy here. She's gonna have to figure something out quickly.
That did a lot of damage, and threatening another debuff potentially as well. You get to another Scorching Sands before this Wigglytuff is able to get to a charge attack. You are now in a position where Zwilus will get farmed down as your Diggersby. I don't think he wants to swap, though. I think that he's very content just doing as much work that this Diggersby has done. Not only did you win switch, you also got a shield advantage, and you get to the Fire Punch to boot.
I think if you're Cindy, pretty much the only win condition you have from here is hoping that there's a Shadow Dragonair or something in the back, but now you're down a shield, pretty much down a full Pokemon as well, and here's that Cresselia. I think if you're Z's Wireless, you can just pretty much let everything go, save 2 shields for your Shadow Gyarados, and just plow through with fast attacks.
Cresselia able to weather the storm, no problem, and now we have the quick switch. This is going to be the Feraligatr versus the Shadow Gyarados. Look at these Dragon Breaths adding up. This is so oppressive. Here comes the Hydro Cannon from Cindy. You can see it on her face. She knows she has her back up against the wall. Desperately needs to pull away these Protect Shields from Z's Wireless, but can she do it in time before these Dragon Breaths are able to knock out?
Yeah, it's not just the Dragon Breaths, but there's still a Cresselia with more than half of its health remaining in the back, so it's looking very good for Z's Wireless. I think the competitors are exchanging some words on stage as well, maybe recognizing the situation.
Okay, here comes the next Hydro Cannon. Do you even hang on to your Gyarados at this point? Z's Wireless says yes. He's looking cool as a cucumber here. He's going to be able to knock out this Shadow Feraligatr, farm it all the way down, has an Aqua Tail ready to go. Shields are down. You just need to launch this final Aqua Tail, and that is going to be it. Game number 3 is going to be going to Z's Wireless. Congratulations on the 2-1 victory.
And that was such a close series, went back and forth, and Z's Wireless will be advancing to the Group E Winners Finals. Already has locked in his place for the top 24 or the top 32. So congratulations to Z's Wireless, and what a treat it was for everyone watching, us here and at home, to see such nice gameplay with the Diggersby and the Shadow Gyarados.
All right. What a display here we're seeing from Z's Wireless here. Absolutely love to just see all the passion and all the support in the crowd especially. And you know what? I gotta say, I love seeing the success of the Shadow Gyarados there. What an amazing Pokemon to bring. One that, like we said, he feels so comfortable with that I suspect so many of these Worlds trainers were not expecting and don't know the matchups like they do for the rest of the meta.
That's right. We've seen some trainers bringing things like Shadow Dragonair, kind of trying to fill a similar role. Actually, Z's Wireless himself also had a Shadow Dragonair. We didn't see it in that matchup, but I imagine he just wants a Pokemon that he can double shield to do a lot of fast attack damage with. Let's take a look at this replay really quickly. It was Shadow Gyarados we're talking about, but Diggersby is really what sealed it for Z's Wireless. Cindy didn't have an answer to that swap-in.
That Diggersby was absolutely the most valuable Pokemon there. Not only was it able to win that matchup, able to get a shield as well, and also able to get that debuff. It totally set the tone for the rest of that matchup, and after that, there was no coming back for Cindy. Z's Wireless in firm control of that game number 3.
That's right. Well, Cindy will drop to the losers bracket, but it's not over for her yet. She still is in this tournament as long as she keeps winning from here. As for Zweilous, I think we're going to see him a little bit later, maybe just tomorrow. But, you know, he is a trainer that is not afraid to run spice picks. I think even going back to 2022, he was doing really well with Pokemon like Ampharos in the Open Great League. And then here at Worlds, we see him probably the only trainer left in this tournament who's running Shadow Gyarados, and maybe the only trainer running Diggersby as well.
I was going to say that exact thing, so it's not just the Shadow Gyarados, it's the Quick Attack Diggersby as well. I think a little bit of an obscure moveset. I think we traditionally see a little bit more of Mudshot. Quick Attack has a lot of play. We don't really see it featured on any other Pokemon in the meta, and it is a good charge attack. I believe it's a clone of things like Powder Snow, and it has that same type attack bonus as well, so able to quickly charge 2 attacks and do a relatively good amount of fast attack pressure as well. It wasn't just the Shadow Gyarados on display, it was the Diggersby getting tons of value, and it was the MVP of that Game 3.
And this is something I didn't think I'd be saying at these World Championships, but the Shadow Gyarados Diggersby core is actually really, really strong for these Zweilous. They actually cover each other quite well, right? Gyarados going to be weak to electric types like Charge Bug. Diggersby going to be covering that, and not just in terms of typing, but also just in terms of bulk and shielding, right? Gyarados often going to be getting both Protect shields, and Diggersby does so well in those zero shield scenarios.
Well said, Soph. Can't wait to see more from Zweilous. There's still more to come from Cindy as well. We have more battles for you, but we're going to take a break. Make sure you guys stick around. More to come.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it, watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's World Champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Aloha and welcome back, trainers, to the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. We're continuing our live coverage of the Pokémon Go broadcast, where the best trainers in the world are throwing down. It's been a knockdown, drag 'em out fight so far, and that's just going to continue to intensify as we make our way through the bracket, Amanda.
That's absolutely true. 220 registered people at the beginning, but it's going down to 32 people who will be in day number 2. A lot of those have already been solidified, plenty of them off screen, but we've had some amazing on-screen battles, and guess what, Will? We're gonna have even more coming up.
We were actually looking at the bracket backstage, and some of these results, I would say, are very surprising. If you were looking for its Axon to continue to progress, or if your money was on Dunebug to continue to make it to day 2, I kind of have bad news for you because a lot of other trainers are proving why they deserve to be here at the world stage.
Yeah, there's so many competitors from all over the globe. A lot of a smattering of different places have already made it on to day number 2. Some of the groups, we've had, I believe, 8 groups, have already been completely closed out with the winner's side and the loser's side that will be going on to day number 2. But we still have a lot more to go and some really fun battles that I think will be coming up soon with some trainers that maybe are a little bit less known to people in the North America or European region. We haven't really had opportunity to see much of what, you know, the APAC region gets to do.
So speaking of battles that we've seen, Amanda, I want to emphasize that a lot of these games, these decisive matches, are happening off stream as well.
True.
So if you're looking towards the loser's bracket, maybe your favorite trainer lost a round on stream, maybe they're still in the tournament. You really have to check that bracket update and see how they're progressing through, because they might kind of, you know, go under the radar for the rest of today, but then appear on stream tomorrow.
Absolutely true. Like, someone I really want to bring out for that is the trainer M.E. Weedle, our EUIC champion. He went down to the loser's bracket in round number 2, but he is going to be in day 2. He hasn't dropped his round since. Since it's a double elimination bracket, he needs to lose one more to be out, but he said, nope, not going to do it on day 1. You're going to see me there on Saturday.
You know, he said, I lost once, and I just didn't like that feeling, so I'm just not going to lose again. But
I don't think I want to.
On the stage here, we have 2 very exciting trainers. This is Kabon on the left versus Ramberto 777, or as his friends like to call him, just Berto for sure.
Just Berto. Berto's on that side there. Both of them running some pretty conventional teams, but I do see a Wigglytuff. The more Wigglytuff has been making its way to the stream than I really expected, but I am kind of liking the different performances that have been going on with this Pokemon. A lot of trainers have been really utilizing it well. We just saw Cindy take a game off of Z's Wireless running that Pokemon. We saw an Adequance going to make it day 2 with it. I think it's around to stay.
So if you rewind even back a couple of years, in a lot of team composition, I don't know what's going on. In a lot of team compositions, we would say that you need a charm resist, as it were. You need a fire type Pokemon, maybe a steel type or a poison type. When there is no charm resist, that Wigglytuff can really run through a team with a fast attack pressure. So as we look at Kaibon's team, the first thing that stands out is the Skarmory. I think that a lot of this matchup is going to be dependent on how the Wigglytuff for Ramberto and the Skarmory for Kaibon interact.
One thing that really disappoints me about Skarmory is just the fact that it does have a lot of polarizing matchups, especially because Charger Bug is so prevalent, that Lantern is also pretty prevalent. It's such a bad matchup for this Pokemon, but it does have such good matchups against like the Shadow Gligar, or I mean like you just said it before, the Wigglytuff, the Altaria as well. Skarmory is going to be a great answer to a lot of those different Pokemon. We're hopping in, we're looking at these 2 teams. You know what, is there anything that stands out to you about these trainers? I know that we haven't really seen much up from Kaibon in the few.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So as we look at the teams side by side, we can see both of them have 2 flying type Pokemon, but they're very different. We can see Kaibon with Skarmory and Shadow Gligar. Meanwhile, Ramberto with Altaria and Skarmory. So how those 4 flying type Pokemon interact is going to be interesting, because outside of the Charger Bugs here on each side, there's not really a hard counter option for the double flyer strategy, as we like to call it, right? So there might be a window of opportunity for that. And as we look at Ramberto, he's playing Annihilate here at the World Championships. In his previous tournament appearances in Portland, he played Vigoroth, and then in San Antonio, he played Poliwrath. So he's actually kind of running through the gauntlet of counter users here, and he thinks that Annihilate is the key.
Annihilate does have plenty of good matches. We've seen it. It's definitely against other fighters one of the stronger choices, but it's just very polarizing with the fact that all these Shadow Gligars are so popular. With the Wigglytuff as well, Annihilate is just going to get completely chunked down, while the Vigoroth would have much more of a standing chance against that Pokemon. But I think that obviously, if he's been playing around with the different fighters, he's got a plan for how he wants to use Annihilate in this, and this plan has been working for him so far because we are in the winner's semis.
I feel like in order to be a successful competitor, you need to pick your moments. You need to know when you need to double down and when you need to pivot. And if that Annihilate is the key, Ramberto needs to trust in it. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. This is Kaibon on the left versus Ramberto on the right.
We got 2 flyers going to be able to throw some attacks at each other here. Now Gligar does outpace, but as you can see, since it's a Shadow that is absolutely just getting chunked by this Altaria, Ramberto very patiently here, going to go ahead, probably tank this first one. Knows it's not going to be enough to knock him out, just getting a ton of energy on his side.
Yeah, obviously saving those Protect Shields for later in the matchup. Aerial Ace does connect, but Altaria is going to strike back here with the Sky Attack, and the Dragon Breath is really the difference maker here. It actually pressures away a shield. What do you think that tells us about the backline here?
I think that, well, we're not even going to be able to find out necessarily because a quick pivot there into that Shadow Quagsire, but now there's going to be met with the Lickitung. Aqua Tail's being able to be thrown very, very quickly here. That is one good thing going for it, and just getting a couple of Mudshots advantage too is really going to put him in the driver's seat, and this does need to watch out for that Power Whip that will be coming through.
I feel like Quagsire just, it seems it's just a bit bulkier than Whiscash in a lot of situations, so you can't just throw a Body Slam and get away with that. You have to land the Power Whip. Meanwhile, like you said, Amanda, earlier, every 4 seconds an Aqua Tail gets queued up and then splashes against this Lickitung. Going for the same type of attack bonus, multiple charge attack strategy. I really like what Ramberto's doing here.
Yeah, another Aqua Tail's going through. No protection from Kaibon there. He knows that that Lickitung can take it just basically at 2 Body Slams. Now going in for an extra little bit and actually going for the Power Whip, which is going to be doing way more damage, but if it's going to be shielded, no shield there, Quagsire goes down.
Yeah, I think Ramberto was trying to make a calculation there. He knew if it was Body Slam, he could hang on, so he decided to not use that Protect Shield. But now at this point, he's got his Altaria, he's got his Charge Bug. He actually chooses to reveal his 3rd Pokemon, which is valuable information here for Kaibon.
And wonderful timing by Kaibon there. Doesn't want to let an extra Volt Switch goes through, does a couple licks, and then be able to throw this a little bit of chunk damage before going as a parting gift here, and now he's able to get that alignment that he still wanted. That Azumarill doesn't want to be faced up against a Charger Bug. This Gligar has a ton of energy, forcing that shield off of Ramberto.
Gligar and Charger Bug just about at HP parity, but Gligar definitely has a distinct advantage in the matchup we see right here. And look at how things have kind of shaken out, Amanda. We saw Azumarill and Altaria earlier on in the stream. We might get that exact same scenario in just a moment. It's going to depend a lot on what Ramberto does right here.
Ramberto's shaking his head a lot. I remember in the past in an interview he had said that he doesn't really do the counts. He goes more on feel. I don't know if he's feeling very good about this one right now, but he does have a ton of energy on that Charger Bug, and he will be able to knock out this Gligar at this point. But no, Kaibon wants to use a shield. He's got a lot of energy. He wants it on this Gligar, and I think that he just doesn't want that Charger Bug anywhere near the Azumarill.
I think Ramberto might pivot at any moment. He does, tries to catch the dig, doesn't fall for it. Kaibon comes out with the Azumarill, and this is going to be lights out for the Altaria. There's not much it can do in this matchup.
Kaibon is just very stoic here. He knows he's got to concentrate. He knows that he basically has this in the pocket. As long as he doesn't misplay this, his Moonblast will go through, has a potential to debuff, but even at this stage, Azumarill is still looking like a pretty happy Pokemon here, basically at 100 energy before throwing this first Ice Beam.
This is so tough for Ramberto as well, because as you look at that Azumarill, you think, oh yeah, maybe a super effective Discharge could be enough to get the KO here after Zaltaria faints, but I don't think Azumarill would even faint to that. It's got so much HP, and it gets to the back-to-back Ice Beams here after just one more bubble.
Yeah, you can't store 2 Ice Beams. The Kaibon played that masterfully. He seemed to know from the beginning to end how he wanted to play that, and you saw that really moment where they both kind of waited a turn, didn't want to be able to catch on that Pokemon, and it really ended up paying off for Kaibon, taking game number 1 away from Ramberto.
I feel like the more that you play against top-level competition, the more your instincts kind of adapt and evolve and grow as well, because, like you said, both trainers just stopped at the exact same moment. That wasn't a coincidence at all. I mean, that was definitely what both of them were reading into that particular situation. Aqua Tail's spamming off over and over and over. This is actually an interesting strategy because Ramberto could have used this Quagsire to try to get back to his switch timer. Every one of these charge attack minigames takes roughly 10 seconds, and if your switch clock is 60 seconds, you can chip away at that, especially with a Pokemon like Quagsire.
So we were talking a little bit, and you brought it up once at NAIC, which made me think about it. You said every 4 seconds an Aqua Tail goes off. We're going to have someone do a little bit of this math to see how many Aqua Tails it would take to do X. I can't remember what it was. I came up with one for you, Will.
All right,
so if an Aqua Tail goes off every 4 seconds, it would take a little under 4 years to fill the Ala Moana Beach Park Lagoon, which is right outside of this wonderful venue. What do you think about that?
That's phenomenal. That's a mic drop moment, right? The lagoon is beautiful. I did not know that Quagsire's made it, but now we know.
Yeah, well, they definitely can. They just got to start spamming away those Aqua Tails. Maybe if we had a couple of Quagsires, it would get filled a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe in 2028 it'll be finished, but Kaibon and Ramberto are not going to wait that long. They want to go ahead and get into this next matchup because at this point, Ramberto needs to find a way to fight back. I think that the Azumarill pick that you highlighted in the caster intro, Amanda, has actually been a real nuisance. It's been a real wedge in the plans of so many teams, and Kaibon showed exactly why it's so powerful. People think, oh yeah, Altaria's coming back. The Dragons are back. Here comes Azumarill.
Azumarill's here to stop it. I think a lot of players sort of struggle with the pacing of Azumarill because they feel it's quite slow with those bubbles, but it's just proving time and time again how good it is. And it's so good in this matchup as well because with Aqua Tail or Stone Edge, it's not really doing that much to Azumarill. Azumarill's going to be able to tank a lot of this while forcing the Quagsire to either throw or pivot out.
Both trainers electing for a very safe composition in this game. Number 2, we don't see Annihilate, we don't see a Wigglytuff. Both trainers gonna try to win with neutral play. Stone Edge coming through here. This is gonna be a neutral charge attack, but it does take a big chunk out of Azumarill's HP pool.
It takes a chunk out, but Azumarill still is in the green, already at an attack here, and now it's up to Ramberto. Does he want to shield or does he want to go ahead, let this go get desperately low? It is in the red, but there's still a lot of energy on this Quagsire, going up, charging up a little bit of extra. It looks like he tried to wait a turn again, now throwing another Stone Edge.
Yeah, Ramberto waited a turn there, tried to avoid a potential catch, but in the process allowed some additional bubble damage through. So he does land the second Stone Edge, but now Quagsire gets KO before the Aqua Tail is ready. Ramberto has an interesting decision to make because now that he's given away switch priority, the next Pokemon he picks needs to be the right one.
And not only that, this is a fully loaded Azumarill as well. So this Azumarill is going to be able to give just a little parting gift before it goes down. And not only this, it's going to be doing a lot of chunk of damage to the Charge Bug, and then Kaibon is going to be able to come in with the Pokemon of his choice to counter, and that's obviously going to be that Gligar there. Going to be just being able to tank it a little bit more, forcing that swap into the Skarmory, now being met by a Lickitung.
Okay, so look at this, right? We have a Steel-type Pokemon on the opposing side, and you have Lickitung on the other. This matchup should be bad. On paper, it should, right? But with the shields up, Lickitung can absolutely melt through this Skarmory's armor with those Ghost-type licks. This matchup is actually going to be very, very close, and I think that Ramberto still has a small chance.
You saw Kaibon very much nodding there. He's recognizing, okay, Brave Bird is not going to be able to be thrown right away because it's going to lower the defenses. I know that I can take one. I still have 2 shields left. He seems to be in the driver's seat very calm. He knows that if I just play it to the potential that I've been playing the entire day, I think I have a shot at this. Ramberto is going to, do some little quick maneuvers to get around this because he also has been playing well. Wants to be able to get this Lickitung out of the way so Skarmory can do a little bit of hurt to that Gligar in the back.
He's going to try to maneuver, but he is very much on the back heel here as he does force away that Protect Shield from the Lickitung. But look at the switch timers. They're almost up. Both players recognize it. Look at Kaibon throwing the Body Slam just before the switch timer is expired. He knew that he was a second after Ramberto, and he's got to get off that charge attack. Now it's a question of who's going to switch first.
Yeah, also forcing that last shield off of him as well. Now this Gligar is coming back in, but Gligar is so healthy. This X-Scissor is not going to be doing that much damage. The Discharge also is not going to be doing much at all. You want to be going for the X-Scissors, hitting him just a little bit quicker, but Gligar now is just going to be able to charge away, going to be able to get to him right before it throws. Looks like he's not even gonna throw, Will.
Yeah, I know, right? He's just holding on to the energy. I kind of paused for a second as you see the Aerial Ace come through here from the Shadow Gligar. I think Kaibon just really dialed in on what he needed to do in this matchup. And now that the Skarmory comes out, yes, Flying does double resist ground, but Steel is weak to it. So this is only single resisted. Bam, that's a knockout. Here comes Kaibon.
Kaibon with the 2-0 sweep in the winner's semifinals to be able to go on to day 2. Fantastic plays by this trainer that we don't even know as much about. I hope like we could learn a little bit more about him, see those play styles, because it's a little bit different, right? This team composition, even though it looks like something that is kind of more meta, more regular, it was played out a little bit differently than I think a lot of people would.
No, I mean, even if you rewind back to 2022 in Crescent Angels, the first time we saw trainers from the TPC region come to compete, we were shocked then, right? So seeing Kaibon here, I mean, it's a little less of a surprise. We know these players are super, super talented, but to your point, Amanda, even a team that looks very rudimentary on paper can actually be very surprising in practice.
Yeah, I think that if we're really going to single out like an MVP Pokemon, we kind of talked about it already, but Azumarill just put in so much work in both Game 1 and Game number 2. The Azumarill been around basically since the inception of PvP, one of the most popular Pokemon. Looks like it is back, or maybe it's just here to stay.
All right, Chad, help me out. Amanda was the only caster with Azumarill in her caster predictions, and this just feels like some Azumarill propaganda, all right? Is Azumarill actually that good? Is Azumarill the truth, or is it just, you know, too slow, a little outdated? Help me out in the chat. Let me know what you think.
I don't know. I think if you're watching the battles like I am, guys, you're saying, okay, Azumarill is doing pretty darn good against this meta. I was actually expecting, however, more Azumarills to be running Hydro Pump because I was talking with a lot of players, and they were really considering it for the same reason that one of the players was saying, I brought Registeel because it counters Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, you know, Shadow Victory Bell, Skarmory, things that they were anticipating maybe some players might bring that they just wanted to be like, nope, not gonna fly with me.
I mean, I need you to step out of the Fantasy Cup, right, from Go Battle League.
I can't.
Where every Azumarill was running Hydro Pump. I need you to step out of there and come over to the Play Pokemon side, right? If Azumarill is slow, then Hydro Pump is ancient. It takes so long, 7 bubbles to get up to the Hydro Pump. It feels like an eternity. 14 turns. Quagsire's got 2.5 Aqua Tails. What are you doing, Azumarill?
Yeah, but those Aqua Tails aren't going to be doing as much damage. I mean, again, if we want to bring it back to that Registeel matchup, everyone's saying, since it's running Aqua Tail over Mud Bomb, it's actually not that bad. It's definitely more playable.
All right. Okay.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Come on, chat. You're with me here, right?
I don't know. As they say, you know, close doesn't cut it, right, is the phrase I'm looking for. But I don't know. We're going to see what happens here as our trainers have a discussion there up on the stage. But I think Azumarill has really been a wrench in so many trainers' plans who try to revive the dragon typing, right? We've seen Altaria, we've seen Artibex, we've seen Shadow Dragonair, we've seen Goodra, but just Azumarill stops all of them in their tracks without exception.
Yeah. One thing that I was wanting to talk to you about as well is that we're talking about now there's Annihilates on both sides here. We've been seeing a lot of Annihilate mirror matches, but we have been seeing that rise of Vigoroth like we discussed. But surprisingly, there are so many Poliwraths in this tournament as well. Was that something that you were anticipating at all?
No. I feel like that also might be kind of a side product of Go Battle League, right? Because Fossil Cup heavily featured Poliwrath, and maybe a lot of trainers were picking up Go Battle League and they started doing their matches, and they said, you know what? I can counter something down, I can throw an Icy Wind, I can throw a Scald into a Fire type, I can extinguish the Talonflames and Skeledurs that I see in the meta, and I can also threaten Dragon-type Pokemon with Icy Wind, as well as Gligar. So when you look at Annihilate, I think its real weak point is that it struggles against Pokemon like Gligar, like Charjabug, and Vigoroth does those things a little bit better, but it doesn't have the same type attack bonus with its fighting type attacks, and Poliwrath gives you that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It does do a little bit worse, obviously, against those electric-type Pokemon, but even still, it's not as horrible as a matchup as you would think it would be, and it has a very high attack overall, so it's going to usually win the charge attack priority against a lot of different Pokemon.
Oh. I mean, I'm getting word from production. So you talked about the Quagsires that were filling the lagoon back behind the hotel. Well, one of them missed a few of those mud shots and wasn't able to get as many Aqua Tails.
Oh no, it's going to take so much longer to fill this lake.
I know, it was already 4 years and even longer now. But we're actually taking a very close-up look at that early on in the matchup because whether it's at the beginning of the game or the very end, Pokemon Go is so fast and so structured that those minor things actually make a tremendous difference.
Absolutely.
And if you're missing a couple turns here or there, for example, if you remember, Ramberto's Quagsire got KO'd and Kaibon was able to take control of Switch Advantage. If that doesn't happen and that Aqua Tail is able to get fired off by Ramberto, the entire matchup could have gone differently. So our judges are taking a very close look at that.
Yeah, we have to remember every turn is basically like 0.5 seconds. So, I mean, just you missing one of those things could actually be incremental into changing the outcome of a game. So, of course, we needed people to review it. If you were a player, it looks like we're going to go ahead and see these moments at the beginning as well. Looks like he definitely looks like he's missing a couple. It's almost in slow motion.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's matching Azumarill's pacing, right? Shadow Quagsire trying to muster up the energy there, but just looks a little bit slow, maybe a little bit in the mud when it's trying to get those fast attacks through.
We lovingly call Quagsire, Whiscash, Swamperts, you know, the mud boys because they're ground and water typing. But yeah, it looks like he was maybe like drudging through that mud a little bit there. This is the portion of the match that is under review. But like you said, well, since it was at the very beginning, that can obviously change so much how people want to play it, how people want to choose to shield, or if they're going to let something go.
I really appreciate that you mentioned the turn speed in Pokemon Go, right? Because a single turn is a half second. So we we kind of categorize Pokemon by their fast attacks durations. When you look at Pokemon like Azumarill, like Umbreon, that have Bubble and Snarl respectively, those are 3-turn fast attacks, which are a second and a half. And then you look at Pokemon like Quagsire with Mudshot, Annihilate with Counter, those are 2-turn fast attacks, which take a full second. So it's kind of like you do the quick math in your head. You say 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 when you're counting Azumarill's bubbles, and then if you're the Quagsire, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So you want to kind of minimize the amount of free turns you're giving to your opponent, and when you see that your Pokemon are moving at the same interval when they shouldn't be, then that's an obvious sign that maybe things aren't going well.
Yep, and I mean, I know your speediest Chief is. That was like the speediest counting as well. I'm very impressed.
I'm not Big Phoebe, right? I don't have all the maths, but I do have a couple of them, and that was my limit. I can only count to 16.
Okay, yeah, well, I won't test it anymore past that point. But I mean, I do think that's something that's important for new players who are, maybe you're watching this tournament, you're like, this looks like so much fun. Yeah. I didn't realize that there was different turn durations, or, you know, like, why does this take so much longer? Why does my opponent, or sometimes where it's like, no, I was at the attack. Like, why didn't I get to fire my attack? Why did they get to fire theirs first? If you're coming new to a game, there's a little like intricacies that you can learn to get a little bit better. And all these trainers have been working at this for a very long time. I loved earlier when you were talking with Abhinav, and he said, at the beginning, I was not good at all. Like, but I really liked to play, and I had the willingness to learn, and I got better. And look at him now. I mean, he was able to make it to Worlds, and he did pretty good.
We all have to start somewhere, right? You don't just hit the ground running and instantly know all the move sets and all the fast and charge attack counts and all the type advantages. It takes a lot of time and refinement and reviewing to really solidify that knowledge. If you're a fan of games like Pokemon Unite, you know that there's cooldowns between certain attacks. I like to think of Pokemon Go as kind of a similar way. There are these intervals between the charge attacks, and I'm just gonna blow this up, all right?
Okay.
Ramberto says that he doesn't count the fast attacks. I don't think that's entirely truthful.
Okay.
I don't think Ramberto is saying 1 Mudshot, 2 Mudshot, 3 Mudshots. I think that he has such a good internal timer in his mind that he's keeping pace. 5 seconds, it's been about 8 seconds. My opponent has the attack. My opponent overcharged through the Aqua Tail, so in 4 seconds, they're gonna get their next attack. I think he knows that intuitively. He's keeping the time metronome going during the match. Even though he's not physically counting, he's like, oh, this feels right. This feels like a switch, but it's actually his internal timer. That same internal timer that even after you're on vacation and you wake up at 8 a.m. for work, that's the timer I'm talking about.
Oh, I'd hate that timer, though. That's the timer that I don't want to have. I love the internal timer for Pokemon Go. I absolutely agree with you. And some people I want to point out as well that they count energy rather than actual attacks.
True.
So it's all about whatever you feel most comfortable with, whether it's going to be energy, whether it's going to be on, quote, feel, or whether it's going to be counting the attacks. You saw both the trainers, again, waiting a turn, doing the things that a lot of trainers at a very high caliber of play are going to be doing, and you're going to see even more of it in day 2.
Well, one of the most amazing trainers to talk to is actually Dunebug. So Dunebug knows the energy values for all the fast and charge attacks. So if you say, oh, how many Vine Whips to a Hydro Pump? Or how many Snarls to to a Focus Blast? He can tell you because he knows the energy values for all the fast and charge attacks. So I don't know if I'm capable of that level of computing.
I am definitely not.
But there's so many different ways to approach the game, and I feel like just like we talked about being comfortable on stage, you really have to look at what works for you, right? Try all the different methods. Try to train your brain to think in different contexts, so that way you can kind of test out all the things and see what works best for you.
Yep, and as you guys can see, because of this match review that the judges have been looking over, because of this turn duration and how it maybe kind of looked like the Mudshots were on pace with the bubble, it is going to be a rematch. So now the score is basically going back to what it was before that. 1 for Calibon, 0 for Ramberto. It's got a whole nother game to be able to play this out.
And I just want to speak to all the Kaibon fans at home that might be watching the stream. They might say, oh, Kaibon had the win. I sincerely feel that early on in that matchup, those kinds of turn discrepancies can really change a lot of things, a lot of context of the game. So I do believe our judges do incredible work here in the Championship Series, and we're so grateful to them. I think this is probably the right way to go, given what we saw in that game number 2.
Yep, and I also think it's a good thing to play out these matches as well, because it gives you a little bit of idea of your opponent's playstyle, especially since these two trainers have most likely not played against each other at least very often. I think that they're getting a start to feel for how the other one likes to play it. Like, ooh, is this someone who likes to use the bait charge attack, or is this someone who usually likes to go for the stronger one right away? Is this someone who even waits a turn, or are they going to be throwing their attack? Are they swapping out? Are they an aggressive player? Are they playing a little bit more defensively? Every game you play, you gain a little bit more knowledge about how your opponent plays it out, and that might give you a knowledge for a later game against another opponent as well.
We're almost ready here for game number 2 after the rematch was decided. Again, if Kaibon wins this game, he does advance on in the bracket and send Ramberto down to the loser's side. Yes, we've got it, Amanda. We've got Wigglytuff on the field versus Lickitung.
This is going to be charming away here. Licks do not do very much at all to this normal type Pokemon, but Kaibon staying in, just getting a lot of energy, recognizing that Wigglytuff paces pretty slowly, and Lickitung has a lot of bulk to its name. So this body slam will be going through, getting a nice little bit of chip damage to this Wigglytuff. And I want to see if Kaibon will end up switching out, or if he just is going to stay in and make Ramberto do something.
Well, look at the line here by Kaibon. He's got Annihilate in the back and Lickitung in the front. So he does not have a solid answer to this Pokemon. There's no Skarmory on this team of 3. We talked about that as we began this series. Skarmory and Wigglytuff, this whole series was going to revolve around. And there's only one of those Pokemon that came to dance in this game number 2.
Yeah, this is an ABA lineup again. Weak to the Wigglytuff. It's already there, though. Lickitung is able to get to another body slam, but the Icy Wind that went off earlier is a 100% debuff in the attack, so these are not being doing as much as it would if it was still fully healthy. But even still, I don't think it would have been able to knock out. Wigglytuff just coming out with a ton of energy, going to be able to throw at whatever comes in. It's going to be this Charger Bug, Disarming Voice coming through, no shield on Kaibon's side.
3-turn Charm, and the 4th turn used to fire the Disarming Voice. Meanwhile, the 4-turn Volt Switch does connect to get the knockout there, but now Ramberto's control switch advantage. He sends out the Quagsire. Quagsire squared up against the Charge Bug. Charge Bug goes for the X-Scissor for some neutral damage.
Now, while we were talking about turn durations, this is another one that we haven't really discussed as much. Volt Switch is a 4-turn. Looks like going ahead, taking that, and now swapping into the Annihilate, but not before it's going to be met with one of those Aqua Tails that we've been talking about.
Aqua Tail doesn't seem like it would do too much, but it absolutely does. Aqua Tail does need to be protected up, and now comes in the Skarmory. This is a Steel and Flying type Pokemon, so it is going to take a lot of damage from counter over time. Here comes a bait. Does Ramberto call it? This is a huge call, and Kaibon gets the shield.
Gets the shield, and maybe he's hoping, can I get the boost as well? If there is a shield, but he does! He gets the boost, and everyone goes crazy for this, forcing now this shield because Kaibon says yes. Okay, this counter damage is going to be doing even more. Ramberto is not super pleased about this situation. As you can see, the Skarmory is still pacing so slowly. Will not even make to another Sky Attack.
Kaibon goes one Steel Wing before the charge attack is ready. This is actually incredible counting by him because it allows him to get this Night Slash, and now that these charge attacks are ready, he's going to win the charge attack priority, but Ramberto doesn't even go for it. Here comes Night Slash.
That's a good play by Ramberto, recognizing I'm not going to be able to throw it anyway. I'm going to at least get a little bit of fast attack damage, but this is a big problem here because it still has a little bit of energy. Look how low that Quagsire is because of that boost, able to get that charge attack priority. Night Slash coming through on Quagsire.
Night Slash rips and tears through the back line for Ramberto, KOing the Skarmory, KOing the Quagsire. That is a 2-0 victory for your trainer from Japan.
Man, and I have to say, that still looked like anyone's game in the middle there. Ramberto really played that well, and a lot of times when opponents lose the lead, I think they get a little bit discouraged and think that they might actually lose the game. I think matches like that kind of just show, hey, don't give up, but give a little bit of resilience because, I mean, if you were Kaibon and you say, well, my plan didn't work out, that was too risky, I'm just going to lose game number 2, you would not have got that Night Slash boost.
I really appreciate that you mentioned the word plan, right? Because a lot of trainers plan for certain scenarios to say, okay, in a neutral situation, you know, how is Lickitung going to do against Annihilate? Or how does Gligar fare against, you know, a Quagsire, for example? But I think that the best trainers look at the worst case scenarios too. I don't think anyone, maybe a handful of people in the arena knew that the Lickitung, Wigglytuff, Zero Shield scenario came down that close. But this was the moment, this was the win condition where Kaibon really took this game.
Yeah, and you can see the slow motion reaction of Ramberto as well, recognizing that now attack boost was going to be doing a lot of damage. The thing about Skarmory is it's really relying on its charge attacks in the Annihilate matchup, and with the wonderful counting that Kaibon was being able to do, he just was able to negate all of the energy that Skarmory could have gotten.
We saw that one additional counter, throwing one fast attack before the Skarmory had the Sky attack, and look what that one counter did. Look what that 1 second of extra fast attack pressure did. It allowed the Annihilate to get to the Night Slash at the same time as the Quagsire's Aqua Tail, which means that Charjabug didn't even have to see the Quagsire in the end. He tied it all up with Annihilate. I think that is so useful as well, Amanda, to visualize your Pokemon on your team in terms of their attack. You know that Annihilate is going to win the attack priority over almost every other Pokemon on your team, and you need to know how it interacts with the meta. Like Charizard, you don't really need to worry. I think Charizard's going to win the charge type priority most of the time, but other Pokemon like Gligar, like Charjabug, it might be a question mark. So being comfortable and familiar with those charge type priorities is super important.
Absolutely agree. And sometimes too, it depends on how you train your Pokemon, right? Because sometimes it's like Gligar typically would win against I mean, it's not really in the meta anymore, but like a Medicham or a Whiscash. But it's depending on if you want to train your Pokemon to have a little bit more attack, that could absolutely flip. And those are things that you really have to take into account when you're making your team. What am I exactly weak against, or what would be something that, you know, like will cause me a bit of problems? A trainer who's already made it to day number 2, Lurgan Rocket, is fantastic about this. If you ever get him on the subject of how he likes to train his Pokemon, he will tell you specifically why he has trained it a certain way for a certain matchup that he knows that, okay, well, if this comes in, I know exactly what I'm going to do.
You might have PvP friends who go out and they say, oh, I caught 10 Shadow Gligar today. And you're like, why in the world would you do that? Well, you get 1 or 2 and you've got it settled. Maybe if the Rocket Leader has it, you can go for maybe a shiny Shadow. But why are you hunting so many Gligar? And then you look at how these Pokemon are balanced in terms of their stats, and you say, oh, that's why, because you're looking for particular combinations, and those are the ones that you build for your team. Amanda, it's been a really fun day number 1, but we have a long road ahead. Let's get a refresher, though, on our schedule and how we are progressing through the tournament, because we just saw Kaibon and Roberto throw down. We've got a day 1, a day 2, and then the fabled Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Championship Sunday is where all of these trainers are hoping to be. It's going to be the grand finals, followed by the awards, getting this new exclusive pose that only the champion gets with the new exclusive gear. It's something that I think that all the trainers wish that they had. A lot of them, 32 of them exactly, are going to be fighting it out on day 2 for that exact thing. I know what we talked about before. There's not, like, we didn't get to see every single matchup, unfortunately, of the trainers who will be making it to day 2. So some faces might be a little bit of a surprise, but even still, I think that makes it even more fun and engaging.
I love that you mentioned the pose. When you see that World Champion pose, you pair with them in Go Battle League. I battled its accent a couple of times. My eyes definitely go wide. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is its accent. And look at these champion prizes as well. First place overall takes home $20,000. You can buy a lot of Pokecoins with that.
Yeah, that's not no chump change, I tell you what, Will. And all the other trainers will be coming home with a little bit as well, up to the 13th place, going with $1,000. I mean, that. I mean, if you want to donate it to me, I'm more than happy to take that off your hands.
We'll see what happens, right, Amanda? I mean, you know, we'll try our best with the commentary and see what the players think afterwards. But no, that being said, there's so much on the line here, and I feel like I really appreciated the interview from JBG Winston earlier on in the stream. He said, Butters asked him, how does it feel to win a game? He said, oh yeah, feels really good. How does it feel to beat the world champ? Feels awesome. You know, my goal was to just go positive. And then he said, well, what's next? And he says, well, I'm just going to move the goalposts. I'm going to try to make day 2. Sometimes you just need to pace yourself and move the goalpost as you progress. Because if you start off right at the beginning, you say, I need to win the tournament. That's like looking up the side of a mountain. It's like, it doesn't feel reasonable to get that far. You have to take one single step at a time.
And even still, like, not that it wouldn't be possible, but say then you lose round 1.
Yeah.
And you're like, your only goal was, oh, I'm going to be the world champion. Then I think it's a little bit discouraging, but I think you're absolutely right. Taking these baby steps, saying, okay, this was goal number 1, and this is a slightly bigger goal. And you know what? I'm doing so well, I'm going to just push it out a little bit further.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you look at basketball, right, the basketball players aren't thinking, I need to score 100 points tonight, you know, in order to win. They're thinking, I just need to make this three-pointer. Or you look at, you know, football teams. They say, I don't need to score 100 points. I just need to make this one route, this one catch. You build on it play by play, game by game. And I think that's so important for these trainers to stay present in the moment.
Yeah, speaking of the trainers, I know we talked about some of them that we haven't seen on stage yet. We saw a little fun fact over on X, and I just want to point out Enhoff, who has made it on day number 2, has used it with completely Alolan Pokemon.
What?
That is insane,
wait,
right?
Wait, is that a typo?
I don't believe so, and she's beat out a lot of really good trainers as well. I think she was the one who knocked out LNDS Steiner in the losers finals.
That is one heck of a resume. We have two trainers that are getting ready to battle it out on stage. This is Strange Top versus Onion Frank.
Yeah, Onion Frank is someone that we've seen quite often. He plays a lot of matches, and he has a lot of like, you know, we talked about before, Inadequance has kind of like a divisive playstyle or a very specific playstyle that trainers have to play against. Onion Frank is another trainer who has a very specific playstyle, and we'll have to see if he brings that magic here at Worlds.
Onion Frank delivered our casting team one of the all-time quotes for competitive Pokemon. He said, you know what? I'm just gonna make a read. I'm just making a read, man. We'll see what happens. Strange Top over on the left side of your screen. A lot of Pokemon we've become very familiar with over the length of the season. Lantern, Skarmory, Charjabug, as well as Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, and Lickitung. But Onion Frank, what's he doing with a Bastiodon?
I don't know, maybe taking a page out of Caleb Pang's book there as well. You know, we talked about this. There was like the lightning round of meeting the casters, and there was a question on there that Butter says, Caleb, did you put that on? And it was, is Bastiodon meta? We're about to find out because we're jumping right into game number 1 here. We got a Lantern versus Lantern. We'll have to see if they're on Spark or if they're on Water Gun.
Yeah, we're going to find out here. Lantern mirror match.
Pew, pew.
Pew, 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 pew. Water gunning away at each other to open up this series. In this kind of a matchup, right, it's a little bit slow at the beginning. We know they're both going to try to race for the Thunderbolt. They might try to figure out which Lantern will win the Charge Type priority tie. It doesn't look like Onion Frank went for the Thunderbolt at all, but I think the most important thing, though, Amanda, is that they're trying to surmise what is in the back line here.
Absolutely. It's very hard to do when, of course, it is that mirror at the beginning because there's so many different ways to play it out. Yeah, do you want to go for that Charge Attack priority? Do you want to try to go for a little bit extra? Are you worried that your opponent is going to try to catch a Thunderbolt on something that could potentially be resisted or not do as much and waste all of that energy? I think the fact that Onion Frank isn't throwing right away, you saw him try to catch on the Cresselia there, by the way, is maybe an indication he has a very good Lantern in that way, you know, so he knows that he would lose that Charge Attack priority. Coming in now with the Cresselia to be met with the Gligar, this is a pretty neutral matchup overall.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the Moonblast get fired off by the Cresselia into the Shadow Gligar. We know Shadow Gligar can absorb one of these charge attacks, so very rarely do we see the Protect Shield on that first charge attack as it comes through. And it looks like there's only one Protect Shield for Strange Top to boot, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend it this early. Dig coming through here. This will deal a lot of same type attack bonus damage to the Cresselia. Cresselia is very bulky in its own.
So bulky here, and if you're looking at this backline, well, I think this is going to be pretty dangerous. I think that Strange Top does not want that Annihilate lined up against the Wigglytuff, going for yet another attack here. Aerial Ace coming through, not shielded up by Onion Frank. He has a lot of energy on his side as well, going for that Grass Knot. Oh, going for that Moonblast.
Oh yeah, this Moonblast will definitely KO if it does connect, and no Protect Shield used here by Strange Top. That's a knockout onto the Shadow Gligar. Cresselia still barely hanging on, but it might be a prime farm target. Look at how low its HP is. Can it muster another charge attack in time?
And Strange Top patiently waiting out his timer, coming in with the Lantern, and Onion Frank coming in now with the Wigglytuff. He hasn't seen what's in the back, but at this point, I think if you're Strange Top, you're saying, okay, yeah, this was definitely the right call for me. I'm going to go ahead, try to get this as low as possible because that Annihilate wants nothing to do with this Fairy-type Pokemon.
You see what Onion Frank just did. He thought about the relative damage output from all the remaining Pokemon on Strange Top's team, and he said, you know what, the Surf might actually hurt the most, so I'm going to go ahead and Protect Shield that up. But another Surf coming through here. This is the product of hard labor, of counting those charms and water guns. Here comes Annihilate. Is the Annihilate going to take down the Wigglytuff? It can't quite get the KO in time.
No, going for the heavier hitting attack, not even worried about kind of lowering the defenses at all because he knows he's going to get that last shield here, but the Annihilate is going to be able to completely counter down. This Annihilate is full of energy. There are no Protect Shields left, and it's going to win charge attack priority over anything that comes in.
The challenge is remembering how much energy there is, and here comes a Surf from Onion Frank. He shakes his head because he had the Thunderbolt charged as well, but he doesn't use it. Surf comes through. Is this the window that Strange Top needs? In comes Cresselia, gonna go for the Night Slash.
Night Slash will be enough to, and it is going to connect, but the real question is, he's one counter away. Strange Top is one counter away from another Night Slash. Will he be able to reach to it in time, or will that Water Gun damage be able to knock it out? The Water Gun of Onion Frank takes it out.
Water Gun a little too fast. In comes the Lantern Mirror Match, and here comes Onion Frank. Does get the Water Gun down in the Lantern Mirror Match. Just how we started the game, we end it the same way.
I want to point out something that you said during the middle of the matchup. matchup. He said, ooh, the Thunderbolt was loaded, but he went for the Surf. I don't think that was intentional. Onion Frank has told in the past he has trouble remembering what side attacks are on a lot of the times, and sometimes he will throw the wrong one because he knows he just needs to get off and attack right away.
All right, chat, do me a favor. What side do you put your higher energy charge attack on? Left or right? Type it in the chat for us as you take a look back at this replay. Double Moonblast are enough to KO the Shadow Gligar. In comes the Lantern, Surf into the Wigglytuff, and then the counter swap into Annihilate. Remember, Wigglytuff is still a subnormal type, so counters do add up.
Yeah, very, very close here, and Strange Top made those fantastic plays. I don't think even a Night Slash honestly would have been enough at that point anyway. So got a little bit lucky with that Surf coming through there, but still Onion Frank just apparently wanted to make it very exciting for us, coming down to the absolute wire here. As you can see, it's just not quite enough. The Annihilate went down to that Water Gun Lantern, and then Lantern in the back able to take out Strange Tops.
So much pressure on Strange Top as well, because he has to decide, am I going to absorb another Cycle Cut from Cresselia, or can I absorb Water Guns from Lantern? How can I best balance my Annihilate's remaining HP? How can I budget it to try to win the game? He knows the Cycle Cuts are less damage, but they are super effective.
Yeah,
versus Water Gun, which is neutral, but it piles on a lot faster.
Yeah, it's what you were talking about earlier. Like, this Surf might be actually the thing that does the most damage. This is where I'm going to use my shield. A lot of times, I think, especially earlier on in matchups, players don't like to go 2 shields down, so they might even end up to be like, okay, it's just a Body Slam, or it's just an Aerial Ace, but in the end, they're losing by just a small sliver of HP, and they still have a Protect Shield left in the end.
There is no immunity in Pokemon Go. The closest we get is triple resistance. So when you're in a matchup and you can deal just a little bit more damage, throw a Body Slam into a Registeel, you know, a resisted charge attack, that actually might be the difference maker. So it's so important as a competitive Pokemon Go player to maximize all of your opportunities. It feels bad to lose without using a single Protect Shield, but it feels even worse to lose when you had energy you did not deploy.
Absolutely. If you're looking at these teams, Speedy, what is like popping out to you? Do you think we're going to see any Bastiodon play? I mean, we know that Onion Frank likes to play certain styles, you know, being a little bit, you know, divisive.
A little divisive is a good word to use, but think about game 1. We saw Lantern annihilate Gligar. That is a no-fly zone for Bastiodon. Let's jump into game number 2. This is Strange Chop on the left versus Onion Frank on the right. He's bringing the Lantern back.
He's bringing that Lantern back, and it's up against the Charjabug, which I know that you say is going to be the electric of choice. We're going to see who's going to actually win out this matchup here. The Surf is coming through. I don't think it's going to get a Protect Shield right away. I think that Charjabug is just going to start charging up energy before it absolutely starts going through for the X-Scissors. And Onion Frank, I think this is such a hard matchup at the beginning. We talked about when do you use these shields, right? Because, okay, you don't want to use it right away. You don't want to use up all your shields. But look how much damage this is actually going to do over time.
It's interesting as well because there is no Gligar on Onion Frank's team, and there is no Water Ground type either. So Charjabug is actually incredibly safe against almost anything not named Bastiodon. So to use it here in this opening matchup, I mean, it tells a lot about what Strange Chop's strategy is going forward.
Yep, going ahead, shielding that up, recognizing, okay, if he's at the attack, it's going to take quite a while for the next one to be able to go through. Meanwhile, just going to charge up a lot of energy here. Going for that X-Scissor. Onion Frank trying to catch, but this is a difficult position to be in because these X-Scissors are super effective cutting through this Cresselia here.
Usually you try to catch a resisted charge attack. Onion Frank almost swapped on an X-Scissor into his Cresselia, so definitely a little bit of a roll of the dice there. Second X-Scissor does get fired off, and this is the difference maker, Amanda. This is why I believe in Charjabug, is because it can deal so much damage to the Psychics and the Dark types.
Now coming in with the Gligar fully healthy here, being able to take on this Cresselia. Cresselia's fast attacks are not going to be doing much damage at all, relying solely on these Moonblasts or either the Grass Knot to be able to do much. But I think if you're Strange type, you're saying, okay, well, I know it's going to take a while to get to it. Will he be able to completely farm down? No, going for that charge attack priority and just a sliver of health left on the Cresselia.
That's heartbreaking for Strange Top. He wanted the wing attack down, but Onion Frank definitely has a strong Cresselia because it lasted all the way and forced him to throw the Aerial Ace. In comes Lantern. This is why a lot of trainers are running Water Gun as well for this specific matchup.
Yeah, this Aerial Ace is not going to be doing that much damage, but it is a Shadow Gligar, forcing that last shield from Onion Frank to once get a little bit of energy here. Those Water Guns just chunking away. Going to be able to probably knock it out before the next Aerial Ace goes through. This Lantern has so much energy, going to be able to throw whatever comes in.
Gligar snuffed out by the Water Gun pressure. Here comes Onion Frank. He's got the Surf. He throws it into the Charjabug looking for the knockout, and Strange Top just wants to spend some of this energy. He says Lantern is too dangerous with all that stored energy. Let's get some of it off the board. Here comes the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern now into the Wigglytuff, but no Protect Shields left on Onion Frank's side, and this is Lantern is pewing away, already at his surf. Gonna go for the Thunderbolt, almost just right before it reaches though. If Onion Frank's counting, he knows it's just a surf.
I think our players' body language does tell us a lot as well. Onion Frank knows that there's still a Protect Shield on the side of Strange Top. He knows that the surf and the water gun pressure is going to add up, and I think he has a feeling this matchup is not going to go well, but he knows a potential Icy Wind, but it's Disarming Voice instead.
That's doing so much damage. This could actually maybe be a flipping part. I'm not sure. The surf will be enough to knock it out, but at least Onion Frank able to take his out with the Lantern. This is how the last matchup ended as well. Lantern on Lantern. We'll have to see who has more energy, who has more health left. Just pewing away here. Which one is going to take it? Looks like it's going to be Strange Top.
Wow, with 1 HP and a dream, Strange Top's Lantern strikes back to take game 2 against Onion Frank. He said, I trust in my Pokemon. I know my Pokemon inside and out. And even though we didn't get it done in game number 1, we can do it in game number 2.
But we really need to talk about that play at the end by Onion Frank, going for the Disarming Voice instead of the Icy Wind. A lot of times, I think I wouldn't have shielded it either if I was Strange Top, because I would think he's 100% going to use that Icy Wind to debuff me, because then for the rest of the matchup, you know, it's not going to be as good. But that Disarming Voice did a lot more, getting that game so close. Literally 1 HP and a dream.
We're going to take a little rewind here at our game number 2. Cresselia switching in, apparently trying to catch some X-Scissor damage, and it does get exactly what it asked for, because 2 X-Scissors get fired off. But this heartbreaking moment, I thought this turned the game's momentum in Onion Frank's favor, but I was wrong.
Yeah, at this point too, it's like I'm not even sure if that Shadow Aerial Ace would have been able to knock out the Lantern, but Onion Frank wanted to just keep his Lantern as healthy as possible, and it really proved vital in the end here, because if he was able to just hang on by a little bit more, he would have been able to take this game.
I just noticed something as well. You saw that Strange Top fired 2 water guns in the middle of the charm, and then the surf, it denied an additional charm's worth of damage, and if that charm comes through, that game is Onion Frank's to lose. So this timing is so important. Again, water gun is just a half-second fast attack. A lot of players for other games wonder why we're just tapping our phones so furiously. It's because we don't want to miss a single half-second fast or charge attack.
I thought it's because if you tapped harder, then you know that was more effective of a charge attack.
That's true. Yeah, that also. I mean, that's the way it used to be, right? But now we have these really fancy charge attack mini games that are really fun. We're tied up here 1-1. Strange Top versus Onion Frank. This has been the story of Lantern versus Lantern so far.
Yeah,
how does the final chapter end?
We're gonna have to find out pretty soon here. We're in the winner's semi, so whoever wins this next matchup, this next decisive game in this best of 3, will be guaranteed to go on to day number 2. But we are in the winner's side of the bracket. There's plenty of chances for these trainers to be able to still make it on from the loser side, which we've already seen a couple times in this tournament so far.
Exactly right. These trainers are built on perseverance and grit. They know their matchups inside and out, and they're also not going to waver. Game number 3, Strange Top and Onion Frank give us the thumbs up. They're ready. Here we go.
They're locked in, and this is, again, not that great for the Licky Tongue. We saw it last game with Kaibon, but this time Strange Top says, nope, I'm shifting out immediately here. Lantern coming into the Wigglytuff, and if you look at this back line, we have a Wigglytuff and we have a Bastiodon on the same team here. Now coming in with, I'm always curious about Onion Frank's swaps here going on the Thunderbolt here.
Yeah, I know. I think he just wants to avoid any kind of charge attack party situation. Maybe, like you said, has a really good Lantern, and he knows it's not going to win many of those ties. Gonna look for a charge attack here, though. Any moment, he's 1 water gun ahead because it takes 1 water gun to throw a charge attack, and that allows him to get to the Thunderbolt. This is not enough to KO, though.
Not enough to KO, and definitely not enough now that Strange Top throws up a shield here. All this energy, and I like the way Strange Top is playing this, recognizing, okay, if he did throw the Thunderbolt, he's going to be so low on energy. We're seeing the charge attack priority, actually, and we're seeing it go to Onion Frank, but this is just a surf, and I think Strange Top knows it's not enough to knock out. No shield being used here, and we'll have to see how he wants to play this out. I think he already pressed the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt coming through here from Strange Top. This, I think, will be enough to KO the Lantern, but we're going to have to find out. It does connect. Lantern does fade for Onion Frank, but now he comes in with the Wigglytuff, looking for the charms. Gonna get another surf, though.
going to have to go ahead and take a serve here. Although he's got 2 shields left. Maybe he wants to use one of them at this point. It looks like he's going to go ahead and let that go through. Knows it's not enough to take him out. Wants to see what's in the back. Maybe protecting it up for Bastiodon. This is a very dangerous position for Onion Frank because he hasn't seen the 3rd Pokemon at all. If it's an Annihilate, it's over. If now the Bastiodon comes in, has 1 Smackdown advantage against a Gligar, but 2 shields.
What a read by Strange Top to send the Lickitung into the Wigglytuff matchup and pull this Bastiodon and align it with his Shadow Gligar. Absolutely phenomenal read to send in that Pokemon because now his Shadow Gligar gives him a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an uphill battle, though. It's going to be doing so much damage this first charge attack going through. Onion Frank lets it go through. This is a Shadow Dig going through, connecting with the Bastiodon, bringing it down to the low yellow.
Absolutely a huge dent in the armor of the Bastiodon here as the Smackdowns do add up, but the Gligar's adding up so much energy in the meanwhile. Gonna go for the Aerial Ace bait. At this point, you kind of have to shield. It would be crazy not to shield. Here comes Onion Frank.
Onion Frank shielding up the Aerial Ace. You can see his shaking head, wishing he hadn't done that because now there is another charge attack being loaded. 1 shield is down. Is he gonna use both here? Bastiodon using both of them up, but he's almost at a charge attack himself. He wants that Gligar out of the way, but the switch timers are up.
Aggressive play there by Strange Top, but Onion Frank does call correctly. Gonna go for the Stone Edge here against the Shadow Gligar. He only has a little bit of the Bastiodon left. There is still a healthy Lickitung coming out. It's in the green, goes for the Icy Wind immediately. This is so clever because he's gonna slow down this Lickitung, try to bog it down with this debuff.
It still is going to be an uphill climb, even though these licks are gonna be doing absolutely nothing. Those body slams are gonna start to hurt. There's not much left on the Bastiodon. There's not much left on the Wigglytuff. Great counting here. He wants to be able to throw this body slam, but will it be enough after the debuff to knock it out?
Onion Frank doesn't feel very good. These are the final moments. Wigglytuff does get KO'd. Bastiodon is miles away from its next charge attack, and Lickitung fires a Power Whip.
Yeah, Power Whip coming through, no Protect Shields left, and you know what? Even though the Icy Wind did debuff, this looks like it's going to be able to connect. Not quite enough to take out the Bastiodon, but Bastiodon's still so far away from the Stone Edge.
Wow, Strange Top able to take the victory over Onion Frank. He brought the Wigglytuff, he brought the Bastion, he emptied the war chest, and it wasn't enough to take down Strange Top.
Yeah, Strange Top, like you said, great wherewithal, great plays there, saying, okay, even though I know Lickitung is bad into Wigglytuff, there's something in the back that he was trying to draw out, and that's a lot of like, when you have to make these split-second decisions, sometimes you're like, okay, well, this is gonna be a great matchup. I want to automatically swap this in, but that's just playing right into your opponent's hands. Strange Top had that wherewithal to like slow down, say, okay, Bastiodon in the back.
Yeah, at that moment, like you highlighted, was just so incredible to see because you can see Strange Top doing this. Right? He's not looking at anything except for that team sheet. He's looking at what could be potentially in the back there for Onion Frank, and I'm just so surprised that he sent out the Lickitung and made the right read, but it paid off huge for him in that decisive game number 3.
Yeah, and this middle matchup was a very difficult spot to be in as well because it's like, do you shield up the Thunderbolt? Because it could have been a Surf Bait, and if you shield up a Surf Bait, then you're still far behind as well. There's so many different micro decisions that change so many aspects of this game. The fact that there was 2 shields on the Bastiodon at the end, I was like, you know what? Onion Frank might still have it, but not being able to shield up the dig and shielding up an Aerial Ace instead really ended up proving costly.
You nailed it, right? I mean, Onion Frank was able to shield one of the digs, but he did allow one through, and then he wasted a Protect Shield on the Aerial Ace, which is so heavily resisted by the Bastiodon. It barely even registers in its HP pool, so Onion Frank brought this matchup really close, but Bastiodon just a little slow on the uptake, still probably 2 or 3 Smackdowns away. But I'll tell you what, if he shields 2 digs in that situation,
completely
Bastiodon probably had enough gas in the tank to bring that match all the way home.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, especially you'll see a team pretty similar to that in the Go Battle League done by a lot of players. I mean, there's just so much power in the fast attack pressure of a team like that I think Onion Frank had a good strategy in mind. It just didn't necessarily play out. And it's one of those things where it's like, are you playing against a certain team or are you playing against a certain player? Because I think a lot of times Onion Frank is very recognizable in the PvP scene. And if people see him play, they're like, you know what? maybe he's going to play it like this.
I'm very proud of Onion Frank and his evolution over these past 2 seasons, right? He's gone from a trainer that brought Wigglytuff, Shadow Victreebel, Bastiodon, Pokemon that I would argue very one-dimensional. He's evolved from that to bringing all kinds of new picks, and I feel like this team for Worlds is also very interesting because he did have flexibility. He did have very skill-intensive Pokemon, but he also had that looming threat. He said, if you bring something like Altaria, I could have Bastiodon in the back, and that could be game over. You're not going to know. And I think that's definitely what allowed him to get this deep into the tournament. But Amanda, we've been asking the chat to get really involved. We've been asking them to, spam their thoughts left or right for the charge attacks or who you think's going to win a game.
Is Azumarill good?
Is Azumarill good? Still a question that needs to be answered. Let's take a look over at X and see some zeets from people that have been posting about Pokemon Worlds 2024.
Look at this. Look who we spotted in Honolulu, Hawaii. Aloha World Championships 2024 Pikachu. This is a Pikachu that you can be getting from that special research that is going on right now. If you're lucky, you might even encounter a shiny one. They're in the raids everywhere. I haven't encountered a shiny yet. How about you, Will?
I know someone who actually has a perfect, what I call Scoopachu, with the Hawaii background, and it's an XXL, a huge one. That's a really, really rare catch, and I'm sure that I will log into my fiance's account and see if I can trade. Anyway, next tweet coming here from Poke Legends, Pokemon Center Worlds 2024 Hall, now up on Insta. Thanks to the Pokemon Company International for the free access and amazing opportunity to visit the Pokemon Center early. I'm telling you, it's so awesome that we have influencers that are able to come here, experience this event, and even casual Pokemon fans who might not be into the competitive scene get a sneak peek into it. I think that's so important because a lot of people just collect or trade or catch, but getting people here in the venue, in the arena, that's our goal, right, Amanda?
Yeah, speaking of goal, this is like squad goals going on right now on the beach. Here we got the Scuba Pikachu, we got a Seagull, and a Sandygast all on the beach here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And not only is it a Pikachu, it is a shiny Pikachu at that. Going ahead, giving off that electric energy.
Yeah, seeing these Pokemon spawn here in the venue has been a lot of fun as well. I think that our partners, Niantic, have done an incredible job with the event. Look at this. This looks like a Lapras floaty and maybe a Mantike in a drone show. I'm telling you, Pokemon Worlds has it all.
Yeah, there is a drone show that went on Thursday night. I believe there's one also on Saturday night and on Sunday night. Make sure to check it out if you guys are in that area. I've heard it was absolutely incredible. I saw the one in Japan. I mean, the things that they can do with this nowadays, it's so cool. And all these people on the beach, as you can see. Also, I want that Lapras.
Yeah, it looks awesome, right?
Yeah.
I heard during the drone show, the drones spell out Pokemon, but the final O is a Pokeball that falls into place. So again, this is like art in motion, poetry in motion. Definitely need to make it out to the beach to catch that drone show tonight if you are in the area. And if you're on socials, maybe, maybe we'll see it on socials as well.
Yeah, you got to use that hashtag, Pokemon Worlds, to be able to possibly be featured. We'd love to see some of these tweets, these posts from you guys as well. We talk about how important the community is to our game, and I think that you can also see that, you can hear that definitely. When certain players are on stage, you hear their family, their friends, everyone shouting at them, just congratulating them. I remember I was interviewing Marto Galde, and it was almost difficult to get words in because there was just so much love and energy coming from that front row of trainers who were so happy to see him move on to day 2.
It's so much fun, and not even, just the trainers here, but even going to specific regions, right? You and I have very fond memories of LAIC and listening to the trainers there cheer on their fellow competitors and friends. I'm telling you, the energy in the venue has been awesome today. Let's keep it up for Saturday, and especially for Championship Sunday. That's one of those things you have to wake up early. You have to be here because that is history in the making. So let's keep the energy up all weekend long.
And I mean, if we're talking about callbacks for earlier on in the day, one of the first matchups that we did together was Arceus Aurelius against Magmar Man. And I told you, and Caleb said he's heard it as well, Arceus Aurelius is claiming that he is the best current Talonflame player in the world. Ooh. But you know what? I think this trainer on the left-hand side, Valor Ash, is the most well-known Talonflame player in the world. Will he be able to regain that title? We'll have to see.
I challenge everyone in chat. Name a more iconic duo than Valor Ash and Talonflame. He seems to bring this Pokemon with him everywhere that he goes. Every single Championship Series event this season, Talonflame appeared on the team. The other pieces moved, shifted, changed with the metas, but Talonflame has been that one consistent. The question that I have for you, Amanda, is he's also got Shadow Magnezone. Is a North American going to cook with Shadow Magnezone? Is it possible?
I've seen him use this combination in the past, and you know what? He did like pretty successfully with it. Not able to quite break through to have those really high top cut moments, but Valor Ash is very well known within the PvP community, from the grassroots scene even. I mean, he's one of the staples that I think, and I'm so happy to see him up here against a well-known battler in the European circuit, PvP David, who did really well at EUIC. And I think for a lot of people, they were kind of seeing him for the first time. Meanwhile, a lot of trainers from that region were like, no, we know David.
I'm telling you, all you have to do is look at the aftermath of some of these tournaments, right? You don't even need to watch the streams necessarily. If you look at the brackets, PvP David 07 is a name that fells so many trainers along his path through the tournaments, and I definitely think he's going to be one to watch here. So I'm really excited because, like you pointed out, Amanda, Valor Ash on the left side of your screen has been a prolific grassroots competitor for a number of years, a great ambassador for our game, someone that a lot of people are familiar with and would love to see him succeed. But on the opposing side, this is a young, rising star who actually disposes of the competition when he comes across them. PvP David and Valor Ash, this is going to be a series to remember.
And I don't know if you remember, JBG Winston said earlier, Skeledirge is so much better than Talonflame. Even though they're both running Incinerate as that fast attack, I think we might actually see it in action in this actual tournament here, because Valor Ash is running that Talonflame. PvP David has taken a page out of his friend and teammate's book, ME Weedle, to be able to run that Skeledirge. We'll have to see how they want to play it out, because it looks like game number 1 is about to start.
Whiscash on the field versus Goodra. Goodra does have access to Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail, so he's going to get to those charge attacks pretty quickly. Whiscash, in the meanwhile, does have access to Mud Bomb. He's going to spam those off because those are neutral damage. Meanwhile, Scald is resistant.
Yeah, doesn't want to be able to throw the Scald there, even though there is a chance for attack debuff. It's not going to be doing as much, but the PvP David says, okay, you throw one at me, I'll throw one right back at you here. Here's an Aqua Tail for you. It looks like Valor Ash is going to shield that up, wants to keep a little bit of extra energy and health on that Whiscash.
I think Valor Ash recognizes here that he needs the double Mud Bombs, he needs to threaten this Goodra, because it is definitely a tough Pokemon to deal with, especially when it has a lot of HP. If you can weaken this Pokemon, you can definitely fast attack it down. At this point, though, Aqua Tail I don't think will be quite enough, so maybe Valor Ash can hang on here just a little while longer.
And he might be able to hang on, but at what cost will he be able to get to another Mud Bomb? Yes, only 2 away, charging up a little bit extra, recognizing again that he's quite far away from another attack, but getting the shield from PvP David, recognizing how low that Whiscash is getting because of that Dragon Breath damage.
I really appreciate what's happening here, because Valor Ash is trying to win control switch advantage because there's a Wigglytuff on PvP David's team. And look at the Altaria in the back. He wants to avoid that matchup. Meanwhile, PvP David is forcing the switch control, but he doesn't even have Wigglytuff in the back.
Yeah, going ahead, releasing this Aqua Tail, at least saying, okay, now he's got to decide what's going to come in. Do you bring in your Cresselia to a Cresselia that already has more energy on it? Looks like you have to, because you definitely don't want to put in that Lantern on it. However, Lantern doesn't have that great matchup against Altaria in the back. We'll have to see how they want to play that out. Moonblast coming through on Valor Ash's side. It's going to be the more effective attack, and not only that, has a chance to debuff PvP David's.
A slim chance, a low opportunity. Valor Ash does not get the Moonblast debuff, but PvP David is going to try his luck here as he fires off the Fairy-type charge attack.
Yeah, says, okay, yours didn't do it, maybe mine will. This could be the changing factor here. No, not going to be happening. Valor Ash has so much extra energy, but less health because it ended up taking that attack in that first round from the Goodra. We'll have to see how they want to play this out, because there's one shield left on both sides.
If you're Valor Ash, you've seen 2 Pokemon so far. You know, the other 4 remainders heavily resist, actually, the charge attacks from the Cresselia, so you need to be careful with your energy and avoid a catch. We're going to see the Grass Knot get fired off here by PvP David, trying to chip down the Cresselia. Here comes Valor Ash, going to fire off the Moonblast here. This might not be enough to KO, but it's going to bring this Cresselia incredibly low. Valor Ash looking for the knockout.
Yeah, looks to knock it out. Will he be able to? Not quite. Still a sliver of health left, but it does get the attack ball. But PvP David so quick here, going for that Moonblast, seeing what came in. I didn't even see what came in, and I saw it was in the bag.
Oh, last second shield by Valor Ash. That's so huge, because that would have been a super effective attack, but he does get the debuff. This is a Water Gun Lantern, not the Spark variant we're used to. Altaria should win this matchup on paper, but after the debuff, who knows how this is going to turn out?
Yeah, no Protect Shield remaining on Valor Ash's side. This Thunderbolt is going to be the heavier hitting attack. David's hitting all the bubbles. He wants it to be excellent. The Altaria is still in the green, but not anymore. Down to the yellow here, and now another attack is going through. Going for that heavier hitting Moonblast. Also hoping for maybe a defense drop of its own.
Oh! PvP David doesn't shield. Moonblast does connect. That's huge because now Valor Ash is able to pile on the Dragon Breath damage. Neither trainer can get to their switch timer. There are no catches available here. Valor Ash going to throw the Sky Attack, try to force away the shield, maybe get back to his timer as well. Can he make a catch to win this game?
This would be a very pivotal moment if he's able to make it. The switch timer is up. Looks like it was almost trying for it, not able to reach it in time, but will this be enough to knock out? I'm not even sure.
Lantern, Thunderbolt, connects. Altaria absorbs it. Here comes the Cresselia switch in. Now Valor Ash is trying to gather some energy. Meanwhile, Lantern is building up energy. It's going to get to the surf here. Oh my gosh, the catch! PvP David sends out the Cresselia to soak this grass knot.
It's saying, okay, my switch timer is also up. I know the counts here. I know you have to throw it, but there's not much left. In comes the Lantern with a surf loaded here, able to throw at the low health Altaria to take game number 1 for PvP David.
Pack it, send it, ship it. PvP David able to win this game with the Lantern against the odds. Able to take down the Dragon and Flying type Pokemon. Sometimes, Amanda, sometimes just a tiny stroke of luck is all you need. A gentle push can lead you over the mountain.
Yeah, that Moonblast was definitely a push in favor of PvP David, but that's not the only thing he had going for him, as well as because you saw that catch. He knew exactly when Valor Ash was going to throw that grass knot. He caught it on his own, and I think that was honestly the pivotal moment that changed everything and gave him the win.
You see the Sky Attack get Protect Shielded up here. Pivotal moment in this game number 1. Thunderbolt is connecting. We saw the Cresselia switch just flash for just a second. Valor Ash unable to reach for it. He goes for his own Cresselia. And 1, 2, 3. Here comes PvP David sending in his own Cresselia to seal up this match.
And being able to get this catch, it doesn't matter how low, it doesn't matter if Valor Ash didn't even do the bubbles there. It would have still been enough to knock out. Getting all that energy and being able to throw the surf onto the Altaria, even though the Altaria has that full health of the Dragon Breath left, just not enough in the tank to be able to take it out.
You know, I would argue that if Valor Ash is able to reach for that Cresselia and soak the Thunderbolt, the Altaria might have had enough HP left over to carry him through that matchup. But this is, again, a story of a very seasoned battler versus a younger trainer. Maybe PvP David is just a little bit faster on the reflexes.
You saw how fast that reflex was. The Altaria came in, it was immediately, oop, Moonblast, there it goes.
Yep.
It's like barely enough time to even see the typing in the corner. He's already throwing the attack.
The old guard versus the new stars. Here comes Valor Ash, game number 2 versus PvP David, and David loves this lead.
The Wigglytuff says hello, now forcing in the swap of the Whiscash, but Whiscash is now a little bit behind on the energy as well. We'll be able to still reach a Scald beforehand, throws right before an attack is being able to reach, and I want to actually talk about the moveset on this Wigglytuff here. I think I saw a Swift.
All right, Wigglytuff, PvP David, he's going to go ahead and reach for that Goodra. I agree with you, Amanda. I saw the Swift on the right side just before it switched out. Goodra is going to dominate the Whiscash matchup because it's already been chipped so heavily by the Wigglytuff. PvP David trying to control the pacing of this matchup and keep his alignment.
Yeah, he knows that even though there are 2 Mud Bombs loaded, not going to be able to get another one in time. Even if so, there's still a shield remaining. He is desperately wanting to keep that Wigglytuff on the Altaria in the back. Now he is fully loaded as well. He does have that charge attack stored. Swift takes 1 less charm to get to as well, so I think that's already loaded up. Forcing him now to go throw an Octo, because Valor Ash desperately wants to get that Altaria away from the Wigglytuff, but he is at the Mud Bomb. Is David going to use both of the shields in this mid-match?
I can't even see the HP on that Whiscash as Valor Ash squeezes off 1 more Mud Bomb to try to get the KO and forces away that Protect Shield from PvP David. That is a valiant effort by the Water and Ground type.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of polarizing. We see the Cresselia coming in here. Cresselia does have a very good matchup against that Lantern in the back, but the Wigglytuff has such a good matchup against the Altaria. I'm very interested to see how PvP David wants to play it after this moment. First Aqua Tail going through. He might even be able to reach another one because these Cycle Cuts just don't do much damage at all.
I just admire how PvP David has prioritized what he needs to do to win this game. He knew he needed to control Switch at all costs, and he did exactly that. And now look at this Goodra. This Goodra's been on the field for like 3 minutes. It's been done so much work. Here comes Lantern, gonna fire some water guns, but Cresselia does have a ton of stored energy.
Yeah, almost 2 Grass Knots already stored. Grass Knots are super effective against this water type Pokemon here, as you can see, but it's still in the green. We're gonna be able to throw off another one here before the PvP David even gets to a Surf. Will this be enough is the real question. Cresselia has done a lot of work for Valor Ash, but will it be enough? Will it be able to go through the Wigglytuff because the Altaria really has nowhere to go?
go. See the swap into the Altaria. Here comes Wigglytuff. It's got the Icy Wind loaded and ready to go because it fired off so many charms against the Whiscash during that switched in matchup, and Valarash is forced to shield. We get the knowing nod. We see Valarash kind of say, man, this looks really tough.
Yeah, not only is the Icy Wind super effective, it's lowered the attack. The charms are super effective against this Dragon-type Pokemon as well. So this now Moonblast is not going to be doing as much. Valarath kind of sees the writing on the wall, but wants to keep playing. Does a nice chunk of damage, even though the attack's been lowered here. But David already basically at the move here, charming down, going to be able to throw at the Cresselia coming in.
Double resisted Dragon Breaths are no match for Wigglytuff, and we get a patented PvP David Swift to end this series against Valarash.
Taking his victory 2-0 to go into day number 2. You see these two trainers shaking hands. I think they're both well known within this scene. And no Talonflame to be found, actually.
Oh, that's actually a good point, and it's kind of poetic considering that Wigglytuff was such a thorn in Valarash's side. He didn't bring the Shadow Magnezone or the Talonflame.
I want to talk about that moveset. We didn't, obviously this is open team sheets now this season, so all the trainers can see what everyone is running. I know that Swift was something that was just recently viable in the newest meta update, but a lot of people are still opting to be running Disarming Voice and Icy Wind. Swift, you do get to 1 quicker, which is a little bit better in certain matchups, especially like the Wigglytuff versus the Vigoroth matchup. That's one that trainers are going specifically for, and I wonder if that's why PvP David is choosing to run Swift on his Wigglytuff.
It feels like a lot of these fast and charge attack movesets we can kind of agree on. I think everyone saw that Thunder Punch Goodra was definitely an upgrade, but the Wigglytuff Swift debate is actually like very volatile. People will say, oh, it's terrible, or oh, it's really good. And I feel like that 1 charm difference really depends on the situation and the team that you build around the Wigglytuff. If you're looking at your average turn duration for your charge attacks, maybe you do need just a little bit faster to get to a charge attack with Wigglytuff. And it does get same type attack bonus.
Right.
It does have that going for it.
That is true. That is true. And as you can see, it is enough to knock out the Cresselia in their securing game number 2 for PvP David. Another Pokemon I want to talk about, where you say, okay, the moves are pretty much kind of already decided by a lot of trainers. At the beginning, when Annihilate was brought into the meta, no one was running Night Slash on it. Everyone was running Ice Punch and Shadow Ball because there was so many Glygars, and you would be able to hit back the Glygars a little bit more. It wasn't until Dunebug pretty much really went on a tear with it, a double boost multiple times to just knock out his opponents, that everyone was like, hold on a minute. Night Slash might be the way to go.
Yeah, no, and then the whole meta kind of shifted and followed after that, right? I do want to point out, the Ice Punch Annihilate, I do distinctly remember a Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk UK Grand Finals.
That is true.
With Ice Punch Annihilate, Nighttime Clasher became the first caster/competitor to go from NA to EU and win a championship series event, which is definitely a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
But after that, like you said, Night Slash kind of took over.
It did. Not only did he managed to go to EU and kind of steal a little bit of the glory and victory from EU, he was the first caster to win a tournament at all.
I think that deserves a moment for us to debate about it. I'll tell you what, everybody, we have more battles coming here really soon. Many more regional rivalries will play out here at the World Championships. We'll be right back.
I'm Anna here with my new friend Cece. Cece, who are you cosplaying today?
Today I'm cosplaying Carmine from the DLC from Scarlet and Violet.
What made you choose Carmine?
So last season I actually dressed up as Nimona, and so I thought it would be fitting to do her other counterpart.
Yeah, what's your favorite part of your costume?
So my favorite part has got to be the hair. She has a little flair to it with a little red, and of course the iconic bangs.
Yes, I love it. I kind of want to put those in my hair.
Yeah, yeah, let me put it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, is this your first time cosplaying at a Pokemon event, or have you said you did a bunch before?
So I've done a bunch of cosplays. I'm fairly new to it, but I'm having a lot of fun, you know, taking pictures, getting to meet everybody in the community that also appreciate like dressing up as the characters of the Pokemon game.
What's your favorite part about being at a live Pokemon event?
Definitely the community. I love getting to meet everybody, making friends, connections, and just like the vibes.
And what is it like being here in Hawaii for a Pokemon event?
In Hawaii is amazing. This is actually my hometown. So I used to live in Kailua, so shout out to all my Kailua friends there. But this is amazing getting to be here at Homebound and sharing it with my friends and families as well.
That's so cool. Thank you so much, Cece. We'll head back now to the Pokemon World Championship.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice
boiled down to one final matchup. This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5. Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and dragon, steel, fire, and ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokémon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello again, I'm Anna Prosser here with Evolutions Cosplay and Sarah. Evolutions Cosplay, who are you cosplaying today?
Today I am cosplaying as Vaporeon from Pokemon, of course.
Yeah, and I heard you say Princess Vaporeon.
Yeah, I wanted to do more cottagecore, but it ended up looking more princess, and I really wanted to try to use local prints here on the island. So today I have like this nice ulu print, or the breadfruit, because not only has it an island feel, but also kind of reminds me of like water ripples.
That's so cool, and you are local to Hawaii, right?
Yep, born and raised.
Can we see the tail? It looks
right here.
And Sarah, you are cosplaying as a cosplay handler. Can we see the back of your shirt? Amazing, amazing. And how does that partnership work?
Well, we are sisters, so she puts up with a lot of things. So while I'm the crafting and making all my Evolution cosplays, she's there as my support. I wouldn't be able to do this without her, not only behind the scenes, but when we're at conventions and events like this.
Do you go to a lot of conventions and events?
Oh yes, since coming back from lockdown, we've had so many conventions and events. I've been able to do more cosplays and continue to do all the Evolution cosplays that I love.
Is it fun to be here with people that definitely recognize what you're cosplaying in a dress like this?
Oh my gosh, this experience is out of this world. Being my first Worlds here, seeing the love of Pokemon, and being able to see the children being happy to see me, seeing adults, it's just wonderful.
That's so cool. And what made you choose Evolutions as your main focus for cosplay?
I kind of just stumbled on it. I first started doing the Evolutions in 2016 as a closet cosplay. So something really simple just to have fun at the convention. And then later on, I learned how to do sewing and crafting, and found like really so much joy in making my own cosplays and doing what, like, just keep doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Eevee is my favorite, so I think that's a great theme. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thanks, Sarah. And now back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Aloha trainers, we're here in day number 1 for Pokemon Go World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. We're wrapping up day 1 soon, but we still have some epic battles to go to determine our top 32 day number 2 competitors. I'm Caleb Payne, I'm joined by Tua Butters, and I'm excited for this next one, Butters.
Yeah, the tournament is winding down, but there is so much action left, because up next we have Paul Lasha, who absolutely cooked at the European International Championships with Shadow Magnezone, and guess what? She brought that Shadow Magnezone to the World Championships as well. And then plus, after these matchups, we might be revealing some updates for next season as well. So you are gonna wanna watch the end of this stream.
Yeah, we appreciate anyone that's been tuning in all night long, all day long, depending on what time zone you're in. I know it might be getting kind of late in some parts of the world. Maybe it's early morning for you, but you don't wanna miss out on this action. We have incredible battles here, but like Butter said, we got some interesting reveals for you later on in the stream too.
Oh yeah, and I'm workshopping a nickname for Paulasha. Can I want to call her Must See Twitch.tv, because she is so fun to watch on the Pokemon Go stage. What do you think about that nickname?
I mean,
too long?
I give it a 5 out of 50, but you know,
Why?
I like the energy, I like the idea, you know. But Paul Lasha's gameplay incredible. But we'll be going against Sammy, and Sammy, a Peruvian player that actually, I think for the most part, lives in EU, because he's actually gone to a lot of EU tournaments, was at EUIC as well, and has played against a lot of these EU players, might have even played against Paul Lasha in the past, and I know he typically likes Shadow, Alolan, Ninetales, but he's running a little different RPS Pokemon today, Butters.
Yeah, and we'll see the team shortly, but it is a Pokemon that you're very familiar with, but also a Pokemon that we saw from the former world champion, Mandibuzz. We saw its Axon run that Mandibuzz, but unfortunately, he has already been eliminated. It's so hard to win a world championship, but it's even harder to repeat. That would be absolutely insane. We're gonna have a new world champion in 2024.
That's right. I mean, you know, well, Emmy Weedle is still in the running, so we could have a repeat champion in that respect.
True.
But it will be a different one than last year for sure. We got Sammy 85 on the left-hand side. We got Paul Lasha 97 on the right-hand side. Paul Lasha from Spain running that Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Magnezone, Altaria, Cresselia, Skeledirge, and Shadow Gligar. And something I noticed from Paul Lasha is that she hasn't been running counter users for multiple tournaments straight. I think this is the third, maybe fourth tournament she hasn't run a single counter or fighters.
Which is rare, and I thought it would be rare, but like I mentioned before, out of the 29 tournaments from this season that I took data from, 9 teams won without the Annihilate or the Vigoroth, but some of those teams did have a Poliwrath on it, but a lot of them didn't have a single counter user, and Paulasha is running that strategy, and she's been running it really well because she has been so consistent as of late. Number 3 in Bologna, number 1 in Stockholm, winning the entire regional, top 4 in EUIC, number 3 in Stuttgart, number 5 in Gdansk. It just goes on and on. She has been on an incredible streak as of late, and I can't wait to see how she performs with Shadow Magnezone here at the Pokemon World Championships.
You know who else has been on a streak here, Butters? Dude, these EU players are cooking something else, man. I'm looking at it. Every Top Cup matchup looks like an EU player's moving forward to day 2. Looks like Paul is going to try to join her other EU comrades here. Sammy, though, kind of a pseudo-EU player, so might be kind of holding up the mantle here. But here we go. Game number 1 here, and this Magnezone already looks really good for Paul Lasha.
Oh!
A perfect lead here is Shadow Magnezone into a Skarmory.
And that is the lead Paul Lasha wants. Volt Switch is coming through. No way, Sammy's staying in and actually swapping into Bastion, but this is not too bad. You're going to be able to resist all the smackdown damage, and you can bait with a Mirror Shot. Maybe you don't want to debuff yourself so early, but Paulasha knows you have the Shadow for Alligator in the back. Let's just do some chip damage and get on out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said it in an earlier segment, Butters, you don't ever want to safe swap Bastion, but in this specific team composition, it's actually not the worst safe swap here. There's no fighters, there's no ground types to hard punish this Bastion. Yes, you have the Shadow for Alligator, but you're still taking neutral damage. But here comes the Shadow for Alligator. Down a shield for Paul Lasha, but in a fantastic matchup right now.
And the thing is, you did get that Protect Shield if you are Sammy, but now Paul Lasha is going to be able to get the double Hydro Cannon and knock out this Bastion. And there is that Trevenant to soak up all this energy, but you can soak Hydro Cannon, you can't soak the other energy, and this for Alligator is loaded. Do you just come in with the Skarmory? Yes, you have to sacrifice your Skarmory here, but this is gonna be tough for Skarmory as well.
Yeah, into Shadow for Alligator, these Hydro Cannons hurt. I mean, I don't know what Sammy's plan was for Shadow for Alligator, because there's really nothing that actually beats this in a straight head-on-head matchup. Yes, the Trevenant is a grass type, but the Shadow Claw and even the resist Hydro Cannon, catching the Hydro Cannon on the Trevenant, trying to do everything you can to make something happen here, but the Shadow Claw damage is still going to add up, and force to still shield the Hydro Cannon too.
And you still have that Gligar in the back. It's going to be hard to get through the Shadow for Alligator, but there's still that Shadow Gligar in the back for Paulasha. And now suddenly you're at the next Hydro Cannon, and here comes the second Protect Shield from Sammy. He is going to be able to get this Shadow Claw down, but where is this energy going to go to? So pivoting it into that Shadow Gligar to just try to soak everything and close with the Shadow Magnezone.
And Sammy going for the Shadow Balls. Paulasha knows not worth the shield here for sure. You have the Magnezone to clean up. The Shadow Ball does a lot of damage, but the arrow is going to be reached before another move could be thrown. And you can see Sammy going to have to farm down this Gligar, but doesn't matter. Paulasha still has a shield, and that Magnezone looking pretty healthy.
And this Magnezone is not coming in yet. You're going to get the full Steel Wing down onto this Gligar. You're going to have a lot of energy here, but you don't have any Protect Shields. I believe the Wild Charge is available, and Paulasha is going to be able to knock out with her signature Pokemon to get 1 game on the board.
I mean, Shadow Magnezone looks great into the team composition, but this Feraligatr looks even better into those 3 specific Pokemon Sammy brought. Definitely needs to bring an answer to that. And the interesting part about Sammy's team is he's actually running a Spark Lantern. So slightly better into that Feraligatr for sure, but much worse into the Gligar and worse into the Magnezone. And his team really doesn't have a lot of answer at Magic Zone. Yes, you have Annihilate, but that Wild Charge one-shots Annihilate as well. You got Trevenant, but you know that damage doesn't add up very quickly, and even the Mirror Shots start adding up as well as the Wild Charge. We can see here catching the Hydro Cannon, but still force the shield on Sammy's end here. Just really tough predicament for Sammy throughout this game.
Yeah, and how about having the Shadow Magnezone plus the Shadow Feraligatr? I mean, two amazing closers. You actually went with triple Shadow in that game number 1 for Palasha, and Sammy just wasn't able to hold up to the damage. Yes, you were able to land those big attacks like Shadow Ball, but Palasha just knew, if I bring the offensive pressure, there's not much even a defensive Pokemon like Bastiodon can do.
Yeah, I mean, Palasha says, I don't need no bulk. I'm just going to pilot my team to success, and that's going to be it for her for that first game. Let's see how Sammy adjusts here, and this is a tough team composition for Sammy. I mean, yeah, you could kind of safe swap Bastion, but doesn't really get you too much value in a lot of these matchups. Gligar, Feraligatr, Magnezone all have a lot of play into it, and I think Palasha, recognizing no fighter on her side, is going to have to make sure that she's ready for that Bastion in every turn of the way. How does Sammy overcome not only the Feraligatr, but the Magnezone, right? I mean, yeah, you could try to get your Annihilate on it, but you don't think Palasha's ready? She got Feraligatr that can take it out. Altaria, Cresselia, Skeldurge, Gligar, there's nowhere for this Annihilate to go except for the Magnezone, and Palasha's doing perfectly to protect that Magnezone as best as she could.
And often you see that with Vigoroth teams. You run Vigoroth plus 5 Annihilate counters, but she's doing the exact same thing with the Shadow Magnezone. Here it is. It is going to be the Shadow Gligar into the Mandibuzz. So this is a positive lead for Sammy. And once again, it's going to be offense versus defense here because it's triple Shadow versus the bulk of Mandibuzz and Bastiodon in the back.
Generally speaking, this is not a bad matchup for Mandibuzz. So the problem is you need this Mandibuzz for the Feraligatr. I don't know how Sammy's going to dance around this. And the thing is, Gligar is so good that there's a lot of situations where you can still even win this matchup against the Mandibuzz. Palasha not going to shield up the Mandibuzz. I think going to spend her shields on that Magnezone and on that Feraligatr.
And this is crazy, but it's so strong for the Feraligatr here because once Mandibuzz is out of the way, it's going to be so strong against the Bastion. And it's weird to say that a water type is going to be strong against a grass type, but it is pretty good against Trevenant because it outpaces and does super effective Shadow Claws. So once this Mandibuzz is gone, even if it's a soft loss, yeah, you just Volt Switch it down, and then you have all the offense in the back, and I don't know how Sammy is going to be able to absorb it.
Oh, and we see the safe swap actually from Palasha here coming in for Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to get the Hydro Cannon.
Oh, wow!
The Snarl's reached. Sammy not going for the move, going for an extra Snarl instead, forced to shield the neutral Hydro Cannon. But he does have a decent amount of energy on this Mandibuzz, so let's see if he can make some magic happen here. Going for the Aerial Ace bait here, and Palasha
no shield
at all, putting everything on the Magnezone.
What a call there, trying to bait out the Trevenant as well probably, so you can close with that Shadow Magnezone here, but I like the patience from Sammy to stay in. I love the swap from Palasha to try to get rid of that Mandibuzz before it got the energy, but because of the Protect Shield, now it got a Protect Shield back, and suddenly you can't even Shadow Claw down, so Sammy was feeling behind, but now he's in a pretty decent position. He finally lets the Mandibuzz go.
Yeah, Sammy going for the optimization instead of throwing that Aerial Ace, forcing Palasha to throw the Hydro Cannon before, but she has a lot of energy here. I mean, I don't know. This is tough, right? Bastion not going to appreciate the super effective Hydro Cannon, but at the same time, you don't want him to burn a shield on your Trevenant. I think Sammy's predicting the Magnezone in the back. Here it comes. Can Sammy do anything here? Is going to try to build up the Flamethrower. I actually like this play a lot because if he doesn't get the Flamethrower off, he either gets a shield here or forces Palasha to throw the Wild Charge.
Yeah, exactly, to knock out because you're trying to drop that defense and or get a Protect Shield, which you just got that Protect Shield. Now you're swapping and trying to get to a Shadow Ball, but I don't think this Trevenant can take a double Wild Charge. Here comes the first Wild Charge. It is no Protect Shield. Now you're probably going to be a Mirror Shot range. It lands on the Trevenant. It's resisted. It doesn't feel like it. Here comes the one more Volt Switch into the Mirror Shot. You're one more Volt Switch away from the next one. If Sammy doesn't throw here, Palasha will get to the next Mirror Shot.
And Sammy's at the C-Bomb. Palasha can't catch yet, so going for that extra Shadow Claw to ensure that getting that extra damage and energy without taking the Volt Switch damage here, throwing that 2-turn move in the middle of that 4-turn move.
Can Feraligatr Shadow Claw down and knock out and get exactly at it? You have to swap right now into your Gligar. No, actually gets it. Now you're just one Shadow Claw away from the Hydro Cannon. And no, actually gets knocked out by the Smackdown. It registered first.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I did not see that coming too. Even Sammy got a little smile on his face saying, I thought I was out of the tournament already, but able to even the score against Paul Lasha 1-1. I thought he had nowhere to go, but that miracle smackdown able to clutch up for Sammy in the end.
It almost felt like a crit on that smackdown at the end there, but it registered. You were trying to throw the one Shadow Claw and hit the Hydro Cannon, but that smackdown, because you were in range of knockout, it registered before you were able to throw that charge attack, and that is a brutal swing for Paul Lasha, who almost closed that game, but it all came down to this Mandibuzz play, I think, from Sammy. Sammy was able to do so much with Mandibuzz in the lead there.
And I gotta give respect to Sammy too, right? He's playing really calm, even though it looks like he has a massive team comp disadvantage. He's in the face of a Magnet Zone with double Wild Charge, just saying, all right, I'm just gonna swap in the trap now, see what I could do, and still shielding the Mirror Shot and still making something happen there. I mean, if you shield the Wild Charge, that could have been even better for Sammy in that situation, but just bring down the Feraligatr enough to be within one smackdown. And you can see, hey, Bastion closing out here, still has something to say.
Yeah, defense is not out of it yet. The combination of Mandibuzz and Bastion was able to tie it up 1-1. Are we going to see the same thing in game number 3? Offense versus defense. Paul Lasha has been using all 3 shadows that she has on her team because she's seeing a lot of Bastion. You don't really want to bring these other Pokemon into Bastion, right? So you're kind of forced into this 3. If you're Paul Lasha, does Sammy need to make any team compositions? We don't know, because we're locked in.
All right, let's go. Game number 3, Sammy 85 versus Paul Lasha 97. Winner goes on to day 2. Loser goes home early.
Oh, Safe Swap Mandibuzz.
Oh, Mandibuzz coming in here into the Altaria
Oh.
and gets the Dark Pulse out before Paul Lasha swaps out, going to tank the energy.
But now he's energy dry. The Magnet Zone's coming in, right? Because Paul Lasha was just waiting for this Mandibuzz to throw energy to unleash. Oh, actually, no. Doesn't bring in. Maybe he's going to throw a Moonblast, try to get a Protect Shield here, and then maybe swap in. Here comes the Moonblast into the Mandibuzz. It's going to be super effective, so Sammy throws up the Protect Shield here. Maybe if he leaves himself energy dry again, that's when you're going to see the Magnet Zone.
No debuff on that Moonblast. I see Sammy's plan here. He's trying to draw out that Magnet Zone so the Skarmory has a way to sweep the back lines, but Paul Lasha's not falling for her. She's just staying in this matchup. I think she might think there might be a Bastion on the back or something as well. Definitely an Altaria counter. And here comes
and then swapping.
Wait, catching a Dark Pulse on the Magnet Zone. This is still a decent amount of damage on the Shadow Magnet Zone, even though it's only neutral.
And I don't know if you can Volt Switch down. And here comes the Dark Pulse. She was anticipating the aerial ace.
Switch Timer's coming
and
up.
Here comes the Switch Timer, and now it's coming into the Trevenant, and now this game has really swung. It's all going to come down to Feraligatr in the back. You are going to be able to get to this Wild Charge. There's 1 Protection remaining. You know how much damage this does, even while it's resisted, but Sammy's going to be able to Shadow Claw down this Magnet Zone, tank the Wild Charge, but it's all going to come down to the hands of Shadow Feraligatr for Paul Lasha.
Yeah, there's not enough health on this Altaria to withstand a Shadow Ball. Come in with the Feraligatr, I assume, force the shield in this situation here, and it is not over for Paul Lasha yet. This Shadow Feraligatr has a lot of play into that backline matchup. We saw how much a Hydro Cannon does into the Skarmory, but the Shadow Ball damage is adding up. Is the energy more valuable or the health more valuable for Sammy?
And the thing is, you're not going to be threatened by any fast attack pressure. Steel Wing is resisted. Snarl's not going to do anything. So it's all going to come down to energy management here. Throwing the Hydro Cannon straight away, trying to get the knockout into this Mandibuzz. This is going to knock out. Wait, suddenly, this is a 1 Protect Shield matchup versus the Skarmory, and Feraligatr is just going to be outpacing.
Yeah, I thought Sammy was going to shield it to get the move off, having the energy already. Maybe a slight miscue first. Hydro Cannon is going to come through, and Sammy has the shield here.
You get to the triple first. Yeah. You get to the triple Hydro Cannon before Skarmory is able to get 2 charge attacks. As long as you can hang on to these Steel Wings, you are probably going to win this game.
And I think Paul Lasha knows too. You just shield up, and she's nodding her head. She's saying, hey, I know the pacing on Feraligatr is pretty quick here, and the thing is, Sammy has nothing to catch this energy on as well. This 1 Hydro Cannon is not enough, but it's going to do a lot of damage here, and honestly, it might be in Shadow Claw and Dragon Breath range after this.
And now you land the Hydro Cannon. You need 1 more, and actually swapping because you have the Sky Attack, but this was a little risky. It is not very effective, but it is still going to be effective for Paul Lasha to get into day number 2, because 1 more Dragon Breath will do it.
And Paul Lasha makes it. She's still cooking on that Magnet Zone in all 3 games, bringing it here her signature Pokemon, and she's continuing her World Championships journey, as well as all these EU players. Man, there's a lot of EU players in day number 2 for World Championships this year, and they're bringing a ton of the action.
I stick by it. she's must-see Twitch.tv. She really is. She's so exciting to watch. She brought the offense, but she made a key adjustment. She was running the triple shadow 2 straight games. Game number 3, she brings the Altaria to lead into that matchup and force out the Mandibuzz swap in, and then closed it with the Shadow for Alligator. Well done to Palasha to move on to day number 2.
Yeah, what a unique team as well. I don't think any other trainer has that same team composition under their belts for this tournament. You see the catch play here, going for the Dark Pulse, and I think she was hoping to catch an Aerial Ace, which would have been a huge catch, right? Ends up catching a Dark Pulse, and then essentially gives up switch advantage because the timer was up, and now the Trevenant is able to lock into this Magnet Zone. But that Feraligatr was honestly Palasha's real MVP this series, I feel like, having so much play into everything Sammy brought, and just the pacing was too good. And also, I think the Shadow Feraligatr making a big difference in this specific matchup against Skarmory too.
And Sammy kept showing that Mandibuzz plus Trevenant, and what is good against that? The Altaria. And the thing was, Shadow Gligar is pretty decent, of course, against the Trevenant and the Bastiodon because it's going to be able to counter both. But in those first 2 games, Palasha was not getting any Protect Shields or any value out of that Shadow Gligar. So game number 3, she switches to Altaria, which gets the crucial Protect Shield from the Moonblast into the Mandibuzz so that she had that Protect Shield advantage to cook with Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, big game 3 call from Palasha. Congratulations to her for another top cut and continuing on for even more victories here. And yeah, I mean, great run by Sammy as well. Does go down to Palasha in that losers finals on day number 1, but quite a run too, and a pretty wild team, I gotta say.
You know, and very impressive. I was looking through his tournament performances this year. He hasn't competed in a ton of tournaments, so the fact that he got here through championship points and got all the way to this point, 1 match away from day number 2 against the best of the best. What a season for Sammy. What a performance. Well done.
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of our players to watch, Palasha, is still in it, so definitely a lot of eyes still on her for this tournament. But we got some more trainers here in this losers finals to see who's going to make it into day number 2. And you know, I was saying EU players are looking pretty good. We don't have a lot of NA players left, but we have 2 NA players facing off coming up next. So we got at least 1 more NA player making it into day number 2.
It is 2 NA players, but they actually have a lot of battles between each other. Is that right, Caleb?
That's right. It's going to be Rockhaven versus Rise to Occasion. Rise to Occasion, one of the biggest names in Pokemon Go PvP. The only trainer to win 1 regional every single season, and that cannot be matched by anyone else besides him next season, I guess. But second place at North America International Championships last year as well, and one of the few trainers to qualify for World Championships 3 years in a row. He's looking for another top cut performance here. He made that top cut in the first year in 2022 in London, but fell a little bit short last year in Yokohama, looking for some redemption. But he's sitting across Rockhaven, a lesser known player. However, Rise to Occasion knows him very well. He's faced off against Rockhaven 2 separate tournaments, and I believe both of them were in top cut, and he's actually 0-4 against Rockhaven. So hasn't taken a single game off Rockhaven so far in their 2 series. So let's see if Rise to Occasion wants to rewrite history a little bit.
Yeah, he's looking for redemption. And what I'm looking for is the tweets, because I want to head on over to social media to see what you have been saying about the tournament. And it is going to be DeFi, our fellow caster and commentator, got to spend a few minutes chatting with a couple absolute legends of the Pokemon community. They are absolute legends. Hope everyone's having a great time at Pokemon Worlds. We really do hope that you're having a great time at Pokemon Worlds. I'm having a fantastic time, Caleb.
That's right. I mean, we'd love to see all the Pokemon fans, whether you PP or not, make it out here. We got Rubik's Master here, runner-up of World Championships last year. A bit too weak to Reggie, apparently, is his team name. Worlds run cut a bit short. Tried to make a run back with a version 2 of my last Worlds team, but couldn't quite do it. I'm still glad I went, though. Worlds is a great experience. Good luck to everyone else competing. I love the sportsmanship there.
A sad face on the Shadow Quagsire. Yeah. Maybe because last year it got into the final 2 and this year it didn't. So a little sad about the Shadow Quagsire there.
That's right. We got AV Rip, Av Rip as well here. One of our Australian players out earlier than expected, but that's the way it goes with this game. GG Soul. Av Rip, a formidable competitor, one of the few to qualify for Worlds every year as well.
Caleb, look at the awareness of XGerald X here. Look at that. Just sees the photo coming and is able to lock in on it. That's why he is so good at these big tournaments. He has really good awareness, especially when it comes to the phones.
That's right, that's right. Well, let's see how we have these battles coming up pretty soon here. We got Rockhaven 703 on the left-hand side and Rise to Occasion on the right. And
oh, wow.
I mean, both these teams are kind of wild here. Rockhaven running out Bomba Snow, Clotsire, Annihilate, Registeel, Feraligatr, and Mana Buzz. None of them are Shadow either.
Yeah, this is almost 12 unique Pokemon. The only common Pokemon is Registeel. Both of these trainers are running Registeel. Otherwise, all of these Pokemon are different for these competitors, and we're gonna have to break down a lot.
Besides Registeel.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
yeah. So we're gonna have to break this down. I mean, you had Clodsire on your caster predictions. Why do you think it's strong in the meta right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams really only have one answer or so to Clodsire, and then maybe a soft answer like a Skarmory. But looks like Rise to the Occasion has similar, right? One true answer, which is the Whiscash, but it has a lot of neutral play. Earthquake still hurts the Whiscash quite a bit. You got Earthquake for the Poliwrath as well. You're resisting counter damage. That matchup was kind of funky, and then I don't know the Goodra Clodsire matchup as well. You're the Goodra expert. What's that matchup look like?
You know, it's pretty decent for Goodra because you're able to outpace to double Aqua Tail. So if you match shields with the Clodsire, you're usually okay there. But it's possible sometimes for the Clodsire to outbulk and take 2 Aqua Tail. So if you have to give up Protect Shield as the Goodra, then it's a little bit more annoying in that matchup. But with that pressure of Dragon Breath and Aqua Tail, it's actually pretty flexible against the Clodsire. The thing is, also Clodsire, you would think would be bad against Talonflame, but the fact that you have Stone Edge, double super effective, so you're going to be able to bank that and use that later. Otherwise, I felt like Talonflame, when I was looking at those two teams, was looking quite strong because one of the few trainers that brought the Obama Snow in this tournament, also bringing the Registeel. I think besides the few counters, Talonflame's looking really good for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I mean, it's really the Feraligatr that's kind of a nuisance for that Talonflame. But on the flip side, Feraligatr actually looks pretty strong for Rockhaven as well. No electric types on the side of Rise to Occasion. So his main check to that Feraligatr is going to be Poliwrath, resisting all those charge attacks. However, if you avoid the Poliwrath, you have play into everything else. And we've seen the pacing on Feraligatr. It's pretty scary. This is going to be the non-Shadow variant for Rockhaven. He's actually also running Ice Beam, not Crunch on it. So Ice Beam giving him a little bit more play into Goodra as well.
And of course, Out of Pocket is the one who made that normal Feraligatr really popular. Now Rockhaven is bringing it here, and Rise to Occasion is actually running the Fly and Brave Bird on the Talonflame. We saw that earlier in the tournament as well. I overheard Valor Ash, who's the Talonflame expert, saying that is the best attacks you can have on Talonflame. So here we go. There is that Talonflame that was looking pretty strong, but guess what? It's not too strong into the Gator. So we're going to see if Rise to Occasion does swap out, Stay Swap into the Whiscash. There is no clear answer here, so you're probably just going to stay in with the Feraligatr.
But this is exactly what Rockhaven wants. He wants the Feraligatr on the Whiscash because that's the main answer to that Clodsire in the back. So being able to take out this Whiscash could be really nice. Actually going for a little chip and dip action. I like this a lot too because now putting the Mana Buzz out of Scald range before he can take it out, maintaining alignment, and also chipping down this Whiscash quite a bit.
It seems like Rise Occasion is pretty vulnerable here because you're already going to be knocked out on your Shadow Whiscash. I would say Shadow Poliwrath does have a lot of play in the back because even Clodsire, it's super bulky. It doesn't love taking Icy Winds and Scalds, and then you're going to be able to not have to Protect Shield anything on the Feraligatr, but bringing out this Talonflame, knowing that it's not going to be good against the Feraligatr in the back, and I expect Rise to just go all in on this Shadow Poliwrath.
Yeah, I think that's a good call here, too. I mean, especially when you're able to debuff the Clodsire. And Clodsire's pacing is not the fastest here. But you see these Dark Pulse are really starting to chunk and actually throwing the Aerial Ace before this move is thrown. Rise Occasion knows he can't spend the shields here because he's already at a disadvantage. He's going to try to get off. I believe he threw a Fly there, and letting a Snarl go through at this time, it's really hard to have good timing in these matchups. And he's ready at 100 NG. I don't know if Fly's enough, but he might be able to get the Incinerate down.
Swapping to try to counter down here, and it swapped into the Feraligatr. The Feraligatr is going to be able to throw the Hydro Cannon before the Icy Wind debuff. Does Rise decide to Protect Shield it? He is thinking about his decisions right now. Does he try to keep this Poliwrath around? He does. You have to expect that he's going to throw the Icy Wind, and probably it's going to be Clodsire versus the world for Rockhaven.
And I don't think Icy Wind's enough to even take it out, and you can see Rockhaven charging up so much energy as well. Rise Occasion already over Icy Wind and Scald energy. What does Rise do? The Hydro Cannon still kind of hurts, and now he's in Stone Edge range.
And the thing is, Talonflame is not going to take much damage at all from these mud shots. So even though Talonflame is so low, he has energy and is going to be able to absorb some fast attacks. Going for the Scald, can you get the 30% debuff into Rockhaven? No, does not get the debuff here. Now goes for the Icy Wind. So was able to land the higher damage attack, and now is going to be able to debuff.
And the thing is, Poliwrath's not really in a mud-shot range territory, especially with that debuff coming through. Both players have a chance to catch moves here, but it is going to be kind of tricky on both ends.
Oh, let it go!
Isolation doesn't shield.
Oh.
Okay, putting everything on the Talonflame. Talonflame has energy, but the problem is, how much can you get here? Can you get to back-to-back moves? Going to throw the first fly here. I think Rockhaven has to shield. You have to shield here because you don't survive one Incinerate on the Mana Buzz.
The thing is, if you try to swap to take this fly, you might take the Incinerate damage. And he calls it!
Oh.
Rise calls it! Rise calls it! He doesn't throw! Now is he going to be able to Brave Bird? Yes, he is! And Rise, out of nowhere, with Talonflame, is able to defeat Rockhaven!
A worst-case scenario for Rise Acacia as well. For Alligator into a Talonflame, coming in with Whiscash, but finding a way to sweep on the backs of the Talonflame and Poliwrath. Hey, that's a big win for Rise Acacia too. First point against Rockhaven, one more, and he's off to day number 2 at World Championships.
Yeah, he got over that hump that he couldn't beat Rockhaven. He's been eliminated by him in the past, and now he has a chance to eliminate Rockhaven and move on into day number 2. What an absolute amazing finish there. I mean, the fact that you're not pressured by those fast attacks just gave Talonflame so many possibilities, and registering that Rockhaven's going to try to go for the swap. I'm just going to keep throwing these Incinerates.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and, you know, the no shield call, I think we're all a little bit surprised there, but Rise Acacia, one step ahead of everyone, already saw his win condition and the patience as well. So, I mean, this is not easy, right? You got a 5-turn Incinerate user on the Talonflame. It is so easy to take advantage of that if your opponent running a lower turn move. And you can see
look at that.
The pause there, the patience.
But did you see also the pause by Rockhaven?
Yes.
Because if you threw after 2 mud shots and then swapped, you would still take that Incinerate damage, or possibly take that Incinerate damage. So he paused to make sure the Incinerate went through, and then he swapped in the Mandibuzz, and then Rise waited for that, and then threw the Incinerate and knocked out, won the game.
Yeah, that slow motion was crucial there to see just how good these players are. These two are not in the Losers Finals by accident. They fought through so many Worlds competitors to get to this stage. Rockhaven needs to win this game to force the game number 3, but he's running into the worst lead possible. It's going to be for Alligator into the Poliwrath.
And you're kind of just weak to the Shadow Poliwrath here. You're going to be able to throw that Hydra Cannon. Is this the Water Gun Lantern as well? You can't swap into a Water Gun Lantern into that Shadow Poliwrath really easily, so you're going to be able to soak that damage. Do you go for the Scald? If you throw Icy Wind, you might not knock out. And actually doing the same exact thing as last time, just trying to power through. Just going to use a Protect Shield here and try to go for the counter down and use that energy on Shadow Poliwrath in the back.
Yeah, I think there's a slight graphical error. It's actually a Lantern instead of Registeel on the side of Rockhaven, so it seems actually much stronger into Talonflame than we expected, but that's why he actually came in. Oh, and now bring in, getting the Cresselia.
Oh, wow!
The Mana Buzz is actually really nice.
Wait a second.
But Rise Acacia is ready for this Lantern back because you have the Goodra that completely walls off the Lantern.
But Mandibuzz might get such an advantage here that you can hang on with some health and energy to do a little chip damage into that Goodra in the back, because Goodra does beat Lantern, but it's not that comfortable. Like, it's not such a dominant win.
But he doesn't shield.
No shield. The Moonblast takes the damage into the Mandibuzz there. You still have both those Protect Shields, but now it's getting very dicey. But of course, I think you want to use those Protect Shields, because if you have to Protect Shield an Icy Wind into
wait, he's not shielding again.
No shielding again?
Okay, I don't think he sees the Goodra coming, but the Goodra's going to spell disaster for Rockhaven. I mean, he has a shield advantage, but what's a shield advantage Goodra going to do? Rise to the occasion, even going for the grass knot here, but not able to get it off in time. Dark Pulse should be able to take this out, but at this point, Poliwrath has a lot of energy. Do you swap over? And the timer's not up yet.
Oh, no!
And then the Mana Buzz actually gets the Aerial Ace off, forcing Rise Acacia to shield.
And it has to use that Protect Shield on the Poliwrath. He didn't want to do it, and here comes the pivot, but now it's going to pivot into the Icy Wind, and you're not going to Protect Shield this, but this means that this Lantern is going to be switch locked, and most likely you're going to double Icy Wind, no, actually saving that Icy Wind for later, and now you come in with the Goodra.
I mean, I know you're a Goodra lover, Butters, but anyone that's a Goodra fan is going to enjoy this matchup here. Completely resisted fast attacks and charge attacks on the side of Goodra against this Lantern. There's really nothing you could do here. I mean, it's doing a little bit of damage, but just not enough.
And the thing is, you already have your attack drop by one stage.
Oh,
you could just
and even going for the Aqua Tail.
Go straight Aqua Tail,
yeah.
because if you no-shield the Aqua Tail, you're just going to get knocked out by Dragon Breath damage. So at this point, you have to use the Protect Shield. It's not a huge amount of energy difference anyway, but I expect Rise to just keep going for those Aqua Tails.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations where Rockhaven maybe wished he spent a shield or two against the Cresselia, but maybe predicting something else in that backline. Unfortunately, it is going to be this Goodra, the hard wall to the Lantern.
Yeah, to your point, wasn't expecting that in the back. I think you would rather have Protect Shielded super effective Moonblast instead of the Aqua Tail, which would be not very effective. Here comes the Goodra into that Mandibuzz, still gets the Dragon Breath down, and now is almost at the Thunder Punch, the Community Day exclusive, and Rise to Occasion is able to move on to day number 2 at the Pokémon World Championships.
Rise to Occasion getting redemption against his rival Rockhaven and getting that top 32 for day number 2. Rise to Occasion back in top cut at World Championships.
And well done to Rockhaven, making it all the way one match from day number 2. But Rise to Occasion and his Goodra, but really, that Shadow Poliwrath was looking really strong. I like the way he utilized it in those matchups, just trying to devote Protect Shields to it, knowing that you're probably gonna get Protect Shields back or you're gonna debuff. So, well done. I think Shadow Poliwrath and Goodra actually work really well together.
Yeah, I know Rise to Occasion ran that Poliwrath at NAIC, didn't find the success he was looking for, but back then, there were less people playing Water Gun Lancer or Lancer in general, and now making the meta read that a lot of people are going to be running that Lancer, and the Lantern and Feraligatr combo even better for Poliwrath, resisting all those attacks except for Thunderbolt there. So really big congratulations to Rise to Occasion, proving that he is one of the most consistent and talented battlers in our circuit.
And especially with Lickitung being number 1 in usage, and here comes that swap in. This looked really good for Rockhaven here because you were behind in the matchup and you wanted some sort of edge, and you had this good matchup, but let those Moonblasts go, just got way too low on health and thought that Lantern could win in the back, maybe expecting the Talonflame. And instead of the Talonflame, it was the Goodra.
Yeah, the Goodra coming in clutch for Rise to Occasion. Definitely running a pretty unique team as well. I mean, I think Rockhaven maybe over-prepared for that Talonflame in that game number 2, but Rise to Occasion put it on the bench for good reason. So big congrats to Rise to Occasion making it to day number 2. I believe we have a couple matches left, but it's coming down to the wire here, and we have our final trainers trying to find their spot in day number 2.
Yeah, it is coming down to the end, but don't go anywhere. Actually, bring people in because we have some matchups left to decide our top 32, but also we're going to have some updates for the upcoming season. So I'm really excited to see that. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm actually super stoked for that part.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see your reactions to some of these updates, as well as everyone back at home. So definitely stay tuned because that will be coming at the end of our show on day number 1.
And we have our next matchup. It is going to be General Pizza Man versus Fishy Legs. So another NA competitor trying to make it to day number 2 versus an Australian here. Australia did have 9 competitors in total at the Pokémon World Championships. I'm not sure if Valiant Vish was able to make it to day number 2 or Yakovovich was, but maybe Fishy Legs is going to be able to represent Australia in day number 2.
Yeah, another benefit of tuning into streams besides the awesome action is these Twitch drops. So make sure you're tuning in as well to take advantage of that. We have some drops for VG as well if you'd like to receive Tomoya Ogawa's 2023 World's winning Sylveon in VG. Definitely be sure to tune in to their stream to get that Twitch drop.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have, for Pokemon Go, Twitch drops all weekend, and they're going to be different every single day. So make sure to keep coming to the broadcast. And of course, on Championship Sunday, everything is going to be on /Pokemon. Right now, it's on /Pokemon Go, but Championship Sunday and those Twitch drops will be on /Pokemon.
Yeah, and for our TCG lovers as well, you get a rare card here in the Trading Card Game Live. So definitely be sure to tune in to that as well. And they have a ton of action going on their side as well. So if you're a big Pokemon fan, this is the weekend for you.
Oh, it definitely is. And I did find out that Yakovovich has gone to day number 2. So it looks like there is one Australian in day number 2. And can Fishy Legs, yeah, Fishy Legs join him in that top 32 bracket. And this is going to be, we were on winners semifinals, and now these are losers semifinals because for day number 2, we have a top 32 bracket and then Championship Sunday. is just going to determine who will become the world champion.
Yeah, and these players right now we're featuring are in the loser side of the bracket, which means that if they lose one match or one series, they are leaving the tournament, and if they win, they move forward. So a lot more on the line than the players on the winner side. But first year, Dancing Rob made it all the way through the loser bracket after losing round 2 to opponents and winning the whole thing. So anything is possible here at World Championships, especially when you're playing some of the best of best.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We've seen Doombug go on runs like that. You can get a rhythm here in Pokemon Go and just continue your winning, and then suddenly you might make it to the grand finals. We got our next matchup available, so let's head on over to the stage. Once again, it is General Pizza Man from North America versus Fishy Legs from Australia.
And man, these teams are kind of wild. Specifically, one little scroll. I see a Greedent on the screen, Butters. What am I looking at?
I don't know. I haven't seen a Greedent in a while in Championship Series. This is awesome, making it all the way to the loser semis in Group G with it. I want to see what attacks it has. I'm assuming it has Trailblaze.
It does.
It does have Trailblaze. So you're going to be really strong against Feraligatr because you're going to be able to resist those Shadow Claws and then throw the Trailblaze, which I assume that will pretty much knock out a Shadow Feraligatr. This might have a lot of play, and it's not as devastating against Vigoroth as Lickitung is. Lickitung is devastating against Vigoroth. Greedent's not going to win, but it's not as devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little hesitant on this one. I don't know how much it has play. Yes, I agree with you. Fantastic play into Feraligatr. But what else does it beat? It loses Skarmory. It's going to lose to Cresselia without the crunch. It's probably going to lose to the Gligar because that's Mud Shot. Probably going to lose to Charge Buck and definitely the Vigoroth. So I don't know if we see any squirrel action here in this losers finals, but I mean, I'm hopeful, right?
No, I mean, to be clear, I don't think so either. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying, if you wanted to make a case for Greedent over Lickitung, which is #1 usage, the Vigoroth matchup isn't as devastating. But I think we will need to focus on the other Pokemon on General Pizza Man's team. And one Pokemon in particular that I'm looking at is Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz actually looks really good against Fishy Legs' team because it's going to be neutral or strong into a lot of it. And even the Charjabug matchup, it's not terrible.
Definitely. I mean, I think Mandibuzz is definitely still a flyer that is less utilized, and because of that, less teams are prepared for it. Fishy Legs definitely has a lot of options for it, but it's not as clear-cut. And let's double-check the moveset on that Feraligatr as well. It is going to be Ice Beam, so a little bit better into that Mandibuzz for sure, but going to be worse into that Lantern.
Yeah, and the Water Gun Lantern on General Pizza Man's side as well. Yes, I think you can really pivot into that Mandibuzz whenever you want. And then maybe if you are weak to Charjabug with something else, like the Cresselia, if you can bait out that Charjabug with the Mandibuzz and have a soft loss, then if you have the Cresselia in the back, I actually think Cresselia is quite strong against Fishy Legs' team, against everything but that Skarmory and Charjabug. So maybe we will see some Cresselia Mandibuzz action as we get into game #1.
I was wrong.
You were wrong.
Greedent's here.
Unleash the squirrel at the World Championships because Greedent is going to be in the lead matchup. I don't know who wins this one, Caleb.
But the thing is, this is exactly where you want to see, you want Greedent to be for General Pizza Man, because this is your best answer to the Charjabug. So even though it might not be the best answer to Charjabug, it is better than the Annihilate, and it's better than that Mandibuzz.
And there's so much parity at the top level of Pokemon Go PvP. You need to find anything you can do to have an advantage. I'm not sure everyone knows the Greedent matchups.
I surely don't either. I would think Charjabug is good, but I don't know, these body slams and mud shots are starting to add up.
And you pace so quickly to the triple body slam here. You're not going to be able to get the knockout before this X-Scissor. The X-Scissor is going to be coming through. Can you hang on and still get to a body slam? General Pizza Man is shaking his head a little bit, but he does hang on. He actually hangs on comfortably. It looks like you could just win the zeros against Charjabug.
Oh my gosh, and this is actually pretty crucial there. If you avoid the Gligar on the Annihilate matchup or get a shield here, you're going to be in a good spot. Fishy Legs feeling confident and saying, go and let this go. Now here's the thing, a Shadow Claw down could be scary, but actually going for the wing attack down instead, and it's going to show that Gligar. Now General Pizza Man knows, all right, I got to bring Mandibuzz here, but the thing is, this Annihilate doesn't have a lot of places to go.
It really doesn't. You don't want to ever come into the Shadow Gligar, one of the best counters for Annihilate, but you also don't want to take the damage from that Feraligatr in the back. So if you're destined to that matchup, you actually want your Protect Shields. Because if you have Protect Shields with the Annihilate, you can do a ton of counter damage. Even though you're taking super effective Shadow Claws, they actually kind of do the same amount of damage.
And you can see the wing attack and aerial ace spam from the Shadow Gligar is really starting to add up, forcing General Pizza Man to spend a shield, and being down a shield in this situation is not going to be in a good position for him to be in. Fishy Legs feeling pretty confident, nodding away and saying, you know what? I got rid of the Greedents. I'm about to get rid of the Mana Buzz. My Feraligatr should be good to go.
But the thing is, actually going for the aerial ace here, trying to get a protection. And an instant no call, thinking that his Feraligatr is going to be his win condition in the back, and the aerial ace goes through. Now, it's going to be really tough to even take out the Shadow Gligar, because I don't know if you can snarl it down comfortably.
Yeah, I wonder if Fishy Legs is going to hard pivot over to the Feraligatr or not. The health on the Mana Buzz is still a little bit too high there. Maybe going to just wait for this Gligar to go down. Throwing on not the best timing here, but ensuring that he gets as much energy as possible to take out this Gligar without taking another aerial ace. Gligar's going to go down, but...
You can't Shadow Claw down, though.
Yeah.
So you have to throw energy here. No, but he actually swapped. He actually swapped into his Annihilate. This actually gives the opportunity for Fishy Legs to then ramp up some energy by maybe Shadow Clawing down against General Pizza Man, so he has energy against the Mana Buzz.
This Hydro Cannon hurts, especially from a Shadow Feraligatr. And you see General Pizza throwing this Night Slash.
Desperately needs a boost.
Desperately. Yes, very desperately needs a boost. Needs a double boost even. Let's see if he's going to get...
Oh, he gets it!
Boost right.
Wait a second, he gets it!
But
he gets the boost, but the thing is,
extra energy.
You have, you still have to get the double aerial ace. And Fishy Legs is looking confident here. You're going to be able to knock out. You have to get the double aerial ace, but Feraligatr is just so quick. You will get to the first aerial ace, but I don't think you'll get to the double.
Oh, it's a Gator Nation for sure, and you see Fishy Legs nodding away. Definitely liking putting all his chips on that Shadow Feraligatr. And man, getting that shield early in that matchup, Gligar versus Mana Buzz, definitely proved to be useful there.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't blame him, because it looked like at that point, Mana Buzz might be strong in this matchup, because he's facing the Shadow Gligar now. Maybe he was anticipating the Shadow Feraligatr in the back, and his Annihilate wasn't going to have much play either way. But I think maybe what you want to do is force the action from the Feraligatr against your Mana Buzz first. Because if you throw out the Annihilate first, then the Feraligatr gets to set the tempo. I feel like you want to try to set the tempo of that matchup, maybe even get a Protect Shield.
Yeah, this Shadow Feraligatr is not going to be easy for General Pizza Man to get rid of. I mean, even though you have the Greedent with Trailblaze, the Hydro Cannon probably going to take close to 50% of your health at that point. And if Fishy Leg is shielding the Trailblaze, what are you going to do, right? But unfortunately, not even able to get the Greedent on the Feraligatr, not able to really get the Mana Buzz on the Feraligatr either. Feraligatr just free to roam, especially with the shield advantage.
Yeah, and it was just too much damage. Even with the boost at the end, you weren't able to do enough counter damage to put the Feraligatr in range of Snarl down, so you were going to have to outpace it, and it's tough to outpace those Pokemon with Hydro Cannon, Blast Burn, those Community Day attacks. They're so strong, and they're so low energy.
I mean, you know, if you're a Greedent fan, you're definitely loving seeing this. You rarely see Greedent in competitive Pokemon Go PvP. We see a little Squovet on the screen as well, too. Definitely maybe one of General Pizza Man's favorite Pokemon, but sometimes you have to bench your favorite Pokemon if that's what it takes to win your match. So we're going to see how General Pizza Man adjusts for this game number 2, but...
I'm going with the opposite of you.
Okay.
Greedent believers, where you at? I think you bring the Greedent game number 2. I think it's such an advantage. That Charger Bug matchup, I didn't know I was going to go. Maybe Fishy Legs didn't know I was going to go either. It didn't work out in his favor because he soft flossed and got farmed down, but I want to see some Greedent here on the Pokemon World stage.
I mean, maybe the key to see more Greedent is for General Pizza Man to make it day number 2.
Right.
That's the play. But we get a Lantern into a Gligar matchup. This is going to be Water Gun Lantern as well, so much better matchup here. Oh, and we get the matchup that General Pizza Man wants. You get the Mana Buzz resisting Shadow Claw damage into his Feraligatr. This is still not the most comfortable matchup. You see Fishy Legs going straight for the Ice Beam and not going to be shielded by General Pizza Man. Super effective damage, going to do a lot.
General Pizza Man did swap pretty quickly, though, once he identified it was the Feraligatr. So maybe you can get to these charge attacks before they double Ice Beam. I don't know if you're in Hydro Cannon range, but you're getting very close to Hydro Cannon range. And actually, you pick up the Protect Shield against the Shadow Feraligatr.
Oh, and this is big. Switch advantage is huge because you could potentially lock in Annihilate into Vigoroth. Both these players don't know it yet, but we all watching at home and in the crowd here see it coming. And the thing is, can General Pizza Man maintain switch alignment is the real question here, because you really, I think General Pizza Man, regardless, wants to win switch advantage because you don't want the Annihilate.
Oh,
wait!
Lets it go.
Okay.
Lets it go, trying to win the game with the Annihilate. But the thing is that Feraligatr has energy, so you can wall all that energy onto your Lantern here, but down a shield, Shadow Gligar isn't terrible against the Annihilate, and now you can hide your Vigoroth from it. Actually comes in with the Annihilate to soak the Hydro Cannon, actually protects shields, but you could have not very effective on your Lantern.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but we're going to get the counter down. And the tough part for General Pizza Man is, yes, he has a slight energy advantage, but he doesn't have a shield advantage. And this Aerial Ace is coming out soon. Shadow Ball is going to come through. Fishy Legs is thinking, man, this is tough, right? He already knows there's a Lantern out there, but is going to be forced to shield the Shadow Ball. And
it's not over, though. You got to get out of here. There it is. You have to bait out the Vigoroth now. The thing is, you need a Shadow Ball plus a Night Slash to knock out the Gligar, because the Gligar is not in range, and the Gligar has Energy Bank. So General Pizza Man needs to let this Lantern get out of here and get some energy somehow into the Annihilate, because that is going to be his win condition.
But the problem is you're doing too much damage with the Water Gun and the Surf damage adding up here. There's not going to be much to farm for General Pizza Man, and the problem for General Pizza Man is the counter and body slam neutral damage is really adding up against Lantern, and if you shield, it's over too because the Gligar has to dig.
And here comes the Body Slam. There is one Protect Shield remaining. You probably want to save that for the Annihilate against the Aerial Ace, but no, actually throws it. Is going to try to Water Gun down so that you have the Surf banked. Can you get the Water Gun down before the Body Slam?
No.
Looks like he wasn't going to get there, so actually has to throw the Surf, and Fishy Legs likes what he sees here.
Feeling pretty good. You see Fishy Legs nodding here. The only win condition is catching the energy on the Annihilate, but the catcher's not ready yet. And going to wait through. Charge Deck priority against the Surf.
Wow.
Precision play from Fishy Legs. Going for the super effective dig. He's almost at the areas. He might be at it already. And he is going to take out this Annihilate and earn himself a spot in top cut.
The counting by Fishy Legs. He is moving on to day number 2 at 2024 Pokemon Worlds. Well done. That is bold to throw right when that surf is available. It's hard to count a one fast turn attack. Those water guns come in so quick, but he knew exactly how many water guns he had.
I don't know how either. I mean, that Lantern was in that Vigoroth matchup for quite a while there too, but he threw it on point. I don't even think he needed to farm up that much energy, but he said, you know what? I'm gonna go for a little flare. I'm gonna earn myself a top spot in day number 2, and I want my opponents watching to watch out for me tomorrow because I got what it takes to win it all.
Hey, he's got those fishy legs. Maybe he's familiar with the fish there, knowing exactly where that Lantern is at, able to keep up the pace with those fishy legs. Well done. What a performance there to close it out in that game number 2. But hey, congratulations to General Pizza Man for being one matchup away from day number 2 with a Greedent. That was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Greedent Charge Bug matchup definitely surprised me too. But we see things where things got a little tough for General Pizza Man. Giving up switch advantage was, I think, the start of a slight disastrous problem for General Pizza Man, because now he had to still shield Annihilate, and you know, he just, even though the Lantern has neutral play into Vigoroth, just does not have enough health left to do much against that Gligar.
And I also thought once that Feraligatr had the Hydro Cannon and the Ice Beam, you know, because of open team sheets, that was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, because of open team sheets, that it is Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam. You could also come in with that Lantern and go for the water gun down, start getting some charge attacks, getting some energy, and resist those charge attacks, but instead came in with the Annihilate, used the Protect Shield, and then was not able to close it out.
Yeah, what a performance from Fishy Legs. A 2-0 victory against General Pizza Man, making that, I believe, the second Australian player to make it into that top 32, following Jakovic. Jakovic battled his way off stream, but I'm sure we'll see plenty of him tomorrow as well.
All right, well, we're heading to the end here, and I know we say this all the time, don't go anywhere, but seriously, don't go anywhere, because we have some awesome updates for the next season right after this break.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Harjeff, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Harjeff, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day one, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game. Like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like, I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that. And I like everything on that, the event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life, like, forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive and in the games, like you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. Like, you have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed like a lot. Like the last weeks, like almost every day I was dreaming to like being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My #1 goal this season is to be known. Like, I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like, that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
As Eric Clapton once said, it is late in the evening, but the energy is still erupting here at the Hawaiʻi Convention Center. We just saw Palasha, Rise, and Fishy Legs punch their ticket to day #2. I'm Wholesome_, joined by Softoph, and we're about to wrap up the rest of our battles here on day 1. It's the 2024 Pokémon Go World Championships.
That's right, there's just a couple of spots left on that day 2 top 32 set of trainers, and we still have a couple of matches, and we're going to find out who those trainers are. Going to talk about energy, and one of my favorite things about being at these World Championships so far is spectating with the crowd. You hear all these trainers cheering for those Latin American trainers, those Australian trainers, especially getting a ton of love, so that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it has been such a fun tournament. Just like you said, I've been walking around feeling some of that energy, and it's just great hearing all the stories from all the different trainers, what has led them here, all their different unique experiences. No trainer has the same story here. And it's so great when we get to kind of dig deep here and deep dive into some of these trainer stories, see them featured here on stage.
Absolutely. I mean, we have trainers who have been at 3 World Championships at this point, and we also have trainers who are just at their first World Championships ever, and they're still making it all the way into these day 2s. So it's really exciting seeing all of these different stories kind of mesh together in these playoffs.
That's right. You know what? I think we're going to go ahead and get our trainers ready here. We have a couple, I think, familiar faces that we've seen in tournaments before. One that I'm looking forward to very much is House Stark. House Stark not only is a household name when it comes to the play Pokemon scene, winning regionals and having lots of success in IC tournaments before, but what I'm really, really excited about as well is seeing some trainer that comes from this grassroots circuit that we've known for years and years here. Anyone who's been a PvP battler knows the name House Stark, so I'm so excited to see him here on stage. So take a look at these teams here.
That's right, we've got Jamie on the left. I believe this is Jamie's first World Championship playing against a veteran like House Stark, as you said. And taking a look at these teams, I think Lickitung is looking pretty safe for both sides, but something really stands out to me here that we haven't seen a lot of today, and that is the Shadow Typhlosion on House Stark's team. If you can avoid the Lantern, I actually think it has a lot of play here.
Well, what's so exciting about Shadow Typhlosion is its access to Thunder Punch, with its main counter going to be water types, which are everywhere, having an ability to hit back with a relatively quick access type of move like Thunder Punch that you can get to in just 2 Incinerates. If we take a look at something like a Shadow Poliwrath, for instance, it does not want to take a Shadow Thunder Punch, or sorry, a Thunder Punch from Shadow Typhlosion.
That's right, a lot of times in the Go Battle League, you might try to counter swap the fire type symbol up that you see up there, but then it's a Typhlosion and it has Thunder Punch. It can take out Feraligatr if it's just ahead by a little bit of energy. So really exciting pick, did just receive Thunder Punch a couple of months ago.
Now the Premier Water that will be that answer to that Shadow Typhlosion is the Lantern. With its dual electric typing, it's actually going to be taking neutral damage from those non-stab Thunder Punches, so it doesn't really have too much to worry about. Not a lot of shield pressure whatsoever, and with access to Water Gun on Jamie's Lantern, I think it's going to be a great answer to that Shadow Typhlosion. But otherwise, there's definitely some destinations for those Incinerates and for those Thunder Punches. Look at that Skarmory, for instance, which you can absolutely obliterate with just a couple Incinerates and maybe a Thunder Punch.
That's right. Well, we talk about the offensive pressure of Typhlosion, but its weakness is just how glassy it is. I think Jamie's Annihilate actually looks quite strong, and if that gets onto the Typhlosion, those counters are going to add up really quickly. But looks like we're already diving into this first game. We do see the Typhlosion on the field for Haustark, leading into Jamie's Lickitung.
Well, I got good news and bad news. The good news is that this Typhlosion gets to avoid this Lantern, but look how quickly these licks are adding up. These are non-stab licks coming from this Lickitung. Here we go. Haustark immediately throwing the Thunder Punch, not even building up to that Blast Burn, just wanting to get some chip damage, and now brings in his own Lickitung, which will be met by the Annihilate of Jamie McElwain.
Lickitung quite safe for both teams, and this is probably the best answer that Jamie has for the Lickitung. Night Slash coming through, throws it straight away, wants to go for that boost. Both Pokemon are locked in here.
Yeah, here's the thing though, for Jamie, you don't even necessarily need to win Switch. If you're able to realign your Lantern versus that Typhlosion, you're in an even better spot than you were before. Here comes the Power Whip though. Jamie actually wanting to shield this one, does want to maintain alignment, and is actually just going to use the Protect Shield and most likely just now counter down this Lickitung.
That's right, I like that shield. It's not just about alignment. If you look at Haustark's entire team, actually throws at this 1 HP Lickitung here. I don't think Haustark can afford to shield, otherwise you might just faint through that shield, does let it go, and now Jamie still has some energy on this relatively low health Annihilate.
I am surprised to see that Lickitung hanging on. I think Jamie thought that he could actually farm all the way down, but no, good awareness knowing that you just got to that Power Whip. Here comes the Night Slash, and oh my gosh, look at that damage on that Incinerate.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. Not sure whether this Annihilate is going to be able to take another Incinerate, but looks like Jamie is going to... actually gets the boost there. Look at those counters. Typhlosion all of a sudden down to just a third of its health left. Looks like Haustark thinking that this Typhlosion is just going to be farming material for one of Jamie's Pokemon, so trying to switch into that Annihilate.
Yeah, for the folks at home, I think that this Typhlosion has taken maybe 15 turns of damage, and you can see its HP, but now here comes the Lantern versus the Annihilate. We are running Water Gun here on Jamie's side, so not going to be pacing the moves quite as fast, but some consistent fast attack pressure. Haustark building up here, but opting to just go straight for this Night Slash. Will we see a boost in return? No, not this time.
Nice call from Jamie here, and looks like Haustark is just content to go straight for these Night Slashes now. Knows that the counter damage is going to add up pretty quickly, but Jamie still holding on to that last Protect Shield, maybe wants to save it for the Lickitung. This Lantern is almost at 2 Surfs though.
Yeah, realistically, the Shadow Typhlosion, while it does have some HP, that's not going to go very far. I don't even know if it's going to be able to reach another charge attack, so you need to invest in this Annihilate, knowing that it's going to be your win condition. But look at this, the Lantern already is at another Surf. Protect Shields are down for Haustark. You may be able to hang on, but only with a sliver of HP. Let's see how much the Surf does. Doesn't knock out. No, just a sliver left on this Annihilate, and it gets licked down. A snipe there by Jamie's Lickitung.
That's right, and this Typhlosion has no shields, almost no health, and Jamie is going to be able to fire off this Body Slam to take out that Typhlosion and take this very first game.
So if that Typhlosion had some energy, it was one Incinerate away from reaching that Blast Burn, but Jamie with just enough energy on his Lickitung to get to that Body Slam and win game number 1. Oh, that was a nail biter. So that Shadow Typhlosion is just such a hard win, hard lose type of Pokemon, and you're just holding your breath because each lick, each counter just seems to eviscerate all of its HP.
You know what? I think Jamie looked at that Typhlosion and said, I don't want to deal with this, and just brought the 3 best answers to Typhlosion, right? The Water Gun, Lantern, the Lickitung, and of course the Annihilate, which with those boosted counters was just chunking away at that Typhlosion. There's that boost that we saw. Look at that Typhlosion in just 2 seconds. Health almost half gone from what it had before.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way that you call that out. 3 good or great answers to that Shadow Typhlosion, expecting Haustark to bring it. And in many cases, when trainers bring that signature Pokemon or maybe that obscure Pokemon that you don't normally see in the meta, they seem to be a little bit more, maybe more probable to bring that Pokemon. So good recognition from Jamie. Now that said, Haustark needs to figure out, all right, do I bring the Shadow Typhlosion because it's a Pokemon I enjoy, it's a Pokemon that I feel has a lot of play, or do I maybe put it on the bench now, knowing that Jamie's probably expecting it?
We talked a little bit before about whether you try to bring a safe Pokemon because you're worried that it's going to be obvious. And the problem here is that Typhlosion doesn't do as well into those neutral matchups. So if Jamie is going to be anticipating the Typhlosion as he was in Game 1, I don't know if you want to continue bringing it as Haustark.
I'm curious to see on Haustark's side, will he be bringing this Cresselia? It does have some really rough targets, especially with the Skarmory as well as the Charjabug, but it could be a very solid answer into that Lantern. And if you're expecting that Lantern, it's probably going to be your premier answer. Maybe that alongside the Altaria do quite well.
That's right. Well, a lot on the line here. Stark is still deciding what Pokemon he wants to lock in with. And remember, this is actually do or die for him. He's down 0-1. Jamie is just 1 game away from advancing to day 2, while Stark is going to go home if he loses this match.
That's a great reminder. So as a reminder for everyone at home, this is a double elimination tournament, and this is the loser side of the bracket. Both of these trainers have already dropped a match, and now for Stark, he is just 1 game away from being sent home for his dream of reaching the title of World Champion. Here we go. We have the Cresselia. Stark is bringing it. It is hitting these super effective Psycho Cuts into the Annihilate, but needs to watch out for those super effective Night Slashes. Actually, we have a catch here by Jamie, bringing in the Lickitung to absorb this Grass Knot from Stark.
Stark actually went for the bait there, didn't even go for the super effective Moonblast. But the great news here, and you see this a lot with Lickitung, the chip and dip, Stark brings in his own Lickitung. The problem is, though, now, if we get that lead matchup realigned there later, Jamie's going to have a lot of energy on the Annihilate.
Yeah, the Annihilate will have a lot of energy, and you need to make sure you're keeping track of that, because you do not want to take any damage whatsoever from those charge attacks on your Shadow Typhlosion. But this is going to be a little bit of an extended matchup here, we could say so. It is just double resisted licks and body slams. Switch clocks, we're probably going to be waiting. We might even see this switch out later on. Jamie could end up coming back in with that Annihilate and unleashing some of those Night Slashes, maybe fishing for a boost. But that said, what is a threat here to Jamie's Lantern is going to be that Cresselia that Stark still has.
That's right. I think switch advantage is actually key here. The trainers don't know it yet, but looking at that backline, Jamie has a Water Gun Lantern in the back for Stark's Typhlosion. So if things get aligned as they were before, I think Jamie's going to be in a good position.
All right, well, here comes the next Body Slam. We actually might have had a charged attack priority there. I think we did. Stark trying to knock out Jamie's Lickitung before it's able to get off its own Body Slam. Is this enough to knock out? Hangs on with just a sliver of HP. Body Slam now going to be fired from Jamie McElwain's own Lickitung, and this is going to land on Stark's Lickitung.
A little bit of a last parting gift there from Jamie's Lickitung as it goes down to those licks. And now Jamie has to decide what to bring in. Does bring in that loaded Annihilate, but actually Stark doesn't want to get farms down, just brings in the Cresselia straight away.
So this is interesting because now Jamie knows that I don't have to have my Lantern facing off versus that Cresselia. So that's got to be a pretty good position for him, and actually gets the Protect Shield as well from Stark and the boost as well, Soph.
And this is really good for Jamie, just like you said, gonna have the alignment that he wants in the back, also shielding up this Grass Knot and having the boost on top of that. I think he can just go straight Night Slash from here. Not gonna do quite enough to take out the Cresselia, but going to be enough so that you can potentially let this Annihilate go and let Lantern clean up the back line.
The boost was just what the doctor ordered. Can we see another boost? No, not this time, but you've got the Night Slash, and we have a charge attack priority event. Great timing there by Jamie, great counting. Now force the final Protect Shield from Stark. You can see him shaking his head in frustration.
That's right. Jamie has Stark on the back pedal here.
Another boost!
A double boost! I think you just put up the shield here. You can probably even just counter down this Cresselia, and I think this is going to be a great end of game for Jamie here. Look at those counters. Those are resisted counters, folks, but the Cresselia just goes down, and now this Typhlosion, I don't even know how many counters it can survive here.
Well, yeah, that's what we got to find out here is Typhlosion going to be able to get even 2 Incinerates off before these counters just do so much damage. Shadow Ball ready to go here. No sense throwing a Night Slash, even with a double boost, may not knock out. This is going to do so much damage. Goodbye, Shadow Typhlosion. Here comes the Lickitung. 1, 2, 3 counters is all you need. And Jamie, 2-0 sweep, not even needing to use the Lantern in game number 2 there.
The double boost on Annihilate sealed it, but Jamie was in a good position there. Advances to day 2, and what a great performance from Jamie. I believe his highest performance at a tournament so far is top 16 at UIC, already advancing to day 2 of the World Championships here and knocking out Stark, a very formidable trainer. So congratulations to Jamie and a great run from Stark.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of the road for Stark. A great tournament without a doubt. We have seen so many top trainers that are going 1-2, 0-2. Stark, very respectable tournament here on the world stage, so congratulations to him. But even more congratulations to Jamie, who will be moving on. I'm a little bit surprised there, looking back at that game number 2, seeing the switch out by Stark, bringing back in his Cresselia, which then he was not able to get the alignment that he wanted, which would have been that Lantern versus Cresselia. So take us back through game number 2.
Well, this is just after the first boost on the Annihilate here. I think Stark is baiting with Grass Knot, but at this point, I mean, even if Jamie didn't get another boost, I think you can pretty much go straight Night Slash, land one, and then your Lantern can actually clean up the Typhlosion in the back. So, I mean, Jamie ended up getting a second boost and only needing the Typhlosion to close it out, but I think the writing was already on the wall there.
House Stark looking around, looking for a miracle, saying, hey, how am I going to get this Annihilate off the field now? I don't know that it's going to be my Typhlosion. Keep in mind, switch clocks were not up at that point, and just like you said, so countering all the way down, resisted counters into that Psychic type Cresselia.
That's right, 4 times boost on that attack stat for the Annihilate. So absolutely insane damage we saw there. The counters on the Cresselia and then the counters on the Typhlosion. And I think that quadruple boosted Shadow Ball at the end was probably enough to take out multiple Typhlosion.
Yeah, may have even taken out that Lickitung at that range. I think it was in the red there. All right, so I have to ask you, we've had almost a full day of games so far. A big debate for us early on in the lounge was the Annihilate versus Vigoroth conversation. Give me your observations. 1 day worth of battles. Is there a victor? Were we right that Annihilate is trending downward? What do you think?
I think Annihilate is still the victor. I don't think we were saying that Annihilate was going to be worse than Vigoroth.
It was #1 from NAIC, if you recall.
That's right, and the only way to go when you're on top is down, right? But I think Annihilate is still incredibly strong. We've seen a lot of them today. I mean, of course, we just saw that Annihilate quadruple boost there, and we've seen some other boosts throughout the day too. And it's not just that, it's just that the Shadow Ball goes everywhere. So even if you're in a bad position, sometimes Annihilate can save you if you're up energy.
That's right. I mean, we've seen regionals won by the boost. We've seen matches, we've seen games won by the boost. So I think that is the one X factor that Annihilate has over Vigoroth, is that Vigoroth, when you're in a matchup, when you win or lose, it's already defined when you bring that Pokemon in many cases. Yes, maybe there is some baiting that can go on, but with Annihilate, there's always that unknown of, will I get that Night Slash boost? And we saw it there 2 times. Once you've got that quadruple boost, like you said, all right, use the 2 shields. Let's go Annihilate.
That's right, the game is pretty much over at that point, and yeah, I think a lot of the times when you see a boost, it's really tempting to just throw your shields there, and the game is usually taken care of. So, you know, 12.5% chance to pretty much instantly win a game in some cases.
All right, well, we see Onion Frank on stage. He is no stranger to being on stage here at these tournaments. We've seen him quite a bit throughout the NA regional circuit. He's had a lot of success, and actually one of the trainers that certainly benefited from the championship point system here. A trainer that I don't think has taken home a regional title, but consistently top cuts, consistently getting those points, leading him on his path to Worlds. Tell us a little bit about Onion Frank and your thoughts here, Soph.
I think you're absolutely right about benefiting from that championship point system. In 2023, I think he placed 3rd at a regional as well as having multiple top cuts, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get that top 2 qualification that he needed to attend the World Championships. But this year, he was able to accrue a massive number of championship points. I think earned his invite quite early on and is appearing here at Worlds. We already saw him earlier on stream and now still fighting for that day 2 ticket.
Yeah, no surprise that we're seeing him this far in the tournament. He's going to be facing off versus Gerald X, who we've seen especially on the regional circuit on the West Coast and some of our California, for instance, regionals. He's going to be running the team of the Annihilate, Skarmory, Lickitung, Lantern, the Shadow Gligar, and the Altaria. Triple flyer team here, Soph. Is that surprising to you?
Well, all of those flyers are pretty meta. I think we've seen Triple Flyer a couple times throughout the season kind of popping up on these various teams, but individually, I don't think any of them are a particular surprise. But if you look at Onion Frank's team, I think we have a few surprises. He has the Wigglytuff, he has the Bastiodon, 2 Pokemon not known for being particularly flexible, and we have even seen him run them together on the same line of 3.
Well, the one Pokemon that I feel is missing, that is characteristic, you could say, for Onion Frank, the Shadow Victory Bell. We're not seeing it this tournament. In fact, I don't think we've seen any Shadow line versus pretty much anything else. You may have some struggles. Now that said, like you said, Onion Frank does have some Pokemon that have very defined matchups as soon as you bring them in, and that Bastiodon is the elephant in the room in this case. Again, 3 flyers on the side of Gerald that it has some play into, especially that Skarmory and that Altaria. Let me ask you this, so Skarmory, Altaria, can you bring those as Gerald, or is the threat of Bastiodon too strong?
Well, there's only 1 Bastiodon and 2 of them, so I'd say you definitely can. I mean, the thing is, if you look at the Bastiodon and you look at Gerald's team, there's the Annihilate, there's the Shadow Gligar, there's the Water Gun Lantern. I don't know if you're going to be too worried about the Bastiodon such that you're not even going to bother bringing 2 of your 6 Pokemon. But I mean, we'll have to see what Gerald decides to do. This is also Gerald's second World Championship, and he actually reached top 32 last year.
All right, well, this is our second to last group. It's Group G, losers, semis, Onion Frank versus Gerald. We have Wigglytuff into Lickitung. This is a nice matchup for the Wigglytuff, able to double resist those licks, which is a huge part of the damage coming from Lickitung. It's not the worst matchup for Lickitung, but you have to give a little bit of a favor here to Onion Frank's Wigglytuff.
That's right, a nice matchup for the Wigglytuff indeed, almost at the Icy Wind, which he's almost certainly going to throw soon. Yep, throws it right away. You want to start debuffing that damage so that the body slams don't do quite as much. And, you know, it's not like Gerald is particularly weak to Wigglytuff in the back, but potentially hoping that he can soft lose this matchup. And, oh, actually just switch it out right away into the Water Gun Lantern.
Okay, well, this is interesting because Gerald actually has two answers to this Bastiodon in the back, one of them now being brought out, and with all that charm damage that we see already in, you have to give a little bit of an advantage to Onion Frank. Now, that said, with the energy advantage that Gerald has, he's going to be able to reach 2 Thunderbolts just a little bit faster. Onion Frank thinking to himself, okay, I want to shield a Thunderbolt to secure this matchup. Most likely Thunderbolt, it's going to be right away.
Well, he knows that Gerald's Lantern is actually going to be quite hard for him to deal with, potentially realizing that this mirror matchup is going to be one of his best opportunities to deal damage. Gerald's also realizing the value of his own Lantern, both shielding up Thunderbolts in this matchup. And look at this, we've been here for a while, and they're both still in the green.
It's not quite as bad as the Lickitung versus Lickitung matchup, but it feels a little bit similar. Normally we're seeing those Sparks, which are hitting for neutral versus the Water Electric type, but now we're seeing the resisted Water Guns. Here comes yet another Thunderbolt. No trainer wanting to go for a bait, simply too risky. Instead, going straight for these Thunderbolts, and this is going to leave the, okay, actually a quick swap out now from Gerald. A low HP Lantern now replaced by this Lickitung, has plenty of energy too to now throw into Onion Frank's Wigglytuff.
Nice charm through, and this is usually a good matchup for the Wigglytuff, but now that the Lickitung is so ahead on energy, you have to wonder, maybe Onion Frank should have brought the Bastiodon in there to better absorb the energy from Lickitung. Second Body Slam coming through, and now Onion Frank just has to hope that his Bastiodon can close out this game, because I don't think you want to shield this Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I agree. So I think the optimal play would have been bringing the Bastiodon in. It is going to be getting some farm here, but it's only going to get maybe 3-4 smackdowns, whereas you probably could have smacked down all the way down, absorbed a Power Whip, and had been in a position where you can actually start throwing Stone Edges into either that Lantern or the Shadow Gligar.
That's right. I think Onion Frank is hoping that one of the other flyers is going to be that last Pokemon. Unfortunately for him, it is the flyer that also does double super effective damage with that charge attack. Stone Edge coming through here. I think if you're Onion Frank, you can win this game still if you can get to another Stone Edge, but it's going to come down to that pacing. Bastiodon, not known for being particularly fast.
Will we see a bait here from Gerald? He's very close to 2 digs, needs to land 2 digs. Keep in mind, despite this being double super effective, same type attack bonus, with the bulk of this Bastiodon, 1 dig is not enough to do it, and an Aerial Ace still isn't enough either. You need to land 2 digs. What are we going to be seeing here? Here comes the next dig. Onion Frank could make a huge shield here. Does he think it's a bait? Let's find out. He lets it go.
That's right. Well, Gerald did still have a little bit of that Lantern in the back too, which could have done some damage. So it looks like Onion Frank is hoping maybe that he can Water Gun this down and come out with a charge attack for that opposing Lantern.
Yeah, you have to shield at this range. Even though this is the resisted Aerial Ace, any amount of damage going into your Lantern now puts you in a very precarious position. You have to throw energy now, otherwise you're probably going to get farmed all the way down. This is a tough spot. I don't know if Onion Frank has enough HP remaining on his Lantern to farm down that Gligar.
Super effective Water Gun versus resisted Wing Attacks. It's actually going to be quite close here.
He gets it! Oh my gosh!
What a farm down by Onion Frank. It was looking tough for him with that Lantern and the Bastiodon in the back, but was able to pull it out with those fast attacks at the end.
I was sweating here on stage. Onion Frank, I didn't see a muscle move on his face. Cool, calm, and collected is Frank there on stage. He knew what he was doing the entire time there. Just like you said, game number 1 going to Frank. He's analyzing those win conditions. He knows the safe play. Okay, all I need to do is take that Lantern off the field, and I can Water Gun down. So I think you saw that one, but Onion Frank was able to execute it very, very nicely.
Well, I'll tell you what, Onion Frank has been a top battler for a very, very long time. I think he actually had one of the longest runs in the #1 position on the global Go Battle League leaderboard using Pokemon like Bastiodon that are considered to be relatively inflexible, but he just knows what he's doing with those Pokemon, knows those matchups, and knows those win conditions.
Yeah, I think when we just simply look at his knowledge of certain matchups, he probably knows the matchups better than anyone in this tournament. And he has so many reps and so many cycles with these Pokemon like Wigglytuff, like Bastiodon. Some people kind of overthink some of these matchups. He just keeps it simple and knows his matchups and executes the way that he expects his Pokemon to execute. So, like you said, no surprises there for Onion Frank. He knows what he's doing, and he's he's ahead 1-0 in this series.
That's right, one more victory for Onion Frank, and he will be moving on to day number 2. If you're Gerald, kind of on the back seat here, might want to think about what adjustments you're going to make, but looks like we're heading actually straight into this game too.
All right, we're going to take a look with Onion Frank's Cresselia getting lined up versus this Gligar. Would have liked to have had his Skarmory lined up, or even that Water Gun Lantern in the back lined up versus this Gligar, but this is an acceptable matchup for Onion Frank, especially if you're able to get one of those debuffs. But this is a neutral enough matchup, though, that Gerald certainly has some play here.
Well, speaking of Skarmory, I see one lurking in the back for Onion Frank there, and I see a Lantern on Gerald's side. So switch advantage potentially going to be very important in this game.
Yeah, would not shock me actually to see Onion Frank swap out of this, knowing that he has 2 answers to the Gligar to maybe try and realign. Oh, and we actually see the Moonblast debuff.
And that's just a 10% chance, folks, but I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Moonblast debuffs here, and that's going to mean that this dig actually doesn't do enough damage to even come close to threatening a knockout on this Cresselia.
It opens the doors for so many different even shielding win conditions now for Onion Frank that may have been a bit more challenging before. He's going to overfarm as much energy as possible before this Gligar is able to get to the next Aerial Ace. Here comes the Moonblast, plenty of damage to knock out here. Gerald chooses to no shield and is probably going to bring in a Pokemon to try. Oh, no!
What a second Moonblast debuff!
We see a shield and a second Moonblast debuff. You're now in a position as Onion Frank. Oh, and actually shields it himself!
And this is where Onion Frank thrives, recognizing when switch advantage is important. Looks like Onion Frank is continuing to go for these Moonblasts, even though Grass Knot would be enough, potentially afraid of a catch. But now this means that Gerald is going to have switch advantage.
Okay, well, a double shield there on the side of Gerald. I'm just very, very shocked, because considering the double debuff that we saw from Onion Frank, it's late in the evening, and we're feeling a bit perplexed here on the casting desk. All right, but now the Skarmory comes in, you're going to be resisting all these charged attacks. Not only are you resisting them, they're double attack debuffed as well. So this is just going to be a tiny bit of damage going into the Skarmory.
Well, this might have been a heads-up play for Gerald because, you know, we're perplexed looking at him going down 2 shields here, but now he gets to align his Lantern on this Skarmory, Lickitung on the Lantern, so switch might have been everything.
Well, you're thankful that this isn't Spark Lantern because you're not taking super effective fast attack damage, but still, you're really not going to be doing much damage whatsoever, even with these Brave Birds. Yeah, a good chunk there into that Lantern, but easily able to hang on, and now what's waiting for the Lantern on the side of Gerald? It's the Lickitung. Needs to land these Power Whips. Now, Onion Frank does have a Protect Shield. If you're able to get the Lantern on the side of Gerald within Brave Bird range, there's still some win conditions here. So I'm very curious to see how Onion Frank is going to architect this to try and get a win here and sweep the series.
That's right, a lot of work left for this Lantern to do. Pretty much dry energy here while Gerald's Lickitung is building up energy. Oh, but actually goes for the bait here.
This is risky, Soph, and a no shield from Onion Frank. I think that 2 body slams aren't even enough to knock out, so you're still going to have to build to this Power Whip. Onion Frank, okay, just goes straight for the body slam again. I'm a bit confused here, so I feel like you really need to get that last Protect Shield from Onion Frank, and we're not seeing that happen here.
Well, I wonder if Gerald is potentially thinking that he just needs to chip down Onion Frank's Lantern enough so that his own Lantern can potentially come in and close out the game. Looks like this Thunderbolt is going to come through. Going to put the Lickitung actually quite low. Not going to be able to reach another charge attack, but now Onion Frank has the opportunity to swap and get ahead on energy here.
Yeah, and okay, we have to remember that there is a Thunderbolt stored, has a lot of energy, so that's why you want to get that Protect Shield down from Onion Frank so that you can land that Thunderbolt. But now, here comes the Brave Bird. This is going to do a good chunk of damage. I think actually going to put probably even HP now for these Lanterns. Okay, and you're still getting these Steel Wings off. Can you farm down as this Lantern? No. Okay, you throw the Surf here. You have a Thunderbolt stored because you're at 100 energy, but Onion Frank still has a Protect Shield.
Yeah, if you're Gerald, I understand what he's trying to do here. He needs to get to 3 Surfs to win this game, but look at the HP on this Lantern. And Onion Frank, all of a sudden, I thought he was in a terrible position, but it looks like he's going to be able to take the series.
You can hear the crowd. They're recognizing it right now. Onion Frank in the driver's seat just needs a couple more water guns here before Gerald is able to get to that Surf. And you can see him pump his fist in the air. He knows he's moving on to day number 2 here in Group G. Onion Frank, again, cool, calm, and collected a 2-0 victory.
And I feel like I've seen this from Onion Frank before, games where it looks like he is absolutely in a terrible position, guaranteed to lose the game, and somehow, out of nowhere, he pulls it out.
Some trainers, they crumble in the face of defeat. Not Onion Frank. He stares it straight in the face and finds his win condition. I think he knows the win condition all along and continually able to execute on those win conditions. Very impressive run. We only got to see a little bit of Onion Frank, but in the good matchups, in the bad matchups, able to find wins both times.
That's right. I think in that second game, he was shaking his head when he was farming down the Gligar with his Skarmory, potentially thinking, I already know there's a Lantern in the back and I needed switch advantage. But you know what? He stuck it out. He threw a Brave Bird at the Lantern before switching out so that that Lantern would be chipped enough for him to be able to deal with more easily down the line.
Who would have thought that the way that you knock out a Lantern is 2 resisted Brave Birds and then resisted Water Gun from your Lantern? It's not something we see every day. Taking a look back at this game number 2, again, we saw a great no-shield from Onion Frank, just throwing body slam after body slam was Gerald. That Lantern was able to hang on without any sort of shield pressure whatsoever. Lantern was actually able to close out that game, but not after, don't forget, the work that Skarmory did with 2 resisted Brave Birds landing into Gerald's own Lantern.
And I love this play style from Onion Frank. He's really known kind of infamously for running these inflexible Pokemon, but we saw him adjust there. Game 1 brings the Bastiodon, wins. Game 2 drops it, doesn't bring any of these, you know, quote-unquote inflexible Pokemon, and is able to pull it out from a terrible position. So it really goes to show how flexible and skilled of a trainer he is.
I think that's a great call out, Soph, and I want to expand upon that because normally when you're running those inflexible Pokemon, like you call them, it's so dependent on alignment, having that Pokemon in the right place at the right time. In many cases, you're actually using your Protect Shields to dictate that alignment. That was not the case here. We saw Onion Frank taking these quote-unquote inflexible Pokemon and push. It's like pushing a square peg through a round hole and still finding success. So congratulations to Onion Frank.
Yeah, it was actually the other way around in that second game. It seems like both trainers kind of wanted switch advantage. Gerald is the one who went for it, went down both shields, also got, of course, double debuffed by that Moonblast, which couldn't have helped. But we saw Gerald actually being the one going for that strategy, and it did not pay off, unfortunately.
Okay, well, speaking of things that pay off, we actually have a promo that we wanted to review with you guys here as well. We have an email sign-up promo. Make sure that you guys are signing up here for email updates. You can subscribe using the QR code, get news about Pokemon events, live streams, and new releases at the Pokemon Center. We saw a really cool feature earlier talking about Pokemon casting, featuring our own Pokemon Go caster, Speediest Chief. Make sure that you guys sign up for email updates using the QR code that you see on your screen.
Well, it's not just email updates for future events and live streams and releases. We also have something for you today. For those of you at home watching the Twitch stream, we have some Twitch drops for you. Don't forget about this global distribution code. Actually, I think you can just enter this directly onto that Niantic website. You can get this nice exclusive World Championship t-shirt on your in-game avatar. Flex it when you're playing the Go Battle League.
So if you want to read that code real quick.
No.
A6NEW63K9AU8. There you go for everyone in the Twitch stream. I'm sure you're able to hear that one. If not, clip it so you can get it. Get all of those Twitch drops. We've had a long day here, but we still have one more battle for these trainers. Thank you everyone who's been watching at home. I know it's been a long day, but it is Worlds. We have spent the entire season building up to this moment, and there's still 2 more trainers trying to punch their ticket to day number 2.
That's right. We have one more spot in day number 2. Remember, tomorrow is going to have our top 32 trainers, same as last year, going into day 2. And then Championship Sunday is actually just going to be the top 2 trainers fighting out to be the world champion.
Well, we've seen a lot of household names. We were talking about the likes of House Stark, Onion Frank, even Gerald, people that we see very regularly featured. This next matchup, I don't know that we can get any more OG, as we can say here, than Valor Ash, a trainer that is almost synonymous with Pokemon Go. We can see him getting ready on stage here, but he's a trainer that I think that there are some trainers with signature Pokemon. So, and if I'm thinking of one of the first trainers that comes to mind, it's Valor Ash and his signature Talonflame, a Pokemon that he's been running before even the Incinerate buff, a Pokemon that he has just found success with at every level, and it's no surprise to see him here in these loser semis here in day number 1.
That's right, and he is bringing that Talonflame here. I think we saw him on stream just a little bit earlier, dropped to the losers bracket where he is now, and we're going to see him fighting it out in these losers semis against, I believe, the Gengar Life.
That is the Gengar Life, yes. Tom, as he's known, hailing from the United Kingdom, making it all the way here to Hawaii. I had an opportunity to speak to him in the audience. I said, how long were your flights? And he says, a day. That's just the flights. I believe it's an 11-hour time difference and 24 hours of flying to get here. So I know a lot of these trainers, they're feeling exhausted as they're preparing for these games. And again, it's late in the evening here. Many of these trainers have been here probably close to 12 hours at this point as they've been just going through this gauntlet of battles. There's a lot of mental composure that you need to maintain. In some cases, you might have an hour or 2-hour break in between your battles. So you have to recollect yourself, regain your composure, and know that the most important moment of your Pokemon Go life is right now.
Well, that's a lot of pressure. And you know, these trainers have different ways of preparing or getting into the zone. Some of them like to hang out with their friends, you know, take it easy. Some of them like to go sit in a corner. But you know, really, you have to do whatever it takes to get into the mental space that you need to be able to play your best, right? Because a lot of these trainers are extremely talented. A lot of them are good enough to have made it to day 2. But all that matters right now is doing whatever it is in the moment that matters.
I don't know that these trainers have faced off before. This may be one of their first times, so that's also an exciting moment. We're going to be having North America with Valarash versus the United Kingdom in the EU region here as well. So I think that there may be some newness and some freshness to these trainers that are going to be facing off. I think that we're going to be getting into these battles here very shortly. I think they're locked in. May not even have time to review these teams. Let's take a look here. I think we might be getting ready here.
Well, if that's totally okay. I think we have a Whiscash on the field against a Lickitung, but actually I'm not quite sure. Looks like we actually are just going to review the teams for a second. Looks like Valarash has that Whiscash Talonflame core, and
we're going to have to look at the teams in a minute, so if we're moving right into these battles, let's take a look. An immediate Skull debuff. What a way to get into game number 1. We see an attack drop there on the Lickitung right away. We did have a swap out actually with some chip and dip. Valarash able to land that Scald from his Whiscash into actually the Gengar Life's Lickitung. He's now at a big disadvantage. Not only is this a relatively neutral matchup, but he's now debuffed here with his Lickitung.
That's right, that Body Slam did absolutely no damage there, and Altaria going to be able to take a couple more Body Slams. Maybe you can even go for the Dragon Breath down if you really want to. Otherwise, I expect Valarash to go for a big overfarm before throwing the Sky Attack.
All right, well, here comes the next Body Slam. Keep in mind, this is still debuff damage. Valarash is in a great position here as he's able to absorb all of this damage. While it's neutral, you can see that debuff, it takes a lot less of a dent into that Altaria. Able to get some great overfarm, great counting from Valarash, and at this point, Sky Attack plenty to knock out.
That's right, and Gengar Life in a bad position here, had that disadvantageous lead. I believe it was Whiscash into Clodsire, and here comes that Clodsire now. Just going to try to, you know, deal some damage control here, absorb the energy from the Altaria. Maybe you can build up to 100 energy and throw a Stone Edge to take it out.
Clodsire's an interesting pick, so if we haven't seen too much of it, this is one that Caleb just swears by. He says it's one of the best Pokemon in the meta. Great coverage, of course, with that ground and rock type, with Stone Edge able to obviously take out this Altaria at this range, and probably then some as well. Here comes the Stone Edge, though. This will remove the Altaria from the field, but Valarash has to be happy with the value that he was able to get a dent into this Clodsire and also completely neutralize the Lickitung as well.
All right, well, the game's not over. The Gengar Life still has a Shadow Feraligatr in the back with 2 shields up. Not a lot of fast attack pressure on Valarash's side, so this is one of those situations where Shadow Feraligatr might get to shine.
Okay, here comes the Mud Bomb. You would love to get a debuff here, but again, that is resisted damage, and you're going to be pulling the shield either way. So the Shadow Feraligatr actually over farming, may have miscounted the energy just slightly, still able to tank one of these Mud Bombs no problem, perhaps just wanting to farm up a lot of energy, knowing that there's probably going to be another target for this energy in the back somewhere.
Well, I like saving the shield here because Valarash does have that Cresselia in the back, and that Grass Knot is definitely going to be doing more damage. Looks like Valarash is shielding up. The Whiscash, though, wants to get off another Mud Bomb, or maybe just preserve this for that Clodsire in the back.
I'm just a little surprised we haven't seen a swap out here from Valarash. It's actually very perplexing to me, knowing that your Cresselia is not going to have that much play into the Clodsire. Yes, you do have the non-stab Grass Knots that you can throw that hit for neutral damage, but do you think it's a little bit of a better match of having your Whiscash into that Clodsire?
Charge attack priority here, and I think, oh, Gengar Life actually lets the Shadow Feraligatr go, and now he's down to his last Pokemon. It's just this Clodsire. I don't think Gengar Life has seen Valarash's final Pokemon of that Cresselia, but the Cresselia is not going to have a problem taking out the Clodsire at this health range.
I think Valarash is just so far ahead, and early on in that game, don't forget, we saw the Skull debuff from the Whiscash onto that Lickitung. I think that set the stage for this game 1. It's looking to be a victory for Valarash. There is so much work that this Clodsire needs to do. I think it's going to need to land 2 Earthquakes and then some additional damage. Maybe Gengar Life thinking, okay, I need a Stone Edge, 2 Earthquakes. That could be the recipe here for success, but there's still so much work to do.
Unfortunately, I just don't think there's enough time to get to a Stone Edge and 3 Earthquakes, so we'll have to see. Clodsire is very bulky. You do take this Grass Knot, no problem, but I think the Psycho Cuts are just going to add up too quickly after that, and I just don't think that there's enough time for you to get all the fast attacks you need.
Yeah, you need to get to 2 charged attacks despite having the shield. You get to these as Valor-Ash, as his Cresselia, you get to these grass knots sooner and sooner. 6-6-5 there, has 2 almost ready to go there. Just a fast attack down. Game number 1 going to Valor-Ash. Now, so we got into the action a little bit late there, but I believe our lead matchup was that Whiscash going into the Clodsire, which is going to be a positive matchup for sure for Valor-Ash. We saw a quick swap out from the Gengar Life into the Lickitung. Valor-Ash stayed in with his Whiscash to land that Scald, and fortunately for him, was able to get that Scald debuff. But Soph, we did see a nerf on Scald. What's our percentage chance now for a debuff?
I believe it's 30%, and Valor-Ash was able to hit that 3 out of 10 chance. You know, I like how Gengar Life played that game, even though it ended up obviously resulting in a loss. But if you look at Valor-Ash's team, the Lickitung safe sub is really strong. The Shadow Feraligatr was really strong once the Altaria was out of the way. So I wonder if, you know, Gengar Life might not make too many adjustments in the next game, because I feel like there was kind of a window for some counterplay despite the terrible lead.
You know what? We talked about Talonflame earlier for Valor-Ash as a signature Pokemon. We didn't really get an opportunity to analyze the teams too much. There's a lot of tough matchups there for that Talonflame. The Shadow Feraligatr, there is a Lantern, there is a Clodsire with access to Stone Edge. Those are 3 really tough targets. But that said, the Gengar Life also running Wigglytuff as well, so that could be a really good answer to that Wigglytuff should he bring it. Let's see what these trainers have in store for us. It's game number 2. Valor-Ash 1 game away from top cut. Gengar Life needs to figure it out and figure it out quick. He gets a much better lead this time. Now has the Lickitung in the lead versus the Whiscash. Needs to land one of these Power Whips though, Soph.
That's right, Whiscash is very bulky, but not going to take a Power Whip too well. However, if you can get that Scald debuff early on, it could make a huge difference. First Scald's coming through. He did get the debuff last game. Let's see if he can do it again.
I think we see some trainers actually opting to run the Shadow variant of Whiscash specifically for this matchup. 2 Scalds a little bit closer to knocking out that Lickitung. Just gets the chip and dip here is Valor-Ash. Actually opts to bring in his Cresselia in lieu of the Whiscash. Absorbs some of this body slam damage. Maybe trying to go for a catch on the Power Whip, but I think he's pretty happy to get some chip damage and get that Lickitung in a much more manageable range.
Yeah, Gengar Life actually swaps in Feraligatr here. Now you're behind energy, so it's actually not that comfortable for the Feraligatr, despite the fact that you have super effective fast and charge attacks here. Cresselia already at the Grass Knot, and you know, Grass Knot actually does quite a bit of damage to Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, this is actually a tough matchup, and I like the shield from Gengar Life, specifically because Lickitung is your best answer to that Whiscash. You don't have a great answer in general, so you want to maintain that alignment. Feraligatr now becomes your Cresselia answer, and I think Valor-Ash recognizes that. Oh, your best answer to my Cresselia is Feraligatr. Either you don't have an answer to this Cresselia, or you really want to maintain that switch because Whiscash is so good. So I like the return shield there from Valor-Ash, and now shields are down for the Gengar Life.
That's right, first Hydro Cannon coming off here. I believe Cresselia was just about at that Grass Knot, whereas the Shadow Feraligatr is still 1 Shadow Claw away. I think Valor-Ash agrees, going to try to get off this Grass Knot as soon as he can and get rid of this Shadow Feraligatr.
Does this KO? So that's the question before us. This is super effective damage, but it's non-stab in a very non-attack weighted Pokemon, just enough to knock out. Down goes the Shadow Feraligatr. Valor-Ash now has the alignment that he wants. He's going to be able to get his Altaria now on this Lickitung rather than the Whiscash.
0 shields on both sides. Looks like he's going to try to commit to a Moonblast here, but Gengar Life does not want that to happen. Fires off this Body Slam to deny the Cresselia's energy, but just like you said, Valor-Ash has exactly what he wanted. He's going to be able to get the Whiscash on the Clodsire.
Okay, here comes the Altaria. Body Slam will be fired by the Gengar Life's Lickitung. This is going to do some nice damage, but now you're going to be having your Clodsire lined up versus that Whiscash, which is a disaster matchup. How long do you want to stay in this matchup? You need to preserve this Lickitung to eventually figure out a way to take out that Whiscash. Maybe we see a Power Whip stored for a potential combo play later. Actually, we see a nice catch by the Gengar Life. Every trick in the book here he's pulling out with a very nice catch here by the Clodsire.
Well, the thing is that now Valor-Ash can just safely go into the Whiscash, can come out of this matchup with pretty much however much energy he wants or needs. And I think if Valor-Ash knows what he's doing, which he certainly does, he's going to know how to overfarm here just how he needs.
Yeah, I think that there's too much for this Lickitung to still do. I think the Clodsire, yes, it can do some damage here, but it's not going to be enough to knock out. See another debuff there, so.
I did see that Scald's debuff go through, which means that this Earthquake is going to do even less damage. I think if you're Valor-Ash, maybe you just double up on charge attacks here. A Mud Bomb plus a Scald should be good enough to close out this game. First Mud Bomb coming through on this Clodsire, and still going to have a lot of energy to hit that Lickitung.
Lickitung has a Body Slam stored. The Gengar Life needs to throw it, but I think we're going to see a charge attack priority. Trying to go for the Power Whip, actually, but Valor-Ash able to get to the Scald, and this is going to be the end of the road for the Gengar Life. A very respectable tournament that we saw here from him, but this is the end, and Valor-Ash will be moving on here in Group H.
That's right, Valor-Ash taking that last spot in the top 32. Congratulations to him. A well-fought series, and I have to say, in that game too, I mean, we were kind of just going along with the flow, but I really liked that catch from Valarash in the beginning. Obviously, Whiscash into Lickitung, not a great matchup, but was able to absorb some of the energy on his own Cresselia.
I think that Cresselia just turned out to be that Pokemon that he needed at that time. He brought it into the Lickitung, which I don't think most trainers would do, is bring in a Cresselia into a Lickitung. Has super effective licks. It's not a winning matchup, but you know that you can't have that Whiscash in that matchup versus Lickitung for long. Eventually, it's going to be landing one of those one-hit knockout power whips. So I like the adaptation from Valarash, and without a true response, the Gengar Life, he maybe could have stayed in a little bit longer, thrown a second body slam, then swapped to the Feraligatr, but that Shadow Feraligatr is just so threatened by any blade of grass whatsoever. There, the Grass Knot from the Cresselia, unable to keep switch, and once that alignment had been flipped, it was all Valarash at that point.
That's right, Cresselia, not typically a Pokemon that we think of as a safe swap, but looking closer at Gengar Life's team, it was actually a really good decision for Valarash to realize there's not really a punish if I just come in here with my Cresselia, absorb this energy, and basically just use it as a sponge and safe swap.
That's right. Well, here comes the Grass Knots from this Cresselia. I think that's really all we were seeing from this Cresselia. It was just Grass Knot after Grass Knot after Grass Knot, whether it was into the Feraligatr or whether it was into the Clodsire that we saw so regularly from the Gengar Life. We did see, I think, the Gengar Life finally get to that Earthquake, but there was just so much work, not only for the Clodsire to do, but also the Lickitung. I think the Gengar Life didn't really have a lot of options. I don't think we saw any of the Wigglytuff whatsoever, so maybe there were some different plays that he could have had, but unfortunately there in that game number 2, yeah, just once the alignment was flipped, that was it for him.
That's right, and I think it's kind of unfortunate for the Gengar Life because if you look at Valarash's team, Clodsire actually has a lot of play into pretty much the entire team except for the Whiscash, but both games it felt like that's all that the Clodsire was seeing.
No, you're totally right. In game number 1, it was the Whiscash into the Clodsire in the lead. In game number 2, that's not how it was originally. It was the Lickitung. But once that alignment was flipped, which again, kudos to Valarash on being able to manipulate and architect that flip switch, he was able to then get the Whiscash onto the Clodsire again. And once that's the case, there's just nowhere for that Clodsire to go.
That's right. You don't typically see Cresselia users double shielding their Cresselia, but I think Valarash realized that he was just enough far ahead on energy that he could force a switch advantage against that Feraligatr.
All right. Well, so we had some great battles here. I'm so excited for day number 2. There are some great names that we're going to be seeing featured, and I think a couple surprises as well. I know it's been a very long day, but I think we've got something special here for you. We're going to kick it over to the lounge. Caleb, take it away.
All right, thank you, Jim and Soph, and thank you to everyone who's been tuning in to day number 1 of the 2024 World Championships for Pokemon Go. And for those of you that stuck around all the way to the end, and for my fellow co-casters, we have a special sneak peek treat for you all, and that is going to be revealing the Go Battle League updates that will be dropping on September 3rd. Now, there's a lot of things to be unveiled here, so strap in and get ready because this is going to change PvP in a drastic way. I have the privilege of unveiling this to all of you for the first time ever, and actually to my fellow co-casters. They don't even know what store. So to start things off, we have updates to the combat system. Switch timer will be switched from 60 seconds to 50 seconds.
Let's go.
The first time we've ever done that outside of April Fools on 2021.
I love that.
Yeah, all right. I know my co-caster Tool Butter is very excited, but we got a lot more changes for you all. Rock Slide losing 10 power. Wing Attack, energy generation decrease as well. So some of our popular flyers may be losing some power there. Counter energy generation decrease. All these fighters, all these counters, Vigoroth, not going to like that one, but going to be a little meta shift. Dig losing 10 power as well, so a double nerf to Gligar. Parabolic change, if you like the Dene, you're going to like this one. 5 more power, energy decrease, and a chance to increase user's defense by 1 stage. Zoe 2 Dots, I know you're liking this one in the crowd. Body Slam, 10 less power, Swift energy cost decrease as well. We got Mudshot losing.
Mudshot nerf?
Yeah, losing, getting some nerf as well there. Energy decrease as well. Future Sight losing 10 power. Fire Spin getting more power there, 1 more damage. Steel Wing, energy generation decrease. I hear some crowds in there for those
Bye-bye,
don't like
Skarmory.
the Steel Wing. That's going to be changed a little bit. Metal Claw, energy generation will be increased as well. Trailblaze, energy cost decrease. I know General Pizza Man might be liking that one on the feed. Came a little late, but Greedent might be more meta. Zap Cannon, chance to lower the opposing Pokemon's attack is decreased even more now. Smackdown. If you're fast down lower like me, you're not going like this one. Damage is going to go down on that one. Razor Leaf power is going down as well.
Let's Razor Leaf.
Astonish getting a buff here. 3 more power to Astonish. Fairy Wind gaining 1 in power 2 for some of our Fairy Winders. Whimsicott, Florges, and Master League, you're going to like that. Karate Chop going to get a slight buff. Energy generation increase. Now that counter is down, Karate Chop might be the fast attack of choice. Mud Slap, energy power is going up. Energy generation is also increasing. Hey,
Double
like
buff.
Gastrodon, that might be the play. Poison Sting, power is going up by 1, 2. So for the Drapion lovers or Poison Sting Clodsire, you might be liking this one. Psywave, energy generation is increased. Not much is using Psywave right now, but might be meta. Rollout gaining 3 in power as well. So Body Slam nerf might be seeing more Miltank and Dunsparce instead for the normal types. Sucker Punch, nothing meta relevant using this right now, but getting 3 more damage might make things meta. Sky Attack gaining 5 in power, but entry cost is increased. So verdict is up on if it's going to be a buff or nerf, we'll have to see. Surf gaining power, but entry cost is going to be increased as well. Bone Club, 15 more power. If you're Zionic, you're probably watching somewhere. That's my goats. Alolan Marowak going to get buffed for sure on that one. Brutal Swing, losing some damage, but energy cost also going to be decreased. Nightshade gaining 20 in power. Wow. Energy cost is decreased, so maybe we see some more Noctowl coming up in this upcoming meta.
There's so many.
Oh my God.
Gem. More damage on Power Gem. Energy cost decrease. If you like Shadow Sableye, you're loving that one for sure. Shadow Punch. More damage as well.
Gengar.
But there's more. There's more. A more attack being added. Ledian going to get the fast attack counter. I know.
Counter.
Let's go. Hey, Speedy's favorite Fortress getting Bolt Switch.
Let's go.
Breloom, Hariyama, Ming Xiao, all getting Force Bomb, the newest fast attack added to the game. Only Lucario knows it now, but 3 more Pokemon will know it. Clefable, Togetic, Rabombi getting Draining Kiss. Tapu Lele getting Draining Kiss as well, that charge attack. And hey, we're seeing a lot of fighters here. Getting maybe a new fighter around the corner. It's going to be Pangoru learning Karate Chop. Karate Chop also recently getting buffed in this update, so could be a big one. Licky getting the fast attack rollouts. Going to be a little bit different than Lickitung. Spiritomb getting Rock Tomb added to his move pool. You got Dusknoir getting Shadow Punch. Shadow Punch recently buffed up as well. Galarian, Slowbro, Tropius, Ming Xiao, Oranguru, all getting Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing getting a little bit different. Persimmon also getting Brutal Swing as well. Nice. A lot of these Pokemon you don't see super often. Runarigan getting some Brutal Swing as well added to the pool. You know, one of the Pokemon that walls off that Regiseal. And we talk about Nightshade getting a buff. Well, can't just be Noctowl enjoying the Nightshade. We got Hisuian Typhlosion, Zorua, Zoroark, Hisuian Decidueye, all getting Nightshade added to their move pool.
Let's go. I can hear you out there.
Yeah. The crowds here in the stadium, but also I'm sure the crowds at home and maybe on Twitch as well. But got a lot of changes here. We got to go down the row and just break some of this down. Let's start with the switch time changes. Let's go to you, Two Butters. I know you're probably a big fan of this one.
I'm a huge fan of this one, and knocking it down to 50 seconds makes a lot of sense because it does change the game, but it's not so significant that it's way different. It was 30 seconds, that would be way too quick because that's only 3 charge attacks and then your timer's back up. But this is a fantastic middle ground to make it less alignment dependent because now you can run Pokemon that are maybe quicker to charge attacks, get that switch timer back, and then pivot around more. The more pivots, the more fun. I love this.
But what about you, Amanda? You feeling the energy here?
I'm agreeing too. And if you guys remember the April Fool's Day thing that happened, everyone was running a Defense Deoxys. They were running things that could run Icy Wind.
Weather Ball users, right? Weather Ball users, they're so cheap.
Yeah, it's so much potential to be able to now switch out immediately and have that be actually a part of the game plan and strategy to be able to win, to swap something back in later. I agree. This is a very cool change.
Oh, man.
I feel like the switch timer update alone could have flipped over a dozen matches that we
saw today at the World Championship, right? So looking at that is really impressive, but also the distribution of fighting type attacks. I was worried. To be honest, Caleb, when you said that counter was getting nerfed, I said, oh, I don't know where we're going with this, but Force Palm and Karate Chop getting the buff as well. We're going to distribute fighting type attacks to more Pokemon so you don't just feel like you're locked into only Annihilate, only Vigoroth, or only Poliwrath.
That's right, great segue there too. A lot of these moves got nerfed and buffed. A lot of the staple moves you see, Mud Shot, Counter, Wing Attack, Dig.
The best fast attacks right now.
Some of the best fast attacks. Let's go reverse order here. What do you think about some of those? What's the thing that stands out to you the most?
I feel like some of the minor changes, like Fairy Wind getting more damage and Poison Sting getting more damage, are big, right? You can't really fast attack something down with a Drapion. Maybe that's changed now. Maybe you can't fast attack something down with Clefable. Not only did it get a buff to Fairy Wind, but also it got Draining Kiss. It's got a bait move. Those are huge.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think one thing that's also cool is the rollout being a little bit more as well, because it takes a little bit to get to. Having it do some more damage is going to be very impactful.
I can't reiterate this enough. This actually changes everything. Because you are making the most common, the strongest fast attacks worse, this will change the entire meta. The ripple effects on this will be huge. You know how important pacing is in Pokemon Go PvP, and these have been the strongest fast attacks for a long time now, and it has dictated the meta. Everything is changing now, and I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
Right, I mean, and it wasn't just some of these existing moves that got buffed and nerfed. We added a lot of moves to Pokemon that typically Pokemon we don't really see. I mean, what was the most exciting addition you saw out of the moves that were added to these Pokemon?
I mean, I couldn't even keep up. There were so many changes. I was trying to write them down, but I mean, I love Counter Ledian. It's such a bulky Pokemon. It has pretty good typing, but it's just so weak in the current meta. But in the next meta, it might have a chance. I love that. I also loved the change to Astonish. I thought that was going to be really good. Fairy Wind also, because Fairy types often have relied on Charm recently. We see Wigglytuff being the Fairy type of choice, even though Azumarill is top 6 in usage. We've seen way more Wigglytuff in this tournament, but now that Fairy Wind is going to be stronger, I feel like that will change the meta a ton. I was actually interested in Tropius getting some coverage too, so you're not hard-walled into those steel-type matchups. Ruin Rodriguez getting coverage as well.
That was mine.
Those are some that I won't use all of them. You guys go next.
There's a lot. I mean, we're not the only casters here. Let's hear from our thoughts here from Jim and Soap as well on the stage. Jim, let's start with you. What are some of your reactions to these changes?
Yeah, thanks, Caleb. Don't forget about us here, guys. We have a lot of thoughts here, and in fact, if I heard these correctly, some of the most premier moves, Fast Attack and Charge Attack, I'm so excited for these nerfs. Wing Attack, Body Slam, Counter, Dig, Mud Shot, Zap Cannon, Surf. Pokemon are defined by these moves. Whether they're good or not is whether they have access to these charged and fast attacks. So I'm very interested to see how some of these Pokemon that have been meta forever because of access to these moves will finally start to get a little bit retweaked. What I'm most excited about when it comes to buffs, though, I think is going to be a 2-turn dark type attack, Sucker Punch. That is a huge buff, going from 5 to 8 power. Some of my favorite Pokemon like Shadow Cacturn might finally get an opportunity to shine.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say Cacturn might have some play in this upcoming meta. I know, Soph, you love meta Pokemon, but looks like the meta Pokemon could be kind of different. Which one are you looking most forward to in this upcoming update?
I'm going to be honest, I have absolutely no idea what the meta is going to look like. This is the biggest move update I think we've ever had. Not just the new mechanic from 60 seconds to 50 seconds, but pretty much every Pokemon that we've been used to seeing for the past couple of years is not going to be there, right? Like you said, these Pokemon are defined by their movesets. We're not going to have any more Body Slam spam. We're not going to have any more counter users that are good just because they have counter. Like, I don't even know what to expect here.
Definitely. And, you know, to no one's surprise, I mean, there's so many changes here, and I know some people might have been doubting if this is going to be a big enough update. I hope it's big enough for you all back at home. We have no idea what the next meta may look like in a couple weeks, but we're excited to hear your thoughts. Be sure to post on X, #Pokemon World, to let us know what you think about these upcoming moveset updates, because this might be the last time people are using Lantern, Vigoroth, Annihilate, even Bastion in this format for quite some time. But that's enough about the future. Let's talk about the present. Let's go day number 1. Let's see who is making into day number 2. We have a top 32 going into tomorrow on Saturday, and it's going to be day number 2 of Worlds and a lot of action to unpack. Oh, whoa. Actually, before we do that, Will, take us down to socials.
Yeah, of course. So you can make sure to get involved. Follow us on socials, X formerly known as Twitter, and you can also watch on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Make sure to use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds because that is how we're going to track your posts, find them, and share them on the stream. But there are other ways to get involved as well. Make sure to sign up for our emails. Just go ahead right now. Just take out your phone and go ahead and take a picture here, get involved. You can tailor these email updates to what you care about, what you are interested in, whether it's the Pokemon Center products or competitive Pokemon, it's all right there.
Right, and there's a lot of reason to in this stream here. There's a global distribution code. Amanda, what you think about this one?
I love this shirt. I love this Pikachu as well. They've been calling it a Scuba-Chew.
Scuba-Chew.
And so they've been all around this venue. You can also get them from the special research going on. And if you're lucky, you can get a shiny. But even if you can't, you can get this shirt for sure. I joked around about it in the intro. I'm not reading out that code for everyone. So you're going to have to either take a screenshot or copy and paste it. But you want this item.
Right, and of course, we got more drops to go. Butters, what you think about this card?
I mean, this card, like I said in my interview, my favorite color is purple, so this really does it for me here. So celebrate the 2024 Pokemon World Championship. Of course, receive this special illustration, rare Pechirant, am I pronouncing that correctly, X, in-game. And make sure to use that code, Outburst Worlds 24. That is a beautiful looking art right there.
Of course, and if you like those evolutions, you're probably liking Sylveon. Get your own Sylveon from the world's winning team from 2023 in VG as well, using Sleep Talk Worlds as a code to do it. And of course, we got a lot of Twitch drops for Pokemon Go as well, so if you're already watching in, make sure you're getting those drops for sure. But that pretty much wraps it up for us on day number 1. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. Hawaiian Standard Time, 12 p.m. Pacific, and anywhere else in the world. We appreciate you staying up to tune in to the broadcast. This is day number 1, and we'll catch you all on day number 2.